Ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils médisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive le rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
You loving it? You excited?
Yeah, definitely excited for it.
Wait, hold on. We need to start the show. The fans, the dedication of the R6 community never ceases to amaze me, and they are here in force once again to witness something truly special. You ready for this?
Yeah, definitely.
Welcome to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. It is the spiritual home of Rainbow Six Siege, and every single time we are here, the magic of Montreal always runs its course. And this weekend shall be no different. Over the next 72 hours, you will see the determination, the drama, and the defining moments that make every R6 major truly unforgettable. For those of you in attendance and for yourself watching at home. 8 teams ready to do whatever it takes to get their hands on this trophy and become the final major champions of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. How are we doing? Thanks for coming out. I always say, those of you who get in here early, you're my favorite fans as we fill up this arena as we go along. Now, my name's Ian Chambers, and we are going to be joined by a tremendous broadcast team leading you through every single moment of action that unfolds here on this stage. Let's bring them out. Welcome to our desk. We got Manic, we got Fox, and we got Lax. Guys, the desk is waiting there right for you. I've got to start with you. Manic, you know I love you, bro. This is big for you. Your first major event on a main stage, and you've traveled a long way to be here.
I have. You know, 24 hours on a plane, that really makes you regret some of your life decisions, but definitely not for this. This, I would travel 50 hours for over and over again.
Fox, you're a little bit chilly.
Yeah, I'm a little cold. I've been too far away from home, so I'm happy to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you in. You look pretty special, bro. You look good. Lax, how are you feeling? Who do you think's taking this one? I couldn't tell you who's taking it, but what I can say is it's you guys all here that make this a special moment for everybody all alike. So, I mean, you guys got to give yourself a round of applause for being here super early as well, because it took me everything to get here super early in the morning. Yeah, it takes a lot of work to look this good as well. Lastly, who's winning?
I'm going to go with Falcons.
Oh, wow, big pick.
I think W7M's got it.
I'm going to stick with that name, and I'm going to say either the SQ boys or SSG. I knew that was going to get a good reaction. I knew that was going to get a good reaction. Guys, go and take your place at the desk. Can't wait to hear all of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions as we run through this weekend. But first, let's show you exactly how we got to this pivotal moment.
I think that face says it all. Oh, that is a multiple dump of nades thrown in. Their time here is surely done. Let's go!
Absolutely not, says Jigsaw. Takes down Owen.
No.
Pasha, however, he manages to get 2. It brings us back to a 1v1.
Oh my, always is a target dummy. As User sprints up library stairs, Dan gets 2 of his own. It's all up to Shepard. There's a minute left. What is this round, Jesse? As a defender and the counter disabled to win the round, and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2 very quick kills. SSG as Benjamaster finds another.
And Benja's playing like a master baker.
Welcome to the desk for the Montreal Major. I'm joined by 2 very esteemed gentlemen. I know Montreal has a special place in both of your hearts, but maybe 2 different reasons. But I want to say combined between the 3 of us, we have 3 titles here. How good's that?
Right.
I think that, you know, that's best case scenario, but I'm kind of curious. What are the 3 titles that we're all sharing here?
Who's got the 3?
We're together, okay? We're in this together, we're here, and we're doing this work together. So I am included regardless of whether you like it or not. Homegrown boy, excited to be back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy to always come back, see family, and the events in Montreal are always nice just because the community, it's like the home ground for Siege. So everyone just always makes it a point to come to Montreal to see Siege.
How does it feel to be back again at yet another LAN event?
I mean, it feels great. I mean, coming from Minnesota to Montreal, realistically, it's just Minnesota, but in French. That's the best way that I put it. The weather's the same. I love it here. The atmosphere always in Montreal. It's the place to be, especially for Siege.
It certainly is. Now, of course, we've had to get here through means of 2 different phases so far. It started all the way back on November 7th. It's been a very interesting week and a half at this point. I think at the moment, it feels like the teams that we have representing the Montreal Major feel right. It feels fitting, but we need to talk about what these games will actually start to look like, how this bracket starts to break down, because quarterfinals today, but very quickly this dissipates and we will crown a champion in no time, Max.
I mean, the biggest one that sticks out to me the most here is obviously Falcons. They can make history if they win this game, this first matchup against VP, and put themselves in that semifinal. But when you're looking at all 8 of these teams, there isn't one deciding team to me that I can say is going to completely win the entire thing.
No, not at all. And that's why I think Falcons is such an underdog story, because in phase 1, it was an upset. And now I think, in my personal opinion, Falcons is the game to watch. But SSG, W7M, I feel like that rivalry that Ashen has with all the Brazilian teams is always something that's just,
like it's
such a treat to watch. So I'm really excited for that game up.
Kind of a treat to listen to as well, isn't it? There's something very special about that guy's voice. Let's go ahead and have a look at the games that we've got specifically for today. We kickstart the matches with Falcon and Virtus Pro. Again, being an APAC guy, the closest thing I have to an underdog is Falcons, so I'm leaning into that one. But Lax, just very quickly, looking at these matches, we got a lot of games to get through today, a lot of maps. Which one are you looking at to be the highlight of the day?
As a grand scheme, all of them are really good. The one that I'm looking forward to the absolute most, I would have to say the FaZe versus Soniqs. The last time these 2 met was actually at the SI 2024. They met in the upper bracket where FaZe did beat them 2-0. But the interesting story is this is a completely different Soniqs. This is a more strategic, methodical team that can match up and pair well against FaZe. So that match specifically, and for those reasons alone, is what I'm looking to see and what happens.
Now, of course, we have had a week and a half of action already, 6 play days. We're now into the playoffs. playoffs. Let's have a look back and just talk about it, right? I know that, Lax, from a perspective of, I guess, Phase 1 and Phase 2, there are a lot of learnings. There's a lot to take away. Do you have something in particular?
So this is what I want to say. I don't want to just focus so much on Phase 1 and Phase 2 as a whole, because when you have to look at the grand scheme from every major as of recently and up until this point, it is hard to tell what team is going to be the one coming out on top. You can look at every region now and see it is all competitive across the board. Sure, some teams go out a little sooner, but every game is so close, whereas before, years prior, there were some region that you would just look at and be like, okay, they're going to lose, they're going to be out. And now every team is competing at the absolute highest level.
Right, and we expected Manchester to be an upset game, obviously with Beast Coast winning that tournament, but now all of the teams that have so far showed up, even the top 1 seed from every single region, has been able to face a little adversity. They've had to go through a difficult road to get here. And now, I mean, the 2 teams that got the 3-0 through Phase 2 was 2 Brazilian teams. So maybe we'll see that Brazilian, that Brazilian reign come back into fruition.
That dominance, it's only left for one event. Who knows, it may be back yet again. But it is time for us to start talking about our very first matchup here. This is the opener to the Montreal Major. It doesn't get much bigger than this for both of these 2 teams. They've got an incredible opportunity as they go head-to-head. Falcons and Virtus Pro. I feel as though this has a lot of storylines, Fox. This has polarizing opinions, polarizing play styles.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have really cemented themselves throughout the history of how they want to play. Virtus Pro has always been a consistent team throughout their history of being a team, back into Empire. Falcons, they have a little bit newer of a showing and some new players on the team too to be able to make it to the main stage, but they have been very interesting, very enjoyable to watch, so aggressive, and it's the complete polar opposite to Virtus Pro.
Well, exactly, like you were just saying, polar opposites. You look at Virtus Pro, historically, they have been just a very slow, methodical paced team where if you don't take advantage of that and you let them set up, you will lose. Then you look on that other side of it and you look at Falcons, nothing but sheer aggression coming out of that team. So it's going to be interesting to see who can quickly adapt to one another and adjust their playstyle to compensate for what they're going to be going against.
If you're leaning into a playstyle here, which one are you going for on stage?
If you're feeding off the crowd, you definitely want to have that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, I think the aggressive playstyle, especially in the current meta of Siege, you don't want to get stalled out. The attacks are very important to make sure that you're picking up pace, so aggressive playstyle is favored.
Now, it is time to start breaking down VP. Lax, this team, they've had an interesting run so far. How do you feel?
So the interesting thing is, when you're looking at VP, the thing that we've just recently said, historically they have been a slower paced team, more methodical, but what we actually have recently seen in that BDS match, they are quickly transitioning to be a faster paced team. I have a clip here going into round 8 where VP, they see the opening. This is Pasha's first time playing Blitz here that we're seeing it, and he's getting this control. He takes E-Box, he gets this Vigil pick, he then takes Fountain, and what he is doing here, he is applying pressure across the map here to get this top floor secure, to force all of BDS out of their power position, and they do a great job with this execute, and they follow it. They end up closing out this round in a 4v1. Now you transition into round 9. They want to go for a fast take here. We don't typically see this from VP once again. They do a great job with the smokes, with the glass. The Blitz goes in here. Pasha, once again, taking the map control here, taking the space. He does do a little hiccup here where he could have possibly played this a little better, but he got his job done. They get the bomb down. That's the important thing. But this is what worries me, because when you think of the strategic team, they're changing their pacing. They don't have a general understanding of how they want to approach this, and this round slowly starts to fall apart.
Yeah, and then you can see Virtus Pro just peaks out a little too aggressive, and it just goes to show that they're not too comfortable with this fast-paced playstyle, but it's nice to see them slowly transitioning into it. They are very dominant when it comes to the shields, which is good. It is a great start. But once you're able to get that opening and get into the site, you can't give up the free picks. And that's where a team like Falcons could take advantage of it. So Virtus Pro has to make sure that they're keeping that consistency, that structure, after they get that aggressive little burst into the site.
It's not easy to do that as well against a team like Falcons. They're very unpredictable. Robbie's been unbelievable, but we'll talk about them in a second. When it comes to matches in particular, there's always something that we need to talk about, which is the maps. I know that you've got something for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, so it's tough for me, especially going into this matchup, because Virtus Pro, when you look at their map pool, it's not very strong showing. And realistically, when you look at the map pool, it's not strong. I am going to completely wipe their map against Chiefs, where they went 7-2 on Bank and then went 7-0 on 7-0 on Bank and 7-2 on Club, because realistically that map pool should have never went that way. I think Chiefs definitely trolled in that favor, but when you look at their maps that they played throughout, they've only played Kafe, they've only played Border, so their map pool is not strong going into this. So when you're looking at Falcons, they have an 8 out of 9 map pool where if you are not counting the Chiefs game, BP only has 3
That's
out
scary.
of 9. That's
scary.
insane so far. And you have to be a risk taker when you're making it this far. So I'm hoping when we get to the map phase that we do see a little something different coming out of that.
Why are you just wiping off the Chiefs? Why are you doing those boys like that?
Well, they did get wiped out.
Look, they made it deep, okay?
They did,
That's all we can
absolutely.
talk about. A team that's made it deeper and actually beat them to go 3-0, well, qualifying at the very least, is Falcons. Really impressed so far with this performance, Fox. This has been a roster that a lot of conversations came into the Montreal major questioning, you know, what we were going to see, how well this was going to hold up internationally. Has it done so?
I mean, I definitely think so. Me personally, I believe that they are the underdogs that snowballed their way into being one of the fan favorites, one of the crowd favorites. Obviously, if you look at their Phase 1 showing, first game against Alpha Team, wasn't too much to take away from it. It was a very close game, especially against Alpha Team. No one expected them to even get a map, and that was Falcons that gave them their first. But since that point on, I mean, they've been unstoppable. The edge to the Falcons' attacks is how aggressive they are. They're one of the best attacking teams when it comes to understanding what the other team is defending and hitting it head on. The issue that's stopping them, they go through it. They don't go around it. And that's something that you don't see many teams have to deal with. And Falcons have been dealing with that immensely well.
Every good desk needs some visuals. I know you've got something for me.
I do. I mean, I have a clip that they did that against Dark Zero. They were actually able to completely identify
hoping to win this
where
by just
Dark Zero's issues were. This is a round where they lose 2 people immediately, and instead of just slowing down and just trying to get picks back, instantly they just walk into back archives and go for a fast OSA plan, and that's what leads them to be able to win the round because they just focus on the objective. Even being down a 5 to 3-man deficit, they don't worry about it. And the fact that Dark Zero was able to let them twice jump over the balcony to save their lives and be able to play time was just a blunder from Dark Zero, but it was nothing short of a miracle from Falcons to be able to understand and recognize the hole in the play. And Dark Zero was caught off guard with how fast Falcons adapted to losing 2 people. They didn't sit there. They didn't dwell on the fact that they lost 2 opening picks trying to deal with the issue. They immediately counteracted, and that's what got them that round win.
Now, every great team has a strong personality, but sometimes it has individual players that stand out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can talk about Falcons without mentioning Robbie. I mean, he's obviously been the best player at the event so far by a huge margin. He's currently plus 52 in the KD department. He's the #1 KD player at the tournament, the #1 rating player at the tournament, and he also is tied for the most amount of clutches at the tournament. So far, what can he do? I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a situation that he has put in that he is not successfully bringing his team an advantage. And he's been so immensely, just a great player because he's come out of nowhere to be able to take from Falcons as a team that was that 2nd seed in MENA to now claiming that 1st seed and showing up at the main stage.
Well, like you said, coming out of nowhere, and this is his first debut, and he is leading the charge for the entire event. I mean, that goes to show there is no pressure on this kid's shoulders. The sky is endless for him, and to see what he can do against BP now, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and at this point, I think what's more important than just a quarterfinal is an incredible trophy. See it behind us there under the beautiful glistening light. That looks absolutely tremendous. We've been really fortunate to speak to Ubisoft about what they think of this masterpiece. I'm here with Nelson from Ubisoft to discuss this incredible piece of art. Now, I want to get your first impressions. What was the idea surrounding having Skopos as, you know, really the trophy for this?
So Skopos is the seasonal operator, and we like to, you know, bring the new operators as a trophy every time. It's been a long time now that we do like Bust, and Skopos is very unique because it's composed of 3 different characters, and it was very, very challenging, you know, to decide which character we will use and why and how. So we decided to use the 2 robots and to mix them as one piece.
Now, it's huge. It's over 10 kilos. I want to get your kind of idea and thoughts on the process, because surely something like this would take a while.
Yes, it takes a long time to create. And so we work with an agency that is called Julio and Gaël. And it's a French agency, and they are amazing. They are very, very, very talented. They do many trophies, and we work with them for a few events now. And on top of that, they are amazing people. And it's a very long process. We had several iterations, you know, several ideas coming in, and this is the one that, you know, succeed, let's say.
And what's the significance behind having an operator interwoven into the trophy for such a big event?
So for us, it's very important, to link the esports and our game, and having the operators is the link between the game and what we have on stage, and it's the trophy. So it's the ultimate goal for the teams.
Nelson, thank you very much for joining us, and back to the desk. Thank you very much, Manik. What an incredible interview. He's got some class, doesn't he, that guy?
He's pretty talented. I think he did a great job.
I wouldn't say talented. He's probably talentless at this point. But it is time for us to really hone in on this matchup. Falcons, VP. We've already talked about the map vetoes, but let's start to break this one down a little more, Max.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is really going to be this is going to be the turning point for me, is what these maps are going to look like. So a Chalet coming out of Falcons, yeah. That honestly doesn't surprise me. They definitely have already seen what VP is able to do, so it's no surprise to me that they want to bring them here. Sure. It's the second map for me, because again, VP, the map pool is not strong for them. Yeah. So Kafe, again, not very surprised here. VP need to win this in a 2-0. I can't see whatever this third map is going to be. They need to solidify this game in a 2-0. I just cannot see them going distance. And in a very aggressive map like Border. Granted, we did see them change that pacing, and it was a 7-8 that they did lose to BDS. But when we're talking about Falcons, like Fox touched up, they are quick to adapt and adjust their playstyle as a whole.
They are, but you were mentioning that VP has to be risk takers when it comes to the main stage, and I do think we have seen elements of that, them trying to go faster, go to aggressive styled maps. So it makes a lot of sense for them to leave up something that may have been hidden in their arsenal, which is a Chalet. But obviously, when we talk about the attacks, fast attacks, Chalet is a map that thrives on it. And so far, the maps do look like they are in Falcons' favor. Even if the Kafe goes towards Virtus.pro, having that first and third map favor your side obviously puts you in a way better position for a whole best-of-3 series.
If I'm VP here, Rob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Falcons make the mistake and get overzealous, get way too cocky and confident and shut that down. And once I get that collapse on that opening pick, whatever that looks like, that is when I am going to put my foot on the gas. But if they cannot do that and Falcons just keep running away with every single round, especially in the opening pick department, specifically coming out of Robbie, again, this is not going to look good for VP.
How realistic is it for them to be able to do that? Because we've seen time and time again from Falcons, they have been notorious this event for breaking the mold and completely catching teams unexpected.
Well, when teams set up a wall against Falcons, they go straight through it. They bring the shields, they bring the aggressivity, and they just go directly through the source. Now, I agree with you. I don't think Virtus.pro is able to get it if they go to a best-of-3 to the full maps on Border. I just don't think their Border can match up to how Falcons is playing. But when it comes to Chalet, we do need to see VP pretty much win a 2-0, or else it just won't work out. Just because there's way too much adaptability when it comes to that map to be able to float around and find those opening picks. And if you can just go fast, get into the site and take it from Virtus.pro, their rotations so far have been very slow. They have been very lackluster.
Well, I just
want to say, the nice thing that VP does have is they have experience, endless amounts of experience with aggressive teams, non-aggressive teams. So it's just a matter of finding their pacing and how they want to go against this.
All right, well, we don't have to spend any more time on the desk. Thank you for joining us. But this is a matchup, a quarterfinal you do not want to miss.
So I don't think VP are the hardest team. We know how they play. They were our main scrim opponent for the whole stage, so we played every map. We know each other very well. Very good strategy to use against them would be like playing off time, because they're a very, very slow team. They are very aggressive and they are good at finding gaps of the opponents on the attack. They are like a new team still, and I think maybe the only weakness can be that they are new to the stage. We feel very confident. Some people see us like, okay, they reached top 8, that's the best they can do or something like this. But we have the mentality of winning the whole thing, and we're gonna show it. Hey Falcons, let's have a great match and make a good show. Hey VP, be faster and I'll see you there.
The journey to finding out which of our final teams will raise this trophy on Sunday evening begins right now. So many hours of Siege have been played in Montreal to lead to this point. It is time for our first quarter-final. Their confidence levels are sky high, and they are the first team to land on the main stage. It's Falcons! The second ever MENA team to make it to a major main stage. They do not want to let this journey end here. Their opponents are a group of grizzled veterans looking to clip some wings. It's VP! They've not seen a major main stage in quite some time, but they are now back with a vengeance. Joystick, J-Lad, come and join me just briefly for a quick chat before we get in. All right, as Joystick makes his way up here, the first quarterfinal to kick things off. I've just mentioned there that you're the second MENA team to make a main stage. If you make it into the semi-final past VP, that is some true history to be made. Are you feeling a little bit of pressure here?
I don't think we have pressure on us. We have nothing to lose, and we are here to make MENA proud.
Joystick, we did see you at SI, third place finish, but it has been quite some time since you've been on a major main stage. Good to be back?
Yeah, of course we are good. Like, we want to be there. We go through it like a lot of times, and right now we go through this stage, and we are really happy right now, and I think we are so confident on plan, so we are ready.
Lots of fans and I guess the broadcast team see Falcons as the potential underdogs here in the entire tournament, but you cannot overlook them when their confidence is this high.
Actually, we have like a lot of scrims versus them, so we know like their power. They're so strong, so I don't think they're underdogs. They're a pretty good team, so like we are still ready.
I did see you on the way out here on the bus, listening to all your music with your team. The vibes are high, and you think that you can go all the way.
We can. We have the mental to do it. We have the everything to do it. So we believe in ourselves.
Any last words for your opponent?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Guys, go and take your seats and get set up for the first map here. Let's get a handshake. Absolutely. We love to see it. The crowd goes wild. All right, let's get into this first one with our casters. It's Gus and Soniqs.
Thank you very much, Ian, as we are here in Montreal. Quarterfinals begin, main stage begin now for MENA, for Falcons. They've been here before, not so much Falcons, but GK back in Atlanta. Can this Falcons roster, though, do one better?
Yeah, I don't quite know. Time will tell. The map veto looking very good, though, for Falcons. I very much agree with the desk. Yeah. VP will struggle in 3 in this one. And VP, a team looking for redemption after a 2024 that has gone a little bit astray, but an opportunity to make a bit of a comeback here in Montreal.
It needs to be said, contrast in play styles here, and that's going to make this an enticing matchup. You've got VP, a little bit slower. They'll play the clock down, but Falcons, they will be fast. And they've got some good maps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So operator bans are going to be key in this one. What tools do VP try and take off the board? We know Falcons, as you mentioned, are going to be ultra aggressive in this matchup. And again, links back to the map veto. If it does go to border, Falcons should thrive in that environment.
I think for me right now, the fairy tale run of Falcons is something that you just have to hold on to and just grab it and ride it, because it's been an amazing journey. Phase 1 into Phase 2, now all the way to main stage. The first time we've seen this particular roster make it this far. Can they get to semifinals?
Tough question. As you mentioned, it would be very historic for the MENA region, and it would be awesome to see a team from a quote-unquote minor region with only 1 slot at the major make top 4. It would be phenomenal. And based on the way in which they played so far, through Phase 1 and Phase 2 thus far, I think they are deserved of a potential top 4.
What about Virtus Pro, though? Of course, we think back to Atlanta, Manchester, not making them, but then SI, what a dream run for them. Well, they did make it, but they didn't make it this far, I meant. They made that stage, though, for 6 Invitational. They made top 4 at 6 Invitational, but elsewhere they've fallen short. Now they get another opportunity to try and rematch that historicness, to be a top 4 team, to be a Titan out of the European region. Can they get the job done, though, against the fast hitting Falcons. Again, that contrast in playstyle, will it affect VP?
Yeah, there's definitely been some doubts cast over Virtus Pro at this particular event, most notably, again, the maybe lack of depth in terms of map pool, and it could prove costly in this potential series. They did, of course, in round 4 of the Swiss bracket fall to Team BDS as well, failing to find a map in that potential series, then taking down Chiefs in a confident fashion. So I think they come into this match with a little bit of momentum, but I'm sure they've been looking back at those Falcons VODs and being like, ooh, this could be a tough game.
Yeah, poor Chiefs, actually. They were the team that these two both beat to actually get into phase 3, of course. For Falcons and Virtus Pro, I think when you kind of look at this matchup, it feels like almost like old new in terms of the styles. I know we'll keep kind of talking about it throughout the course of this matchup, but Falcons breathe that new age Siege into their play style, whereas for VP, are they holding on to a long lost legacy of playing down the clock, 20 seconds, not moving out, not over peaking? And while it works, will this new age Siege counter it?
Again, it's a clash of the playstyles for this particular game, so we'll see if it is effective. There is the world in which VP can actually bait Falcons in with that aggression and punish them, but it can be tough.
What about Robbie? Best player at the moment throughout the tournament. He's got 130 EPS, outstanding for Falcons, plus 53 KD, plus 13 on the entry, high survival rate, and a 74% cost. He has been, so far, the tournament MVP. Is there expectations on his shoulders to perform here?
Yeah, absolutely. When you look back at international events, typically the team that wins will have that X factor, that big player on the roster that helps them get results across the line. I don't quite know if VP have had that going for them at this particular event, but main stage, with the experience that they have over so many years, that's when these kinds of players like your Joysticks of the world can fire up.
Yeah, I mean, Joysticks had a tremendous campaign so far as well, 109 EPS leading the way for Virtus Pro, but that really kind of highlights for VP, it's more of that team effort, but don't take it away from Falcons. They do play as a coordinated in-sync 5. I know Robbie leads from the front, but it's like the other 4 are all very much capable, and that has what I think has made them so formidable throughout their run through phase 1, through phase 2. When you come to these majors, there are some teams that are somewhat a little bit reliant on maybe 1 or 2 players, and while Robbie has been outstanding, they aren't reliant on just him. The rest of them certainly can pull their weight, but that is the strength of a Virtus Pro, is that all 5 players share the workload.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Falcons, for example, right, they've had Dov perform very well at this event, 72% cost in that more supportive role, hard breach attack, and then the likes of Mira Malusi on defense. He's going to have to fire up and allow those key fraggers to pop off for Falcons.
Social predictions right now going the way of Virtus Pro. Falcons somewhat the underdog. Montreal, who are you going for? It's a Virtus Pro? What about Team Falcons in the fairy tale run? I don't know. I think it maybe matches the social predictions a little bit, Guz.
Yeah, maybe. It's looking like a tight one. My heart is very much going for Team Falcons in this one, and in fact, my brain as well to an extent. I think the veto looks great for them. VP, they're going to have to really fight from outside of the corner here. They've been backed into a corner. Can they fight out?
It is quarter-final time at the Montreal Major as we get underway with Falcons and Virtus Pro. Well, it's chilly in the arena and it's chilly in Chalet. How fitting as we go into the opening map of this quarterfinal best of 3. Falcons, main stage for the first time as a roster, looking to do one better than their brothers back in Meta. GK in Atlanta made it this far but fell short of a semi-final appearance. For Virtus Pro, a sensational run at 6 Invitational but could not back it up in Manchester. Now a chance to redeem and once again make top 4.
So the bounty off the board then from VP. We kind of saw that one coming. Guards has been very prominent on the shields at this event, and whilst I think shield play overall has not been quite as strong as we probably expected, it is still powerful, and I won't see any further play here. The blitz though does remain with the Maverick to follow, so one hard breach off the board. The Valk, another expected defensive ban, and that will likely be followed up probably by the Azami, unless the VP want to throw something different into the mix. They are kicking things off on defense, and the name of the game for them is going to be withstanding the pressure and the aggression from Falcons. But I'm 1 for 1. Azami's off the board.
So Falcons will be attacking first here on Chalet. They're the 3rd best team remaining at the major in terms of attacking win rate. And they've also played a grand total of 114 rounds. And that's a little bit more than those that made it straight into phase 2. Of course, coming all the way from phase 1, they've had their fair share of siege getting to this particular point of the tournament. As we head into Chalet, it does kind of feel like if Falcons can win this map, border, the deciding map, is just there waiting for them. It's arguably going to be their best performing map. We've seen how devastating they can be on these more open maps. Get the swing game going, get the fast pace going, and VP might not know what's hit them, but to get there, of course, then in the second map, we've got the most defender-sided map at the tournament in Kafe.
Yeah, it's really going to be about setting the tone. And again, important to mention that for Falcons, this is somewhat unusual territory, main stage, a bit of pressure, a bit cold in the arena as well, so they'll be looking to adjust to those conditions as well. And looking to just set the tempo for this particular matchup. I don't think the operator bans that came through to reiterate the Monty, Mav, Valk, and Azami is really going to shake that up all too much. I'm sure both teams probably went in with a pretty general idea that that was the kind of composition we'd see taken off.
Well, final fist bumps and a short little delay, but getting into the first round, we will be for Chalet. Quarterfinal best of 3. It's a long day today. We've got a whole bunch of games here at the Montreal Major. It's great to see everyone coming in this Friday morning as we begin on Snow Wine. Chalet, Virtus.pro, and Falcons kick it off.
Let's jump into things then, and it is the clash on the board from VP for this opening round. So we'll see what kind of an impact that may have inside of the server for this opening engagement. Of course, the clash very powerful when it comes to stalling out time, and again, that's going to be the name of the game for VP in this first half. They're also combining that with Tubarao and the Kaid, so hard breach as well will be quite the challenge with the Maverick banned out.
Yeah, it certainly will be. For Falcons, now expect them to try and hit this hard and fast. They've got the blitz in place. You can clearly see they can play off of that at any moment. They don't necessarily need to rush into the building straight away, but when they do have that strategy in mind as to how they want to hit it, when they want to hit it, they do it as a team. They do not mess around. So VP will need to be wary of that, ready of that. And I'm also curious to see how VP are going to set up defensively. Will they look to engage these entry positions, look to be aggressive, try and stop Falcons before they can get even into the building, or look to maybe go back and play site? Now, when it is Snow Wine, though, you do want to go up above and you do want to roam.
The ram in play from Falcons indicative that they do want to get some vert control, and Dov will drone forward. You mentioned the potential roam here from VP, and there are several players offside at the moment. It is just the Tubarao and the Clash as expected on that basement floor, and a triple roam employed.
Well, Hashom's just mistimed them as they've made their way down library stairs. He could follow up, and they will not be necessarily aware that he slipped into this position. Clash down below as well. VP looking to maybe give up this first floor position outside of Dan at the moment over towards Trophy. And he's going upstairs as well, looking to at least be the solo lurker for VP to offer a point of difference here on the defense.
How long can Dan hold on there? Minute 44 still on the clock over towards Solarium, and not really under an immense amount of pressure at the moment. Falcons posturing over towards library stairs. The blitz likely to be the spearhead for this attack.
Well, I mean, the pacing for Falcons is already quite slower than what we've seen from them throughout the tournament. It's a minute and a half remaining. They haven't really gone to engage down below whatsoever. I think they're a little bit worried about this roam from VP, but it is only one or two players. Jalad will actually make first contact. Here comes the blitz, though. Guards will get the opening kill of the matchup. Pasha goes down, and advantage for Falcons temporarily.
Well, you can ban one shield, but you can't ban them both, and good drone work from Falcons to facilitate that push gives them the advantage. Shepard then on the Clash looking to respond himself. Bit of counter pressure again over towards this library stairs position. Joystick able to respond for one. That's Robbie on the ground, one of the key players for Falcons.
That's the top player of the tournament so far in the bin. Full white. Jalad still, again, low on health, so hard to push forward in through that breach. 45 seconds coming on up on the timer. Dove up above, looking to try and clear out this player down below. Can't find the answer, though. Falcons are getting stalled out. Joystick will fall. And with that, suddenly an opening again for Falcons in terms of manned advantage. Always, though, equals it back up, and you've still got this Clash to deal with, Guz.
The retake attempt up above here from VP looking good, and always able to lock down sight. Guards on 29 HP down main. We'll be looking to try and get this diffuser on the ground. Hashom to cover.
He's going to plant inside of the smoke over towards default position. Shepard making his way over. Always will actually just shoot through the smoke. Stop the plant from going down. Leaves just Hashom alone in a 1v3. The Clash of nuisance electrifying him to death here in the final stages of this opening round. Virtus.pro's defense looks to be able to hold strong as they kickstart with a round win here in the quarterfinals.
So a clean opening round then from VP on defense. Bit of a roam employed, and while Falcons did have a decent read on that, and we saw the blitz get some value in clearing it, VP able to reclaim that ground over towards Dining, made things difficult. Hasham not in the best of positions to try and cover the plant. And outside of the blitz, getting an isolated one, then didn't get value in the late round.
I mean, the pacing is the biggest contrast to what we've seen for Falcons throughout the tournament. When you can get to about that minute and a half mark, and they haven't really done a whole lot of clearing and pushing and being aggressive and wanting to swing angles and get in the face of VP, well, you know, something's off. VP not giving them an inch, and you can imagine that's pretty natural. That's their playstyle. Virtus Pro don't make mistakes all that often. They won't overpeak. They can sometimes look to concede position rather than losing player lives. As we head over towards Kitchen here, and a top floor hold coming up for Virtus Pro. This, though, could be a site in which Falcons could get a little bit more aggressive in looking to clear out that top floor in a timely manner.
Yeah, the one thing I'll be looking at with a keen eye is the time of that opening kill. I'm having a look back at that Falcons Chiefs game back on Chalet where they won 7-4. And a lot of those opening engagements were within the first minute of the round. In fact, quite a few within the first 30 seconds of the round. Whereas that one there, back in round number 1, it was just on the edge of about 2 minutes into the round, so.
Look at the lineup though, guys. Grim, Capitao. I mean, the Blitz, the Sophia, the Sets. It's all about this dislodgement of VP's position. Can you be a nuisance? Can you get them out of those positions to then try and get a pick nice and early into the round? VP will be more than happy to try and sit back, play those defensive angles, hold the long lines of sight. But maybe Falcons look to find a way to negate that with the operator lineup they're bringing in this round.
Yeah, on paper, this is a strong lineup into no Warden for defense. That being said, there is triple Nitro, and it does mean that positioning then from VP is going to be absolutely key in helping deal with this utility.
The sense is great here as well. There's a little drone hole in towards Trophy. You can throw that through with the ROU, clear up the shield screens, and then you can start to get really good position over a key area of a round such as this. Thought maybe we'd get an opening shot. Not yet from Hashot. Now he will take the shots. Not necessarily landing though. And this is what Falcons want though. They want these early engagements. This is when they're at their best.
Yeah, Falcons at the moment focusing their efforts up above. This double window, Rapal very strong and cutting off the cross on this top floor. Meanwhile,
Guard's gonna go. Oh, he didn't commit. Now he will with the flash pistol out. So far, always doing a tremendous job on the mute. The trade is imminent from Robbie, looking for more and will get the kill onto Pasha. Double from Robbie. Trophy stares control for Falcons, but a tremendous job from Always. Joystick stands up to the occasion as well. And this is, though, the game plan that Falcons want.
Position known. Joystick low on HP, needs to find at least one. Swings the corner, finds it, that's Robbie.
So low on health for Joystick, but so cool, calm, and collected to just fall back, play bathroom. There's a lot of time still remaining in this round. Knows Jalad is over towards the solar side of the map, so information at least on the one of the players. But again, the low HP for Joystick. His demise, and on the repel, no good. Dov gets the kill against Dan, and Falcons on the board.
And that's the chaotic brand of Siege that we are expecting more of in this best of 3. There's a bit of a dodgy start with the Blitz. I got a little bit concerned there for Falcons, but able to recover. Robbie getting himself inside of the server as well with a good round. And the clear on that top floor, really clean from Falcons. VP identified that as a big win con. They were pretty eager to hold the top floor. As we look through the replays of this particular round, Joystick as well, putting up a good fight and a decent swing, but was low on HP. And then J-Lad able to combine. And a good round from Falcons.
Already inside of the opening 2 rounds, you can clearly see the difference when they're finding the ability to play their own game style. Opening round, Virtus Pro, that fallback defense, force Falcons to clear sight late in the round, and that's not what Falcons want. Second round, though, up above, lots of contest. Lots of time on the clock, and Falcons able to do their thing, and they find success 1-1. Now, Chalet, very attacker-sided so far at the major, so for Falcons, they will need to get the rounds on the board in this opening half, or VP will be in a very good position. Already one defensive round, you'll take that with the way things have started, but Falcons on the board, and they'll feel good after that round. Robbie as well, double kill towards Trophy Stairs, helping out the Blitz that did kind of struggle. Guards in the 1v1 against Always on the mute.
Pretty classic setup then from VP on defense here for Bar with the extension up above, dual shields. Triple Jaegers as well to help against projectiles. And it does mean that Hasham will have a big role to play in this round with those Rotero drones. There is the mute in play as well though to compete with. So we'll see what Falcons elect to go for. perhaps a little bit more direct? Do they go for the map clear office across? There are options available with this composition. For VP, though, it's critical that they don't give away any picks for free or it will weaken the cross.
Yeah, Hashon trying to be a bit cheeky over towards Mudroom and see if he can get one early through the hallway. Making their way back to Barstock, though, will be Shepard. Just the one and only Nitrocell available for Virtus Pro in this round. Always a good thing to have. If you've got that Nitrocell Barstock position, you can throw it over towards half wall. Was a player temporarily. Robbie had one peeking at him from the closet. Wasn't able to find the shot. Still 3 death marks available on the Deimos. Again, with the Grim as well, you've got the ability to really clear out these positions. The Flores too, with those Roteros still up to deal with those deployable shields. Speaking of shields, the Blitz coming around the corner of Piano. It's a horizontal take right now for Falcons. VP, again, a site in which they can just sit back, play site, play the angles, force Falcons to push into them, not get into that roam game.
Dan yet to find a kill so far, but on the ward in this round plays a critical role in the face of this belt of utility. The onslaught that's about to come from Falcons. Good work with the Rotero and Robbie able to find the opener.
Oh, the trade, though, it's going to come through onto the Blitz. Of all operators, not one that you would like to lose, but only down at the moment, too, though. More following for Falcons. Dan has to go big here, holding in the mezzanine, and he swings aggressively, finds the kill onto Jalapintov's there for the very quick response. And a 1v2 now for Shepard down the hallway. Throws out a random Nitrocell at the mezzanine, but not there at the moment. Robbie looking for the pickup to get his Blitz back up, and that is a handy teammate to get back into the round. 2v1 now. As Shepard has used that Nitrocell, he falls back and he plays Barstock.
The Deathmark ineffective. Shepard inside of that mute jammer temporarily. Rotates over towards back of games. And the Blitz to push forward. Needs to try and isolate these picks, but unable to do so. Again, the Blitz providing really good value for Falcons.
Hotly contested round. The ability for Robbie to go back and get the pickup of the Blitz, though, probably solidified it at that moment in a 2v1 with the shield up. It was always going to be difficult. 2-1 lead. Falcons 2 rounds in a row. And VP, oh, just some nervous moments here on their defense at times. When the gunfights start to ring out around the map, that's when it feels like Falcons are in control.
Yeah, very much easier said than done to break that cross over towards Mez, but good work with utility. They isolated ones. Dan, they're not really in the best of positions to try and reclaim some control back in the round. Off the back of this push forward, again, Robbie continues to be ultra aggressive as expected and hitting his shots early on. We saw this nice little attempt from Dan, but a good trade. And then off the back of the res, again, guards able to get some good work done on site itself.
So 2-1 lead for Falcons here, early days, only the opening half of a best of 3. Snow Wine we head to for the 4th round. VP were successful last time on this particular objective. They're looking to repeat that success. They do bring the Clash once again on Shepard, but I feel like the Clash so far hasn't really been all that incredibly useful. And to be fair, in the opening round, it did stay alive, and it was a nuisance for Falcons, as they very much changed up their approach, though, quite significantly from the last time out of this site. I think they'll have far more emphasis on maybe trying to get lobby control, get the Boogie Auto breaches out from the Ram. Knowing full well that VP might not want to play into that full roam game, then you want to really put the pressure in from above.
Yeah, we'll say currently 2 defenders, though, are on 2nd floor. So indicative that VP will lean into somewhat of a roam. Whether or not they elect to peel off, try and get back towards start, we'll wait and see, or if they want to actually hold up above aggressively. I mean, this position from Dan, very forward in library.
Oh, called out though by Dov, and you've always got to be aware when Falcons are inside of the server and Jalad just gets rid of Pasha. The roam game not working for Virtus Pro, and nor should it against this Falcons roster that is just so strong around the map. VP somewhat moving away from what has made them so successful. Playing sight, playing close angles, forcing that clock to tick down, always trying to peek up library stairs. When you're down 2 players, you feel like you have to do something.
So much time now on the clock for Falcons to try and clear these final 3 defenders. Shepard trying his best to stall time out over towards library stairs. Track Stingers to prevent him now from pushing back up the staircase, and so he'll be locked into position. Meanwhile, always back on side, joystick storage. The roam has failed for VP in this round.
And there's so much time as well.
Yeah.
This is almost like a normal attack, even in a 5v5, and 2 plays down, and joystick core Floorboards have been ripped to shreds, and right now the defense too for VP in a similar manner. Needing to find that kill from always, but Hashom's just better. Even with the clash, Falcons just shoot right past it, almost ignoring it. Shepard, no! Okay! Makes a little stand and a 1v2 now remaining, but he's also only on 2 HP. Confirms the kill, but the plant has gone down successfully for Falcons, and while Shepard has done a nice little individual effort, surely he can't win the round from here, even flamed out temporarily in the hallway.
30 seconds. Can Shepard pull off a miracle? The cross established.
He has to put the shield away at this point and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yellow ping information. Can he find a quick pick? Tap, not going to be enough. Needs to spray that. Time running out as well. So guards will hold on for Falcons. And Falcons with a 3-1 start here in the quarterfinal against the experienced Virtus Pro.
And they're playing a brand of Siege that is going to work best against VP. It worked really well phase 1, phase 2. They're playing with confidence. They're clearing these roams largely uncontested and then putting a ton of pressure on the remaining defenders from VP, who aren't really then even being given an opportunity to go for playmaking opportunities to maybe recover rounds. So they find themselves in a tricky spot. The Falcons during this tactical timeout, I'm sure they're discussing it, of just recomposing, doing more of the same. And for VP, they now need to commit to a play style of either doubling down and tripling down on their efforts offside or instead bunkering.
4 rounds in, 3 opening kills so far for Falcons as well, so they're controlling the early portion of the round. They're doing a decent job in the middle portion, and, well, clearly, 3 rounds to 1. They are executing at the end. So Virtus Pro kind of losing in all categories at the moment. It is, of course, attacker side of Chalet. We expect Falcons to do well in this half, undoubtedly. But they are absolutely dominating. And again, you think about, well, you're playing Snow White, typically. You go for that roam game up above, but against Falcons, that roam game is always going to be very difficult to execute properly. And outside of a shining little moment from Shepard, it really was a one-sided round for Falcons as they just are getting better and better as the half progresses. 2 more rounds to go in this opening half. Can Falcons go all the way and try and get a 5-1 lead, then heading into their defense would set them up very nicely.
To offer a little bit of context for Chalet at this event thus far, the attacking win rate does stand at 54.2%, so it's a 4-2 benchmark in favor of the attack. Falcons very much on track for that at the moment. VP, not much resistance in the last few rounds. We'll see what they can offer here for the 5th. In terms of composition, rather frag heavy from defense. Alla will be able to roam around.
Do you want to roam around?
Well, it's a risk you've pretty much got to take, I think, at this point. Pasha, though, 0-4, looking to get himself in this match.
If you are going to roam around against Falcons, you very much have to be switched on. At any point, they can make an entry, either into games, into Mudroom, and that's why he's got those Grismont mines placed, ready for those entries. Drone has spotted the feet of Pasha. They know that he is loitering around Library Stairs. But of course, with the Alla and those Grismont mines, he can at least delay their entries a little bit, try and slow down this aggression of Falcons. Drones in towards top floor. Robbie 4 and 3. But again, as we kind of said pre-match, it's not just the Robbie show. Entry, though, from said Robbie, the MVP of the tournament, makes his mark in the opening portion of this round. He's got red ping information as well to play off. That's a kill. No way he messes this one up, although he's making a little meal of it, is Robbie. That's all right. All for the cameras. Just make it look a little bit more difficult than it needed to be. 6 and 3. For the highest rated player at the tournament, and VP's defense is getting shredded. Shepard with a chance to maybe shoot one back through the hatch, but misses the shot. Always going for a power play, but it's the Claymore that shuts him down. 4-1 for Falcons.
That is a very concerning round for VP. Off the back of the tactical timeout, that's one thing. But in the face of that composition, it's another. We did not see primary hard breach at all from Falcons, and the secondaries from the Ying were not used at any point in time during that round. They were able to just smash their way through the top floor clear, made it look really easy. The vertical control was not even needed in the end either. So any win con there for defense was basically gone in the first 45 seconds of the action phase. So incredibly concerning for VP, especially if the analyst desk is right, Jake. They're expecting, if this goes to a 3rd map, Falcons should be able to get it across the line.
Well, the second rated rated player for Virtus Pro is Pasha. 105 EPS, +8 on the KD. He's actually +0 on entry, which is not bad necessarily. There's a lot of players that are negative at times, but right now he is 0 and 5. You're missing a big chunk of VP's firepower if Pash is not firing. He can't get involved at the moment. Whereas on the flip side, when you look at Falcons, like everyone is performing to the expectations in this opening half. 1 round to go before we flip sides. Falcons, can they go 5-1 up? All things considered, if this goes 4-2, then VP might just be able to scrape by despite being rather dominated with a decent half on defense Chalet.
Yeah, if the numbers are anything to go by, a 4-2, very much salvageable for VP, but Falcons are playing with that energy and that intent that we saw through Phase 1 and Phase 2. They haven't frozen up at all here main stage, which is a very promising sign for them.
It is a little chilly in here, so...
Well, yeah. They are bringing the heat, though. It's warming up.
They are bringing the heat inside of the server. Virtus Pro not dealing with it, though. But again, if they can find a way to close out with a round win here, VP could put themselves back in a decent position, then going into their own attacking half. All the entry kills so far, bar 1, have gone the way of Falcons through 5 rounds played. They're up 4-1 in that department, along with the corresponding scoreboard. Guards, Solar into bedroom, looking to just clear across here, doing their due diligence. Red ping information as well that they can play off over towards library stairs, along with the mezzanine is where VP are, of course, contesting.
A very similar setup to what we saw last time around with dual shield, Warden in play, Jaeger as well. So projectiles might not be the win con for Falcons in clearing out these positions. Guns up.
Well, last time Robbie got one from this very position. Carelessness on the defense from VP. Have they learnt lessons?
They didn't bring the Flores this time around, so we'll see if that has a negative impact on Falcons and their ability to clear this utility. At the moment, though, just being patient.
Well, this is the least good part for VP. We're getting closer to that 1 minute mark, and that's probably about the time if you're VP where you really want Falcons engaging you. Not so much the 1.5 or 2 minute mark. The later the better if you are Virtus Pro here on the defense. Joystick even finding an opening kill. A rare sight for VP in this half. And with that clock ticking down, you have to start swinging angles that maybe you haven't cleared properly, and Robbie will fall coming out of Piano. On that side on the balcony, and Falcons are now down a couple of players. VP, for the fact that they've been dominated for so long in this half, could find a very, very required second round. As Robbie gets brought back up, it's still just 4-5, but there's only 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Falcons not with a ton of utility now. They'll need to try and brute force their way through. And that's the result.
Well, that's certainly going to seal the round, you would imagine, now with only Dolph remaining as the solo. And yes, he does find 2 kills, but no time. And the explosion of the Nitrocell for Virtus Pro, and for all the dominance from Falcons, and for how good they have looked. It's only a 4-2 half. 4 attacking rounds on Chalet, par for the course. VP now get their turn.
Yeah, that round, one of the rare occasions where the utility largely left standing for defense, and then Falcons finding themselves in several unfavorable fights. VP then able to confirm the round, and in doing so reach pretty much the benchmark. I think they'll be decently content with the half. But Falcons certainly showing some flashes of brilliance, more than a few. And if they can bring that kind of energy onto defense, VP could find it difficult to break down.
Yeah, we got kitchen and dining to begin the second half as we go back to the replays here. And for VP, again, a rare sight, opening kill, able to then follow off of that. So a really good round individually from Joystick to be able to go and find those kills, open things up. And at that point for Falcons, when you're down a couple of plays, it's a lot harder to use the body of numbers to just swing these positions and these locations, go for that trade game. And that's why that opening kill is so, so important for either of these two teams in a matchup like this. VP now get their opportunity on attack. And we'll see if they can maybe go one better, or if this one could even potentially head to OT with the way things are shaping up.
Time will tell as we prepare for the 7th round. Castle in play from Falcons. So looking to stall out the clear up above. We'll see how VP look to deal with that.
Well, if you want some of the statistics as well here, Guz, Falcons, second highest team defensively, only behind FaZe Clan. As good as they are offensively, they can and do play well on the defense. So something to consider. It's certainly not going to be a walk in the park for VP to find these attacking rounds here on Chalet, even if the map is slightly favored to the attack. And I am also curious to see 3 Nitro cells. How aggressive do Falcons get on the defense? I would imagine we'll probably see a little bit more movement from them defensively than in comparison to what we saw from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's a quad stack on the top floor with Dov playing sentry over towards those trophy stairs. VP looking to take it head on from office across the castle barricades, as I mentioned, just stalling things out a little bit. There is dedicated primary hard breach though for VP with the ace and the secondaries on the fuse. Fuse as well, the talking point always will be looking for vertical control to then flush out site itself. Dov goes for a peek outside over towards that double window position. Notices it's clear. Joystick with a flash in through piano. Meanwhile, though, office being opened up.
I mean, also no roam or flank from Falcons. Oh! They're holding back at the moment. Fuse going off, and it's going to be Hashom to fall. Opening kill for Always, and Hashom on the floor as well. Great start offensively for Virtus Pro. Falcons, can they find a way to bite back? Guards playing down below, in sight. But Hashom now pretty much left on an island to just bleed out by himself. No saving him here. Jalad still over towards Piano. Just looking to deny VP the position to just waltz on in. Top floor, get that full vert control. Of course, it is kitchen and dining. Joystick on the roam. The one thing VP's doing really well in this round is map control. Falcons not doing it either. They're just sitting, playing site, playing the vert. There's no flank, no one west main, no one basement flanking. But they do get the revive onto Hashom. Deathmark comes out. Position will be known onto Dov, being relayed over to the Deimos, but that gets cancelled. 30 seconds left in the round for VP, and suddenly they've been stalled out.
Well, they need to disrupt this vertical hold up above. These lines of sight down towards the objective from Falcons could be enough. That being said, fights going the way of VP, and a 2 versus 4.
Down to Guards and Dov. The two brothers, 15 seconds. Great shot, headshot, drop down, Deathmark coming out. Kid got stopped. Guard with 10 seconds just has to deny the plant from going down. Dan is low, doesn't matter. Pasha makes a welcome return for Virtus Pro, and they're on the board on the attack here in the second half.
Super clean attack then. Overall, kick started off the back of the fuse. That clear into office, very disruptive for Falcons. VP, though, identifying that they needed control again up above, and they won those fights out. There was one last-ditch attempt from Falcons to recover the round, but not in the best of positions to do so. And yeah, really liking what we saw there from VP in their opening attack. And it just puts a little bit more pressure now back on Falcons.
Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? That's kind of what we were saying going into the second half, is that for Virtus Pro now, they get to go on the attack. They get to have the fun of attacking Chalet. And while Falcons certainly did a decent job to get that time down, considering the circumstances, losing a couple of players early on, Hashom had to get revived. They did have good vert control. Ultimately, though, the pressure from VP was enough. They got into sight. They were able to start trying to stick that plant down. Really good signs for Virtus Pro, I think, in that round. The map control that they were able to get as well, moving around the map. I didn't feel like Falcons did a good enough job there. Like, where are the flanks? No one roaming basement or west main trying to push in, keep the corridor control, nothing towards the library side. I feel like Falcons as a team are at their best when they're moving around the map and they're trying to play that swing battle nice and fast, get the gunfights going.
So it is bar then for round number 8, and we'll see what kind of play style Falcons elect to employ for this particular round. From the attack, we have the striker in play, so utility dump going to be arguably a big win con. Hashom, though, does find the first hit in the 8th round, and oddly enough, it is the striker off the board. Able to rotate away. So not the best of starts this time around for VP. We'll see how they fight from a disadvantage. Early drone work currently over towards the trophy side of the map. Joystick on the buck, likely to try and get control up above for Vert. Can also get value horizontally from that skeleton key as well. Meanwhile, though, J-Lady Master Bedroom gets punished. Pasha on that Solar Repel gets a free kill.
Yeah, I think this is better for Falcons, even if it is just 4v4. You've lost Jalad. You want these fights, but falling back is the Malusi of Robbie. Somewhat getting tamed a little bit in terms of his survival rate, but he does still have 7 frags to his name. Pasha now from 0 and 5, now to 3 and 5. And he's starting to get involved with Virtus Pros. This match is really tightening up. Pasha, the swing. The Malusi was left side. It could have been an easy kill onto Robbie, but misses the shots altogether. But alas, they do take position towards Piano. Good map control again for Virtus Pro. And so far looking very nice on their attacks.
There was that small window of opportunity, though, for VP to gain an advantage, and it goes astray. We'll see if that proves costly as we slowly progress towards the final minute 15 of the round. Shield still standing, top library stairs, and a mirror window facing through mezzanine to the double window. Dolby going to try and hold down that line, but conscious of the swing from Piano. Ash charge in response from Pasha lands, and so Dom's position now compromised a little bit, but the Goyo utility as well.
Good stall out.
Offering good stall.
And even with that mirror window that has been broken, it's still a difficult position to push into. So aggressive right now, though. The push coming in.
Wow.
The Virtus Pro, Shepard just went for it, and so did Joystick. They thought they could maybe overwhelm the position, and that is a down outside, and that is what Falcons firepower looks like. Huge 5th round acquired for the MENA team, and extend their lead here in the second half.
Really good stall out then from Falcons from those positions, with the shield still standing in the mirror window for the most part, feeding information. That cross top floor difficult to break down, and VP trying to brute force it in the end, unsuccessful. So good comms from Falcons, great patience in just baiting that attack in, proved very effective, and a good response. Round 9 then, basement, we will go for this one. And a lot of stall out utility once again on the board for Falcons, spoiler alert. But we look back at that prior round, and Pasha got a nice kill there. Unfortunately, they missed a second opportunity later on. And did it punish VP a little bit? Perhaps. But the hold from Falcons was just too strong.
I think that's the round, the catalyst to really feel like for Falcons, hey, we're really getting this done. 5-3, a couple rounds to go. We one map up in a quarterfinal. Already making main stage is a dream come true for these players from MENA. To then go to a semi-final would be something extraordinary. They've started really well here, and maybe a sport peak from guards. Unsuccessful though, the blitz leading forward, and Shepard will of course guard for his teammates against. Guards, 5-3, VP can now make entry over towards the trophy. We're once again being met though, this time by Robbie. Not even top fragging anymore with Dov onto 9 kills. Really again highlighting that for Falcons, it's not just the Robbie show.
Well, he's only got a 50% cost in this match so far, so he has been a little bit inconsistent, but Falcons not being overly reliant on him in this match, which is a positive sign. Falcons not wanting to give away much in the way of map control for free so far, contesting pretty much every entry point on the exterior so far. In fact, Shepard's still outside, potentially looking to posture for a back hit. But again, Robbie up above, and J-Lad has repositioned. So again, they're just not giving anything for free, which is the perfect way to play against VP, because it will drain time.
I wonder if for VP, do they look to try and bring the aggression down a little bit, maybe over-aggressive in the last round and to push over towards mezzanine. They can play that slowdown if they want. Still one line scan available with the EE1D. Adrenal Surge is still all fully banked up. Along with the Blitz, you can still go for a really good fast push later in the round. There's no wine, so it's all about just playing calculated, clear out the roamers. Gillette, though, has not been cleared. Never mind, he has. Very sharp shot from Joystick as he gets the opening kill for Virtus Pro here on their attack. Gives them that player advantage. Now they can certainly think about throwing bodies aside, but a peek. At this point, you don't need to peek. Fall back, play side. Falcons don't give them any more. That would have just been a waste of life, and Robbie towards bot West main. A trade, yes, but VP still with the advantage. 4 versus 3, and Falcons now just thinking about looking to delay. Fireplace stairs up in flames with the Vulcan canister popped.
Only now in the final minute of the round, VP converge into the map itself. 2 Zoto canisters available for guards, but it looks like there's information in play as well on site for Virtus Pro. Vertical with the shotgun, unable to net the pick. Dov looking to fight back aggressively to bring it back into a 3 versus 3. 30 seconds on the clock, and Falcons doing a pretty good job of withstanding this pressure.
No nitro cells, 2 Zoto canisters. Guards could look to just throw that on the floor and just stop them from being able to run in quickly. There's not a lot of time remaining. Dov contact towards storage. One adrenal surge remaining from Dan on the Vinker. Hashom though, huge kill onto Always, and with little time remaining in the round, it's all evened up as the Blitz makes its way through Blue Hallway, trying to just get in towards the site. Dan in towards Stowe, now looking to stick the plan as they find the kill onto Dov. Top frag of the Falcons, up close and personal though. Shepard finds a huge kill. The plant is successful. Guards can't do anything about it. Back and forth we go here on Chalet. Into the 10th round with the scoreboard looking at 5-4. Falcons, well, that lead shrinks a little bit more. 1 round differential.
That's a really fun battle to watch in the final minute. VP doing the right thing on paper and trying to get an advantage through Vert. And Falcons not really conceding an inch. Unfortunately, though, they did succumb to that pressure in the end after Hashom was able to find that one. Eventually, they got something from Vert, and then the Blitz as well through Blue offered a lot of value. Good coverage on the plant attempt as well. And some half smiles from VP, which is good by their standard.
Well, one of the big change-ups, really, if you kind of look at the first 5 rounds, 4-1 in opening kills for Falcons. Since then, 4-1 now, though, for Virtus Pro. So they've really been able to turn that metric around. They're starting to get the opening kills. VP are starting to do better in the early portion of the round. In the first half, it was really all 3 metrics being won by Falcons. VP is starting to get some semblance of control there, and even the late-round executions now improving here in the second half. Lo and behold, of course, they're on attack. We get that, but Falcons don't need many more rounds. So for VP, they've still got to be very clean, execute very nicely on these attacks to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Falcons so close to that match point margin. Can they get there? 10th round, 5-4, as Virtus Pro make their way towards the building once again.
So we will see the fuse employed once more. We saw that ultra effective over towards Office in clearing out the bandit juggle attempt from Hashom, and so I suspect we'll see something similar here in the 10th round. Elsewhere on the opposing side of the map as well, Solver locked down, Robbie as well, close by in Office as well. Those Yokais will provide some good information if they are to be played aggressively up above. And goes without saying that the utility on site late is also a big win con. J-Lad, though, finds the first, and Pasha, who has had a bit of a rough day at the Office so far, 4-7. On that Thatcher falls.
Yeah, I mean, he was 0-5, then brought it back to 4-6, so he's starting to find the improvement, but he does fall early in this round. Lose the Thatcher. Don't think it's going to matter too much. So down a player now for VP. Can they find success in a round in which they do not have the early advantage? Not since the second round has a team got the opening kill, but then gone on to lose the round. So it's been since round 3 to round 9. If you get the opening pick, you win the round. It's an intriguing metric to follow, but not one that is always accurate. And maybe a chance for VP to offset that trend. Joystick over towards the solar side, looking to open up the window here, but up close is Dov on trophy stairs. 2 Nitrocells available still for Falcons too on the defense, and up now a player. They don't have to do as much. They don't have to force as much here. Wait for VP to push into them. Dov, though, aggressive. Up close on the window. Finds a nice kill. The second over the right side, but he can't find the angle. And Dan, though, on the balcony does get one back, but they lose another. Hashom down over towards top library stairs, and Dan will fall to Jalad. This round falling apart for Virtus Pro, and only Shepard remains. In a 1 versus 4. Hashom certainly could get brought back up, but I imagine he will very soon. Even the shots through the floorboard off of the Kuan Hive launcher pings from the canister of the Bees, not doing enough. And it's about to be 6-4 for Falcons, you would imagine. They are about to have 2 match point opportunities here to begin this quarterfinal best of 3. Shepard just trying as hard as he can, but Falcons had this one locked up. 2 map points. It's a pretty good position to be in if you are Falcons now, close to taking this opening map.
Really good read there from Falcons in the prior round, and whilst Robbie has been very exciting to watch at this event thus far, Dov not too far behind. He read into that rotate over towards Solar on the rappel, and in the face of a potential 6-flash dump, able to get aggressive and give his team the advantage. And the rest of the hold elsewhere was clean. There is that pick, 5 versus 3 from that position. Very difficult to lose. Hail Mary attempt from Always, but a good trade again. Dov man of the hour. And Falcons now with an opportunity to win this first map.
Well, they're saying easy. They're starting to pump themselves up. They're on a bit of a run. When we think about these majors, so many times historically teams can just go on a run. So many teams, you think back, Atlanta, Manchester, both featured teams from phase 1 into phase 3, but their runs fell short at this point. Falcons looking to go one further. They've got 2 opportunities to close out the opening map of Chalet. A reminder, Kafe to follow. After this is the map pick of Virtus Pro, where I would imagine they will feel far more comfortable. But Border as a decider just feels so tantalizing because it really should be a great map for Falcons. Again, opening kills have been such a strong metric in this match. Not since round 2 has a team lost a player first and gone on to win the round. So important for Virtus Pro here on the attack that they can enter the building cleanly, find the opening pick, use their numbers, hit site.
Already half the drone economy chipped away at by Falcons, so that's good work from defense. And so we may see VP become a little bit more reliant than usual on some of these info gathering tools like the Logic Bomb from Dockerby and the Bees from Grim. But what kind of play do they go for in this round? Bar, of course, in play. Just the one deployable shield for Falcons, presumably above. Aggressive through office once more. We've seen this prior.
There's one up close. Shotgun. There is a shotgun here for Robbie inside of the closet. Clearing it out is Joystick. Opening kill. Virtus Pro. They deal with the offset hold there from Robbie. Very aggressive to be extending that far into the closet. And now losing his life opens the door for Virtus Pro here. But can they convert? Still need to clear so much over towards Library Stairs. Dog, though, does fall on the Warden. VP in a very winnable position here to try and send this to 6-5 and look to try and send it ultimately to then overtime.
A flank opportunity here for J-Lad. This could be the only win con remaining for Falcons in this round. Has a sound cue, but Joystick is watching the flank.
Easy kill for Joystick, and the flank from J-Lad will be easily picked apart. Guard's feeling like he needs to make something happen here to bring numbers back in a fairer margin for Falcons. Down the hallway, unable to tap his way to success. Nitrocell ripped, praying, hoping, but nothing answered off the back of that Nitro. Hashon has to go quite large here. Over towards top library and on the move, maybe to get in an off-angle position, catch them off guard, but no. Nowhere is safe right now for Falcons on the map as VP are looking to make this flawless, and indeed they will. 6-5. Falcons now under the pressure. Only one more match point round available unless they find it here. It will be overtime forthcoming.
I've really enjoyed the positive intent from Falcons at this event so far, but in that prior round, Robbie a long way away from the objective in no man's land, got caught off guard, and as you mentioned, opening kills have been critical in this match, so losing that then put a lot of pressure on the rest of the hold, and VP, with a better read in towards the mirror hold top floor, did a better job in dealing with it that time around, and then an immense amount of pressure on the remaining defenders. So clean work VP, good read, good opening duel. Here was that essentially free kill from Joystick, who then also shut down the flank attempt here from J-Lad. So good round from Joystick. Always fun to watch him on the Ash ACOG farming in that particular round. Flawless for VP as they look to remain composed.
And the first flawless that we've had so far as well in this match. What a perfect time for Virtus Pro to do it in such a clean fashion. Final round of regulation. Falcons wanting to confirm the opening map there. Opening map. If they lose this map, Kafe is quite daunting. But VP hot on their heels. 3 Nitrocells available for Falcons in this round, and I do wonder if they'll change their mindset, look to play a little closer to site. How aggressive were they in that last round with Robbie towards closet on a Bar Games defense? You don't need to extend, especially by yourself, that far. Credit to Virtus Pro and being able to get those clean kills. Snowwine, certainly though a site in which does enable the roam game. And the EE T1D coupled with the Deimos death mark onto JLad. Good information early on here for VP.
Yeah, no mute on offer here from Falcons, so those death marks will be incredibly effective. What kind of read does VP now have? Joystick sent in off the back of that information. Looking to obtain map control, early contact in through office. JLad trying his best to peel back towards site. Has been rather successful so far, not cut off. Dan was not holding that rotation. And so for Falcons, they've been able to wither away about half the round rather successfully. JLad still in library though, and Dov's supporting from the staircase. So keep that in mind. That could be huge for Falcons in this round.
I think Falcons have played this round perfectly so far. It's almost like the perceived pressure will fire a couple of shots, show some bodies up above, force them to clear out this top 4 position, but ultimately looking to just fall back, play site, keep bodies up. We don't need to find a kill. More than happy for them to just keep it as a 5v5. You got Vulcan canisters, a mirror window that needs to be dealt with. So much utility on the site itself that VP will need to extend over and deal with. As we get closer to the 1 minute mark now, Virtus Pro slowly making their way over to Snow Wine.
And keep in mind the Fenrir in play as well. So the stall out util here from Falcons could be massive if VP are unable to clear it. The Zoda canisters, you can see, stalling out hard breach, 50 seconds now on the clock, and the pressure is beginning to mount for VP.
There's so little time. You've still got 3 Nitrocells as well for Falcons. This really should be 7-5 territory unless they mess this up. There's not enough time for VP. Nitrocell so strongly as it gets rid of Joystick. Now Falcons have got the player advantage, 1 HP for Hastron, but that's all you need. Never mind, Pasha comes in, cleans him out. This is about to get really messy here in the final stages of this round. Robbie falls and so does Dol. VP with a quick double, making it triple, and suddenly JLad the only one left up, and he's all the way top floor. VP pick apart the site. Shepard to stake the plan, but it does not matter. Overtime to kickstart the quarterfinals.
Wow. I really didn't think that looked great from VP, but the belt of util was amazing in the final portion of that round. The flames over towards Con. Their attacking pattern was really clean. Able to win those entry fights in towards the objective, and then Falcons left in a position where they unfortunately were unable to respond. Now they do have that tactical timeout still in pocket, and they'll bring it out here at the 6-6 scoreline. Falcons will be on attack. It was strong for them to kick things off, and we'll see if they're able to double down here in overtime. But it's been a really exciting match thus far. VP have maintained composure. Falcons, can they bring that energy back for overtime?
3 of the last 4 rounds for Virtus Pro bringing this back. Falcons looked like they were in control. They had this one, couldn't quite close it out in regulation. They do still have the double attack now in overtime, which could be enough to get the job done, but credit to VP. We know they like to play this low clock time management, but they were able to execute into sight so efficiently, so quickly, that even a team like Falcons just weren't ready for it. Have to ask though, with 20 seconds left, JLad still top floor, was quite questionable in terms of positioning. They had 1 less player in the site when VP were hitting. That could have been a difference maker. So 6-6 to begin this best of 3. Again, it feels like this is a map that would be so important for Falcons. Kafe might not be their strong suit. It should suit the playstyle of Virtus Pro. Doesn't mean that they can't win it, but by golly, would VP be favored on that map. Defense to begin for Virtus Pro here on Chalet overtime.
So VP then over to Bar for this first overtime round. And again, as we've seen throughout these defensive rounds from VP, it's the double shield setup, so very traditional for the top floor extension. 1 top library stairs, 1 mez. And then you have the projectile catch of the Jaeger, and potentially some of Rooney Gates as well. No floors though this time around from Falcons again. And I think that may have cost them a little bit last time out, where the utility game was strong from the defense. So we'll see what kind of impact it may have this time around. Good early drone work though for some office control. Dol as well on the Twitch drone able to get to work, but it's JLad to find the first, and Joystick, who's been on fire over the last few rounds, is now in the grave.
Slight advantage for Falcons. They've been so clinical on their attacks, and even here into overtime after a little break from their defense. Is this going to peek up to the window? No, from always. Back to Library Stairs, he will hold on the Frost. I would imagine there's a Frost mat at the window as well. Deployable shield dealt with very easily by the frag grenade. So always positioned now, more susceptible. By the way, credit to Pasha, from an 0-5 start to 7-7, massive turnaround. So 7-2 essentially from the beginning of the game. He's got himself back in, and certainly a factor for Virtus Pro. Robbie looking to open up the walls. He's gone a little bit quiet as the game has progressed, but fortunately he's got J-Lad and Dov covering for a lot of the firepower. A little standoff here for Hashom outside on the balcony. 90 seconds left in this round to open up overtime. And while Falcons do have the player advantage, they still need more map control. They still need to put more pressure onto Virtus Pro.
Double secondary hard reach then through Office for guards looking to expose this Mez position. Minute 15 on the clock. And the util belt from Falcons still strong. 3 Grim Bees and full bolts for the Capitao. Fire grenades also available for Deimos. Meanwhile, Hasham again lurking in Mudroom. He loves this position.
Yellow ping. Oh, he couldn't take the shot initially. Maybe there was just a chance to find a quick kill. To double up the advantage. So many yellow pings going out. Drone into sight for the Falcons. Clearly getting so much information here. Will this be a kill found onto Shepard? He does still have a Nitrocell as well. Shots in towards Mudroom, but it's Robbie that gets the kill onto Always. Double down the advantage now for Falcons. Pasha looking to retake Library Stairs from his fallen comrade as now the shots go out. One down over towards Office. Pasha still holding strong in this position. Looking to keep Falcons at bay from taking top floor.
Meanwhile, Falcons now looking to go a little bit more direct towards the objective. Barstock still being held though, 10 seconds.
Not a lot of time, in red time we go. Oh, shot from Shepard. He keeps Barstock under control as Pasha makes his way down Library Stairs. Turn around 180. It's so amazing, but loses out to the Mudroom. Push from Hassan. Out of mud. For such a dirty room, that push was oh so clean.
Patience rewarded then for Hasham in the prior round. We saw him sitting and waiting with so much information, but not the window of opportunity to capitalize upon it until the dying seconds of the round, with VP looking up, putting down one hell of a final stand, but not enough. In the end, the clear above, strong from Falcons, and Robbie again looking also sharp.
What a shot from Robbie.
Yeah.
I mean, credit to Pasha to be able to fall back and retake Library Stairs, keep that under control, clearly understanding you've still got one in Barstock. If we can keep them at bay, up above, it means they have to then rush into sight. Nicely done from Hashom. And just like that, Falcons once again with map point, as they had in regulation, but BP, they go on to the attack to try and send us to a 15th round and send us all the way.
Attack has reigned supreme on this map so far. Can Falcons subvert expectation, close it out 8-6, or is there still some life left here on Chalet for VP to try and capitalize upon? Different site for the second OT round. We go to Dining. And this composition from Falcons has me excited. Hasham has been lurking a lot here at the major. And it's the Vigil Boss G in play.
Crowd finding their voice for Falcons as they're once again in a position that they can look to take this opening map. Looking to dare to dream for this MENA roster. For a region that has never made top 4. They are oh so close as they've ever been before. BP though on their attacks looked just as good as Falcons, and this is going to be a very difficult round to judge. Deimos in play and a death mark early on to Dov, holding top position inside a Solar, and they are right next to each other on this rappel. Who's going to want to try and take the contact? I think they both happy to just fall off. But Dov is a little bit stuck. Does have Robbie in bedroom for cover.
How much utility are VP willing to invest into this position? Deimos death mark below. They could send out Capital Bolts, Grim Bees. Even an air jab if they really wanted to triple down.
Oh,
but Joystick does find the kill.
Nicely done from Joystick to play off of the death mark. The pressure coming from VP's Damots of always has been converted into an opening kill. And they lose the Malusi. They lose their top fragger. Robbie, though, equal to the measure. 5-4 in favor of VP. As that clock ticks down once again, though, VP is so good when there's little time remaining. So what can Falcons now do over the next 30 to 40 seconds to try and regain control? That's not going to be it, not at all. Pasha, massive kill, and suddenly he's going positive from an 0-5 start to 9-8. And VP with the two-player advantage, more pressure. Shots onto Hashom, his health now falls as well. Jaylad's not sure where the pressure is coming from. But how about that with the Boss G? Pasha loses his life. Joystick, though, gets rid of the encroaching Jalad, and Dan gets rid of Robbie. And with this, you know where we're going. A 15th round will be required on the opening map of this quarterfinal best of 3. No Vigil shenanigans here. All 15 rounds required, and another match point chance for Falcons has been squandered. Their third squandered, gods. 3 chances, only 1 more. This map could be stolen by VP.
And again, a map win here for Virtus Pro could be their best path to victory in the series. If it is to go to a third, presuming they are to win Kafe map 2, it could be very, very interesting. But Falcons need to win this opening map, if that is to be the expectation.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You can sit here with the storylines and the expectations and say, well, I feel like Falcons on border will be very strong. That's the deciding map. And if we get a Chalet win here, it doesn't even matter what happens on Kafe. But alas, on Kafe, VP should be favored. That will be their map. That should suit their playstyle. It will be very, very difficult for Falcons. It won't be impossible, though. Just as Border wouldn't be impossible for VP either.
No.
So what do you do now with your Falcons? Because you've squandered so many chances, so many opportunities have gone begging. 3 match map point opportunities lost. And they bring guards on the blitz. They might just want to amp up that tempo. The Dockerby, the Finker. Do they go for a fast hit? Maybe VP won't be ready for this.
Bar gaming again from VP.
Could they go big window?
Do they go direct? It's a big call to make in the 15th round.
It would be huge in a quarterfinal at a major to just send the blitz in, try and clear bar stock. They hold for now, though. Falcons, a team that's always very calculated with their attacks. They move as one big unit. Everyone is always on the same page with the same idea. And right now, they just sit and wait. But I imagine, is there a world in which this could be a fast vault in, try and rush through in towards games, and they're going to go for it. Guard straight in towards Bar. He's trying to clear out said Bar, but he's just taking shots. Never cleared out. Backstall, Shepard. Beautiful positioning. And the frag grenade, well, it displaces his position, doesn't find the kill. Pasha does, he doubles down, and Virtus Pro are looking to steal this map of Chalet. Falcons, time and time again, they've had their chances. And a 2v5. One last hope is in the hands of J-Lad and Dove. They find one, a second quickly, could change the narrative. A chance, but no, Joystick on the long angle. And suddenly down to J-Lad, but surely VP from here will not squander their opportunity the way that Falcons have.
One small misread from Falcons in that backstore position, completely unraveling their attack, and with it, more than likely the map. The follow-on from that, well, is it the series now in disrepute? A 1 versus 4.
Makes his way down Library Hallway, should have a chance, and no chance, always VP and EU as they come back from seemingly the death to take Chalet away from Falcons. Virtus Pro, 1-0 here in the quarterfinal.
It's a big map for VP. They sense it, they know it. This series now very much in their hands, but Kafe, not an impossibility from a Falcons who still looks strong so far.
Well, I think Falcons will be kicking themselves. This is now where, for them, it's all about resetting mentally as quick as they possibly can. They've got another map coming up very shortly, and while Kafe's certainly favored for Virtus Pro, Falcons can't be worried about that. They can't be worried about the fact that they had 4 opportunities. They just need to lock in and try to bounce back as we head over to the desk.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, you've done that game proud. Really unfortunate for Falcons, okay?
Yeah.
They had their opportunities. They looked good for so long in that matchup. But, Lax, is this just VP diff? Is this the experience and prowess?
Absolutely. And, you know, I was worried, especially in that first half, how far they went down. But they immediately brought it back. And towards the end of that game is what you saw. VP started to control the tempo. And you immediately saw the transition of Falcons where they started to slow down. They started to respect VP and what their game was and what their strategy was and what their defenses and attacks were going to be. So it's good that now they have this going into Kafe for VP, but they have to keep the pressure going and not let Falcons get a foothold and keep that aggressive train going.
Yeah, it was the consistency from Virtus Pro that really got them over that edge, bringing it to the overtime, because right out the gate, Falcons was so aggressive. They were keeping Virtus Pro on their toes, and once the side swapped and Virtus Pro got their attacks in, that's where we saw the historic VP, the one that goes solar over time and time again, slow but methodical, slowly draining out the time, and they tried to consistently slow Falcons down, get that opening kill. And yes, Falcons did have a good amount of responses, but unfortunately, as time went on, they ran out of ideas.
12 of 15 rounds were decided by an opening pick. Not really, but obviously the conversion rate is extremely high. How critical is that, I guess, for the rest of this series? Do you think that that's something that we need to track?
It's definitely an important factor to take into account, but both these teams were actually doing a very good job on their entries, as you can see across the board. Pretty even across the board. But yeah, it is an important thing that if you can walk away with that, you can keep crippling that man advantage on the other side and just keep dwindling it down. You should be the team coming out on top. But again, for VP specifically, you're getting this win. Going into now Kafe, you are sitting pretty. And like I said, if VP wants to get it done here, they have to get it done in a 2-0. They are already one step over that hurdle. They just have to close it out here going into this Kafe.
Yeah, if you look at how the opening kills were going, it really looked like a Virtus Pro game that they had the control of. Even though they lost that lead early, they were constantly managing Falcons' aggression. And that was the biggest thing that we wanted to see from Virtus Pro. And they were throwing in some unique style to Chalet to keep Falcons on their toes. So that's what we wanted to see. The risk was taken. Chalet is a map that Virtus Pro is good at, but they are consistent at. Teams know what to expect. And I don't think Falcons was expecting the little twist that VP were able to bring to keep them on their toes. And that's why Falcons, unfortunately, just ran out of gas.
VP keeping things unique, yes, but still Falcons had adaptations of their own.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I just wanted to touch on was how good Falcons was at reading Virtus Pro, because they're a region that we just don't see much of, and this was amazing. Every time Falcons went for some type of an attack, they were just constantly, the next round, Falcons adapted directly to what the issue was and completely shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this round specifically, like you were saying, they're quick to adapt. They're quick to identify where something went wrong the previous round prior, and even a round that I had as well was round 4, where they brought the gridlock to thwart off the clash, so they couldn't make use of it. And it just goes to show that regardless of an aggressive team, they can still play a fundamental game and understand where they need to fix the errors, where the mistakes are being made, and how they can collapse it for the next round and make it go almost flawless.
Yeah, Virtus Pro's consistency inevitably was just able to drown out Falcons. But Falcons, when they lost the round, they understood exactly what Virtus Pro did. The main brim of the attack, the main brim of the defense, whatever lost Falcons the round. The next one, they completely auto-corrected, they shut it down, and they made sure that they weren't creating that opening again for Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro has been there so many times that once something got in their way, they just knew exactly what to pivot to, and it just showed that the experience is what got them that win.
That's the problem at the end of the day. You've got two teams with polarizing playstyles, but also polarizing experiences. Hopefully, Falcons can bring it back after the break as we head to Kafe.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
An underdog storyline that unfortunately may be coming to an abrupt halt here in the quarterfinals. Falcons, they looked okay. They looked like they were really in the mix on Chalet. And by okay, I actually mean they looked like they were going to win for the last 3 rounds. Unfortunately, they don't do it. Now their fate is decided on Kafe. Lax, I know both of these maps are, look, both teams are proficient on this map, but who do you lean to?
Well, when you look at how far this tournament has gone, neither team has looked very convincing on it. If you're looking at VP specifically here, they've won it once, they've lost it once, both in 7-5 situations or a 5-7. But for me, again, you're VP, you like Kafe. This is a good map for you, especially coming off of that win after Chalet, figuring out how Falcons want to approach this game, figuring out how they want to approach them as a whole. You are sitting in the seat, the driver's seat here. Again, the biggest thing for me is if they can thwart off these Falcon attacks and not being caught off guard, not letting anything slip through the cracks, and being able to instantly punish Falcons in every single instance that they possibly can. And like I said, putting the foot on the gas. And if they can't do that, Falcons are going to keep walking away with these rounds and getting into these positions, forcing players out of positions, and just walking away with a freebie.
I mean, the biggest takeaway for VP is they didn't really anticipate Falcons to do anything crazy. We saw the way that they played. It was very consistent. It's exactly what we've seen from Virtus.pro before in the past. They didn't expect Falcons to really shock them. I think at a base level, Virtus.pro believes, I guess every team really needs to believe it, but they believe that they can just play their game and they will be better. Now, when you take them to a map like Kafe, which you can do that a lot more successfully, that is VP's playing grounds because it is a defender-sided map, and that's what we are known to see VP feel the most comfortable. Now, the one X factor for Falcons is being able to get those opening kills. And when it came down to Chalet, that's an aggressive map. Their attacks are strong on that map. Now you're going to a map where the defenses are more of the favor. And that's where we didn't see Chalet work for Falcons. Now on a map like Kafe, there's a lot more areas for the rat play, those little opening kills that Falcons is really good at, to be able to be expanded on and maybe catch Virtus.pro lacking a little bit. Because if you don't, if you let Virtus.pro do that step-by-step process, so far we've seen it, they will draw you out towards the last round and they will inevitably just take it from there.
It's exciting. Virtus.pro are only one map away from being our first semi-finalists. It's time to go to the stars of the show of the Jake and Guz podcast.
That's right. It's Jake from Jake and Guz. Guz from Jake and Guz. Robbie, well done. We've got a big second map coming our way, though. Kafe is a daunting task, unfortunately, for Falcons after they dropped the ball on Chalet. Arguably should have won it. They really should have taken that opening map. They failed to do so. This, though, is a map in which Virtus.pro should be incredibly comfortable and confident. So it's all now on Falcons to be that underdog.
Yep. Kafe has been a defensive paradise throughout this event so far. It's going to be tough for Falcons to break it down.
All right, Montreal, it's time to choose a side. Are you with the underdogs of Falcons, or are you with VP to try and make the semi-final? Let's get into Kafe! Well, so far the crowd has been a bit 50-50 split in terms of these two teams. I've heard Falcons chants, I've heard Virtus.pro chants. Who's going for Falcons? Okay. What about Virtus.pro to take this map and book a place in the semi-finals? I think it stands at, again, 50-50, but this match itself is probably not going to be 50-50. VP, absolutely the favorite of the two teams when it comes to this map. The good news, if there is any though, guys, is that Falcons will begin on defense, and with that you can gain the momentum and hopefully get some rounds on the board and just put the pressure onto VP.
Well, momentum is one thing, but as shown in just one example, VP taking on SSG, VP only won one round in that attacking half, then came back to clean sweep defense. So Falcons need as large of a lead as they can possibly get in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, almost to the point of 5-1 might be the metric that they need. 4-2 might be enough. We'll see as we head into Kafe. 4 opportunities in the end the Falcons had, 2 in regulation, 2 in overtime, and they could not claim a single one of those. Now, Border, the deciding map, if we get there, certainly a map that suits Falcons very, very well, but they're going to have to play now on a map that maybe doesn't suit them as well. Falcons, in fact, on this map are 0-2 at the major so far, last playing against Base Clan. So while they've at least had some preparation, they've at least played this map, they've yet to actually find a win on it.
So in terms of the operator bans, VP again not taking any chances with the Monty taken off the board. Falcons pretty much path of the course in terms of the Ying and the Valk combination, but the castle pick from VP a little bit more intriguing, a key operator especially for top floor extensions over towards shop, and those barriers as well can be used on various other objectives. So it is just one tool taken off the board for defense, another layer of utility that can be used to stall out pushes. Probably will have more of an impact on Falcons and their attacks, of course, but we'll have to wait for that second half.
64% defensive win rate on Kafe makes it actually the most defender-sided map of the major so far. We'll see if that can hold true for Falcons as they begin on the defense. For Virtus.pro, though, what a comeback on Chalet. They looked down and out. They didn't quite have the control that Falcons had, but they were able to dig into their bag of experience, winning 6 of the last 9 rounds to eventually overcome quite a few deficits, take Chalet, take the map pick of Falcons, and put themselves now 1 map away from a semi-final appearance tomorrow. We'll see what they've got in the opening half, and if they can start strong on attack, guys, then suddenly it really puts the pressure on Falcons, puts them right up against the wall.
Well, such is the case on a classic Kafe attack. Things spearheaded from the roof initially. Gridlock track stingers in play, as well as Nomad. And so the combination of the stingers and the air jabs as well will make flanking a challenge for defense. Shock drone from Dan, ineffective in through shop as he tries to clear the Goya canister. But he does have good information down below in reading. That's Dov playing that position, currently flicking info himself, one of which is, I believe, a hacked drone. But Nitro Cell down below, critical, and Joystick identifies that and wants to contest.
Yeah, already in towards Pillow, can open up straight in towards reading. Play off that yellow ping, and the Mozzie just completely caught napping. Dov will go down, opening kill for Virtus.pro here to begin their attack. So far, they look very nice. Yes, time will become a factor, but Claymores get set outside for a potential jump outs, and VP just quietly getting some control. J-Lad maybe expecting a push through Pillar. And eventually the drop to come from top red for VP as they've got shot control. J-Lad goes for the swing, aggressive, finds one, but traded back through the hatch as Joystick will find a second in the round and keeps the numbers firmly with Virtus.pro going into the final minute of the round. They're up 4-3.
Yeah, so 60 seconds then, and guards under a bit of pressure over towards top white, spotted out by the Grim. They still do have white corridor control to play around, but it's limited. And Hasham is down below, could find himself on an island as well. Meanwhile, always Cocktail Balk.
They got Cocktail, they've completely walked in and one on the rappel. So great map control right now for Virtus.pro, but down below, guards catching always off guard. 30 seconds left, and suddenly you lose a little bit of that semblance of control of your VP. Yes, you've still got shot, but 2 outside on the exterior. Coming in late is Shepard in towards reading now. There's not much time for him to get upstairs. Guards gets rid of him. And suddenly now it flips in the round, advantage to Falcons.
Still 2 players below, eventually rotation, 2 come through, 15 seconds on the clock, Joystick taken down deep, and Hasham to find the final pick.
It just falls apart for VP. So much of the round was great, calculated, clean. But as soon as it came time to actually get into sight and try and hit the site itself, they just fell apart, crumbled. A lot of it, though, because of the hold down below from guards inside of reading, catches up one of the players in Cocktail, and from there, basically, the round just fell apart. You had a little bit of control over towards Cocktail for all of 5 seconds. That gets taken away. The round then falls away for VP. Falcons on the board.
That was a really aggressive 2-1 split from Falcons, 2 below, 1 above. They had a lot of faith in that hold, and it managed to pay dividends. Good start to the round, though. Joystick off the back of that info from Dan. Opening kill, that was massive. But then J-Lad reaggressed, and this hold down below, really fruitful. VP tried to play into it 20 seconds into the round, then went for a half-baked drop bar. They didn't look particularly confident in the closing phases of that opening round.
I think it's also something Falcons probably needed coming into this map after, well, their mental maybe being tested, not closing out Chalet, not quite getting the map win that they should have arguably gotten. A good way to start Kafe, to bounce back, kind of forget about Chalet altogether. Focus now, lock in on Kafe. Good start, round win, everyone feels good. And for VP, I think they'll be certainly feeling like that was a round that could get away from them. They'll be disappointed. Getting these attacking rounds on the board early would certainly take Falcons mentally out of this game. These attacking rounds will be hard to come by. Spawn peak, successful from Robbie. And if this rising superstar can get going on this map, it could be the fortunes needed for Falcons to find success on Virtus Pro's map pick.
Yeah, certainly not a poor performance from Robbie back on Chalet, but it was 11-11, so not quite that X factor that we've come to know him for at this event so far. So you're right, if he's able to fire up here on Kafe, well, we may well actually have a series on our hands. 5-4 advantage for Falcons then for the second round. Partial able to find J-Lad, and that's the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke goes down. No gas babes for the remainder of the round. Pressure over towards Pixel. Good repel game right now from VP. Keeping pressure towards Lounge. They'll eventually look to try and clear out this top floor position. Force Falcons back. Robbie looking to still contest. Does have another Kiba barrier that can replace the old one. 2 Nitro cells available for Falcons, guards and Dom. Robbie able to displace that air jab, so wastes that piece of utility from Pasha on the Nomad. And Dov actually going for a wander through bar. Falcons looking to play Kafe defense aggressively.
Yeah, I like it. Contesting on the exterior.
Droned immediately.
Yeah.
The timing on that one as he slipped in towards shot, repositions.
Well, he's trapped now. Always has the cross from the primary skylight, and Joystick has an inkling as to where he may be.
Oh, this could be rough unless he can get some help from Robbie over towards Pixel. He's dead, yeah. As soon as Dolph looked to take that position, it was always going to be his grave. Good positioning for Virtus Pro to punish that. With that death, Robbie will fall back, give up a lot of that lounge control. Look at all the drones right now for Virtus Pro. So much information being acquired, and it's allowing Joystick straight through bar. Easy kill onto Robbie. He had no idea the Joystick had already elected to push deep in towards bar. Top floor control being now established for VP. Hashom still has a Vulcan canister that he could pop. Try and fall back, drop down, place sight with guards. But Joystick hasn't cleared him. He thought it was only 1 up. Easy kill for Hashom. Headshot kill as well is clean. Round back alive for Falcons. Hashom with 2 critical kills. Oh, he just drops the skylight. 3 for Hashom. Last on the rappel. And Falcons might steal the second round.
Shepard now 30 seconds isolated. Needs to rotate. Has the drop skylight or red options limited.
Huge play from Hashom in Cocktail. Simply just mistroned or not taken care of. 1v2 for Shepard. Not a lot of time. Guards up close with the shotgun. Hasham there as well for good measure. They've got both players here. And as soon as contact is made, they can swing together as one. Surely a second round will be found. Shot from Shepard. No time remaining. He has to stick the kit. He will not. Falcons take it. In a nail-biting second round, Falcons go 2-0 up.
Wow, huge from Hasham. Massive hold over towards Cocktail. Left unattended, and then good discipline there. In a 2 versus 1, that pretty quickly devolved into a 1v1, able to play the time win con really well from that position.
Timeout called already by Virtus Pro.
Woo. Early.
It's early, it's very early, but clearly not happy with the way that they're playing right now in Kafe. They know that these attacking rounds will be required, at least 1 to 2 of them, certainly, and so give themselves enough time to adjust and try and find a couple over the next few rounds to put the pressure then back onto Falcons. Falcons are the ones that need these rounds first. The onus is on them to do well defensively. So they're not really changing too much in terms of the narrative being on defense Kafe. But these rounds have both been close. These rounds have both been winnable for VP, and maybe they just want to talk things out to solidify going into the final 4 rounds of this opening half. Kitchen coming up here in the 3rd round as we go back to the replays. And again, things were going pretty well for Virtus.pro.
They were until they weren't. Joystick able to push forward. Ash, ACOG. Always a formidable combo, but then Hasham left unchecked. 2 massive kills. And despite the best efforts here of Shepard with the cross established, he was unable to just land that secondary transfer. Gave an opportunity for Hasham to run away and win the round for Falcons.
That was close, looking back actually from his perspective and how close that was to maybe find the kill, win the round, and maybe they wouldn't have even had to take that tactical timeout. Something to consider for the later stages of this map. BP had expended their tactical timeout already. If things start to get out of hand from here, they have no way to really control the pace outside of the server. 2-0 start for Falcons after losing their map pick of Chalet in staggering circumstances. At least a good start here on Kafe.
So Kitchen would go, and it's full investment for a Coffee default plant protection in terms of defense, wanting to deny that position. Most notably the Echo and the Goyo combination can control that space on the objective for quite some time. Equally though, VP probably eager to go top down. They have Vert in play, and again double flank watch as well, so the Gridlock Nomad combination.
Shepard on the blitz hasn't been necessarily an operator played for him all that much this event. Typically Pasha would be the one to play this particular operator, but they've changed stuff. I'm going to keep the Nomad on Pasha. What VP discussed in very early tactical timeout coming into the 3rd round. We know statistically that teams do perform coming out of these tactical timeouts. So a big 3rd round coming up here for both of these 2 teams. Falcons would love to just keep this momentum going. Oh, well that should have been a kill onto Robbie. It will be, no, surely yes, okay, Joystick. Oh, that was a little bit unclean, but still the result that really he should have got. He does get opening kill for VP, 2nd time in 3 rounds, and now the Blitzer Shepard moving forward, thinks about the pistol, puts it back temporarily. Dove over towards Bakery. They can't really help out here. No one can really help out here to deal with this blitz. Although Shepard's still very low, it's an intriguing little standoff here with Hasham. Pistol out, and they still can't find each other. No one can get rid of each other, and this might just be a stalemate as Hasham gets out. What? They did not have the Yokai to help him out there in reading.
Getting out of there is insane. Big from Hasham again. Is that another key moment from him to help Falcons get another round across the line? Shepard's so low now on HP, so keep that in mind for the late round, but there are no impacts left, and that may be enough to just give him a little bit more life. 60 seconds in the round, and Hasham now top red stairs. Everybody else on the objective.
This is a free kill. He makes his way down into red zone. Oh! Drones him. Always do the due diligence when he pops the head. Doesn't matter. Dan wants the contact and wins it. Gave the opportunity to Hasham. VP once again with the numbers. Yokai trying to play off of it this time with the bursts, but J-Lad can't find the angle. Nicely tucked inside a freezer is Shepard, even on 9 HP, able to stay alive. Falcon Canisters is still in a good spot, Guz.
Yeah, it's going to stall a lot of time. J-Lad just needs to hold on for his life, and Guards has the cross. 20 seconds on the clock.
On the ward, and Glass is activated, waiting for the eventual push in towards Kitchen. Time, massive factor, even though VP have got an extra player up. There's so little time remaining, and Shepard's so low as well, with the diffuser in hand, inside a freezer, and the first kills now going the way of Falcons. The brothers both able to combine. Guards now moving out of VIP. Mike stepped on, Shepard shut down. That's 3 in a row for Falcons here on Kafe.
Clean from Falcons, 3 rounds on the trot, and they're not backing down. VP expending their tack and not being rewarded there on that Kitchen attack. The stall out utility played a massive role in that round from Falcons, and I will also note the presence of mind from Dove over towards Bakery to be ready for the back hit.
Well, last time that we saw Falcons on this map, they only got 1 defensive round against FaZe Clan. So this is already a significant improvement now against Virtus.pro. They are a very good defensive team, but this is a map that really should be more suited to Virtus Pro. And while VP have had their chances throughout the early portions of these rounds, even sometimes throughout the middle portions, the late round, Falcons have been switched on. They're locked in, and they're 3-0 up. 3 rounds to go in this opening half, but it's all about capitalizing now on this defensive-sided momentum.
And how much of this may end up being false hope. We keep reiterating just how defender-sided this map has been, and VP themselves at a 1-5 deficit against SSG were able to recover the result.
There's every world in which Falcons go 5-1 up and VP do the exact same thing, maybe even get 6 straight on defense. That is the potential reality. Right now, though, the actual reality is that Falcons, at least, have been able to bounce back from a disappointing ending on Chalet, with now an exquisite start here on Kafe. 3-0, 3 defensive rounds, yes, but you've got to just do the job that's in front of you. And they're able to do that so far, even with still some good pressure from VP in these early rounds. Into the 4th round we go, and so far, again, opening kills have been somewhat controlled by VP. The early portions controlled by VP. They are doing a good job of getting these early kills. The Falcons just better in the late round.
So this is the 4th round now. VP playing double flank watch with the Nomad gridlock. And I suppose on paper it makes sense. The Falcons roster that so far at this event has not shied away from flanking and playing wrap positions.
Yeah.
Is that compromising them in other portions of the game though? Time will tell. Flashbang's down for Pasha as well, so that will help with the util clear. As the drone work begins in through shop and the drop to follow. VP looking for some quick ground early.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of flashes, only the 2 flashes available for VP. They actually don't have a super amount of utility. Also stacking on the breach charges and claymore, so only 1 more frag, 2 more flashes. It's not going to help going, later into this round. So they probably need to find some picks early on, as they've somewhat been doing so in this half. But as the clock starts to tick down, it just feels like Falcons are keeping a lot of the utility. They've still got 3 Nitro Cells. They've still got good position. This mirror window hasn't been dealt with yet. Well, VP have got red control and shop control, and that's pretty standardized for a bar cocktail defense. They're finding it difficult to actually get pressure onto the Falcons players defensively, who are still very well set up.
Joystick still with an Ash charge in hand and can be used to deal with the mirror window. We've got pressure elsewhere from the rappel to shoot the canister. That's clean. 50 seconds on the clock, and Jalen under a lot of pressure elsewhere. Dov for the first pick. Jalen forced out of position off the back of the frag grenade, and he falls as well.
Oh, Robbie goes for the peek over to all Pixel, and he loses his life. A little struggle start for him on Kafe. 3-3, shot double. SMG 11. The guards finds 2. Now, though, Hashom needs to go big once again, as he did from this very position earlier in this half. Always sticking the plant. Hashom starts to make his way out, but Pasha is watching. An attacking round found for Virtus Pro as they clear out the top floor of Kafe. They are on the board.
Clean work from VP. Able to go a little bit more direct towards side instead of focusing efforts over towards that white corridor util clear, and it certainly worked out for them. A couple of hero attempts there from Falcons in salvaging the round back, particularly that SMG in hand, but not enough with the coverage of Pasha, dismissing Hasham, who has been phenomenal throughout this map so far, but not a whole lot he could do from that position, isolated over towards Cocktail. VP finally with 1 on the board, and they've proven prior that that has been enough for them. Anything from here would certainly be a bonus, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1 is probably not enough. I think Falcons should be able to offset 5-1 and do well on their own attacking half. But it does put VP in a much better position going into the final 2 rounds of this half. They probably only need 1 more to be super comfortable. But 1 at least is on the board, which is quite redeeming considering it's been all Falcons to begin here on Kafe. VP just probably needed a confidence boost, and a lot of these rounds they've actually been very much in for Virtus Pro. Now they finally get the reward for effort, because there's a couple of rounds prior that they probably felt they should have actually been able to win. The opening kills on this map, though, haven't quite been the same as Chalet. They're not translating, guys. 4 rounds through, only 1 has actually converted into a round win. So quite the contrast to the more open map of Chalet.
Shock drone in play, and again, Dan gets caught by mute jabber, which is unfortunate. Might be able to use the other to shoot it out, but in the meantime, that shock drone has already been dealt with. So good awareness there from Falcons. The shock drones here, of course, a critical tool in dealing with those Goyo canisters earlier in the round and giving the attack more of a buffer towards the execute portion. So a small little win for Falcons to kick things off.
Just take anything you can get right now in what is a tense quarterfinal. These two teams have already proven to be quite evenly matched as per the 7-8 scoreline on Chalet in the opening map. And even here right now, Falcons leading currently on Kafe, the map pick of Virtus Pro. In towards shop is Joystick. Dov once again playing that cocktail position. Does have a Nitrocell. So does Guards. Both playing very different positions though. Can Robbie get involved? 2 and 3 now. After a pretty decent start here on Kafe, he hasn't quite been able to win his battles. And certainly a lot of firepower that's missing right now for Falcons as the mirror window will get dealt with by the breach charge.
Ooh, a lot of pressure over towards Cocktail, but Falcons able to peel off, but Robbie will remain. Mirror window still up, and Joystick looking to clear. Does Robbie look to hold his ground up above, or will he elect to rotate?
Oh, Court, that is just pushing out into the open from Robbie. Makes a critical error. He goes down, he's struggling a little bit on Kafe, but what a shot back from J-Lad. Okay, they needed a very swift response and they find it. 4-4 going into the final minute. Another death mark going out from the Deimos of always. Now onto Hashom towards White Stairs.
So 50 seconds then on the clock. The death mark to keep Hashom at bay. What kind of an impact may that have towards the late round? 40 seconds. And we'll see what VP elect to go for in terms of execute. Go your canister default, that's dealt with in a timely fashion. And the vertical control just forcing Falcons back. Keep in mind, both Nitros already expended by the defense, but 3 smoke canisters still up, now 2.
Yeah. 2 impacts remaining as well, still for Hashom. 20 seconds remaining in a 4v4. Another super crucial end of round here where both teams could theoretically take it from here. Who can next find the kill? Who can take advantage? Through the gas bay runs Shepard straight deep in towards Reading. He will not plant default. He does get off it though. At the moment, there's little time. He can no longer get off it. He needs to stick to plant. Dov and Hashom, can they deny the plan? Hashom's all up above by himself. He cannot deny the plan. Virtus Pro may get back-to-back attacking round wins on Kafe. And after a strong start from Falcons, VP have got themselves into a very good position.
Very fine margins in that previous round. It was the correct call for VP to go deep in the face of that utility. They almost got caught, then it almost got denied, but the coverage, especially from above on the vert, was really clean from VP. Just able to win out those fights, apply enough counter pressure onto the denial attempt from Falcons with that 2 rounds in the half, and they're in a really good position now.
Oh, dare I say, as we go into the final round of this half, it feels like it could maybe slip away from Falcons if they can't find a little bit of success in these more later stages of the rounds. Oh, credit to VP as they were just able to just hit sight so cleanly on their execution. 2 attacking rounds in a row has set them up very nicely now for an eventual second half on defense where they will be very difficult to dislodge. Falcons must win this round, you would imagine, guys. They must find a 4th defensive round, or it will be incredibly difficult.
They have shown strength, though, on Kitchen prior. We cast our minds back. It's where we saw the Blitz in play, and the Goyo was ultra effective alongside that Echo, looking to deny the shield play and stall out time for the execute. So there's still an opportunity. There's still a lifeline in play for Falcons, but it's essentially do or die at this point. It would be remarkable if they are able to bring back a 3-3 scoreline. J-Lad, though, does get the first, and Joystick, who's been playing well so far, acknowledges the fact that was a clean shot. Falcons with the advantage.
Yeah, but the advantage hasn't necessarily been all that impactful here on Kafe. Only twice has it converted into a round win. And they find a way to do so here in this. At the very least, you've got the advantage, not so much for the round win, but just having extra bodies on the defense. Your defense then is not spread so thin. 4 targets available on the Deimos of Dan to choose from for his death marks, who he wants to try and track down eventually with that Vendetta. And Joystick off the board is actually the top fragger for VP, so quite a lot of firepower now. not going to be there for the later stages of this 6th round to close out the opening half. Right now for Falcons, it's really probably just play sight. Don't have to do too much. Don't over-peak, don't over-aggress. Play sight, force VP to push into you when they don't have all of the numbers necessary to play that trade game.
VP still with critical utility. They have breaching charges, skeleton key, secondary hard breach. So they can open up lines of sight down below.
Good info right now here from Dov on the Yokai. Playing the Echo. He has been droned out though. Only 3 drones remaining as well, cuz something to keep in mind in terms of VP and their information game. It's not going to be as prevalent as previous rounds. They don't have that much drone information left. With a minute remaining, you've only got 3 drones.
Can VP find something on Vert? Falcons not really presenting any opportunities for the attack to take. And again, Dov continuing to gain really good info for the potential back hit.
This is nothing bakery, so it means you can kind of adjust your positioning on site. You're not going to be expecting that bakery hit. So much pressure so far from above. It means Freezer will be the drop. Freezer will be the play, and they should be ready for it, but nevertheless, guards will fall. That's the Warden dealt with. A couple of flashes now can certainly do some impactful plays for VP. Another one comes through from Dan. So from the 5-4, it becomes 3-4. Robbie up close, and he too can't win his battle. VP just dominating towards Freezer. 20 seconds left, and again, Falcons are just falling apart on site. Pasha, Dan, all doing tremendous jobs, and J-Lad needs to find almost the ace, but Robbie with the Vulcan canister finds the kill. Dan searching for the kill with the death mark, chasing him down the key, the barrier. He gets away, hiding inside a code check, and the time. Time runs out for Virtus Pro as the kill was left behind. He made his decision. What a key, the barrier. What a round. Falcons up 4-2.
Wow, are you serious? Wow. That's why you always keep one in the pocket.
How pivotal is a round and a moment such as that for the landscape of this series? Could that be a defining moment here? If that doesn't hype the team up, I don't know what doesn't going into the second half of Falcons. For VP though, so close to finding that 3rd round, which could have been oh so devastating.
So a 2-round lead for Falcons as we prepare for the second half. As proven though throughout the event, it may not be enough.
What a shot. Yeah, on the drop through the soft wall.
Oh, Dov got caught. I mean, everything that could go wrong for Falcons went wrong until this moment right here.
Even just 1 single second extra there, and that may have been a win for VP. 4-2 going into the second half here of our second map. Falcons lead at the moment, but for how long can they hold this lead or potentially extend it? Now going on to this attacking side. Again, Kafe, the most defender-sided map at the tournament. VP have found their 2 attacking rounds. They've done their job. Now they can kind of sit back on defense. Falcons need to be the ones to try and take a few attacking rounds to at least potentially get it to OT at minimum for what would be the second map in a row. They bring the Blitz, they bring the Bravo.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what kind of value Dov can get here on the Bravo with the clutch drones. You think about the utility and the lineup for the defense. Yeah. Most notably, Fenrir and Capcam probably, and Aruni to a certain extent. Outside of default cameras as well. BPCs even, so it's a lot. Dov can get a lot done here. Proxies.
This could be an operator that has so much impact outside of actually shooting a gun. With these clutch drones being able to hack so much utility. Sawyer Gate successfully taken as well, and already early on with the first clutch drone success. He's just getting whatever he wants right now. Another BPC, another Sawyer Gate, cleaning up a lot of this utility. So far, decent start to the round for Falcons in terms of the utility battle. Drop down, top red, back. Oh, that was a very aggressive swing though from Dov. His gun wasn't even up. They're falling apart. At least Guards was able to get 1 back, but now needs to find another very quickly. Stuck deep inside a bar freezer is Dan. Guards thinking about trying to send this one in. The flash unsuccessful, not from that distance. And suddenly, despite the util game from Falcons looking pretty decent to start off the back of the Bravo, they've just lost all of their gunfights. Hasham by himself in a 1v4, and VP should very well start this second half with a round win on defense.
And it's confirmed from Dan. The only mining round we have seen thus far, and it's a success for the defense.
That's concerning if you Falcons, though, in the way that that round was won. It didn't even come down to the site. Just simply lost all of your gun battles as you're pushing in. That should be the aspect of Falcons that is a strength of theirs. Credit to VP, taking the early fights, the early contact, and winning out very comfortably, may I add. Kitchen to follow, heading into the 8th round. Still that lead for Falcons, but watch it dissipate slowly and surely if they cannot find these attacking rounds.
They're really clean from always over towards Cocktail. Run out as well and play. Guards not really in a position to be particularly effective on the blitz as well. So good work from VP, stalwart in their defense, winning key fights up above, maintaining that pressure and tempo that really is required against Falcons. And with that, the lead just slowly begins to shrink.
2 highest rated player on the team as well for Falcons. Robbie and Dov, 3-6, 2-6. That's your best 2 players coming into these quarterfinals. And while Falcons can certainly mitigate J-Lad, Guards, and Hashem, all capable and all playing well right now, your 2 best players need to stand up now in a crucial half that could determine whether we head to Border or whether VP head to a semi-final appearance tomorrow. And while it's not all eyes on just those 2, certainly we'll have to raise their impact levels. Right now, it seems like, though, for VP, everyone, once again, pulling their weight. It is a strength of theirs.
So a VIP extension in play and some early pressure in response from the attack. Deployable shield already dealt with, and that will aid Falcons in the late round if they are to go for a freezer drop. In the meantime, drone work top floor, and so likely will go for somewhat of a map clear. That being said, everybody from the defense is on the first floor. J-Lad looking very eager to take this fight.
Oh. Dan, do you go for another peek? He has been poking and prodding from VIP. Maybe sensing, though, that this time the position could be watched. Yellow ping out. Knows that J-Lad is watching here from the exterior looking in. I think that might be the last peek we get from Dan. He doesn't need to give his life away. It's all about holding that VIP position for as long as possible. Guards could, though, come help out from the other side and maybe look for a pinch into this position to deal with the Warden. It would be a pretty crucial kill. Help alleviate the backside pressure off Freezer. Even J-Lad now changing up his tune. Well, the time is running out. They are certainly looking to go for this pinch in towards VIP. 3 plays making their way. Pasha walks out, though, over towards Whiskey, and J-Lad now creeping all the way up. He knows he's in the corner. Dan, it's a headshot anyway. J-Lad was the circling shark, but Dan holds strong.
Dan's trying to watch so many different positions at the moment, but timing it well. Whiskey control again for VP, despite losing Pasha. Red ping's available to Falcons. They have good information.
They've got the numbers here. Falcons have got to find this kill over towards the bar. Robbie making his way in. Good kill from Guards. You know he's still here. Joystick down the hallway, though. Helps out from a distance. Shepard just holding on, and another one found from Joystick. Robbie, your teammate just died from there. 1v2 for Hashem, now into Freezer. Big shot, headshot, and Shepard on 5 health. Has been holding for so long as Hashem flashes himself. 20 seconds left. Can go bakery side here, guys, knowing where Shepard is. His position is known.
Do they have a read? The Yokai drone comes forward, but it's too late. Plant secured.
Too late. And Hashem can play the post plant. Shepard on 5 health. It won't take much from Hashem. A simple body shot, a toe shot will find the kill. This is a super crucial round right now for Falcons. They must find an attacking round from a position such as this. Shepard through small bake, going for a different angle of attack through the Sawyer gate. Doesn't find Hashem just yet, sitting inside of prep. So much time and the slow movement, so good. Shepard made it find it. Oh, he does! That is an absolute back-breaking moment for Falcons. They could have gone up 5-3, found an attacking round. But Shepard, so cool, calm and collected, plays the time perfectly, clutches up for Virtus Pro. We are tied. But Virtus Pro on defense now are looking to make The last push towards claiming this second map. Timeout for Falcons.
Yeah, we saw the Yokai from Echo unable to deny plant. However, there was a wealth of information available. We see that yellow ping. Position was known in through prep. And just with a little bit of discipline, VP able to clutch up in the post. A huge round for their campaign here on Kafe, and likely their campaign here at the Montreal Major.
4 of the last 5 rounds now for Virtus.pro. After that 3-0 start from Falcons, that maybe has filled us with a little sense of false hope that this could be a series that goes to all 3 maps. Right now, Virtus.pro, and while the scores are tied with being on defense, well and truly in the driver's seat from here to close this one out. It's going to take something quite miraculous from Falcons. Right now, the biggest thing for me is the fact that VP have done such a good job in these gunfights. This is supposed to be the strength of Falcons. Joystick finding a double, all the way from small bank through the hallway. Shepard just staying alive over towards Bar. If he dies earlier in the round, as he should have, we may not have been in this position. Cannot believe it, but for Falcons that had chances, so many chances, back on Chalet and now even here on Kafe, but it feels like all these little 50-50 micro moments are going the way of Virtus.pro, that experience clearly shining through.
So then to reading, we go round 9. Can VP continue this streak on defense? An aggressive hold above, facilitated by the mirror. That's rather anticipated. And so pressure on Robbie in the util department to deal with those, but also in the frag department as well to step up to the mark. 4-7 thus far, needs to try and get himself in the game. Hasham's been playing well, but VP are doing a good job in just shutting these players down.
Well, they need a defining moment to go their way. We saw Hasham earlier in the first half, clutch up a big round, big 1v3, hold out Cocktail. They need something like that. They need a Robbie to go in and just get 3-4 kills, get an easy round win, get an attack round on the board. They're yet to do so. VP found 2 attacking rounds, puts the pressure on Falcons to at least minimum do the exact same. That was a chance in the last round to at least get 1. Take the pressure. It would have been 5-3. It would have alleviated that pressure valve ever so slightly. You'd be 1 away from OT at minimum, and they'd be further away. Nobody kill, though, comes the way of Falcons through JLAD onto Joystick. You'll take it, but it doesn't mean the round is going to be a given from here. VP has shown the ability to fight back, even though they've been at times a player or 2 down.
Shepard keeping an eye on Skylight. We'll see if that bears any success. As mentioned, Robbie tasked with dealing with the mirror windows and able to do so successfully. As Hasham will join the party on the roof. Dan on the dock to overheal. Repositions back down to the 2nd floor.
Well, they've completely given up Cocktail here, which is such a VP thing to do at this point. You've lost a play. You probably don't need to continue to contest the mid round. We'll give it up. We'll play these vert angles from down below, play sight, force Falcons to clear us from here. And it just means that if Falcons are going to win this round, they're eventually going to have to win this fight on the site itself, rather than getting someone peeking like a Cocktail or looking to hold over towards backstore, for example. So this is going to be far more like VP that we usually are used to seeing. Play the site, play the late game, force the clock to tick down.
So a minute on the clock, convert control established from Falcons. Don't necessarily have a ton of traditional utility to create vertical lines of sight down below, but it is still possible. Robbie just being mindful of a potential retake attempt, but VP aren't likely to go for that.
Pasha's a super important piece here inside of Laundry. He's got a Nitro Cell. He can throw that over towards default here inside of Reading. If Falcons eventually, or he uses it now, and it will find a kill onto Dog. Well, they won't have it for the plant. At least he does find something from it. 30 seconds remaining now in a 4v3. Big kill for Always to shut down JLAD. Stuck over towards Mining. Is there going to be a swift trade? No. Position known, and now a 3v3, and again another winnable moment here for Falcons if they could just push through.
Still 1 gas canister available as well for Shepard to try and deny inside of this smoke.
No Nitro, they have to shoot this. He sits in the middle of the smoke. Guard should get this down successfully. No, he's not in default pressure. He runs on through though. Shot in the back.
He's right there.
1 inside a pillar. Oh, he just didn't look. He looked away. Robbie looked away. Hasham in a 1v2, post-plan, and they're coming from both sides. 1 through the corridor, watches it nicely. Couldn't get the initial down, they want to Always, and he knows he's got Pasha through pillar. Hashem has to make a play, throws the smoke out to obscure the vision, makes the push, gets the kill. He's already cut someone. He does it again. Super critical moment from Hashem. He's making some big plays here in this quarterfinal.
He has been phenomenal throughout this map so far, keeping Falcons head above water. Massive round to avoid the trade, then find the second. His positioning, his game sense, the mechanics, absolutely spot on. Rising to the pressure, and with that, Falcons back in the lead.
Oh, I did say at the start of the round, Falcons probably need a defining moment. And once again, the man who got the first one in the first half finds a second one here in the second half. Hashem with a big power play always changed the course of this round, though, with a free kill inside of mining, and then that started to see maybe a crumble for Falcons, but it was a really good plant. Robbie, this is so unfortunate. He looked away right as the smoke dissipated. Nothing's going right for Robbie here on Kafe, but get him to border and maybe he could redeem himself. 5-4. Falcons lead. Can they find one more to at least secure overtime?
So it's mining in play for round 10. And so we'll see the extension up above once more with the mirror in play. Last time out, Falcons found this quite a challenging hold to disrupt. Never really sunk their teeth into the attack. They dropped the Brava this time around. Twitch, though, in play. So the counter-ups are up and available to deal with this utility. Now it just comes down to execution for Falcons. Can they be a little bit more tidy, especially through the early round, give themselves a platform to play around?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I thought their late round execute with the plan, the way that they did it inside of was reading it was actually really nice, rather than looking for the smoke default to sit in the middle, and it worked out perfectly. That got them the plant down. That then put Hashem in a position where he could then clutch up in the 1v2, but they do need to find a little bit more cleanliness for Falcons here on their attacks. Dream third and an opening kill from Robbie, and Robbie finds a second! The superstar who's developing before our eyes finally comes to the fold here on Kafe, and just like that, that's the Falcons we know and the firepower that they have. 3 kills inside 3 seconds, and this round could almost be done. Joystick and Shepard need to do something quite heroic from here. Otherwise, Falcons, like on Chalet, will have 2 opportunities up 6-4.
It's starting to feel like Falcons may actually be able to do it here on Kafe as we reach the midpoint of the round. Not over yet for VP.
He's inside reading, close right. Shepard loses the battle, and with that, VP surely lose the round. I love Joystick, he's a superstar, but even he surely can't clutch a 1v5 from here. Inside mining, does start with 1, confirmed, 4 to go. And suddenly we hold our breaths, but not for long. 6-4-2 map points for Falcons here on VP's map pick of Kafe. Because they've been in this position before, back on Chalet, if you recall. They were up 6-4. They had those 2 chances, and they couldn't close it out. Can they do so here, now in the second map?
I hope for their sake they're able to. They, I think, deserve it very much so, being so competitive here on a map that is so strong for VP. To continually just chip away and find these rounds, find these opportunities, and convert them has been very enjoyable to watch. A 2-round lead. As we look back at the 10th round, Robbie, 2 massive kills to kick off his campaign. And the rest of the team able to follow up. Good trading out at the end, good pressure on the side itself. Falcons fired up and ready to close out this map.
We'll see if they can do so. Again, they've got to now learn from their experience back on Chalet. What went wrong? How did we fail to close out? I'm sure they would have talked about that after the map itself, being like, guys, we struggled to close out. We had 4 chances to win the map, 4 map point scenarios. They'll get at least 2 more minimum here before we then potentially head to regulation if VP can hold on defensively. And that's the thing to kind of keep in mind here. VP are still on defense, so for Falcon to close this out on attack would be quite extraordinary, and certainly the way this entire series is playing out is not how we expected it. It was supposed to be Falcons win Chalet, VP win Kafe, we go to Border, but right now it could be the inverse option developing. 2 chances for Falcons. Have they learned from Chalet? We'll see as we head into the first of 2 map points.
So we'll be top down from Falcons. double vert. But the Buck and the Ram early fight currently over towards Kochek. And Pasha actually ends up second best, 66 HP. Oh, good utilization of the Echo here.
Yeah, good information being found. And played off immediately. I mean, that's just great teamwork from Virtus Pro. Yokai delivers the yellow ping. Pasha delivers the killing blow. Opening kill for VP here. Sits inside a Kochek, low on health is the response coming from guards. He checks hard right, but here he is on the hard left as Pasha finds 2 opening kills, destroying the barbed wire, and Robbie cops one as well in the side. Down to half health, and this round already seemingly going the way of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the information game from VP, dominant in this particular round, playing around it very nicely. Minute 30 on the clock. Yokai still standing red hall. Dov eventually able to make his way down top.
Oh, they're both double bar at the moment on either side. Pasha and Shepard. Does Dov have the awareness? No. Caught looking onto the right side. Pasha pops up. He's found 3 and maybe about to find a 4th. There's the down. There's a confirmation courtesy of Dan, and VP will end this round very swiftly and almost in a flawless fashion as Hashem. Well, he's had 2 great moments so far on this map, but a 1v5 with a minute remaining surely is beyond him.
Unfortunate for Falcons in this round, trying to get control over towards Kochek and Whiskey, and it just does not pay off. VP off the back of the Echo, 2 strong landing shots, and Pasha up to 12 so far. That information still up. Hasham's position well and truly known, and there's absolutely nothing he can do from this position.
No. To the point that maybe he would be best to actually just try and get back outside, take the last 30 seconds as an impromptu timeout. Does get the kill onto Pasha, but again, there's so much more that he needs to do with so little time remaining. This is surely just an unwinnable position for Hashem, looking to at least just maybe keep himself hot, ready for the next round to come, with some good movement, some good angles, practicing, ready for the next round. 6-5. Worrying times, though, if you are a Falcons fan, because you've seen them be in this position before and come up short. BP will have to navigate 1 more map point to try and send this to overtime.
One of the weaker rounds we've seen from Falcons so far. Good opening pick. The combination of Pasha and Shepard in that prior round was incredibly strong. Deployable shield still over towards Whiskey. And just walking into the meat grinder in the prior round there for Falcons, really not showing much fight at all.
All right, 6-5. Can Falcons close this out in regulation? We shall see. They get 1 more opportunity. Otherwise, it could be a nightmare relived from Chalet, where they were in the exact same position, up 6-4. And as soon as it got to overtime, they made it, then 7-6, but then still fell short in the final 2 chances. VP looking to send this one to overtime, and while they were utterly flawless in the last round, surely this one will be more hotly contested.
Fingers crossed. Would be one hell of a way to kick off the quarters here at Montreal with a 3-mapper. Unfortunately, all 3 of the qualification games in the final day were 2-0, so we're hoping for some competition.
Hoping this makes up for it, yeah. BP, though, would not want to see a 3rd map. They would not want to see Border. They want this one done here on Kafe. 2-0. See you later, off to the semi-finals. The Falcons, they want to extend their hopes of maybe reaching the promised land for a MENA team to make top 4 at a major. Hashem has been so instrumental, 10-7, but most importantly, impact for his kills. Logic bomb early from the Dokkaebi, but 3 mute jammers apparently blocking. At the very least, though, for Falcons, good position from Robbie through Pixel. Down the white corridor, there is one close left. Is he ready for it? No, Robbie mis-aims, and Dan will punish. Robbie just trying to get himself into the game, but 6-10 and has to wait to see how the rest of this round will transpire. Went for the solo push, went for the fast push, but comes up short. The risk-reward factor, though, is if he had have got that kill, big position, player advantage, could have been their round. 90 seconds remaining. BP with the player advantage as J-Lad on the rappel. Outside cocktail and just avoids that Nitro Cell from Pasha. That's the only one that they had.
Yeah, Pasha was allowed to drop. Still, though, a hold above for VP.
Here he is again.
Though, the man of the hour and guards as well. 4 versus 3.
Well, suddenly it flips. Now advantage Falcons. Well over a minute, lots of time. VP can look to consolidate over towards site. Double stack reading. Pasha, though, still white stairs. The diffuser on the white stairs side of the map with guards on the ram. Makes his way all the way up top, but Pasha following in behind, and he's being watched though. Guards ready for the push, but Pasha thinks better of it. Rather than going all the way back up, he just holds middle section of white stairs. Still more to do for Falcons to take this round. Shots on the always, but he's just cleaner from below. Creates the rotate path, gets out of a tricky area. 3v3, and certainly a chance that Falcons do not want to squander from here.
Well, the backstab land from Hasham. Flash comes out, so his position revealed. 20 seconds on the clock. Guards needs to try and start going for this plant default.
Couple of flashes still remaining for Hasham. He's got 2. J-Lab throws 1 out. Guard sticking the plant. Now inside a laundry. Joystick stops the plant. He cleans them up, and Pasha as well gets rid of J-Lad. Hasham in a 1v3 with no time remaining. Just do not present an opportunity, and he will not be able to grasp it. No time, no chance. It's overtime. Once again, Falcons unable to close out. And that has been the differentiating factor of these two teams. For the second map running, up 6-4. And for the second map running, it's overtime. And Falcons, though, at the very least, have got defense. Is that a saving grace, guys? Is that something that can give you hope that maybe they can still get the job here done?
I mean, in some respects, that last round was more devastating than the one before because Falcons found themselves in a rather winnable position. There was a lack of plant denial on the board for VP.
No nitro.
But a massive shot. A gun reigns supreme and able to deny that plant.
Pasha
retake up above.
Yeah, Pasha's retake up above would have been late if the plant hadn't gone down. Then they could have bailed out of reading, played pillar, forced then VP to push forward. But as soon as Joystick hits that shot through laundry, denies the plant, that was basically the round. So overtime we go once again for the second map running. 6-6. Falcons on double defense, so they will have 2 opportunities on the defensive side, and they opt to go top 4. Bar Cocktail, an intriguing decision here, guys.
Yeah, well, there's any side you want to be on in OT on this map. It is defense, so Falcons, will they let another opportunity go begging? Aggressive roam employed in the early round at least. Hasham and Dov down below. Nitro Cell available for Dov. But information also up for VP. Keep in mind as well, with the Deimos on the board and the death mark available, Dov needs to be very, very careful. He has got some good information though with that drone. His Joystick vacates the roof, or retakes the roof rather. Final pieces of the puzzle then in place in terms of defensive setup from Falcons. Who's able to land the first blow in this round?
I mean, I gotta say, it'd be quite cruel if Falcons find a way to win this round and then lose the map. It would be the exact same recipe of Chalet replayed out. Slow and steady start here to OT. Nitrocell prepped, ready to throw for guards. Although drones, at this point, far more important. Puts the Nitrocell away in the back pocket. 3 of which are available for Falcons in this round on the defense. Dan, though, red stairs control in towards Shock, deal with the keeper barrier towards Pixel. This is pretty nice right now for VP. Bar Cocktail, you don't need a whole heap of map control. Keep it nice and close to the site. And if Falcons opt to peek, well, take their head off.
VP have shown a willingness to be rather direct on this objective, so we'll see how Falcons then look to adjust. Deep shock drone, good info. Pasha lands 1 shot, but Robbie will survive.
Robbie's peaks have just been so aggressive in this map, almost losing his life. He is just stuck over towards washrooms. Guards will lose his life. Opening kill for Virtus Pro here on the attack. This would be awful if Falcons lose on defense here. Makes it so much more difficult. J-Lad has to win the battle. He cannot. VP just surrounding them. Hashram again, though, with a super critical kill. Double stack over towards the white corridor position now for Falcons as Hashram rotates in towards Cocktail. Dov, crucial, finds a big kill. Dan looking to stick the diffuser onto the floor. No one able to stop him, though, and it will be successful. Post-plant scenario with Dan in the middle of bar. Hashram making his way through backstore, caught by Joystick. 3 in the round for him. It's down to just Dov. But I feel like VP have set themselves up now as they've got themselves match and series point, looking to book their place into a semi-final appearance.
And it's another successful, rather direct attack on that objective for VP. Not feeling overburdened with the take through white corridor, instead focusing their efforts on site. Some pressure in towards Freezer, enough to win out those battles, win those duels, get the plant down, force the retake, and a double stack white corridor, never a good position for Falcons to find themselves in. There was that opening pick. Robbie to follow, he was under a ton of pressure throughout the round, and then the follow-up from Joystick, who's just been phenomenal here on Kafe.
Well, it's right now devastating for Falcons considering the way this series has played out, but it really highlights the experience of Virtus Pro in these moments, in these big games, been here before on the main stage. They've got what it takes. For Falcons, their first time at this kind of level in a quarterfinal. Not for Mena, but for Falcons. 6-7 down. You were up 6-4. You've allowed 3 rounds in a row now to Virtus Pro to put them in a position where they can secure this map and this series and head on through to a semi-final appearance tomorrow. Top 4 for VP. They were lackluster for Manchester, but SI, they were so good. Looking to bounce back to that level of form. Now the onus entirely on Falcons to do what VP has been doing to them and subvert expectations to send us to a 15th round for the second map in a row. Can they do it here on attack as well, of all sides?
Can Falcons find that extra gear? Unfortunately for them, it is a kitchen attack, and VP successfully defended that twice in regulation. Hasham early on, though, posturing red stairs. He could most certainly catch a defender off guard if he's patient. He'll sit and wait.
Logic Bomb rings out from Robbie's Dockerby as they answer the calls. Hasham will sit patiently. He's the one, though, isn't it, on Kafe that is making a difference for Falcons. 12-8, the top frag for Falcons as Guards is getting ready. The blitz could be a difference maker. Dov deep in through reading. Good control can now be established up above for the bot to deal with the floorboards on the skeleton key. And still with decent timing as well of your Falcons. Hatch opened up, no real pressure here from VP, firmly playing that first floor for Kitchen. So Dov gets free reign. The Ram will get free reign. And Falcons are going to have very good pressure for the end of this round.
VP, though, with a good read, the Yokai drones identifying that there's no pressure in through reception or for a potential VIP hit. They'll know that all these efforts from the attack are up above on the vert.
Oh, never mind, not all of them. Guards making his way in towards VIP with a bit of help from J-Lad. They actually get rid of the warden and clear out a very strong key position.
And they've gone for this pivot. VP thought that Falcons weren't going to go for this hit, but here it comes, 60 seconds on the clock.
Now in towards Kocek left, and he might be able to get this kill. Oh, Shepard headshot! For White though, but Dov losing his life. Robbie struggling as well, falling apart for Falcons. What a play for Virtus Pro, and surely now it is lights out for Falcons. Down to J-Lad and Hasham, but a big kill with a Vendetta. Makes it a 2v3, not done just yet. Joystick still low on health. 30 seconds, and they do have the diffuser. Vulcan canister pop deep into sight. One at the backside here inside of Cooking. Always on the smoke, no more gas space, but loses his life.
It's winnable. 20 seconds on the clock, and Hasham and J-Lad combine to clutch it up for Falcons.
Deathmark goes out onto Pasha to find his location. He's up close. Vendetta's out. 12 seconds left. J-Lad, though, does have the diffuser. He knows where the other one is. Deep into Bakery. Looks to stick the plant. No impacts, no nitro, no chance. Surely Pasha doesn't get enough. VP close it out. Falcons so close, yet so far from a semi-final appearance for Meta. For Virtus Pro, looking to make amends of Manchester once again, as they did at 6 Invitational. They make top 4.
They stepped up when it mattered in this series. Just a little bit too clinical for Falcons today, who put up a fight, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, you've got to feel for Falcons though, don't you? Back on Chalet, so many chances. Here on Kafe, so many chances. But such a good learning experience for this roster from Meta, who did their region oh so proud to make top 8, to put up such a convincing effort against an experienced Virtus Pro roster, but ultimately fall short in a 2-map series. Both go to OT, both were close and both were winnable, and sometimes that's all you can ask for. If you're going to get 2-0'd, at least do it in that fashion.
And both teams will be going to 6 Invitational in Boston, and for Falcons, I cannot wait to see if they can maybe take that next step at that event.
Well, for Virtus Pro, they go to top 4. They've made their way to a semi-final appearance. We'll see what they've got for the remainder here at Montreal. For Falcons, we say goodbye, and Ian's got an interview on the stage.
Thank you very much. I'm standing by with Joystick. Joystick, just before we got into that quarterfinal, you showed Falcons respect. You knew after all of the scrimming that you've done with them that they were going to be tough opposition, and they were.
Yeah, they were like very well, and we always playing like this, close scores, so it was a really good game, like a lot of emotions. Yeah, I hope you like, I all like this game.
We did, and I know that on Kafe, you particularly had a very strong performance. It's a little bit chilly out here, but...
Actually, it's so cold here, like so cold.
A bit of information, actually. We are currently on a hockey ice rink, which is why it's a little bit chilly here. But you are hot in the server. Are you feeling good about the way you're playing right now?
Yeah, I feel in pretty good shape right now, and my team, like, we all sometimes popped off on some games, like sometimes Pasha, sometimes Dan, sometimes Shepard, sometimes always. So it's like, I really think that it's important that in every team, everyone can like pop off anytime.
Feels like that's exactly what's happening, and now you're lined up for a semi-final, W7M or SSG. Who do you want?
Don't care.
You don't care?
Don't.
He knows he's got it. All right, congratulations, Joystick. Go and enjoy with the rest of your team. Plenty more work to be done if they want to raise this trophy behind me, but to pick apart that first quarterfinal, it's back to Manic and the lads on the desk.
Ice cold in and out of the server for Joystick. There's no two ways about it. He looked phenomenal throughout this series, Lax. I mean, is that what turns the tide?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Cyborg's back. I mean, we got to acknowledge that. Like, he is back in full form. But another thing to touch up on, you know, we saw an interview with him. He said that he really likes Lord of the Rings. He's into that series. He kind of looked like Aragorn up there, leading them in that battle there and getting that 2-0. But, I mean, a tremendous effort from them to come through here to win that Chalet, then to bring it to Kafe and to close it out here the way that they did. I mean, VP is looking like a very strong opponent going into that semifinals.
Yeah, quite literally was the exact same situation that they found themselves in on Chalet. They obviously fell down, took some time to understand exactly where Falcons were trying to hit them head on, and then slowly suffocated them out. They were constantly shutting down towards the end of the game, shutting down the Falcons' aggression. A big player that they were shutting down was Robbie. I mean, he's a player that statistically has been the main reason why Falcons have been showing up, and huge shout out to him and the team. They obviously played phenomenally well, but it just goes to show that Virtus Pro has been here before time and time again. They have the experience, and that is what got them over that finish line as they were able to draw out the game. There just wasn't enough left in the tank for Falcons.
Bit of a difference maker experience has on stage, Lax. I mean, we saw both maps for Falcons narrowly escape their grasp. They had match point for 2 rounds straight on both occasions and couldn't get it done.
And that's where the experience comes in, is when you're right there, you are on the cusp of making it to the next stage of going into that semifinals where you get overzealous or you just aren't playing up to your game. And definitely, like I was saying towards the end of both of these maps, Virtus Pro started to take control. They started understanding what they needed to do, and Falcons was respecting where I'd rather just see Falcons take those risks, take that charge, take the initiative to just try to win these rounds and not to fall back and let Virtus Pro take advantage.
Yeah, the one area where Falcons actually came out the gate swinging, which they didn't on Chalet, was their defenses. Like we said, the map was a lot more set up for them to be able to get away with these aggressive plays, these aggressive picks, and they were very difficult to maintain. But once those sides swapped, I mean, Virtus Pro was just so consistent. They're so difficult at attacking against because they just have layer and layer. And obviously, I mean, Joystick had a huge game, so every time that they were put in the situation to make big plays, they had everything they needed, the utility and the gunplay to just slow down. And there were some insane kills. Obviously, the Echo on the last round in the closet, getting full flash and still getting the kills.
Taking on a blitz, full flash, and gets those kills.
I feel like that was just a little bit of written in the stars for Virtus Pro. Obviously, they played like the better team today. They brought it down to the wire. They showed why they have the chops and the experience on their side.
Another close matchup for Virtus Pro. It just seems to be their kind of gamer tag for this event, but it is time for us to move on. We've got another quarterfinal coming up after this with FaZe take on the Soniqs.
contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the Verdant Auditorium. We are getting underway with the Montreal Major. These boys were meant to be helping me for the analyst desk here for game 2, but yeah, they're having some...
Helping myself.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Look, I guess the good thing is these bad boys, Control, they create healthy alternatives. That's right, healthy alternatives for gamers. I know what it's like. I know, don't say too much more on that one.
Do you?
I know what it's like. They create shakes, they create cookies, they create bars that are healthy alternatives for all of us here. Now, of course, these bad boys taste unbelievable. You can get yours at drinkcontrol.com. That's drinkctrl.com. You can use BlastR6 to get 10% off your order. That's right, that's how welcoming we are here at the Montreal Major. But speaking of welcoming, I hear that our 5th favorite Brit has some people with him.
5th favorite, absolutely outrageous. Yes, I am down in the heart of things right here at the home of Siege. We are live in Montreal for the BlastR6 Montreal Major with a couple of the most important people here. Of course, 2 members of the audience for a little bit of a chat. You'll recognize this lady here, Kristen, aka 2Zeros, content creator. Another event. We've seen you in show matches before, but you're just here as a fan this time around.
Yes, this time I'm just 4th time I've come into my event, and I'm just here to support, and hopefully Soniqs are on top.
4th time. This is your very first time, if I'm right. Introduce yourself.
I'm a cosplayer from Orlando. I've known them for a long time, and I've always wanted to come to one of these, and it's this is so nervous.
How good is it? How good is it?
It's amazing. It's like everybody's so welcoming, and I don't know, I want to just stay here forever.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel every single weekend. I never want to leave. So you want Soniqs to win.
Yes.
They're up next. What do you think of Troy Canadian?
I'm a big fan of Troy. We're here in Canada, honestly. It's based on him leaving DZ and now on Soniqs. I just want to see him back on top where he belongs.
And he's got a little bit of a track record of managing to win silverware pretty quickly with any roster he joins. I'm going to ask him about that a little bit later on. Final prediction before I let you go enjoy the rest of the show?
NA on top forever, whole thing.
NA on top forever. All right, thank you very much, guys. Go enjoy the rest of the event. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Of course, back underway with FaZe and Soniqs. This one has a very close, I want to say it's close vicinity for a match. I feel like this has the potential to go to 3 here, Lax. How do we feel about this?
This is definitely the closest matchup in comparison to all the teams here playing. I mean, when you think of methodical teams, that is FaZe by far, especially in the Brazilian region. They have the most unique play style in all of Brazil because of how methodical they are. But now you look at Soniqs. This is a new look at Soniqs. The last time that these two even played was back at the most recent SI in the upper bracket finals where FaZe would beat them 2-0. But again, this is a completely brand new Soniqs that is now going to be able to adjust and quickly to adapt and match that same energy that FaZe has that they're going to be clashing together now.
And both teams have really settled into the meta. Both very strong, shield-heavy teams. They have a good backline. The whole team, there's not one specific player who's carrying amongst the most. Everybody on both sets of squads are really based in their strategy. And that's the beautiful part about this matchup, is it's really going to be a brain versus brain game. And obviously, you know, we'll see hopefully some heroics from some of the individuals.
Potentially a chessboard?
Yeah, potentially a chessboard.
I love that. Let's get underway and start breaking down FaZe, the team that we see time and time again, Lax, at every international event. Close, but no cigar.
Listen, this is just another day in the office for FaZe. I mean, when you look and think about FaZe as a roster, as an org, this team, you will see throughout history of Siege of just being in a main stage appearance, whether that's in the quarterfinals, whether that's in semifinals, whether that's in the grand finals. This roster is a prestigious roster. This is throughout their history through 2021. You can see all of their placings, all S-tier events. The only time they were ever outside of top 8 was at that Invitational in 2023 where they got grouped, unfortunately, but everything before that and even further back, they've always been in 3rd, 4th, 2nd, just could not pass that finish line, like you said.
Yeah, and to make it that far to almost every single main stage since their inception, obviously only getting one win under your belt is so great. But when you are constantly getting there and always just falling short, especially since the last time we saw them in their biggest main stage was at Invite, where they lost that immense lead. So that position to just always get so close but never cross that finish line, besides once, obviously they have a chip on their shoulder at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's two players specifically that you have to talk about, especially going into this entire event, and that is going to be KDS and Vidiking. Both of these players, I mean, when, you know, Joystick said it best. When you have 5 players that can pop up at any given moment, that is exactly all of 5 FaZe members, and specifically Vidiking and KDS. Both these players throughout this entire stage have done so well, and especially Vidiking. I mean, I have some clips to just demonstrate how well FaZe has been playing in these situations where, in realistic situations, they shouldn't be winning these, but this is what makes this team such a phenomenal team and puts them in these winning positions, what puts them on the main stage, what puts them even in a possibility of a grand final. This is, I believe, round 12 SSG. SSG runs away with this. They are in a 4-2 deficit here, but this is what I can appreciate about FaZe, is they know how to play the game. They know how to play these positions. They know how to work together here, and this is, if they lose it, they're done here. Well, they aren't done. They would have to play longer a little bit in the tournament, but they claw it back. And when you look at players like Souls or Handy here, Souls is kind of just stalling here, trying to figure out where the positioning is. He hears the plan. He gets this information to Handy, and Handy plays this so well. He's already basically two-shot, singled out this 1v1 engagement, doesn't allow for a trade game to be done, and then has the heads-up play here to go for the shotgun and ends up closing out here. Then we fast forward into round 14, where this realistically should have been an SSG round, but Vidiking plays this so well and demonstrates his individual prowess to be able to bring this round back, bring it to a 1v1, where ultimately, because of this puts them in the position that they're now finding themselves here, sitting atop of quarterfinals, now going to be playing for a semifinals position.
And every single play that FaZe puts themselves into, it seems like a beautifully calculated attack. Every single position, they're not over-aggressing, they're not over-peaking, they're not giving away their body. If they lose that 1v1, that's okay, because there's somebody else that's there. So both clips, being able to see that everybody is specifically doing their exact part of their strat and nothing more. They're just doing their job, and obviously, if they get the kills while doing their job, that's even better. But they're just doing what is needed from them, and then when you put players like FaZe in those positions, that's why I love watching them, because it's almost like a team consistently made of support players. And so all of those players, you can see in their playstyle, it's very slow, very methodical in the fights that they do take and the positions that they put themselves in.
I just want to keep seeing the personality. I want to see them continue to, I guess, come out of the shell and just allow themselves to be FaZe, because this is a roster that really should be making the final stage, the final day. But another roster that will go head-to-head with them, toe-to-toe, and could potentially knock them out of the tournament. They've been very decent so far. They've shown us a lot. But is it enough to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the Kings here?
I mean, you'd hope so, because we talk about teams needing to break out of their shell, and I think this is Soniqs' biggest step. Since the NAL, they've been doing phenomenally well since bringing in Canadian. They've been consistent and comprised of a team that is so talented, yearning for leadership, yearning for an IGL. Now they have it. Now they have Super coming back into the fray, being the coach of the team. They have so much structure, and we've been saying a lot about chessboard gameplay. Now, we could look at any individual clip from Soniqs, and it would take me about 5 minutes to break down each individual step-by-step process that every single player is doing. And it's almost like Canadian, as the king, knows exactly which specific player he needs in what position every moment of the game. And they have a really good understanding of each other. And obviously they had a little bit of a slow start getting the ball rolling back into this event. It feels like they're in their full form, striving. And I think FaZe is obviously going to be their biggest challenge to overcome. And if they can climb over that mountain, I really don't see another person in their way.
Now, I believe you actually have an example for us to kind of help decipher what we're talking about here, specifically for Soniqs.
Do we?
No.
Well, we do.
My apologies. We don't. You actually want to talk about Surf. That's my bad.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think obviously if we're talking about Soniqs, we have to specifically talk about Surf, because he's been having a phenomenal showing. Besides EWC with Luminosity, this is his first time at a real major event. So obviously, huge kudos to him. He's constantly been in the scene, always on the lower end of brackets, obviously. No shade to him. Just the teams that he was a part of weren't utilizing him in the best way. And that's always been the talk of the town when it comes to Surf. He has so much potential. And if you can just tap into him and use him in the right ways, you're able to see a potential superstar come into fruition.
Well, and the fact that he comes onto the Sonic roster where we've known Surf for a long time, he never had the experience, he never had the opportunity to play on such a well-refined team where now he finds himself in this position. And then let alone, the only time that we saw him in an international event was most recently at EWC, where they unfortunately got grouped as LG, joined Soniqs, has a very successful stage, finds himself here, and then not only finds himself here, finds himself on the quarterfinals, and then he is the second highest rated player, considering all the players that are currently on this roster and the time frame that he had off to playing now compared to the rest. I mean, you got to feel good if you are Surf coming into this quarterfinal, knowing that you are the second highest rated player at this event. It just proves his worth, not only to himself, but to the rest of the league.
Well, going up against some of the greatest players that we have in Siege at the moment as well, this now puts them in a prime position. But what are your thoughts on Soniqs' map pool?
I mean, I think their map pool is very scary just because they have the second amount of most maps played throughout the tournament. They've obviously played 7 out of the 9 maps. Falcons has played 8 out of the 9 maps. So they're almost there. Hopefully we'll be able to see them cross that threshold, but that's just what Soniqs is known to be. They are so flexible on almost every single map. Obviously, if you just look at their win condition of the maps that they've been playing, I mean, there's not necessarily one map that's below the rest. They're so flexible, and I love Soniqs because we've talked about it in the NAL. Whenever something goes wrong in a round, the next round, instant auto-correction. You can see the thought process of them changing up their play styles actively as you watch games go through it.
Lax, there is only one map here that is negative. That's it. Now, these are results all the way back till April. So this is we've got a massive pool here.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a massive pool. And like I said, bringing on Troy, bringing on Surf, it definitely makes a huge difference in terms of just their flexibility and what they're able to do within these maps. And genuinely, whatever the maps end up coming out to be for either of these teams, it's really just going to be a battle of attrition. Who can be quick to adapt and understand how they want to go about this match and completely figure out one another. And that's what I expect it to be. This is 2 teams that have the exact same dynamic and style of play. So it's really going to go to the IGLs specifically to be really taking charge here and putting their key players in position to be able to get up in these rounds.
Let's start to break it down a little bit. What are your thoughts? Where are we going for this one?
I think when it comes to maps, obviously it's pretty much where FaZe wants to go because Soniqs isn't too uncomfortable on whatever map that they like to play. So now the question for FaZe is, do we want to take on a team like Soniqs with their shield play? Do we want to go shield for shield, go for the objectives, go for the plants? Or do they want to take the gunfight? I think if you're FaZe, you're obviously favoring more of the strategical lineup because so far, the hot hands have been on Soniqs' side. That's something that FaZe has been slacking a little bit, but slacking is a strong word. They obviously went 3-0 in Phase 2. They're not slacking. But when it comes to the slaying ability that we're used to seeing from FaZe, I feel like it's died down a little bit just because they have been using so much of the shield, so much of the utility game to get them those wins. And teams so far, that's the hardest play against FaZe, is they're struggling to strategically fight them.
Well, again, another interesting fact to point out here is that FaZe was so early to clench this spot here that they only played a total of 4 matches, whereas SQ has really had to dig deep and warm up throughout this entire event so far and find themselves here in the quarterfinals. And again, this is an entirely different Soniqs that FaZe is not used to. FaZe hasn't met an opponent yet that is going to be matching their energy that Soniqs is going to bring, which is why I'm saying this is really going to come down to who's going to figure one another out and be able to be quick at adapting and understanding what needs to happen.
And an element that we haven't talked about yet is Soniqs' momentum on their side. To go down 0-2 in the Phase 2 bracket and slowly climb their way all the way back, I mean, that's no easy task, but that's something that you build up, is that momentum. And when it comes to the event, obviously, North American team in a North American crowd, Canadian in his hometown, we've seen magic happen. Once an event, you just feel it in the air. And besides the cold that we feel in the air, Canadian is in his hometown. Everything is set up, the momentum, the build to get to this position. And I really do believe this is the start of the descent of Soniqs' success. If they can climb over this mountain, the rest is just a giant snowball that's just going to smash through and claim that trophy. But obviously, FaZe is a difficult team to go up against, and they love crushing the spirits of North American teams.
Well, there is that storyline, Lax, of teams beating FaZe and then going on to be either champions or at least in the grand final.
And that's the thing, is FaZe has everything in their arsenal to win these events, but they choke it at the end, whether it's because nerves get to them, pressure gets to them. It's a hard thing when you're in that position, even from a former player, when you're in that winning position, when you know everything just can go as perfect as possible, it just doesn't for FaZe. FaZe. But that's the thing, we aren't at a grand finals yet. So we don't necessarily need you to focus on that just yet, but it's still a hurdle that they have to get over with Soniqs. But the one thing that FaZe does really well that Soniqs I can't say does down to a T just yet, as being a brand new team, is FaZe is so good at controlling the tempo of games. They are one of the best teams, if not the best, at quickly being able to adapt to another team's playstyle and being able to switch on a dime's notice of being able to switch an attack or a defense, whatever that looks like. So FaZe does have a lot in their arsenal that does give them a little leg up, but again, they are going to be tested here for sure.
And a big player that you're going to look towards FaZe is Cyber. I feel like Cyber, up until this last year, has always been the monumental player getting those opening kills, but obviously because of how the meta shaped up, he's kind of pushed back. They need Vita King on that Monty to be able to gather information. There's not much flexibility on being the lurk currently in the meta, but Cyber's still holding true. But if we can see some big games, some big numbers come out from Cyber, that almost confirms FaZe's wins, because we've always talked about it. The way their team is comprised is 4 flex supports and then Cyber on the lurk, elsewhere on the map, always being that X factor, being annoying in the side of any team that they play, while the rest of the team is slowly setting up, slowly step by step, going for the execute, and you always have to worry about Cyber. Now, it can definitely get away from you if you aren't pinpointing exactly where he is. The meta does not favor lurk play, but if you see Cyber slaying out, getting a lot of kills, you know that FaZe is just steamrolling through their game.
Now, there's been many comments of it so far. It's chilly in here. It's a little cold in here. Lax, coming from North America, you're kind of used to this, and obviously, you know, you've played in Boston, you've played in Montreal, you've played all around. FaZe at the moment, right? They would be used to the warmer weather. They'd be used to a different climate. How do you, I mean, does it impact you when you're playing?
Yes and no. Once you get into the game, everything starts to come alive in your body. You start to feel more warm, your mental clarity's there, everything just starts to go through as the rounds progress. So I don't think the cold factor here is gonna, you know, interrupt anyone's play. I'm sure every single player there has hand warmers. That's pretty normal for the most part. But if you're letting your hands be the deciding factor of your success throughout this game, you probably shouldn't be here competing and in quarterfinals.
It's very true. That's very true. Maybe it was a stupid question after all. Let's go ahead and start breaking down.
It's a fair question.
Look, I'm
no one wants to play with
now.
cold hands.
No one does.
Any gamer, no one wants to play with cold hands.
No one does, but what we want is to find out what maps we're going to in a best-of-3 series. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams. One, maybe with a deeper map pool, but the other, boy, have they been here time and time again. Fox, what are your thoughts on our first map, Lair?
I mean, I think a Lair pick is really good. I mean, FaZe is obviously very comfortable on playing Lair. I'm glad that they're bringing out on a first map. Obviously, some good footage against Soniqs, because Soniqs played Lair in North America against OXG, and that game obviously went the wire. But we know Soniqs isn't just going to sit on it and not change anything. Obviously, they are the team that adapts the quickest. And I think this really is going to be a good litmus test to Lair that a lot of teams will be able to take from going into future tournaments and future events. Soniqs has been known to leave up that border for the third matchups, and that's a map that has been good for them, but I feel like it's a real toss-up. Now, it really comes down to this second map, which is Bank. And I think this is exactly what we're expecting, is just a strategical battle of both games. Yeah, obviously, just big maps. I wouldn't be surprised to leave an X-Factor attack-sided map for the third one just to switch up the element.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say this is probably gonna get, I mean, a Skyscraper, this is a good map for FaZe. I'd say it's a little better for FaZe than it is for Soniqs. Still not a bad map for Soniqs by any means, but I'm looking at this Bank specifically because when you think of Bank as a whole across regions, Bank is heavily favored in Brazil. So in terms of FaZe having a good serving sample of a region that understands Bank very well, they do have that. Obviously, this is Soniqs' pick. They understand what they want to do and how they want to approach this map. So I do think both maps favor both teams here. It really is going to come down to that decider of Skyscraper and how either both of these maps do turn out for either side.
Every single map is a defender-sided map. I'd expect to see a lot of shield play out of all of the maps, so I'm really interested to see if that Monty is going to be taken off the board, if the Blitz is going to be taken off the board, and what teams do to respond, especially on Bank, especially on Skyscraper.
I don't know. I feel if I'm, just from watching both regions, I feel if I'm FaZe, I get rid of the Monty. Troy is such a pivotal piece on that Monty and setting his team up for success and just gaining that information. Blitz obviously can do that, but Monty is just better because you don't show your body off by any means unless you're taking an opening engagement. So if I'm FaZe, maybe I do ban that Monty and just get that out the picture and deal with the Blitz how you want to deal with it. But ultimately, we're gonna have to see what that looks like when we get into the map.
Yeah, if you just give Canadian the Monty and he's able to pinpoint his pieces, that's where you're going to find a scary position to be in if you're going up against Soniqs. Because if he can just sit there, not have to worry about anything about dying, he can just focus on exactly who needs to go where. And so far, when we've seen that Monty left up, Soniqs' success rate on attack wins skyrockets through the roof.
Now, dulling it down, what is the win condition here for FaZe?
I think the win condition comes down to how good they can be on attack, because obviously Bank is more favored in Brazil compared to North America. But when it comes down to their attacks, if they do get rid of that Monty or they don't, their attacks have to be quite different, because I'd imagine Soniqs is going to be relying on stalling out FaZe early, utility, and having the gunplay behind it. So if FaZe tries to squeak away and get some kills back, that's where they shut it down. So I think Soniqs is starting with a utility slow, clear, and FaZe really has to be the team to spice up. And that's why I was highlighting Cyber so much, because if there's going to be an X factor that can catch Soniqs off guard, it'll be Cyber creeping through the angles.
I was just going to say, on the Soniqs defense, if they can just figure out and pinpoint where Cyber's trying to entry, where maybe Souls is trying to come into, that is going to put a stop right into FaZe's attacks right off the get-go. If they can just figure out and pinpoint where they need to be putting an extra man to maybe just play, you know, the man advantage in that situation. Obviously, if you're on the defense, if you can maintain a man advantage, you will always be coming out on top, especially if you can stall time with that, because you're going to be running into a defensive setup that is, you know, there's going to be tripwires there's going to be barbed wire, there's going to be all sorts of things that is going to stop that. So again, if Soniqs can figure out that defensive side and figure out what FaZe is trying to do and stop a player like Cyber or Souls, they will already hit the ground running on their defensive half.
If we dive into Lair a little bit deeper here, are we thinking that this is going to be an open map? Are we hoping for this to be close, or do you think that this is favoring one of these teams?
I don't think it favors either one of the teams just because it's so untested. One thing that I love about FaZe's map play is they use the shields. There's so much lurkability. But one thing about Soniqs' Lair is the verticality. They're one of the first teams to actually abuse that verticality when we saw them play against OXG. And that was a big reason that got them that win. So with a little bit more time, if we see some interesting angles, and if FaZe just try to rely on that lurkability, I just don't know if that's going to work out on their attacks, because Soniqs is going to be set up for it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to regurgitate what you just said, but I think it's definitely something to know when you're going into this first matchup. But again, what it really comes down to me, again, is really the IGLs just really being able to pick apart each other's defenses, each other's attacks, and moving pieces around as much as possible. Because again, both these teams can switch on a dime. So as long as you're on a defense or an attacking side and you can make those adjustments in between the round, moving players around, finding an opening at any given moment, that is going to be the team that is going to be walking away with either one of these rounds or either one of these maps.
When you look at Canadian and the impact that he's had on this roster now, and we start to open that kind of conversation up with, you know, you were saying before, it's more about having the individuals that Canadian can use at his disposal and kind of support the team in a way that really opens up maps. Do you feel as though against a really structured team, a team like FaZe that understands what they're doing, that might be a pitfall where this could get tested? Remembering they've only had 2-3 months together. It's not like they've been together for a year here. Could this be where it gets tested?
I mean, of course, this is where it's going to be tested. I think FaZe is their toughest opponent so far to go up against. But you are right. I mean, as an IGL, if you have players that want to be molded into the position that you want to be, they will die for the cause just to get your vision through. I think at the end of the day, that's the best situation that you want to be in. And if everyone is still playing and listening to the IGL and focusing on what the goals will be, even if it doesn't go your way, sometimes it doesn't, you still have to be proud, because yes, they haven't had that much time. This is their first stage together as a team, and it's already a huge improvement from stage one.
I think even with that said, and touching up on the IGLs, I think it is also going to come down to each individual player to be able to read situations and relay that information, not just solely rely on the IGL to pivot you in a position of you taking initiative, you understanding the risk and the potential that something can be done or not be done in any given moment throughout this match.
Well, this has the prospect to be a very close matchup. This is one that will go the distance. I'm sure of it. Brazil, they go toe-to-toe with North America.
FaZe is very confident because we won the 3 games of the Phase 2.
I'd say the strengths of our team is we have a very good mix of players.
I think our strategy against Soniqs will be to play our style, so I think we'll be a very strong team to play against.
I think as long as we show up and play our game, I think we're capable of beating anyone. We're just playing to win, and simple as that. To FaZe, I'm excited to have my first official match against you guys in a very long time, and let's have a good game.
Hey Soniqs, everything you've done in this competition does nothing for us, and we are going to win easy against you.
Sorry, I am just admiring this unbelievable trophy. Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. We are 1 quarterfinal down, 3 to go. Up next, it is Brazil versus North America. Are we ready for this one? They came agonizingly close to a trophy on their own turf. Can they make it happen at the home of Siege? It's FaZe Clan! What these men are capable of, dangerous Brazilians. And some of their greatest rivals aren't even here. Is this their greatest chance yet? With a local legend leading the charge, is this a chance for them to leave this stage unfazed? It's Soniqs! That man in the middle, Troy Canadian, every roster he has joined, pretty quickly he manages to guide them to some Siege silverware. Can he do it again in Montreal? KDS and Canadian, please come and join me for a brief conversation before we throw you into the first map. KDS, I'll come to you first. We all know how heartbreaking the 6th Invitational was. Ever since then, you have been looking to make amends and get your hands on some silverware. Is this your time in Montreal?
Yeah, we started very well the tournament. We win all the matches, so I think we are very strong at this point in this tournament, and we are going to win. I hope so.
Oh, I like the way he looked in your eye when he said that, Troy. How does it feel to be in Montreal?
Feels great. Feels great. Always feels great here. It's home. It's home. It's cold too. Hockey arena. Like this is for me. Yeah.
Well, you see, he likes it cold. I know that maybe not yourself. You prefer warmer weather. Do you think you can handle these conditions?
Yeah. The last time we played in Manchester, it was very cold and we lost. But this time we had the hand thing.
I've got to ask, you've done many times what seems like the impossible. You go to a new team, you then go win a trophy. Do you think that you can do it again, Canadian? Is that something that is part of your destiny?
I definitely believe in it. I wouldn't be playing still if I didn't think I could do it. So yeah, I definitely believe in myself. I believe in the guys that I'm playing with, and yeah, I'm just here to prove it, here to earn it.
Any last words for your opponent here?
Just have a good game.
You too have a great game.
All right, good stuff. Go and take your seats. It would only be right if we had 2 wonderful Canadians calling the action for this one. Jesse, Intero, take it away.
Oh, thank you so very much, Ian. It's so good to be back in Montreal. The crowd right now was very loud for the VP and Falcons game. We're gonna let them get their refreshments and get back in before we ask them to get loud yet again. But you've got 2 of the teams here right now that before we played a single map of the play-ins, if you talk to all the teams coming to this event, most of them at Soniqs and FaZe Clan among the top 4 teams. And it's a bit of a shame that we have to see them in the quarterfinals, but both of these teams will have an opportunity to beat one of the best and then move on to the semifinals to prove that they rightly earned that spot amongst everybody's top of the predictions.
Exactly, and I mean, those predictions weren't unfounded. The #1 team from Brazil versus the #1 team from North America. This is the battle that everybody's been wanting to see. There were expectations for both of these squads. You know that none of them want to see that quarterfinal exit.
No, I mean, FaZe Clan, the very first team to make it into the playoffs, and they did so with relative ease. Soniqs' path wasn't exactly as simple, and they were on the ropes for most of their matches, but boy, oh boy, the dominance they showed, especially when they got to the best of 3s, only proves that sometimes you don't need to be a BO1 team. Once you make it to the main stage. It's best of 3s and potentially a best of 5.
Exactly. Technically, this is the #1 seed out of Swiss versus the #8. But I don't think anybody's looking at Soniqs thinking, oh yeah, that's a #8 seed. They looked so good on the bottom half of that Swiss. FaZe Clan, they've yet to drop a single map. The entire tournament, they have been dominating. But Soniqs, they're on a bounce back. These last couple of matches, and even their early losses were very close. They're looking red hot coming into playoffs.
The person really to highlight on the side of Soniqs has made his international debut. Surf is an exceptionally good player, 47 and 11 over his last 4 maps, holding the second best KD at the tournament. I don't know if you've seen the little chevron on the bottom of the screen. It's been going through some little fun factoids. The only players above and directly below him are both on Falcons, and they're no longer in this event. So Surf stands alone at the moment in terms of active players with KD, and he can only increase that today. But if there was ever a team that could dent that oh so shiny kill-death ratio that Surf has, it's FaZe Clan. You said it. The best team in Brazil, the best looking team so far at this event as well through stage 2.
No, 100%. This is going to be the toughest match that Soniqs have had to play. Surf is one of those guys who's been heating up later into the tournament. This will be Surf's first time playing in front of a crowd. I hope it doesn't get to him.
FaZe Clan, the favorite among social predictions. You're still filing in here, but do you have crowd FaZe Clan winning the event?
There's like 2 guys out there.
Yeah, there's like 3 people.
Yeah,
How
maybe.
about Soniqs?
They're there.
A Brazilian team doesn't get as many crowd cheers as a North American team? Color me shocked. Well, folks, friends and enemies, Map 1 Lair is ready.
We'll jump into the operator bands here with FaZe Clan versus Soniqs, map 1 of our BO3. This is FaZe Clan's pick, but it's a great map for both squads. This is the top North American team on Lair versus the top Brazilian team on Lair. Both have been running it quite a bit in their regional leagues. Soniqs, you know they love a Dokkaebi ban. That will be expected here by FaZe Clan for our first choice. Ooh, but it's a Monty. Banning out an operator of Vitakings, who he's very proficient at. That's a bit of a curveball. Now for FaZe Clan, Ying would be the comfort ban. I wouldn't even hate a Blitz ban, but they'll stick comfy with the Ying. FaZe Clan like to ban Castle on Lair. It's been their most banned defender. I could see a Tachanka because that's a really good pocket pick that Soniqs have. They'll go for Mira instead. We'll probably be seeing that Tachanka later on in this first half then, so nothing too crazy.
You think Azami?
This will be an Azami. It's Soniqs. They don't like to go crazy with their operator bans. Everyone's excited, but it's Azami. Of course it is.
We get excited for the routine.
True.
It's quite nice. So operators are locked in. Shield operators have been the star of the show through this entire event, and I don't know how many of you saw the teaser for the reveal of Collision Point, the upcoming operation, and the man on the top of the screen, Blackbeard, is getting a rework, and they've teased him, and it looks like he's got a full body shield as well. So not only have we seen shields get played, but there could be another one coming to Rainbow Six. I would be shocked if Vitakings stays on the Blackbeard role.
It would be impressive if we saw Blackbeard the very first game, but I highly doubt that that will come out from FaZe Clan. Of course, repick available for the attackers. Sonic will choose to start on the top floor. This is the bomb site that a lot of teams are preferring over the others on this site. We'll see basement from time to time. We'll likely see bunks and briefing coming out soon. Armory weapon is not super favorable on Lair, but you never know. With these 2 squads, Soniqs, they're absolutely a creative team. The desk highlighted it. We've got a real battle of 2 minds, Vitaking and Canadian, 2 of the smartest players in all of Rainbow Six Siege. And Parker, it actually happened. They stuck the Blackbeard. Vitaking's gonna be running it. He's got that fuse kit for the very first round. They've also got a Collie being brought out by Souls, and Handy is on the blitz. Something tells me this is gonna be a quick one.
I mean, this might be the last time at a tier 1 competition that we see Blackbeard in his current form.
True.
I think that's worth a cheer at least. People really don't like Blackbeard. They really, really don't like Blackbeard.
He's not an operator with a lot of upsides, I'll tell you that.
Lowest pick rate of all the attackers at
Correct.
the event. Second lowest pick rate was Yana, as we talked about.
Throughout the regional league stage 2, of course. Yana being picked a little bit more so far at this event, but it is still rare. This is going to be an explosive jump in. Handy staring at this display window. He knows there's a player on the other side of it, and with the stim, they will jump on in.
And there's the shield off to the races. Oh, a missed opportunity. First pick goes to Handy. He's got the sidearm out. Soniqs answers back with 2 kills. 3 kills, in fact. Ambi, 2. Surf on the board early. Surf a second. 2 players from Soniqs with all the kills, and it's all up to Vidiking peeking the windows. Can't imagine that a Blackbeard is going to be very good in this situation. And it's Rexon, the only player, rather, to get less than 1 kill in that round. Rexon. 2 kills from Surf, 2 kills from Ambi. Rexon on the board. Nothing for Canadian and Grixer.
No, and we focused on that blitz play, jumping in display. Obviously, that was the head of the spear for FaZe Clan, but they had another push that was walking up the mezzanine stairs, and that's where Ambi got the crucial 2K, managing to steal that man advantage and weight it heavily in favor of the Soniqs. Good work from the young 18-year-old there on Mez stairs, and then the anti-blitz play once again. I was really surprised that FaZe Clan maybe didn't want to take out that blitz. Soniqs are a team, they'll play both shields. They love their Monty, they love their blitz. In NAL, a lot of teams banned Monty against Canadian. He just ran the blitz, and he had a lot of success with it. FaZe Clan haven't quite been on that level. They love their Monty. Vidiking so good with that operator, but the blitz plays have been less successful for FaZe. That's something Soniqs have read into. They realize that they may not be a simply better shield team, but they're definitely a deeper shield team.
Canadian always tries to keep up with the meta, so it doesn't surprise anybody whatsoever that he would opt for the shield play. Soniqs have such good mechanical players on the team that it stands to reason that you put the old guy on the shield because there have been some pronounced deficiencies with Troy's name from time to time that we can make fun of. But
he is currently the only player on the team who went negative through Swiss.
I mean, hey, that's fine. That's what the support and IGLs are supposed to do. And we didn't just see that on Soniqs, we saw that on an awful lot of teams. Yeah, maybe it is a bit abnormal on a team like FaZe Clan where their support players are typically more involved in the executes. And when they're defenders, they tend to play a more active style as well. So for FaZe Clan, a team that just plays their own style, Virtus Pro in the matchup earlier today, very similar, which was great when we saw them do battle against each other. But I would love a FaZe VP matchup. I would love a Soniqs VP matchup. But I am unabashedly a Virtus Pro stan. We said goodbye to Falcons earlier today if you did not watch our very first match. And what a story they have been. A young team making roster moves, bringing in a player that was largely slept on in EU, who leads or who led this event in KD, as we talked about. That's Robbie. No longer around, but I'm sure this isn't the last we'll see of Falcons. They'll be at SI as well. So will Soniqs and FaZe Clan.
Of course, qualifying, locking those spots in earlier this event, I should say. This is a basement site, and we're seeing a very direct hit from FaZe. They don't want to clear through the top floors. This has been very apparent to Soniqs. Those roamers of Surf and Ambi are going to need to make their way back as soon as this site comes in, or try to play those vertical angles, which can be very strong on the basement bomb site of Lair. For FaZe Clan, they're taking their time with this. You know, they're using their Flores drones. They're trying to get a pick off before they push, but Soniqs are not giving them much.
Ambi decides to contest on stairs. Down he goes. He won't be able to impact this round the same way he did before, but as a Goyo, you've still got your canisters laid around the bomb site, or potentially off-site. There goes one of them. Canadian had lost to Yokai early on. What a play by Surf. He gets the ping at the last second. Down goes Souls through the soft wall. I don't know how many of those boogie drones the Ram of Souls was able to toss out. If he didn't get many out, that's a lot of soft destruction. That will be absent from this FaZe execute with 1 minute still left on the clock.
Oh, they know exactly where Grixer is at. He's got to have some phenomenal play here in the last 60 seconds.
They have an idea.
Well, they know.
King's got the diffuser, by the way. So if he loses this 50-50 engagement, he's in trouble. Oh, no! Almost a missed opportunity on the Handy, but they come out ahead. FaZe Clan immediately with 2 kills. Canadian on the board. Says goodbye to KDS. Fire spreads. Canadian has to move out of his position. Both Vidiking and Handy so low on HP, it'll come down to Surf to clutch out. And he'll go for a rotate. He's outside. This is not an ideal set of circumstances as Vidiking gets the diffuser down. Surf in a really troubling spot. FaZe Clan will keep him at bay with another fire arrow. That's the last one used. As now Surf has time working against him. Knocked over by an air jab. Handy knows exactly where he is and follows up with the kills. That was routine for FaZe. They got the first pick and they pushed it all the way to the limit. No real opportunity for Soniqs.
You know, you said something in that execute, Parker. You said if Vita King loses the 50-50. The thing you don't realize is Vita King rarely loses those 50-50s. He's lost only 28 gunfights all event. That's the fewest out of anybody. In the meantime, he's picked up 44 kills, 44 and 28 KDR going through the Swiss phase. He's been phenomenal for FaZe Clan. The IGL, hard support, not always one you look to be finding those big frags. Typically, that's going to be more handy. That's going to be more cyber. But Vita King has been phenomenal, having probably his best event here in Montreal. If he can continue to keep that up, if he continues to perform the way that FaZe Clan need him to, this is going to be a very close game between him and the Soniqs.
That could have been such a blunder, by the way.
Yes.
Taking care of Handy, Vita King would have also given his position away even more than he already did, but you saw how instrumental Handy was. Not just getting that last kill, Jesse, but both of those fire arrows directly resulted in a follow-up kill. He fires off Canadian. Canadian has to move. KDS gets the pick. He fires off Surf. Surf has to go through a separate room. He gets picked off by Handy. Excellent play from that utility.
Now, you may be wondering why Surf and Rexon are cuddling inside the bomb site at the moment, but the reason for that...
It's cold in here.
It's cold in here, but they're also trying to hide their operator selections. They were both trying to dodge the drones. They're hoping that FaZe Clan won't bring utility to clear out the Zoto canister and Kaid combo that Soniqs have brought for this defense. And what have they got? They've got an IQ, and they've got some nades, so they don't have no options, but they don't have any EMPs. They're going to need to be really good with these Twitch drones and or the nades to clear out the Electro Claws, to stop the Zoto canisters, to get that wall open. The wall is so important on this bomb site. That's where most teams are going to enter from, and that's where they're going to try to push from. There's no Maverick, so it's going to be really awkward to get that angle opened up.
An already defender-sided map will become even harder now for the attackers to execute on, or so we suspect. That Selma might have gone off. We don't know exactly what set of circumstances is in. No,
it's frozen for now.
Lair, by the way, sitting at 55% of all rounds won by the defenders. Most maps we have seen skewed towards the defenders. So for Soniqs, starting on the favorable side, if they cannot win more than 3 rounds, that would be considered a loss just based on numbers. Now, obviously, those numbers don't always hold, but every single bomb site that gets played frequently on this map is defender-sided. So there are no real excuses for Soniqs here. You're not at the mercy of a rotation. Every bomb site you go to should give you a better chance of defeating FaZe Clan. Second round in a row, though. The Brazilians striking first. They almost find a second, and they will actually get it. Handy's patience is rewarded. And so far, the drone work from FaZe Clan has been impeccable, Jesse.
It really has. The info's been there. Now they're inside a site, too, trying to look for it. Surf is here, holding things down. They've got nobody up above on the side of Soniqs, right? So this soft breach can go really well for FaZe Clan if they're attempting it, but they're just stacked up on green stairs at the moment. They haven't made any of these angles. Those could actually favor Soniqs in the post plant if they make for a rotate. Rexon in a sneaky position here on yellow stairs. Will be trying to pinch in when this push comes forward. The wall still as well. A lot of these walls staying closed on the side of Soniqs. So they've done a good job with the Two-Brow and with the Kaid, but it doesn't matter if you can't win your gunfights.
Canadian will quarterback this defense. As FaZe outnumber Soniqs by 1. 2 of the 3 best offensive forces for Soniqs are in the ground. Their best one just got buried. It's Souls with the shovel in hand. Now Canadian drops as well, and it's all up to Rexon. After a good first round, Soniqs have not looked like themselves at all, getting picked apart by such a frenzy on attack. 1 pick for Rexon. Handy drops, Diffuser goes down, and now the twitchy aim of Rexon will need to find 3 more, and he sees the gridlock, but softens up the metal beams. That's all he can find for it, and 2 rounds go now in a row for the attackers. You're only expected to win 2 rounds on attack. On Lair, FaZe are already there.
Yeah, FaZe Clan have had a great start so far. They're doing it with direct sight hits. You know, they're not worried so much about taking that top floor control. On the basement, they had a ram, but it was really a solo ram. It wasn't like the whole execute was going from top to bottom. Now we see on Bunk's briefing the exact same situation. They're not going all the way from top to bottom. They do clear out that top floor. They get control of green stairs, but they're not working vert very much. They're not actually pressuring these players. They're just using that as a jumping off point. They get a couple of kills top floor. They make sure that there's no defenders up there, but then they're going to push horizontally. They're going to come in through green. They're going to make sure that they can get those picks. And for the side of Soniqs, they've tried to take those gunfights late, but without the man advantage, of course, it's going to be oh so difficult. Here we see the only soft breach coming out up above. Good play by the gridlock in that final round. FaZe Clan now take the lead. Of course, this is their map pick. They're expected to be able to walk away with this. They're 2-1 so far in their history on Lair, beating Vivo, Keatstars, and W7M. They did have one loss to E1 in the regular season. That was a 7-2.
That was a stunning map. You and I cast.
We did. It was an awkward game, to say the least, but I think FaZe Clan have put it behind them, right? They're confident enough to pick it in a quarterfinal BO3. They've got 2 other big wins under their belt. They're not so worried about that one game. I think they can write it off as a bad day. For the side of Soniqs, I should say as well, this is a very good map for them. Soniqs have never lost Lair in their history. They've played it twice, beating OXG and SSG in the NAL this stage, but regardless, this is a good map for both teams. FaZe Clan would really love walking away with a strong first half.
That E1 team, by the way, that looked head and shoulders above the E1 team that we saw at Manchester, yet still was not able to qualify for this major. Quite stunning that a weaker team made it. Top 3 in the region in Brazil back in stage 1. Stage 2, they make a couple changes. E1 looked like a better team, but I don't think anybody expected Black Dragons to make the run through the LCQs that they did. I think the team that was probably most surprised by it was Furia, the defending world champions who sat at home for the first time in God knows how long. They did qualify for SI through no real actions of their own, so at least they'll be there to defend their world championship.
Well, through their actions in stage 1.
Oh, I suppose so.
Yes.
They qualified during this major because of other teams getting certain points.
Exactly. But still,
that's basically getting paid to sit at home. Is what it is.
More or less, but they put in the work. They still managed to get the job done. Strong enough first half. Here we find the opening pick attempted by Viking. C4 throws out his way. Does about half damage too, so he's going to survive for now, but they know exactly where he's at. Again, top floor defense. Viking somewhat alone. He does not have defuse kit this time around, as he often does. Just fishing for this kill, trying to bait him out with one of these grenades and the flashbangs that, of course, they bring on the striker. Nothing yet, though.
FaZe Clan have been formidable when it comes to first bloods, and it will continue to get better for them. 4 rounds in a row where FaZe has struck first. Soniqs defense looking listless through the last 3 rounds. It wouldn't surprise me if this round goes in favor of FaZe, that a timeout gets called from the team in teal. Grixer is the last man standing. No kills to his name just yet. 4 targets on the side of FaZe Clan, so he's got options. He'll find his first onto Cyber, slow peeking. That small rotate, but a pre-fire from Handy around the door will net the final player on Soniqs. Not a lot to show beyond round 1. And SQ maybe in a bit of trouble early.
Soul's a great couple of kills at the start of that round. Of course, playing around that display window. Not a player that you think about when you think about the top performers from FaZe Clan. Typically, Souls has been one who's struggled a little bit more for this team. His real benefit to FaZe is that he'll play anything. He's played 23 different operators this tournament, more than any other player on FaZe Clan. And of course, he's got that experience as well. One of only 4 players in this lobby who have a history of lifting the major trophy. Of course, his teammate Cyber won it with him on FaZe Clan. KDS won that Mexico major all the way back on Team 1. And then Troy Canadian. Who else?
Troy Canadian, one of the most winningest players in all of Rainbow Six Esports. We've talked endlessly about Troy moving onto the Soniqs roster, not necessarily by choice, mind you. An altercation at an event this summer led to an untimely split from DZ and their long-standing captain. This will be Troy's 4th North American team as he goes all the way back to that Continuum and EG core, then to Space Station, over to Dark Zero, and now to Soniqs. With the exception of Soniqs, you know one thing all of those teams have in common?
What?
He won a championship with them.
That he did.
A world championship on the side of CTM. A world championship on SSG. A major championship on the side of Dark Zero. And you know what all 3 of those have in common? They were all won in North America. 2 in Montreal, 1 in Charlotte. And now here we are in Montreal again. There's certain teams and certain players that tend to level up when they come to Montreal.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro is one of those teams. G2 tend to be one of those teams. They did not get the memo this time. Canadian is another one of those players where just playing on home soil and getting to play in the cold comforts of Montreal seemed to do him well. Is it enough? Well, he's changed the culture on that team. Super also came in as coach. He walked them through that timeout. There is no shortage of advice that he can give this team through these rounds, because FaZe winning 3 attacking rounds on Lair, despite it being their map, is quite abnormal. Soniqs, they'll have to tighten it up, or they'll let this map get away from them because FaZe goes on to the better side in just a couple rounds.
Yeah, now we'll test their adaptability. Can you pull it back after the tactical timeout? Canadian up here on the roam, as he often is. He does have Ambi roaming with him on the first floor. Otherwise, the players on Soniqs are all sitting down in the basement. FaZe Clan, they brought a very different lineup for their push this time. They've got the Damos, they've got the Lion, they've got operators that can push out these roamers and try to get picks in the early round, rather than the last time where they pushed this site and they were very focused on going horizontal. Very little pressure up above. Still Souls on that ram, of course, likely to be somewhat solo as he clears through, but perhaps we'll have the help of the Lion charges. Here comes the first one. It does track Surf in the site, but no kills coming off of that EE1D to start this round.
One thing I'm going to be looking for on FaZe Clan is how effective their entry is. They've drawn first blood in all of these rounds. They haven't given up a lot of drones in the process as well. The drone economy is something that doesn't get mentioned all that frequently. But on a big map like Lair, the biggest in the map pool, you need to be proficient at roam clearing, especially when a lot of teams, Jesse, like to try to retake. But why bother retaking when you haven't even given up this position at all? Grixer taking down KDS. It means that for the first time on this map, Soniqs will have an advantage early in the round.
Yeah, that's big. Now can they convert this opening pick? Soniqs, they have the best conversion rate of any team through the Swiss phase, so they're very good at capitalizing on these opening frags. Ambi hunting for more on the yellow stairs. They know exactly where he's at. He's worried about a pinch, but it's coming from below. It's Cyber. He equalizes it 4.
And he knew that Cyber was coming from that direction. He saw and heard the flashbang, but Ambi was a little preoccupied with where somebody else might have been coming from. He was mistaken. I don't know if that was a deliberate attempt from FaZe Clan to get him looking in another direction, but it works out all the same. Now Souls can set up shop upstairs. He was an early death the last time we saw him on Ram, and we commented on how those boogie drones didn't have a ton of impact. This time he's used all of his utility, and he's still a walking gun.
This is awkward for Canadian. The Lion charge will pause him for just a moment, but he's hunting for these top floor players. Can he find Souls on the ram?
Surf dies to Cyber, yet another kill from the Maverick, taken out by Grixer. Grixer now starting to get in the game after some pronounced struggles early on. Vidiking getting Diffuser down. 3v3 HP though, not favoring Soniqs, but they managed to find Souls from above, and Canadian gets information from it as well. He's got the read on the Vidiking. Grixer, a 3rd kill through the round, and it's all up to Handy. Only a couple bullets will take out these remaining Soniqs players, but he's got to get through the door frame first. Rexon on Diffuser, Handy walks in. Canadian gets the job done while Rexon completes the objective. The timeout converts directly to a 1 round. Soniqs still trail, but they're hoping desperately to tie up this first half.
It wasn't a super clean round. They had to do it in the post plant, but it's that flank from Canadian combined with excellent anchor play coming out from Grixer that gets the job done. It's that coordination that almost any other player coming onto a team so fresh wouldn't have right off the bat. But Canadian deserves so much respect on this team. He commands it from his teammates. They can play so well together because they've all jumped in and bought into the Canadian system. The way that they played that post plant, the replant, coming in was so strong. Canadian and Grixer getting the job done. I was a little worried for Canadian. Up top, he was sprinting. Souls, I think, heard him run through the hallway, and so it was a 50-50 gunfight, but Canadian got it done. Souls just couldn't quite hit the shot. And then the positioning was perfect for the final frag, of course. Getting it done here in Montreal. One more round would tie us at 3 going into the second half. I will remind the audience that the second half should be the exciting one. Soniqs were the best attacking team through all of the tournament so far, but FaZe Clan were the best team on defense. So you know we're gonna get good Siege in the second half. Not that the Siege in the first half's been bad, but.
It's like a Super Bowl matchup, right?
Yes.
Best attacking team, best defending team. Well, I guess they don't call it attacking in football, even though it is an often violent sport. Again, it's a little bit of a shame to see these two teams do battle in quarters, but that's how seeding works. It's also that Soniqs just could not clear out early enough. They had to wait until the very final day to beat Team Liquid to make it here. And that was also another sad matchup, frankly.
Yeah.
I think both Liquid and Soniqs could have very easily made an argument to make top 8. But with the way the Swiss system works, sometimes the best teams don't actually make it to the top 8. You could be the 9th best team But if you're going up against the 8th best team, or the 7th place team, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, and Soniqs didn't make it easy on themselves either, losing their first 2 games in Swiss. They kind of only have themselves to blame.
Very close matches, admittedly.
For sure, but still losses, and that's all Swiss cares about. Yeah. Now, of course, we're seeing another blitz play. This did not work from Handy. Last time it got shut down by the Legion play of Grixer. Can it happen again? It's going to be coming in bathroom window. A little bit move over, and this time you might find an early pick. Yes,
Handy gets, oh my, almost misses the opportunity. Good thing KDS was there for backup. 3 very swift kills, make it 4. This round, Jesse, is all but over. Grixer nowhere to go. Drop the hatch maybe? No, he tried, but you could tell Pablo was panicked in the corner. 4-2 the first half, but not for the defenders like you'd think. FaZe Clan on attack on their own map.
Yep.
Managed to take 4 rounds. 55-45, again, are those numbers. This is not the most defender-sided map in the map pool. When you start to see 60% and above win rate for the defenders, that's when you say, okay, a 4-2 half is all but guaranteed, unless we see something really outside the norm. FaZe Clan on attack, on their map, knowing this well. Yeah, I mean, this result doesn't surprise me.
Sure.
It's not good for Soniqs, but it doesn't really surprise me. I could see this going in this direction. The trouble is again, Soniqs, a great attacking team, the best in the tournament, like you pointed out, but they're gonna be fighting uphill. And from just the way those first 6 rounds have gone, I give the edge to FaZe Clan in terms of understanding this map.
Something Laxing said on the desk is that this game's going to come down to how the IGLs of each team can break down the defense on the other side. And I think what FaZe Clan showed is that they can break down those defenses really well. The adaptation called by Vidaking. Now the blitz is not jumping in display window, it's going in bathroom window. So you can work with the mezzanine player to get that pinch onto Ambi. That's really good adaptation that we saw from FaZe Clan. Now it's the job of Canadian. He's going to take the exact same tools. He wants the blitz, he wants the demos. They know what operators are strong on this site, and there's no disagreement between these 2 teams. But that's really what it comes down to, okay? How can you read these defenses? For Soniqs, you don't necessarily have to win your first round or 2, but you've got to be able to adapt, and if you lose 2, you've got to be perfect.
Looking at the numbers from the first half, Jesse, First Blood worked all but 1 time, and that was round number 1. FaZe Clan striking first 5 of the 6 rounds.
Wow.
Grixer, the only person on Soniqs to give his team an advantage. That came in the 5th round. It was good enough to win the round, and that was also right after the timeout. What is a bit abnormal for Lair, though, and a number that I'm going to look at on the side of Soniqs, was that Vidaking was able to get a plant down on 3 occasions. 2 occasions he could have, but FaZe Clan killed Soniqs before the plant could go down. If Soniqs held on a little bit longer, there could have been 5 rounds where FaZe was actually in position to plant that diffuser, which is quite astonishing given the way this map plays out.
More credit to the captain of FaZe. Vidaking always seems to be in the right position. Nitro Cell will get baited out by Canadian. Now he goes over to the other bathroom window, just baiting where he might jump on in. Ambi's down mezzanine. This is very similar to the push that we just saw from FaZe Clan, so they should know how to counter it.
Canadian has shown proficiency on these shield operators, but has also had looks where he seemed uncertain. A swing by Cyber onto the door takes out Ambi. FaZe getting on the board first continues on the second side of this map. Canadian has had to use both of his smokes to try and conceal his own advance, and it's not working out. His supporting cast is being picked off 1 by 1. Rexon dropped. Surf now also gone. Cyber with 2. Grixer is dead, and a flawless round from FaZe to start this second half would not bode well. Canadian doing all he can right now inside a bathroom. It's making a mess of it. KDS with the final kill. Canadian deprives them of a flawless, but boy, oh boy, there's very little to show for that round on the side of Soniqs.
Some hesitation, it feels like, right? Soniqs outside the building, they're waiting for that call, they're waiting to go in, but instead, it's FaZe Clan who get active. Cyber at the bottom of the lobby stairs, able to swing out and get the opening pick. Then Canadian, he's really fumbling, fighting that Warden just in the bathroom hallway. He smoked the Warden, first of all, and then he realized, wait a minute, I can't push past this. Then he smokes the other angle, and he's just trying to win the pistol fight against the Warden. He eventually gets it, but by the time Canadian has dealt with Handy, his whole team has died. This is the problem that we're seeing from SQ. It's a hesitation issue. They've got to be going faster through these pushes. They went for a very similar execute to what we saw from FaZe Clan. Bar for bar, the exact same push with the blitz and the Demos on Mez stairs. FaZe knew exactly what was coming and they tore it to pieces.
FaZe Clan have had a very tough march to this position as well.
Yeah.
When we talk about the struggles that teams have to get to the main stage, yeah, sometimes the Swiss system gives you an easy road. FaZe Clan did not have that. Their very first matchup was up against Space Station. That's a top 8 team that will be playing later today. FaZe beat them in a best of 1. Virtus Pro was their next matchup. A team that also made top 8, now made top 4 with their victory earlier. FaZe won that best of 1 as well. The only best of 3 that FaZe played was another top 8 team in the Falcons. FaZe won that 2-0. Every single team FaZe Clan has played has been a top 8 team. It will obviously continue because from here on out, they're going to be playing top 8 teams to make it presumably to the grand finals. That's their goal. But what a road it's been. And there's been some weaknesses, but ultimately, a lot of people have not doubted this FaZe roster. That last round was played beautifully by them, and they are in such good shape to close out their map and push us to bank as map 2 up 1-0. The only player to get the first pick for Soniqs remains Grixer. He did it in round 5, now he does it again in round 8. Conversion again for First Blood has been near perfect. So Soniqs at this point can maybe take a bit of a sigh of relief, but there's still more work to be done.
90% attacking conversion rate for Soniqs in the Swiss phase. Ridiculous with how many maps they played too. We'll see if they can close this one out. 90% chance given the previous odds. It's a heavy roam game coming out from FaZe Clan. At least it was initially. Now it looks like the rest of their players have fallen back after losing Handy on the opening pick. Cyber's still aggressive on the yellow stairs. Could make a play. A lot of teams in this 4v5 situation would want to get aggressive, would want to make a move to equalize that number count. But at the same time, right, this is a strong bomb site. If you give up that top floor, even with the man disadvantage, you can still hold it. You've got good anchor operators with Smoke, with Warden. Of course, you're going to have Valkyrie cameras around that you might be able to work a C4 pick off of. So there's still a lot of opportunity for FaZe Clan if they don't want to get aggressive here.
Cyber is roaming. One thing we tend to see from One thing we tend to see from teams on this map, because it is so big, Jesse, is very late flanks.
Yeah.
Teams will fall off the roam with about a minute off the clock, sometimes pushing it to 2 minutes off of the clock, and then depending on numbers, will send somebody on a stealth mission as the execute is about to begin. Souls dies. He was not an offsite player. In fact, that's the smoke. That's bad for FaZe's defense. That's one of your anchor players. If you're going to flank on the side of FaZe, it was Cyber who was situated to do that. He needs to get going sooner rather than later because Soniqs now, with just a little bit over 30 seconds to go, have everybody still upright, and Canadian is going to commandeer this push, taking some damage. Down goes Grixer. Ambi follows Vitaking and KDS with 2 kills. The Warden of Vitaking running away. Cyber baits him in. Soniqs have lost the plot in this round, but Rexon from above will shut down Vitaking. Diffuser goes down. That was Surf's job. He now gets away. Surf's numbers underwater. A rare sight to see against top competition at this event. A 2v2 with 30 seconds left on the clock. Anybody's game. How on earth do you retake this? No information on the side of FaZe Clan at the moment. KDS is taken from above, but again, this is a very big map. He needs to get very close to these attackers. All the while, the timer will continue to work away. The door being watched intently. Surf and Rexon doubling up, 1 kill apiece to seal the deal. There is still life on the side of Soniqs.
Big round from Rexon. His moves when they had the man disadvantage to help support his teammate, get that defuse kit on the ground. 25-year-old from Fresno, California. Rexon's been their best player.
This again.
In phase 2 so far of this major when you isolate his picks to the attack. 36 kills, 23 deaths on attack is the best that Soniqs have been able to put up from any of their 5 members. He is so good in these roles, often playing the ace, often playing the nomad, comfortable in these more support-focused operators, and you see how he gets the job done there.
And a lot of credit goes to Rexon, but also Surf to set up that plant.
For sure.
Surf is not just an aimer. I mean, that was good objective play. The thing is that if the way that Soniqs enters falters a little bit and Surf is not able to pull off that plant, we are pointing our fingers at Rexon and saying, look how far removed he is from the execute. He's really not having much impact. He's upstairs, he's all alone, he's got nothing to show for it. Surf gets the plant down in an advantageous spot. Breach charges from Soniqs were used to ensure that the avenues back to the bomb site by FaZe were able to be watched by Rexon. Those are great plays that were done earlier in the round for Soniqs to set themselves up for a much easier post plant. And it's almost as if they knew what FaZe was going to do once that diffuser went down. Huge credit to Rexin there because it was also his set of breach charges that opened up those kill holes. He did a lot of it himself. It pays off. Soniqs are still very much in this. They lose that round, it's a 6-2 scoreline for FaZe. That effectively ends this map. I don't think Soniqs have it in them to come back. This is still obviously quite the walk, but it's a little bit easier to do.
Certainly, they're starting to make their way up the mountain, but there's lots more to climb. Top floor is going to be the focus for Soniqs at the start of this round. Of course, taking the top and then working vertically is very important on this bomb site. There's a lot of soft breaching you can do, and they've got some tools to do it. Secondary shotgun on Rexin, Bailiff on Grixer, lots of opportunities for them to rip up those floorboards, so that's going to be the key focus. They're also going to work on the site wall. No wall denial coming out from FaZe other than the mute jammer, so that's going to be an easy wall to open up, unlike when Soniqs played this bomb site and they brought that two-brow, that Kaid. Worry about some of these roaming players, though. Look at Cyber. If he makes a bit of a flank, that could be a real devastating push.
No player on the side of Soniqs is in positive numbers at the moment. That is something that is abnormal for this team. Surf, Ambi, even Grixer, you could argue, should be in a position where their numbers are good. For Soniqs, they're not great. They're not terrible. But Ambi on his role, he's been playing a bit farther back on this team. On defense, he was very forward in their roams and the way that he held map control. So his numbers on defense are bad, but on attack, more sheltered minutes. He's not the first antagonist on the side of Soniqs. That's Surf in this instance. Cyber gets the pick, but Rexin trades it back right away. Damage is done, but hard breach had already gone down for Soniqs. So it's not a terrible loss. The only thing is Surf's a great player and you don't have him for the final minute.
Yeah, this top floor is still a focus. Lots of damage on a Canadian as that Nitro cell fires out. He's the only person still working this top floor. The rest of Soniqs, alongside Ambi, want to be focused on the bottom, but that's a huge pick.
Ambi's third kill, his fourth kill, almost a fifth, but Souls is taking what his namesake suggests, a 2v2. The same predicament these teams were in on the previous round. Only difference is there's no diffuser that's been planted. Two of the oldest tenured members on this squad of Rexin and Grixer are the last two remaining. The Melusi of Souls is spotted, but Rexin misses his opportunity. Souls gets a bit of a scare from this position. He's expecting one of these two players from Soniqs to go up top. Now it's Grixer to isolate the on-site player of KDS. Maybe keep him at bay. Damage is done to Rexin. He's mortally wounded. Grixer will need to retrieve the diffuser and go for the plant. He does not have enough time left, so he'll have to stick this. There will be 1 second if he peels off. He gets the diffuser down, and now as KDS goes for the long rotate around, Grixer needs to be prepared and ready for this. Gumine gets hit. KDS gets the drop, and FaZe Clan will sit on map point doing what they need to do on their map. An uphill battle for Soniqs will now get steeper, but if there's anything we learned from that Falcons VP game, it's that a lead is not necessarily a guarantee that you'll win the map. I will say though, a team like Falcons with limited international experience, going on to match point in front of a live audience, more nerves are going to affect Falcons than FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan are, as their name says, unfazed in these positions. The only time we've seen any real nerves from FaZe was at that SI final. And boy, oh boy, was that one heck of a choke job on the side of FaZe. But if there's ever a time for nerves to get to you, it's honestly on championship point.
And you saw the composure in those final seconds of the round, right? KDS in the 1v1, pulling it together, managing to win that one for his teammates. Came down very close. I love the trade game coming out from FaZe, but the biggest one was the last one. KDS in the 1v1. He has never come to North America and walked away with anything less than 4th place. First in Mexico and then 4th, top 4 in Atlanta. He wins this series, he'll make it back to back to back and get to top 4 in North America again, but this is their map pick. It's a long series, and even though FaZe Clan, they're looking very good to take Lair, the series is not far from over.
Make a small quirk because Mexico often is just lumped in with LATAM, but I mean, Mexico is still part of North America. And at the beginning, I was like, wait, hold on a second. I guess I'm the one who needs to look at a map.
You do.
Thank you.
Geographically part of North America, plays in the LATAM Rainbow Six region.
And I never would have geo-guessed.
You don't.
I wouldn't. Ambi eliminating Cyber. Ambi was at 2 kills at the start of the previous round. He's up to 5 at this point. Ambi waking up, feeling confidence, actually able to contend with the guns on the side of FaZe Clan could in and of itself tighten this matchup. Soniqs have had no shortage of strong adversaries on the road here, but none quite as strong as FaZe. Consistently a top 3 team in the world for the last, what, year and a half? Honestly, I think you can make a pretty credible argument.
Yeah, legacy of winning majors as well, of course. Before this core even existed, this organization's been at the top of Siege forever.
FaZe Clan actually made their international debut at the 6 Invitational here in Montreal when they picked up that Font Energy team. KDS answers back. It comes a little bit later. Numbers go back to even. The advantage that Soniqs had lasted them about 30 seconds on the clock. Again, that first blood conversion rate since round number 1, Jesse, has been perfect.
Yep.
If it holds, that means the rounds goes to Soniqs. If it fails, it means we go to map 2. And then we can check those numbers over there as well.
It's not going to be easy, though. Still a 4-on-4 in the angles favoring FaZe Clan, but the man advantage, it gets wider and wider. Surf and Canadian, one apiece.
Canadian's got the shotgun in hand, by the way. He's going to want to slingshot his way up a hatch as he holds the case, but old friend, you are on the wrong part of the map. You got to get up top. Everybody knows how hard it is to patrol the stairs as an attacker. You are so vulnerable in that position, and it's very easy for defenders to hold that down.
There are hatches, though. He could jump up still. Don't forget about that. Right behind Vidaking, that one right there.
Vidaking falls back ever so slightly. He gets a nice shot on the Surf, completely blind as a bat, but it works. Canadian slingshots up. Amidst the cover of that flashbang diffuser going down. Vidaking trying for the nitro cell, but he's picked apart by Rexon. KDS trapped in the corner, fighting around the barricade. A flashbang will potentially blind him. It does, even if he manages to get away. And he'll lose all vision. It allows Soniqs to reposition successfully with the case down, and 3 separate players on the teal team will watch over top of it. The team captain of Soniqs drops next. Case is within reach of KDS, but he's got to find the 2 picks. Making a noise, missing an opportunity, hounded by the bees. Grixer gets the exit kill. Conversion rate holds. Soniqs get the first kill. They get diffuser down, and they get the round.
One at a time for Soniqs. That brings it back to within 2. Obviously, a really good push coming out. The strategy coming forward with that Amaru to jump up the hatch, get that defuse, get on the ground. Sometimes you think of Amaru, it's an entry operator. It's going to go in and get the kills very quickly. Not always the case. We've learned from Consulate that that could be a very good operator for support players. Jumping in, getting the defuse kit onto the ground. This will prompt a tactical timeout from FaZe, who have been very good at bouncing back from bad situations. You talk about their mental resilience. This will be where they need to lock in and make sure that they can win one of the next 2 rounds and send us to map 2.
I want to take a second here while these teams talk about it to just compliment Super's coat.
Oh, he's looking good this event.
He looks great. Can we cut to Super? We can't. No, hello? There you go. He looks like Commissioner Gordon. He's late for his shift at the precinct in Gotham City.
Yeah, he needs to win this game quick so he can get back and help him out.
The drip on that man, I gotta say, he's looking great.
Yeah, it's night and day difference versus stream. If you watch any of his streams, he's a baseball cap. And
when you become a professional streamer, you become a gremlin.
True.
And then when you need to leave the house, you have to look presentable. Admittedly, Super has always looked good at events. Should be no surprise. He wants his team to play as good as he looks.
Yeah. Well, and this will be his first event as a coach as well, so he wants to be having that. It's his first time standing behind a team at a live international event. He's been in the player booths many times in these situations, so it's not a new experience, but a new role here on the team, and he's had quite the impact coming onto Soniqs this stage.
2-3 major international events, if memory serves correctly, for Super as a player.
Yeah, something like that.
On that old Rogue roster back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
What a legacy that organization left in Rainbow Six. Could make a very good argument that outside of some of the bigger Brazilian orgs, the very first large non-Brazilian organization to enter the Rainbow Six scene was Rogue all the way back in 2017. They picked up that vertical gaming roster that actually had King George on it when he was relevant. Anyway, I wonder if George is co-streaming.
I assume so.
He doesn't do anything else. But no, I mean, that Rogue organization came through, picked up that team. They eventually went over to Europe. They merged with Koi very briefly, and then I think Koi ultimately ended up separating, going their own separate ways. But the esports landscape in terms of organizations has been in a state of constant upheaval, especially for the last year and what many have dubbed the esports winter. We are in winter doing esports in Montreal right now.
It's fall.
It's close to winter.
It is. It is
There's
chilly.
nobody's feeling the temperature in here, and they're like, yeah, this is fall weather.
It's Canadian fall weather, I'll tell you that. Look, we've got another blitz attempt coming out from the Soniqs. This time there's a clash on the board, and veto was hiding in the prep phase, so this might not be known by SQ unless they've droned it since. Canadians getting ready to jump on in. Handy's got a C4, and of course playing that Warden, so there's plenty of opportunity to stop the blitz in its tracks. In the meantime, too, veto holding over towards operations. They definitely know he's here. What can they do about him, though?
Heck of a time to bring out that clash. An operator who, as we say, every time we see her, which is steadily getting more and more common.
Yeah.
She, like
she's a great
Monty,
kill counter.
Of course, and she, like Monty, gains more value when you have people around you. A clash in a 2v4 is not as strong as a clash in a 4v4, for example. Might seem a bit reductive. Oh my! veto taking a bit of damage as that's a nicely tossed nade. He's losing some protection in the wall as well as those Selmas go off. KDS striking first though. Again, first blood in all but the first round has determined the winner. Bad news for Soniqs if that's the case. They've got quite the obstacle to overcome at this point. Damage has been done on the side of FaZe Clan though. Both veto and KDS taking quite a beating. If Ambi loses this duel, it'll be bad, not good for Soniqs whatsoever. He sees Tracer as the clash also running away. Canadian in hot pursuit, but there's two separate players lined up. And he'll jiggle around, attempting to get the Fenrir. An insurance policy is there. Souls drops to Surf. Handy and KDS with one. It's all up to Ambi. He was in action earlier. He'll be in action to end the round, but not in the direction he wants. FaZe Clan taking that first kill and running with it. They put their own map behind them in a hurry. 7-4 for the Brazilian team.
And they remain undefeated at this major through 5 maps now, 5-0 in Montreal. FaZe Clan feeling very, very good about that. They take their own map pick, as you said. That one was expected, but perhaps they now prove that Brazil, one of the best lair regions in the world, North America's finest, can't quite match up to what FaZe Clan have to offer. It was a brilliant game. Soniqs, they tried to make that comeback happen, and they had some good rounds. They had some good ideas, but it wasn't quite enough.
Well, that's it for map number 1. What's going to happen in map number 2? We'll find out after the desk talks us through.
Thank you very much for that, Parker and Jesse. Real disappointment for Soniqs. There's no two ways about it. They were still in the game laxing, but this was FaZe dominated.
You know, I think it goes to say with what I was talking about going into this match is FaZe does a really good job at controlling the tempo and how the game is going to play out. I mean, we saw that through and through throughout this entire match. Sure, it was a good effort for Soniqs to try to bring it back, but when you're going against a team like FaZe and they know exactly what they want to do and will correct any mistake, especially, I mean, even them in that last round, bringing that clash to thwart off an attack, to thwart off a blitz. I mean, it just goes to show how fast FaZe really can adapt and bring something different to stop a move.
Yeah, I mean, we said backstage, we didn't really think that was the Soniqs that we expected to see. We talked a lot about the strength of their verticality, the utility, and we saw that out the gate, round 1. And then FaZe just completely stopped that. They completely avoided dying to the utility and made sure that they were always clearing top down, and they completely shut down Soniqs, leaving Soniqs to have to go for a lot of these aggressive flanks using the Echo. And unfortunately, the site was getting pushed in so much that those flanks were always so late to get to the party.
You know, something that's interesting to me is I was talking about this, you know, I wanted to see FaZe actually ban out the Monty. Watching both regions, watching both Brazil, watching both NA, I genuinely think Troy is a far better Monty player than any of the players that could possibly play Monty on that side of FaZe. So the fact that Soniqs were the ones to ban the Monty, truthfully, I think hindered them more than it helped them, and it rather helped FaZe just solidify this map even further.
Absolutely. They definitely showed respect to FaZe's Monty, which obviously FaZe is a good Monty team. But the ideology was to ban the Monty and bring that blitz. And where you lose the Monty's safety, you're able to do a little bit more pushing with the blitz. But more often than not, we found the extremity players getting picked off, and that blitz wasn't able to get enough information or actually push anybody else. FaZe was so solid structured on the way that they were going to trade against the blitz that it did not scare them. And that's the whole point of the blitz, is to scare your opponents. It did not work in Soniqs' favor. And I do believe if they were able to just swap that and not ban out the blitz or ban out the Monty, and they can use their strengths, I do think it would have been a lot closer. So I hope going into map 2, we don't see them maybe show as much respect. We want Soniqs to play Soniqs' game, because if they don't, and FaZe runs the tempo, FaZe obviously can show just how dominant they'll be able to rack up a lead.
Well, speaking of map 2, speaking of Bank, it's going to be coming up after this short break.
ouais choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive le rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We are currently 1-0 here in the quarterfinals. FaZe are up and looking as hot as ever. One thing we talked about before the desk even started was the impact of shields for both of these teams. Now that we've seen map 1, how do you feel it's panned out?
I mean, it didn't really look like FaZe needed any shields to start out with, and I do understand Soniqs respecting the shield play, but going into Bank, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see SQ banning out the Monty. I really do think it benefits them to have that Monty up. I'd love to see them at least give the opportunity to give FaZe to ban it so that we can see SQ play it, because that is a huge pinhold on all of their strategy. And if they don't have that, if they don't have Canadian calling, I mean, we've seen how Soniqs was without Canadian. So they need to have him calling.
Yeah, I completely agree. Them not having that Monty, I just think completely eliminated Troy from a big factor that could have helped even with vertical pressure to allow a buck to feed information, whatever that looks like. But going into this map specifically, this is going to be SQ's pick. They should be comfortable here. They should know how they want their approach to be on this map. But the biggest thing to me, again, that we've talked about with FaZe is tempo and timing. We need SQ to play these Siege that we have seen them throughout this stage. So, I mean, throughout the playoffs, throughout everything so far, where we aren't seeing that now. I need them controlling the tempo. I need them controlling the pace and using their utility effectively, just like they did in those defensive rounds on Lair that were winning them those rounds.
All right, well, it's time to get underway here with map number 2. We head to Bank with your favorite high school principal and his intern.
Yes, I have brought my son to work today.
I'm moving up in the world.
Yeah.
I'm to a principal?
I'm a principal now.
Wow, we're doing well.
We're doing well for ourselves here. I suppose if the casting career never works out, we have another job lined up for us.
That'll be great.
Thank you to Rob.
Yeah, I mean, we might run a school into a ground.
Rob looks like a gorilla that escaped its enclosure. So, I mean, that's fine.
Dangerous to have one of those in a school.
Dangerous. If Rob listened to me speak, he'd be very upset right now. We asked ourselves during the playoffs, Jesse, would a North American team even make it to the main stage? Well, 2 of them ultimately did. If Bank doesn't go their way, we'll be saying goodbye to one of them very early in the day. Bank is ready, do or die for Soniqs. Let's get into it.
The analysts said they didn't want to see Soniqs banning out that Monty again. Will they listen or not? FaZe will get the first ban here, and Ying would be the expected operator for FaZe to be banning on Bank, their most commonly banned op across the maps, but especially on Bank. They could also choose to take out the Monty. That's something that the analysts suggested, and they will heed that advice. Removed out of play, so the Canadian cannot play this operator once again. SQ now, what do you take out? Could be Doke, could be Habana, could be Ash? All right, that's a bit of a new one coming out. Gonna make Mira windows very strong now if Mira doesn't get banned. Soniqs likely banning a zombie here if they continue with their trends. Yes, they do. For FaZe Clan, we'd expect a Kaid to follow trends, but FaZe ban a lot of different operators, okay? Could be a Two-Brow, could be a Mira in response to that Ash ban as well. It will be the Kaid, sticking with tradition on the side of FaZe Clan, so no surprises coming out there. The Ash Band, the really exciting one. That's gonna be one that Soniqs cooked up over the last couple of days when they were aware that they'd be going up against FaZe Clan. The VOD review has almost certainly been done. They take that operator off the board, and immediately Vidiking reads into it, says, yeah, I'm gonna play the Mira.
The reason why Mira was banned in that very first matchup. The desk did not want the Monty ban, by the way. They wanted to see how it would impact DZ's ability to play on attack, and, well, what were they all looking at for a second there? They all looked in our direction. Well, the camera's direction. I suppose Canadian is going to be moored on Blitz Island, as there's no Monty on the board for him to play the more conventional, and I guess you could argue stronger shield op.
I will say, this Ash ban, I'm looking into a little bit more, Parker. This must be something either from the regional leagues that they're bringing out or from scrims. FaZe have only played Ash once through the entire Montreal major. KDS ran it in a single round. They're usually a team who prefer running the Striker, for example. They prefer running the Twitch, the Finka. These are operators they like to run in their primary entry spot. Cyber likes to run a lot of IQ as well. So an interesting decision to ban Ash off the board, just given that FaZe Clan have rarely touched the operator through the entirety of this event. Now, I will say FaZe haven't played Bank at this event, so what I'm predicting is what happened is that Soniqs have scrimmed FaZe on this map, maybe decided after scrimming that there was a really strong Ash play they want to take off the board. Maybe it's a strat-specific thing for Soniqs, and they know they have a strategy coming up that's going to be really heavily countered by an Ash play, because it doesn't feel like it's comfort, right? This is not an operator that anybody on FaZe Clan relies on to get kills with, so it must be based around the gadget.
What's the time we hear the R4C? It's in the hands of Ram these days.
Yeah, a lot of the time it is.
Ram does have some use cases on this map of Bank. When you look at the bottom floor bomb site, Ram is not usually that strong because it's the top floor where the most soft destruction, at least that horizontal level of soft destruction, will occur. You're gonna take that stock trading room upstairs, if you're gonna take CEO office upstairs, that's where those boogie drones are gonna be able to chew through the floor, and they'll have direct impact on archives and tellers beneath it or over above open area. Ash's utility is great from afar. If Mira's on the board, Ash is a good counter for Mira from far enough away, as is Kali.
Yep.
Kali, obviously an operator we don't see all that frequently either, so if there's gonna be a direct Mira counter, Ash is great for that. Mira was banned out in map number 1, but was available and will be available here as we get things set up for map number 2. We were off to the races and then something happened. I don't know what happened. Now we are in a technical pause.
Looks like they're getting it sorted out pretty quick here, so I wouldn't expect us to be paused too long. I can tell you that all 10 players are back in the lobby, so we should be going live pretty quickly through this one. Fist bumps raining out, and I think we are jumping right back into it. FaZe Clan Soniqs for map number 2. Funny enough, Parker, the first time these two organizations ever played each other was 5 years ago in this very city, DreamHack Montreal, an event that you and I both were casting at.
I hosted that event.
You were hosting. You casted a few games.
I did. I was pulled in as the host, and it was Redeemer, you, and Flynn as the casters.
A casting lineup of all time if I've ever seen one. But the point I'm making is that Soniqs actually won that BO3 that they played all the way back in Montreal 5 years ago. That knocked FaZe Clan out of the tournament and secured Soniqs top 8 to play on the main stage in DreamHack. Since that BO3, however, FaZe have won 5 out of the 6 maps that these two teams have played. And of course, that core all the way back in DreamHack Montreal had very different players. Super was a player at that point in time. So with the more recent matchup, FaZe have been heavily favored against the Soniqs, but there is precedent here in Montreal.
Now, there's one little piece of data that's very, very old that I need a second to look up because it is a bit of a stretch.
You're always coming in with the old facts, Parker.
Well,
old facts from the old man.
I am old.
Yeah.
You know, it is quite funny because I remember when Ambi first got talked about as a player, I think he was 12 years old. And I remember thinking to myself, like, is this game gonna still be around? Are we gonna have a new Rainbow Six? What about Rainbow 7? Is Ambi still gonna even be interested? And now Ambi is a professional player. Yes, I have been around a very long time. is 7 years ago, this month, that I casted my very first live event in Sao Paulo, and a little bit over 7 years since I made my Tier 1 debut myself. And yes, for many people, they've lived half their lives watching this game, growing up with this game, so of course, I will have the old facts because I was around when I was younger. Nice swing by Ambi. The former baby, now adult, with the very first kill, taking out Cyber upstairs.
Ambi's still 18 years old, Parker. He's still actually the only 18-year-old that will take the stage this weekend. Playing, of course, for the Soniqs. He'd like to take it more than once, but they need to win these next 2 maps if that is to happen. Handy's inside of elevators, being rushed by a blitz, but he makes the drop, of course. Will retreat back to the safety of his teammates. Holding the hatch, he knows he can get a kill if the blitz does drop in. There will be that angle. This is disgusting. What is this? Finding just a pixel if the peek comes in from garage, but nobody's testing him yet.
I have seen this angle, I think once or twice, but it is so foul. Nobody is happy when they die at any point in time, but I'd be furious.
This one goes back, I'll tell you that. Hunting for it now. They got drone intel down there in garage as well. Of course, 70 seconds now to make this execute work. The hard breaching's been sloppy. That'll happen when the mirror window is there and it gets popped and becomes a little bit awkward with the impacts and the nitros, but I think it should be opened up now for a plant. Here's the smoke play as well from the Glass as Rexon makes his way through garage, hunting for this opening pick in the basement. He sees ahead and he will get the shot. Beautifully done. Handy stood no chance in that engagement.
Still there, and another could be had for him as well. Soul's the very first kill for FaZe Clan Jesse. Rexon will push KDS off of this position. KDS re-aggressing, even with the bees, even with all the information, FaZe unfazed. Diffuser going down, and now the swing from the Mira. Ambi losing a lot of HP, Nitro Cell, it collects. Vidaking dropping Surf, Diffuser is down, and now the gas will linger with 20 seconds to go. Grixer was upstairs, expecting a successful plant, expecting to hold over those openings, over the hatches, and now he's next one up. Grixer getting Diffuser down, Ambi swings, he's done for. Grixer gets off, taking matters into his own hands. KDS has made his way upstairs, no chance whatsoever for Grixer to find those final 2 kills based on the spread from FaZe, and the Brazilians go up 1-0.
Great sight play coming in from Vidaking. That Nitro Cell winning them the round, and you got to think Ambi would like to have shot that Nitro Cell. It's not the easiest thing in the world. The pros make it look easy sometimes to catch those Nitros midair, but it is far from a simple thing to get done. So just a couple of pixels making the difference. Felt like that Glass play coming in through garage was so effective. Rexon really did a lot of damage, but only was able to take 1 with him. He wasted a lot of time, grabbed a lot of attention, but in the end, Bank Basement is all about the plant, and FaZe Clan know that better than anybody.
I actually have my fun fact ready, by the way, Jesse.
Let's hear it, Parker. Usually I'm the fun fact guy, but I'm interested to hear what you got.
I'm going to take your role for just a second. In SI 2018, FaZe Clan, just as right now, were talked about as the team to beat. They went perfect in scrims, they demolished teams on the way to the main stage, and they ultimately lost to a team called Evil Geniuses, who had a player on it named Troy Canadian. And it was on this map that FaZe Clan equalized the series. Now, they did go on to ultimately lose to EG in the quarters. But back then, it's first to 5, FaZe Clan defeated EG on Bank 5-1. It was the first time that EG, as a core, had lost Bank internationally. And it was against this team. Obviously, completely different organization. It's not EG. The only player that was on that team is Canadian. The rest of that roster is retired at this point.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan as well had a completely different roster. So it's just one organization the same, but feels like no matter where he goes, Canadian brings that EG history with him. FaZe Clan, if they defeat Soniqs again, would have the upper hand over Troy on this map, except the key difference, Jesse, is that it wouldn't be their only map victory. This would be the dagger through the hearts of Soniqs, and it would push FaZe into the semifinals tomorrow.
Some revenge for Manchester, too. Only 6 months ago that FaZe Clan fell in the quarterfinals to a North American team. the underdogs in that event too ended up coming out on top. Soniqs would be considered the underdogs in this series, coming in as the number 8 seed, despite having a lot of praise before the tournament started. It's going to be an OSA push coming in from Canadian, which can often be extremely risky. And look at the util on the side of FaZe. 2 nitros, 4 impacts, a lot of it expended already. But they still have a lot of tools to try to work against this OSA push. The mirror windows being used by veto. There are no counters being brought out other than the smokes from Soniqs.
No Warden. The only thing that might be able to see through that's the bulletproof camera. First kill is Ambi. Yet again, it's not just Soniqs, but it's Ambi. Striking first. He's already off to a better start. He was 2-7 at one point on Lair. Now 2-1, matching that kill total he had in round number 8 of map 1. Another kill will come in from Soniqs. veto and Handy are no more. Soul's firing back. The thing is that Soul's numbers have been quite bad, but that's because everybody else on FaZe are doing the job for him. They don't need Souls to be fragging out. They don't need KDS to be fragging out. And yet, here they both are. Surf on the board, not just in this round, but in this map. He gets dropped. Is that just damage over time from the goo mine that he thought he might have pulled out? Canadian Rexon is the last 2 alive. Soniqs failed to convert the first kill in round number 1. They have a second opportunity to right their wrongs. Canadian getting diffuser down. The talent shield had just been set out. Rexon looking deep into the bomb site, expecting a swing around. Far too many players for him to deal with, so he instead gets out of there. Canadian dies, and now it's all up to Rexon in the post plan. Left alive by that square door, swinging up. He knows what's to the left, but Cyber cuts off his cross. KDS had hopped on the diffuser, and he stuck the plant. 2-0, a triumphant start so far for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, just not the round that Soniqs needed. An awkward start, to say the least. They start to get things going, but they lose a couple of picks. Ambi did find the first one, but then the goo mine shenanigans going on with Surf. You know he's better than that. You know he's got to be pulling those goos out. Just didn't quite have the timing on it in that round. And then they do plant, but up against Cyber and KDS, 2 of the best players in the world. Always a tough round when those 2 are left alive. There's some promises with these push. You can see the ideas there from Soniqs. You can see the execution of that idea is not bad, but it's these little moments, right? It's the small parts where the goo mines get sticking in their foot, or you're trying to cover under the cover behind a talon shield. You know, it's just not always there for Soniqs, and so it's those little things that they got to sharpen up. Even in round 1, it was shooting that nitro cell that really did turn the tides. So Soniqs, they've got good game plans. They've got good fundamentals on these rounds. It's just the little things that keep catching them off guard.
I wanted to see if the crowd would take the cue for us being quiet.
First chance of the night?
I heard it, let's go Falcons.
Okay.
Admittedly, we are in North America. I assume the crowd will cheer for the North American team. I mean, I think this crowd would also just cheer for Canadian no matter where he went. Canadian could go over and play for Furia, and they'd probably still cheer for him.
Probably.
Listen, somewhat proving my point. It is cold in here. It is very cold in here. If you are watching this and you are coming to the venue tomorrow or even later today, please bring a jacket or a sweater of some kind. This is one of the coldest arenas that we've actually ever been in. I mean, it is a hockey arena. This is what happens in hockey arenas. Montreal is also very cold at the moment. But there is actually an active arena right next to ours, which I assume is what keeps the temperature down. I was going to talk about Bank, by the way. It is one of the least played maps at this entire event. In fact, it is the 3rd least played map. But as I want to do that, FaZe Clan are demolishing Soniqs. 2 kills very quickly on Surf and Ambi on the wrong side of FaZe's aggression. Selma's going off from Grixer, and Rexon now wants to find a small area to exploit as this Nook. Right now, Inteller's looking all the way towards Archives. It'd be a collision course with Cyber, but he is not giving an inch. Nitro cell on the wall to open things up, and there's Rexon. His patience rewarded.
Still a mountain to climb, though. 4v3, Soniqs in the man disadvantage. They've got a good amount of control over here inside of lobby with the defuse kit. Held by Canadians, kind of alone over towards Square. He's just outside the printer window, actually, so can make a move, but if he dies and drops that kit on the ground, there's nobody to recover it. He's got a lot of time to play with. He's going to use this to reposition. Moves more towards that top floor. Can start to get some of these picks up above. There is still Vidiking, the IGL of FaZe Clan, who is roaming up top. Soniqs are going to use every second of this clock to find information, to try to isolate a player and make this into a 3v3 before they go for their execute. And then when they finally push, it will be 2 Candelas to try to bring the house down.
This round has gone by in the blink of an eye. FaZe Clan just need to sit and wait. They still hold that advantage, and now they're going to do some damage to Rexon, but he wins the engagement against Handy. Soniqs now putting numbers into a 3v3. Souls will die too. Vidiking and KDS is last alive, and there they go again. 2 very quick kills as FaZe pounce on Soniqs and the sidearm to add insult to injury. Canadian cannot humiliate his opponent. It's KDS inside of small office. Down he goes. 3-0 for FaZe Clan. A perfect rotation. And the number that I was going to talk about here was how Bank skews. The only maps that have been played fewer rounds than Bank are Skyscraper and Nighthaven. And Nighthaven and Bank are about the same. So basically, they're tied in second place. Bank has very similar numbers to Lair. 55 rounds won by the defenders, 55%. 45% won by the attackers. So you're in the same predicament. Defenders should be playing well. SQ on Lair didn't exactly have that workout in their favor. Side swaps came in. FaZe Clan played very well as defenders on Lair. FaZe Clan starting on Bank are not committing the same mistakes that Soniqs did. FaZe 3-0 on the favorable side of this map. It's burned Soniqs timeout early. It was round 4, if memory serves correctly. At the tail end of round 4, rather, that Soniqs used their timeout on map number 1. On their own map, they have to call their timeout earlier. That never bodes well for the team.
Nope.
Something is going on with this Soniqs team. I want to give credit to FaZe for how they're playing because they are playing as good as we expect. FaZe Clan have consistently looked like a cut above every single team that they've played so far. But they've not looked like gods. They've looked good, but still mortal. They still bleed. Soniqs look shaken. They don't look confident. Their entries seem quite limp. I don't know what it is with this team that has taken the stage, but this does not look like the Soniqs team that when they had their backs against the wall just a couple days ago, pulverized their opponents.
And Soniqs had to know that FaZe will be coming out very strong on Bank. They chose this map with the full knowledge that FaZe Clan are 5-1 on Bank this season. Their last event, they did lose. That one loss was against BDS, and it was a 7-0 loss, so they've certainly gotten swept on this map before. They've had weak performances, but in general, FaZe Clan so solid here on Bank. Soniqs, they played this map earlier in the tournament, losing to SSG, although it was an overtime 8-6 game. In that map, they played 7 attacks total. They won 3 of them. If they're going to match that total, they need to go flawless for the next 3 or have a performance in overtime that is pretty miraculous. But it's not going to be easy. FaZe Clan, solid through defense so far, yet to lose even 1 round. They will once again be holding onto this basement floor. When Soniqs played this site against SSG earlier in the tournament, they won this site every time they attacked it.
The heck of a streak to put on the line, Jesse. Overall numbers for 2 of the fraggers on the side of Soniqs are not good at the moment. Ambi right now sitting at 7-13, Surf at 8-12 on their rolls. You need to be better than that. Ambi, to his credit, has played better so far on Bank than through most of that Lair map, but it's not just a one-man show. We talk about this in the play-ins. We talked about this in the playoffs. Now we talk about it in the, we got in, we got off. The main stage. Yeah. No clean way for me to say that. But if you have 1 or 2 players who fail to show up at this stage in an event, that is enough for you to lose just based on a player's ability, especially somebody like Surf, who in his 4 maps before coming to the main stage was 47-11. Today, he's 8-12 through 2 maps. Well, a map and a half. It's not gonna get better. That's 8-13. He's blown sky high by KDS, who's yet to die.
There's an IQ on the board. These Valkyrie cameras are staying up for way too long. Grixer's not been able to spot them out. That could line up a great C4 or a great angle from FaZe Clan as they look to get aggressive and widen the man advantage. Now, we see Grixer, he's hunting for them, but there's still a really big one, an open area that he didn't find. This could be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan, even in a fair fight, is good. But when they have all the advantage, it becomes a very unfair fight for their opponents. Ambi gave them some breathing room with the pick early on in the round. But Soniqs have done very little beyond take the map control necessary while still not find all the utility that they need. Now you've got to wait out the potential explosives. A Goyo canister goes. Grixer absorbing a lot of damage, still alive. But he had attempted a plant and he'll have to think otherwise of it. Now it's Ambi holding that diffuser, trying himself, and he dies to the gas of souls. KDS, look at how brazen he is, fighting through the hatch. Rexon now drops. Canadian and Grixer are alive, but the time will run out. 2 more kills from KDS to pad his stats. He's still yet to die. FaZe Clan are getting us through this series in a hurry.
The Brazilians, they're not cooling down here in Montreal. This looks unstoppable at the moment.
For their credit, Brazilians don't seem to understand what cold is when they come to Montreal because I see them walking around in flip-flops and shorts. I understand that it is summer in Brazil right now, but the cold does not seem to get to them at all, and I admire that.
They always seem to show up in the most important events, and of course that's no different here at the Montreal Major. Soniqs now down 0-4. I want to credit Grixer. I think he did find that Valcam, but I mean, it didn't make the difference, right? At the end of the round, despite good drones, despite a good entry, right? Everything seemed to go the way of Soniqs. They got everything they wanted at the start of that round, but FaZe Clan just have this ability to reclaim a man advantage, to reclaim a situation that they have no business winning. And Soniqs, we're seeing some of the problems that creeped up on Lair. It's that clock. It's stalling out a little bit. They went for that push with very little time on the clock. Grixer had to go for a plant, took a bunch of damage, then they had to scramble who had the fuse kit, and then Canadian's pushing down main on Ying, and he doesn't manage to find much. You also can't take away from the fact that KDS has been perfect on those anchor positions. As you mentioned, yet to lose a gunfight. He's been on fire today. A big part of this team, he always is. The entry player for FaZe Clan has been so good in this tournament. They're second best after Cyber, but with the run that they've had, second best on FaZe Clan is still better than most teams first.
A number that has been talked about on the broadcast before, but really does need to be repeated, is since the Manchester Major, not a single player on FaZe Clan has a negative KD.
Wow.
Not one. I'll give you one guess as the lowest rated player on the side of FaZe Clan.
I would assume Souls.
You're incorrect. It's Cyber who just died.
Wow, really?
Cyber, over the last 3 months, Jesse, is the lowest rated player on the team. He still has a plus 11 KD and a plus 6 on entry. That's the worst stat line for FaZe Clan.
That's incredible too, because Cyber's been their best player at this event in particular. He's been far and away the one who's been getting the most amount of kills, 46 and 28 coming into this. So that just shows how deep FaZe Clan are as a roster. Nobody on this team are slouches. 4-on-4 as a Flores goes down. That's going to be a big issue for Soniqs. They lose a player. A disconnect happens in our 5th round, as if they didn't already have a big enough disadvantage in this game. The adversity just keeps getting greater. What do you do here?
I mean, you've got your 2 best weapons on the side of Soniqs just really not coming through. Ambi's not even in the server anymore.
Is that enough?
Surf is 1-4. Ambi, imagine Ambi just walking off the stage.
Doesn't seem like him.
I don't think that would happen.
No.
But it's a terrible time for Surf to be having his worst international series to his name. Now, again, when you were a rookie, when you were a younger player coming into an international event, you were playing up against the steepest of opponents. And my, oh my, things are just going from bad to worse for Soniqs. Vidaking dies. Big pick from Grixer. Surf still out on Windows, waiting for the call in. Do they have information, though, as to that conference room? Do they have information into Janitor? They know if there are players in this position. One is retaken from lobby, and Surf is getting an awful beating up on that rappel, Jesse, but there's only 30 seconds left. 30 seconds for Soniqs, who might have just got caught by KDS, who's about to go 12-0. Surf swings on in, Souls gets the kill, KDS secures it. A dozen kills for KDS, 0 deaths.
And you know what the difference is? He's the one making the moves. It's always Soniqs standing still, waiting for something to happen, waiting for a swing, waiting for a call to be made, and then KDS says, I'll make the call, I'll make the play, I'll make the move. There's never any eyes on him. It always feels like FaZe Clan are controlling these engagements. They're the ones getting active. Even in that final 3v3, yes, KDS goes for a swing, but right before that, what happened? There's a guy in ATMs firing at the repelled players. I mean, this is really the difference in the matchup. FaZe Clan, through 5 rounds in a row, have been consistently controlling the pace of this game. Even when Soniqs are droning and getting opening picks, like we saw in round number 4, even when Soniqs have that man advantage, it's still FaZe Clan who are hunting for those picks back. They're doing the work to make sure that they can regain that man advantage, and consistently, it just seems like it's working. Soniqs, no answers through the first 5 rounds of Bank. Attack pause, maybe fortunate to get their heads back into the game in this one, Parker.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what's happening here. I mean, Super obviously is talking to both of the admins now on the stage. Ambi had disconnected at some point during that round. So I have to suspect that that is the culprit.
Of course.
FaZe Clan very close to 6-0ing this first half.
I believe as well, I didn't catch it right at the end there, but I believe Handy has yet to get a single kill this map, and they're winning 5-0. The ability to be able to pull that up and have such an impact on your squad or not even be needed.
Handy is 0-4, Cyber is 2-4.
These are some of the greatest players alive, Parker.
KDS actually didn't get that kill, by the way. The down that was given, he's at 11-0, not 12-0. Though it did actually say that it was his kill, but again, the way that they track kills in-game now is different. If you get the down and then somebody secures your kill, typically goes to the person who got the down, not to the person securing.
Yeah, I mean, 11 kills or 12. Who out there is going, oh, we only got 11? He's only 11-0?
Excuse me, casters, you're off by 1. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture here. It's not about that.
Yep.
The point that is being made over and over again is what is going on with Soniqs. I mean, I will say to their credit, all of these players are still in good spirits.
Yeah, they're smiling.
For a team that lost map number 1 and is now down 0-5 on your own map, to be able to still be in good spirits is quite impressive. Part of me thinks, well, they must know something that we don't. Maybe they are expecting an extremely defender-sided Bank where every single map will be a dogfight for the attackers, and they are expecting a 5-1 half of their own when the side swap comes in. I mean, a 5-1 half for them wouldn't be enough if FaZe 6-0s them, because that would be the game.
Exactly.
You, at this point, you are going to need to have a perfect second half, or at least as close to it as humanly possible.
God, this next round, not a given by any means. FaZe Clan, they've looked extremely good on the defense. They'll go back to their tertiary site of open area. This is one where we saw Vidiking have a huge impact, sticking up there on the roam in round number 3. Late, Soniqs tried to clear that top floor. I believe it was Rexon that was starting to walk through the top floor and try to clear it out, but Vidiking avoided his pressure and then still had impact from up above. So watch out for Vidiking. If he keeps trying to roam up on the top floor, they certainly want to go aggressive. Cyber on the Boss G Vigil. You've got still Legion, Castle, operators that can absolutely get active in the early round. For Soniqs, it's old reliable. Ying's back. Blitz is back. This is what they rely on.
In order to try and be fair and balanced with these casts, I want to hype up what the other team is doing, but there so far hasn't been a lot of good from Soniqs.
Yeah.
Up to this point.
Yeah, it's been tough.
You know what the funny stat is, though, Jesse? Soniqs have got the opening pick in 4 of the 5 rounds. The only round where FaZe struck first was Vidiking back in round number 3. Beyond that, Ambi has every single opening pick for Soniqs. He's getting in, he's making space for his team, he's getting a potentially crucial pick, and then the rest of the team through the mid-round are fumbling it.
And that's actually a great thing to highlight, just the difference for Soniqs right now versus their play in Swiss. They were the best team in all of Swiss at converting opening picks on the attack. 90% conversion on the attack in Swiss. Now there's 0. 0 through 4 rounds that Ambi's gotten that opening pick. They're not doing anything with it.
What about this round? Canadian suffering quite a beating. No first pick for Soniqs. Souls eliminating Rexen. And look at Souls, he wants more. Canadian tucked away by the corner. Souls with that SMG-11 in hand. The fire rate will chew through anybody who dares disrupt this defense through that electrical door. Surf and Canadian are also very low on HP. Canadian has no opportunity to get back. 6 HP with a shield. And now he steps into Gumine, taking damage. That damage over time could even drop him. Terrible circumstances for Soniqs. They've now shifted their focus upstairs. They wanted to rush, push into the bomb site, did not work. A good pivot from Soniqs, but will it work out?
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, they're giving up top floor. They know they don't need it. They've still got 2 players down in the basement. veto on the server stairs is a player that could do a ton of damage if he goes for a flank. This is where they killed Rexen earlier on.
Only thing is, Soniqs opt to drop into the midst of the bomb site. veto could be isolated. There goes the remainder of Surf at the hands of Cyber, patrolling inside of Archives. He's got that Boss G in hand. Long range damage. A single shot to Canadian will drop him. Cyber doesn't need to be particularly good. The rest of the team is doing the work. Now, the assault over towards the smoke. Crixer's there. veto springing out. Cyber with 1 kill as well. And the captain of FaZe Clan catching Soniqs with their attention in another direction. Not just a flawless round, but a flawless half from FaZe. Soniqs will have to do the same, or this is a 2-0 for the Brazilians.
veto played his first ever international match here in the city of Montreal. His first ever professional match, even at that. Picked up by FaZe Clan ahead of SI 2023. Came to Montreal and frankly, they didn't have the greatest of runs. That was a brand new FaZe Clan roster. It took a lot of criticism on social media, even for picking up veto back in the day. That was a controversial move. A lot of people said that it was a bad move. Not many are saying that these days, as veto has done so much for this roster. Done pretty much everything for them except win a trophy. Now, just 1 round away from the semifinals where they could make another run at it and go through top 4, go through top 2. FaZe Clan, it's been a while since they've won a major. This core of 5 players have yet to do it. veto going to be a huge piece of that puzzle if they can put it together in Montreal.
Fresh has a bingo card that he uses for a wide variety of things that tend to happen at majors. Admittedly, I don't know every single square that's on it. But if there isn't a square that says, player doesn't die in entire map, there should be, because KDS is about to tick that box.
Perfect game.
He did nothing in the previous round. He's 11-0. I mean, admittedly, nobody died from FaZe Clan in that previous round. But 11-0? Handy, 0 kills. KDS, 0 deaths. The duality of this FaZe Clan roster. Work will be cut out for them, though, as they go to the harder side of this map. And it'll be a gamble for Handy on his very first kill. He'll enter into Garage. He got a good read. He finds 1. Now out goes the grenade. Is that Canadian? He's trapped. He's prone on the ground. There's 2 players inside a Garage. How many could Handy possibly get? Toxic gas over on the corner. No way! Handy yet another. They're stacking up for him inside a Garage. And a 3rd! Oh my! Grixer eliminates Cyber. It's just him and Surf remaining. Soniqs in free fall. Handy finished off by Surf, pounced upon by veto. Grixer now unable to get to the bomb site. The flames blocking his exit from the elevator. Free fall, a fitting term when you're inside of a lift. Diffuser goes down, and now Grixer has the unenviable task of getting out of there alive. Flashes galore. Candelas as well. veto dies. KDS's first death, but Soul says not today. Too many players from FaZe to contend with. Soniqs don't even show up for their own map. Well, that's the dominance of one of the best teams in the world. FaZe Clan make quick work of the NA team. And it's FaZe up to the semifinals.
They have yet to lose a single map up in Montreal. This team looking like the heavy favorites through the event, dominating their quarterfinals and a big play by Handy in that final round.
Veto didn't even have his socks on? What is going on this stage? Don't tell me the man had the dogs out while he was playing. That's crazy.
Oh, for the 7-0 as well. I mean, that's just how FaZe does it different.
I told you they don't feel the temperature.
You got to feel for the guys on Soniqs, obviously, the hometown team.
They didn't give you much to cheer for in this matchup, but can we get some noise for Soniqs? Even the crowd was a bit reluctant.
Tough one, of course, coming out from SQ, but FaZe Clan, a great game today. No shame in losing to the best, and right now, FaZe Clan look like the best.
All right, how about this? What about some cheers for your winners, FaZe Clan? It was about the same. Wow. I mean, this FaZe team looks mighty good. Their main obstacle most events has been Furia. They're not here. There is nothing stopping FaZe now from marching to the finals without their country mates here. The man of map 2, who looked almost invincible, KDS, is on the stage with Ian.
Thank you very much, Baka. Almost invincible, KDS. You had one death right at the very end there, but I'm sure you're not too worried about that.
No, we are very happy to win this match, and we hope, hopefully it's easy for us. So this is the best feeling, you know. Semifinals against BDS or Team Secrets, we are going to win.
As this roster, you're yet to collectively raise a trophy. And we've seen you put in some fantastic, some stellar performances over time. But is there part of you that thinks you don't want to get into a similar situation that Team Liquid did over time, where they couldn't get the job done? You need to grasp and seize opportunities like this.
Yeah. We are working a lot to win this major, because the last tournaments we just die in semifinals, on the comeback in the finals. So this is very frustrating for us, and we are working a lot to get the job done.
Just have a quick look at it. How much do you want it?
So much. More than money, but I want to.
Absolutely. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament, and congratulations, KDS. What a fantastic performance from him. Back to the desk to talk about everything we saw go down on the stage.
Well, what an interesting matchup. Unfortunately, Soniqs are a no-show on Bank. There was nothing that they had that could even push FaZe around.
I mean, I just want to say, it worried me, especially going into this Bank. Again, watching both regions that I watched throughout this stage, when you look at Brazil as a whole, Bank is typically in their 1 or 2nd highest rated played map throughout the league, whereas in NA, there's not a big serving sample of Bank being a very prominent map throughout the league, whereas, you know, an Oregon or a Club, or just maps like that you would typically see. So it did worry me here. And then seeing a 7-0, I mean, it kind of just plays into what I was talking about of not only FaZe controlling the tempo of this game through and through, KDS having a phenomenal game, but just goes to show how much experience this team has just playing Bank at the level of the way Brazil as a whole plays it.
Yeah, I think we understood, looking at the maps, that Bank was obviously more favored for FaZe. I think the Lair was the risk for Soniqs. Soniqs haven't had too much to show on Lair, I guess, inside this tournament. They've been playing it, brought it to this, and that was their best showing. Now it comes to Bank, and we said we wanted to leave that Monty up. FaZe took it right off the board, and I do think that Monty would have been a big thing for Soniqs.
Yes.
Yeah, for Soniqs' pushes. But I mean, FaZe just really came to play. They were just non-stop shutting SQ down. There was really nothing that they could do to, I guess, get an opening. And I mean, look at the stats there. 11-1 from KDS.
I mean,
wow.
two players having 100% cost. That means they were doing everything down to a T in that game. And again, you see a 7-0. That was a team effort there. And you were asking, you know, do cold fingers, cold hands get to you? Well, clearly KDS wasn't cold in his hands. And Vidiking had his socks off. So you can tell that that guy wasn't even cold, to say the least. But a huge performance from FaZe to be able to put themselves in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think Soniqs, if you look at the opening kills to opening deaths, they were doing a good job. It wasn't like they were just completely getting steamrolled over. Just when it came down to the last little bit, FaZe was just running away with it. And obviously, it's kind of funny to mention it, but at the start of the game, we were talking so much about Soniqs and what they could bring and the potential that they've had and the growth that they've had, and they still earned those flowers. But the whole time that me and Lax were talking about it, the FaZe guys were on stage kind of like laughing to each other. So I don't know if they were just listening, like thinking these guys have no idea what's coming. We're about to just destroy these guys when it comes to Bank. So I think, obviously, the map picks, you can't really blame SQ for going to those maps. They are good maps. I think it just came down to FaZe being the better team on the day.
Given what KDS said at the end of that interview there, that, you know, that they've fallen short so many times, but they are gunning for this major. is this the most scary we've seen FaZe?
I don't want to say this is the most scary. They've always been this dominant. They've always shown this consistency. It's just when they get to the end right there is where they just can't get over that hurdle for whatever it is, where I just think it comes down to nerves. But I do think they have the best chance here to push it to a grand final and possibly claim this spot here and win it all.
Yeah, I do think they just have to be able to finish strong, and they are a monster getting to that final, so I have no doubt we might see them there. But once it gets to it, I mean, they just need to do what they've been doing this whole time.
Absolutely.
Don't get in their own heads, they'll be fine.
All right, well, let's have a quick look at the bracket before you two gentlemen decide to leave me, because now you're on break. But I want to get your thoughts where the bracket's at the moment, Lax. I mean, we've got 2 more games to go. Who are FaZe and Virtus.pro going to be matching up against?
You know, realistically, I mean, I want to say BDS, but Secret is a formidable opponent against them. I was even talking to the Secret guys. They are very confident going into this matchup, so I think that can be a toss-up either way. When you look at then across the board, the W7M Space Station game, again, these last 2 matches here to decide what the semis is going to be, these are hard to predict.
I think we've been seeing the favorites for the game be going through. I'd love to see if we could get maybe a little bit of an underdog story, at least into the semis. But we talked about it before today, that there was no clear favorite to win this tournament. So far, after the games that I've seen, I do think FaZe can claim that title to be the first, because they haven't dropped the map in Phase 2. They 3-0'd. It was here and there, but now they decisively beat Soniqs, which a lot of people were just having a lot higher hopes for them.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here on the desk. It's time for us to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, the Montreal Major continues.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
We've reached the halfway point here at the Montreal Major for the quarterfinals, and it's time to have a changing of the guard. We've thrown out the NA because, well, if you watched last match, you'll know why. We've brought in two gentlemen from EU. How are we both? Jack, it's been, we've never worked on the same desk together.
No, we missed each other in Brazil, Rob, so this is the first time for us. And I do have to say, I've missed the memo of the black under the jacket. I've gone a bit more eccentric than you guys.
That's fine. He's not French. He doesn't have the same taste in fashion. That's it.
No, but what the French have is a terrible taste in the NA teams.
All right.
You had a great take, didn't you? How did that go for you?
You don't have to throw me under the bus here.
Didn't you say that like Soniqs were going to win the event and they just got 7-0?
Right. I may or may not have tweeted that Soniqs were looking amazing at the event, that they had the best attacking team, and all of this because I had a long term with Rexon. I thought they were amazing. Well, you know what? Maybe just don't trust my words.
Well, it's time for us to move on and away from the first half of the day. We've got a matchup that has a storied history here. BDS take on Secret in the main stage.
Yeah, we've seen this match time and time again, Rob. It's actually, I will say it, Leo, I think this is becoming the new El Clasico of EU. We previously would have said it's BDS and G2, but we're seeing BDS and Secret compete for some of the biggest games inside of 2024. Secret are starting to establish themselves as a top team in Europe, and in a way, especially because they beat them in the stage 2, they're becoming a big foe of Team BDS.
Yeah, it's got to be with G2's drop-off, obviously, but at the same time, it's also Secret just stepping up. If you look at the timeline of where they've been facing together at every matchup this season, it just keeps getting closer and closer.
Yep.
Obviously, there was an 8-7 in stage 1, which was close, but they never managed to beat them. The first time Secret managed to do it was during this stage 2, and one of the first things they said to us was, we finally found a solution. We brought double shields to control them, and it worked out, Jack. And it's getting closer and closer, and all the way to stage 2, to almost that European crown, it went to a single round missing.
Yeah. I was about to say, look at the importance of these matchups. We obviously saw them in Manchester. We're seeing them today. So we're seeing them on major main stages. But we also saw, Secret really turn their season around against BDS inside of the stage in stage 2. So these matches that these teams are playing, they're facing each other a lot because the European, of course, but they're getting on bigger and bigger stages every single time.
Well, it's time for us to start deep diving into this one. Team Secret, they've had a very good run. They've looked pretty decent. But again, where do they match up? How do they come into this event?
You know, Rob, I've had such high expectations for this lineup because I love it. I love their play style, I love the players, and I was expecting these guys to come in as the number 2 seed in Europe right now and demolish anyone on this major. And I've got to say, I was kind of disappointed because if you look at their run in phase 2, they go 8-7 versus Elevate against versus Scars, and they drop a map versus Falcons, and they just have this quick win 2-1 versus Liquid. They didn't really look dominant. I was expecting more from them, and I feel like if you look at their win conditions in Europe, what did we see from these guys? We saw incredible individual power. We saw incredible clutch potential. And we saw incredible initiator-operator abuse, right? The Blitz, the Monty, the lookahead. All of this, Jack, has disappeared during the major.
Yeah, it absolutely has so far, and I think that's why we've seen Secret struggles. If we look straight away at the initiator-operator abuse, we've not seen it at all. I think Secret have taken a step back and they've gone, we're known to be the shield team, we're known to be the cheesy team. Let's try and play more default. And I think they've taken that one step backwards, but it's maybe caused some rippling effect. I think had they have stuck with what they knew, they might have got to the same stage a little bit easier, but I think they're doing it so that they can raise their ceiling, can take 2 steps forward. But off the back of doing that, they don't have the clutch potential. They don't have the huge individuals. And if I want to bring up a head-to-head of the one player that really shows this, it would have to be Adrian, because he was literally a top player inside of Europe Alpha in terms of stage 2.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it because number 6 inside of Europe, number 6th rated player, he is now the number 99, as of this morning, rated player in the competition. That's out of 100. And that includes all teams at this competition. So on an individual level, this guy who we're gassing about on a regular in EUL, we love him, we think he's great, but he's having a terrible tournament.
I don't want to throw him under the bus. He was one of the best prospects. I love this guy. It's also his first, big international stage. I can get the pressure of all of this. I know he can come back. He's not playing the easiest role either. It's actually crazy that, he's switching. He used to be that close potential for these guys, and he's not anymore. If he has to step up, it's right now during the quarterfinals.
Well, they are going head-to-head with BDS, a roster that has had their number on multiple occasions, Jack. How do we expect this roster to adapt once we're on stage, do you think there's any change?
Well, I mean, we can see BDS having great results right throughout the stage. You know, obviously they were last in the last Manchester Major final. You know, they're a team that's used to winning things. They won EWC. But during EUL, during the stage, me and you, Leo, we said a lot that BDS are winning, yes, but they're not putting in complete performances. Leakyfac even said it at one point, you know, we're only playing 50%. I'd actually argue we've seen some of the same throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, you could argue like they've dominated Europe, but have they looked dominant? I don't think so.
No.
I think Evan Leakyfac said in an interview during EUL when we interviewed him, he goes and says we're playing at 50% of our level, and I think that level is quickly rising at this major. And one of the biggest reasons for this is I thought the ceiling that they had, they've got such strong individuals. They rely so much on the individuals instead of playing as a team, and we've seen more and more cohesion back during this major.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. The cohesion, the teamwork was missing.
Yep.
We're starting to see glimpses of it. Now, I've got a clip, and what I want everyone to focus on is Leakyfac's player cam during this clip. So Leakyfac's going to die below instantly. Look how much he's gapping. That is a shot call straight away for his team. 7-7 match point, hit Archives, because he was fighting somebody below. He died to somebody that dropped Archives hatch, and Solotov has the cutoff from 19. Now, this clip will play out, and this is the round that will get them over the line in map 1 against Virtus Pro, which if they'd have lost that, it was a very tricky scenario going into the next map, because it was obviously going to be Chalet. Now, the instant shot calling is what's key to focus on here, because this is what we felt was missing from Europe. This is what we feel that Leakyfac has stepped up during the tournament as an IGL, and the instant shot call. He had a round like this on Border, which they ended up winning. He had a very similar round on Chalet, which they ended up winning in 2 overtime games, 2 very, very close games. So he's starting to be that difference maker that we know that he can be.
What is the restrictions here for BDS? What is the ceiling that they're trying to break through for this event? Do you think that there's an overarching theme?
I think the real story for them is like they're a super team, right? And they're trying to make a super team work. And you know how that works usually? It just doesn't. If you look at G2, you know, it just doesn't work. But then for BDS,
that's harsh. That's really
that's just a side bullet, you know, a lost bullet for G2. But if you look at these guys individually, they're so good. It could be easy to just rely on that.
Yeah.
And I feel like just like what Jack said, Leakyfac is the guy meshing everyone together. Everybody is able to shot call in that team. Let's be real. Even Chaiko, I know many people say he doesn't talk. He does talk in game.
Yeah.
But Leakyfac is really the guy holding everyone with the glue, and he's been stepping up so far.
He's the difference maker, and if he's stepping up, that will increase BDS's performance to the level that I think everybody wants them to be at.
Well, it is time for us to now break this down in more minutia. Let's go to the map vetoes and have a look at where we're heading for this best of 3, a critical point in any of these games.
Wow.
I mean, do you want to talk about the bans, or you want to wait for the map?
Okay, I want to talk about the bans because I think it will say a lot about the pick.
Please.
The biggest thing I see here is that BDS left open their permaban in Lair, and Secret left open their permaban in Kafe.
Yep.
And if we move on to the picks, okay, so then we have BDS picking Kafe, the permaban of Secret.
Yep.
And then we move on to the next one. Surprise, surprise, Secret is picking the permaban of BDS, Lair.
So when have we seen Kafe out of Secret?
Never.
Never? Not in this roster. When have we seen Lair out of BDS, Leo?
Not this stage either.
So
First
both
time.
teams are going for the jugular. They're going for the throat of their opponent. Their perceived weak spot. Both teams have picked into their opponent's permabans. Now, if we move through in the map ban phase, what we're going to see is the last couple of bans, there is a glaringly obvious map staying there, and it is Skyscraper, which conventionally for these two teams is like the #1 preference over a long time. Both teams love it. So if we summarize this overall map ban, both teams are getting a map that their opponent is really, really uncomfortable on, and then they get to play their favorite map if we get to a map 3 to decide it all.
And just a small thing on that decider. Remember when we said the last time they played each other, it was a BO3, it was for that European crown. Now they're playing for top 4 at this major, and they're doing it on Skyscraper again if they go to the decider. And last time it ended up in the 15th round, 8-7.
I have no doubt that it will probably get there again. I want to ask you very quickly, is it perceived just that like it is an instant ban for them? Do you think that this potentially for both of these teams, Jack, do you think maybe they've been hiding it, waiting for that moment?
You have to be, right? If you get to main stage of a major, no matter what your map pool is, if you've been literally permabanning something right throughout the stage and now you leave it open on the biggest game, you know, especially for Team Secret, this is their biggest game by far. This is the team that knocked them out in Manchester. They've been leaving that. They've left that open in the map ban for a reason.
Well, this has potential to be the new El Clasico of EUL, but we're going to go to a short break on the other side. We get underway with map number 1.
League of Legends, we're playing wrong answers only. What is your name?
Fabienne.
What is your job?
I'm cooking.
Who do you play for?
G2.
How many players are in a Siege team?
I think 8.
Name a sport with a ball.
And what?
A sport with a ball.
I will say, ooh, that's a good one. Oh my god. Swim. You know.
A defender gadget.
A defense gadget, H, the H charge.
Name a color.
A color, black. No.
Technically, yeah, there's a debate about that. How did you get to the venue today?
By car.
And who's winning this event?
I think it's G2.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Anne, for that incredible content. Wrong answers only if you couldn't figure that one out. But look, we do now hone in on this matchup in particular. Team BDS, Team Secret. This is a big one. This is an exciting one, Jack. One that, again, has so much to it and so much importance on it as well, right? This is the opportunity to progress into the semi-final, the last event of the year, mind you, before we make it to Boston in 2025. There's a fair way between now and then. How do you feel Secret's going to approach this? Do you think they'll play more default?
Well, this is the thing. We've seen them play default throughout the tournament, but we've seen them play cheesy ops and cheesy strats right throughout the stage too. So the $1 million question for BDS is, do they prepare for Secret at this tournament, or do they prepare for the Secret that they know and love? And as such, that could affect all of their counter-analysis, all their preparation, some of their strategy, and Secret might, on a whim, just choose to play a completely different style. Because I think, like I said, they've taken one step backwards. This is where they can show that they've taken 2 steps forwards and change it between the rounds.
And that's such a strong strategy, because the cheesy ops, that's something you can bring at any time in a match. But being good in your defaults, that takes a lot of time. If you look at their most played operator at this major, you have Nomad, you have Flores, utility-based operators that are made to be good when you're playing defaults.
Yeah.
So these guys can just swap. They can go double shield, and the next round they can go default. And they've been showing this level consistently from the stage to the major.
It also affects ban strategy. If we think back to stage 2, during the stage when Secret won against BDS, how did they do that? It was a double shield ban.
Yep.
But Secret aren't really utilizing the shields at this event so far. So are BDS thinking, well, do we leave the shields open? And if they do, that could be an absolute grave mistake against Secret. The psychology of this game is really, really deep.
That's actually something that I'd love to get your opinion on, Leo. The current meta of the game, which team does it favor? Which team is leaning into the shield meta better, I guess? That's a terrible way of putting it, but...
Well, obviously the kings of the shield meta would have been Secret. Obviously, they were the guys that first brought the double shields to beat BDS, and they were amazing at it. Let's be real. They had the Monty, they had the Blitz, and we had... I don't know how many times we played that clip on Border, where they were just chasing Bride and Usus with the double shields, but it works so well for them.
Yeah.
At the same time, I want to say with BDS, they've got so much talent on the team, such great individual players, such a great IGL in lookahead, then they are the most versatile team in the world right now with FaZe. So they could play that double shield really well, but Secret is the real master.
I feel that regardless of the meta, obviously the meta plays a huge part, but I feel like the individual ceilings and the team collective ceiling on the side of BDS is so much higher than I think most teams in the world right now.
Yep.
So I think if BDS play to their full potential today, it's going to be very, very hard to stop them.
That's always the defining factor, isn't it? Teams can be great in phase 1, phase 2, they can be great in their regular stage, but when they get to this stage, when they get to offline, once you've got the crowd in front of you that have been incredible, by the way, that's when they're really tested. That's when they get pushed to their limits. Adrian, unfortunately, hasn't had the greatest start to the Montreal major.
Yeah.
It could turn around, but Leo, you found yourself in a very similar position 5 years ago.
Yeah, I was in these shoes 5 years ago, indeed. I was in Montreal 5 years ago, playing my first SI as a player. I was 18 years old, and we got first rounded. What a surprise. A shocker with my career.
You also got stuck in an art gallery, right?
Yeah, I got stuck. I got stuck in the studio there, and I had to drive in a blizzard with a Uber. That was crazy. But anyway, we were there, that was amazing, but I lost my skills. I was not good on stage. I was just not good. I was not performing individually.
Yeah.
And I feel like Adrian is in the same shoes right now, but now he went and managed to go into quarterfinals. He's on stage, he's playing in front of a crowd. There's nothing to lose here, and BDS is the expected victor. So you can just release off the pressure, all of the pressure, play for fun. You were the guy that brought so many clutches to Secret this stage. You can do it again, for sure.
I can speak a little bit to Adrian's attitude, Adrian's personality, because I know him like very, very well. And I think he's got the fortitude to be able to not even care what has happened so far in the tournament. He will now just look at this and go, right, we're here. This is like the first game. It doesn't matter how badly I've done, how as a team we've got here, and I will go out and I will put on my best performance today. I really do back that, knowing his personality, that he won't let those factors affect him. He won't let the fact that we've highlighted him going from, top of the, the player standings to the bottom. It won't even be a factor in his mind.
Well, Team Secret, they may be the lesser preferred team in this matchup, but I'm telling you right now, you do not write them off. It's time for us to get underway with the EU Classico in Montreal.
Facing Secret, it's always a close match, hard match, like fun match to play.
We're gonna focus mainly on ourselves and how we are gonna play against them.
You want me to give our strategy? No.
They always do good. Somehow they always find a way to bring back games or like come back.
We have to be ready to win our gunfight if you want to win the game.
BDS's weakness might be focusing on one player and trying to get them angry. So hopefully we can abuse that. Watch out, BDS. You can't ban Blitz and Monty.
Secrets, be ready to fight. You used to lose against us, and let's do it again.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Majors. Everybody having a good time? 2 quarterfinals down, 2 to go. We need to fill out these semi-final spots. It's time to bring 2 more teams onto the main stage. They are the best team in the world on paper. It's time to prove it. It's BDS! Superstars wherever you look. They believe they should have got it done in Manchester, but they are determined to never fumble the bag ever again. Their opponents came 1 round away from being crowned the best team in EU. This is now their chance to flip the script. It's Team Secret! Tenacious, driven, and the man at the very end there, Virtue. The first time we've seen him on a main stage not wearing a G2 jersey in a long time, and he knows very well how to win big in Montreal. If we can get Savage and lookahead up here on stage, we'll have a quick, brief conversation before you get into this crucial semi-final, quarter-final, sorry. Look, I know that you guys know each other very well. I could ask you plenty of questions, or I could just let you talk to each other before we get into it. What would you like to say to him, lookahead?
Have fun. Have fun as well.
I thought we were going to get something a little bit spicier than that, so now I'm going to ask you a question, lookahead. Manchester did not end the way you wanted it to. How much does that play on your mind, and how much does it drive you to never let that happen again?
After seeing Biscos leave the trophy, we all look at each other and we're like, you see guys, we're never going to leave this again. So today we are going to win the match, tomorrow again, and on Sunday leave the trophy.
Is there any part of you that wants to prove that you're the best team in EU and you can do it here?
I would be lying if I said no. But yeah, obviously, there's always a eager to actually be the best team, but we need to be the best to be the best.
Absolutely. Okay, shake hands and get into position. It's hard to believe that one of these 2 great teams is going to end up just like Jake Paul will tonight, knocked out. Let's get over to Detonace.
Thank you very much, Ian. The real big question is who's getting slapped him and who's the one doing the slapping? These 2 teams, as we've already said, face off against each other so many times in history, but only one can go on to face FaZe in tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah, and we know it's going to be a close one. Historically, BDS are well on top of this matchup, well on top. 14 wins to 3 between these two orgs. But when you look at the recent matchups, we've got that win of Secret in the best of 1 in EUL, let's not forget. We've also got a last round of overtime on Skyscraper, Des.
We did.
In map 3 for the playoffs. Both teams already qualified to Montreal at that point, but still, it was a hell of a game. And it could well end up in the same place. Will it end in the same way?
What I love is that Secret haven't beaten BDS in a best of 3 or a best of 5 in 5 years. In fact, to put that on Twitter, and Leon came out saying, yeah, the good old days. Because back then he was on Team Secret. They were the good times. But obviously the big difference, you heard Ian reference it on stage, Virtue's on side. They've got a world champion in the back pocket now, and he's been having a great tournament. In fact, pretty much all the Secret have. There's obviously questions at the minute about Adrian, one of the lowest rated players here at the tournament. I really want to see him step up. And to tell you the truth, Tim, if the live stage is where you finally find your form, what a place to find it.
We've said it time and time again. Every team going through a tournament, every team that wins a tournament almost will have a bad day here and there. They'll have a game that was tough to get through. Those are not the ones you remember, and it's the same for the players. If you can find your form over the next 3 days, you ain't gonna care a little bit about what's gone over the rest of the tournament, because you're gonna be walking away with that trophy at the end of it. But this is gonna be a really big game for both of these two. When you're coming into a matchup like this, and you're going against a team that you know knows you inside out, they know everything you're going to do. They've been able to bring, we saw them bring the shields in the best of 1 and just really surprise BDS, and things like that do stick in your mind.
Well, the Des spoke about the map choice that we've got here as well in Kafe and Lair. The 2 maps that either side haven't played, or at least one of the teams haven't played either of the maps. It's been their permaban. They're the only maps they haven't played all year long. They played every other map at least once. So there's definitely going to be some prizes cooking here, I think. And I'm really excited to see, one, how BDS deliver on Kafe, but equally, how we see Secret do when we get in towards Lair, because BDS do not like that map. As said, it's their go-to permaban, which means there will be some surprises cooking. Both teams no doubt had a little bit of expectation as to what maps we would land on here. In fact, I think it was Savage this morning who was over in Demo and Ollie's chat on the Talk 6 podcast I do each morning, and he was saying, maybe we'll spice the bands up a little bit. I'd say this is about as spicy as you can get.
Yeah, definitely. It was an unexpected set of bands, that much is for sure. I think we've got to look at BDS and their performance along the way as well, Des. They've been pretty good, but I said it a couple of days ago, I'll say it again. I don't feel like we've seen BDS at more than maybe 70% so far this event.
No.
They've got the job done, and that's brilliant. You've ticked the boxes, but if they want to go on and win this thing, not just here today, but over the next couple of days, we have to see BDS at more than 70%. We looked across the player stats coming in. Everybody's ratings are about 105 to 110. They need those standout performances now. They need that leak of fact users, Solitop front line just going crazy, Shyco doing Shyco things. They need to be having those really big rounds in games. They need to find that extra 20, 30% that they've got in the tank.
I always find that you look at competitions, really to make it to the live stage, you need to have all 5 players delivering, right? You look at teams that don't have that, 1 or 2 players that fell off, they're the ones who will fall away because you can't rely on just 2 or 3 players to get it over the line. But I remember saying, actually, during phase 2, when it comes to games like this, who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the tip of the spear? And that's what you're looking for now from these teams.
Well, look at the teams that have already gone through today. I would say Virtus Pro and FaZe are 2 of the teams that we've seen with
very rounded,
most rounded, most complete performances across the board, with everybody chipping in. And it is getting to that point where it's really starting to show.
I'm getting into game in just a moment. Just sorting out a quick lobby issue, which I now believe is rectified. So just a reminder, Kafe will be our first one, Lair will be our second map, and if it's required, Tim, Skyscraper, that rematch will be the third and final
I think already we all want it, Des. We all want that third
I'll take another round 15 on Skyscraper. I'll go for it. Give it to me.
For. I think Fresh should take it for his bingo card as well.
That is
He's
true.
still waiting for that Desinate map 3 overtime.
Has he ticked up any more of those today? I'm pretty sure there was a couple of things today that I looked at and thought, that's on the bingo card.
A lot of it was already done coming into it. I think he needs, he'll be glad there's a Skyscraper on, because he needs, if we get there, because he needs Bedroom to be played. That's the last site that hasn't been played. Every other site has been played.
I remember looking through the stats of the day, and there was one other site that hadn't been played, but I assume it's been picked up by now. But nice for us to get there. And speaking of standout players, you were speaking about how rounded they are. The bans is what's going to make this exciting for me, because Shyco, as we all know, the go-to Deimos GOAT around the world at the moment. There's a few other players coming for that title, Maya I think of as well on Team Liquid, but Shyco is just that guy. In the last best of 3 they played, Deimos was banned away every single map against them by Secret. And on the other side of things, Savage, Blitz player. BDS banned away Blitz every single map. And the thing is, I think Secret are probably expecting that. So they've probably been cooking a little bit more Monty. They weren't the kind of go-to and default to Monty when it really required it. I think here they'll say, right, if we know you're banning Blitz away, we're bringing along that Monty instead.
Not just a big day for the teams today, Des, a big day for us today as well. It may surprise a few people to know that this is the first time that you and I have ever cast inside of the venue in Montreal.
That's true, it is true.
It just hasn't panned out like that.
That's a lie. We did do it back technically. Did we do it back in 2020?
No, we weren't in the venue. We
there was no crowd.
For the
I remember
group stages. We weren't.
Oh, it was in the hotel. Yeah, good point.
We did the group stages, and then we weren't in the venue. We didn't.
Yeah.
We never cast at Plasbel. We were due to, of course, last year, SI20.
And then you had to make the stupid decision to get sick.
And then I was sick. So this is our first time in front of an audience in a venue in Montreal, the home of
Certainly cannot complain. And look at that for the social vote, by the way. BDS. 4 in 5 people are backing them to win this one. No big surprise at all, but as said, Kafe is going to be that first map. We very rarely get to see either team on any of these 2 maps. So let's see how things throw down, Tim. Who comes out on top? BDS or Secret in map 1 of this best of 3.
I think we're all hoping for a really close matchup between these 2. And we're going to get it underway right now, Des. Oh, it's exciting. I just love watching those stages light up. Players, we've got 10 players up there ready to give it their all over the next 2 hours, 3 hours. Who knows how long this one will run. But we're going to kick things off with our operator bans. BDS will start us off with their attacker ban. Will they take away one of those shields that they were punished so badly with when they met back in EUL Stage 2?
It's got to be the Blitz getting taken away here. We know that Secret will play it if you leave it open for them. That or they come in with a game plan. Sure enough, sticking to the same ban as we saw in their best of 3 just over a month ago. In fact, I think it was about bang on 5 weeks ago they played that best of 3. Blitz taken away, no big surprise. Here, I'd expect to see a Deimos ban coming in against Shaiko. Sure enough, there it is. The defensive side is where things have got a little more flexible between the 2 sides. We've seen them banning things away against each of the things like the Legion coming in against Shaiko, but you've also seen Secret lean to variable different bans here throughout this competition. So I don't think there's so much a bread and butter must ban here for either side, but things like Grim, like Mirror to get taken away from Secret, Castle, definitely a spicy one. Given you have no idea what BDS run here as well, I like to see this.
Final ban will come on through then. BDS will round things out for us. But like you said, as teams definitely going to have to be finding a different way of doing things. Valkyrie will be that final ban. Interesting one from BDS. It is an operator that Shaiko will use from time to time. Kafe can be a great map for Valkyrie. Plenty of little hiding spots for those black eye cameras. But obviously BDS just looking at it and thinking that they would rather not have to deal with it than to be able to use it themselves. So heading straight into things, the immediate standout pick for me there when I'm looking at these first 2 lineups is Leakafak on the cap can.
And speaking of Leakafak, I think it's a few players Rash during interviews and such, and he's currently standing for a number of people as the best player in the world. Not strictly that he's going out there and setting up lights in terms of KD and entry and all the other stats that set the hallmark of a good player, but the fact that he's still performing as a top 10 player around the world whilst IGL in this team. Fresh was pointing it out in the clip that we had on the desk about just how vocal he is. As soon as he falls down, 2 or 3 seconds later, he's got all the information out to get his team over the line, and he's a great energy source for them as well. Definitely propelling himself towards GOAT status, and I'm sure he'll get even closer after this series if BDS can get the job done. Obviously, danger in picking Kafe is BDS get to start on the choosing side of their, well, the side of their choice. Naturally on Kafe, you're going to find yourself starting on the defense here, Tim. The Secret have got a rough 6 rounds to fight through first.
Yeah, we've seen some really big defensive halves on Kafe throughout the tournament. I'm thinking SSG's 5-1 against VP, and then they returned it 6-0. VP have looked pretty clinical on the defense a few times, but how about this? Joom going straight into the top floor. He's going to pick up 1, and that is an explosive start from Secret. Solotov there for the trade, but they have lost Shaiko, and more importantly, Des, they've lost the Azami.
I wanted to correct you there and say they found 1. They found the GOAT, Tim. They found Shaiko. One player to get rid of. Because the crucial thing as well is that's open up Pixel, which is normally quite a hard angle to break. Battle really being Solotov. He was undroned inside of Piano. No doubt the Monty coming into effect there. He's now taken over that position that Shaiko was in. So the 1-for-1 early on. Good to find the Azami. Not the end of the world for either team.
Just going to be holding the angles here. Virtue looking to maybe pressure into Piano a little bit. That's going to be the focus now, I would expect, for Secret. With the Azami gone, that's the position you're usually using that defender to hold on to. Is Piano, is Pixel, make it difficult for the attackers to get in there. As it is, they can now start moving in, trying to take a bit of ground. They've still got, of course, Solotov to deal with inside a bathroom, but I don't think he's going to get too aggressive on this. And opening up White Window, Adrian here, that's going to make it difficult because it stops Solotov being able to play out into Pixel.
One thing I've watched quite intently throughout this competition so far has been the drone count as it whittles down throughout the round. We're less than halfway in, yet all the information game has gone from Secret. They're barely inside the map team. You've got one player inside a cigar. Of course, it's the line, as you can see, stepping on forward here for Savage, but this does mean that when it comes around to their push-in, they're very much going in blind, and that opens things up for BDS to surprise them with C4s from strange angles being held. So Secret here might be walking into a few losing gunfights.
Very possibly. We see the Bees coming in, just trying to make it difficult for Leakerfact to keep his position there, but there's absolutely no difficulty for Leakerfact as he manages to take Adrian down outside of the White Window. Groovy finds Brede, and Usus is there for the trade. BDS are doing so well on the trade game so far, Des. Every time Secret seem to find a little way in, a little bit of space, BDS are there to slap them back down and find an answer.
That's the main battle, I think, is at this point they're playing so tightly together, and you can afford to play this way on BDS. I always like it. It's a kind of line that is drawn diagonally through the middle of the map from bottom left to top right. That's the line that BDS has set up, and all the players within a second or two of each other. They can guarantee trades when Secret try and take rounds, and now we're down to the last 30 seconds with very little information. They're going to have to do it with guns up.
That could be really well timed from Savage, though. Manages to find users, and that's going to create a little bit of extra space for Secret here. They do have Diffuser in hand, so it's going to be a big choice here. Do we go for the plant, or do we go for the kills? Are we confident in the cover? Right now, Savage is effectively 1v2 because Virtue, he's trying to tickle that Diffuser and put it down, but absolutely not. BDS stand firm. BDS take round one.
Right idea, I feel, coming out of Secret, making sure they had the cover going down as the plant was going down right in towards Trash. It was a good sprint across coming out from Virtue, but BDS, rather than trying to take two separate 1v1 swings, they stack up in storage as a two, which basically guarantees you a trade if it comes down to it. Just really smart, responsive play coming out from them. They'll replay here into that initial entry on towards Shaika, who I'm pretty sure knew this was coming, but still got stung out by June, which left us in a 4v4 for the remaining 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Honestly, if they win that second fight on the Amaru, if Solotov doesn't manage to get that trade, that round looks very, very different for Secret. And it's exactly what I picked up on for BDS. The trade game was fantastic throughout that round. It was really, really good. And if they can continue doing that through the defense, they're going to have a lot of joy here on Kafe. So we move on then. And this time it's going to be just down one floor, Des. They're going to head into Reading Room.
Yes, similar sort of vibe to what you saw in the previous round. This means is that you'll have a bit of presence from BDS up on the top floor, 2 or 3 players normally holding up here. Looking to waste time. Force Secret to have to move through that top floor once again. I don't think we're going to see an Amaru come flying in. That kind of card has been played, and at this point BDS will be expecting the hijinks. So we go over towards that Monty. They said it themselves in the pre-game trash talk. You can't ban both shields, BDS, so what are you going to do when a Monty comes running at your base? And although I'm pretty sure Savage would much rather be on the blitz, you're still going to take the oppressiveness that these operators with the shields do offer.
It's got to be something that BDS have thought about. It's got to be something that they've prepared for. Secret have already hit them once with it, and you know the saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Will it be shame on BDS if they haven't prepared themselves for these shields being brought against them? Not seeing anything in the way of traps to deal with them, so we don't have anything like the Legion on side, the Frost on side, just to make it difficult for that Monty to progress. They might be quite reliant on something like the Solotov on the Azami, for example, to maybe just create a situation where that Monty is trapped a little bit or is struggling to push forward. But right now, he's going to be tasked with holding onto Piano.
It's again trying to lean heavily into the drone denial, right? It's the Mute this time rather than Mozzie. No big surprise, Mute is the most played defensive operator from so many teams here at the Major, because it does restrict the ability for attackers to get information, but this is where the Monty helps overcome that. You haven't got to worry about droning things with a massive shield in front of your face. The problem is you've got to be careful about these flanks, and that's exactly what Solotov finds. The real difficulty being here, Tim, you've now lost the tip of the spear. You've lost the Monty that was brought along to help you gain ground, and now you're looking towards someone like June to work a little bit of magic on the Nook.
Great stuff from BDS. I asked if they had a plan to deal with the shield, and they definitely did. Just lining up multiple angles, so there was absolutely no safe space. And I've got to ask, Team Secret, did you really have enough support for your Monty there? He was being pressured from two sides, and there wasn't really anybody who could help him out of that situation.
Jume's expecting a flank to come from red stairs, which is would be unusual, really, for BDS. They're not the kind of team to make these wild, sweeping flanking plays. You might expect it a little bit later in the round, but for the most part, if Shaiko on the Soul is looking to deny things away, in fact, it's coming down towards red corridor. So that's the main thing they've got to respect here. But Jume might be looking for ghosts, I'm afraid.
Solotov does manage to find Grubit along the way as well. That's the Lion gone, so no further E1D scans. And we see now Secret have got themselves a little bit of top floor control, but I don't think any more than BDS are basically happy to give them. Just about to walk on into sight. Virtue gets slammed by Shaiko from behind the bomb chassis. Adrian will find the trade through the soft wall. Downs a second, and it's effectively now a 2 versus 3, Des.
They finally got into a scrap here, and Jume, he's been sat inside a wheel hallway the entire round, Tim. 2 minutes 30, and finally gets into a gunfight, and sadly loses it out. Adrian, as I mentioned, our lowest rated player remaining in the tournament. He found 2 for himself. But BDS is going to say that's all you shall receive. Another round over to the French side.
Looking pretty comfortable. It's not unexpected. If you're a Team Secret fan, don't sit there panicking just yet. The Secret players won't be. As you say, Des, it's Kafe defense. Even BDS going 5-1 here, you're looking at it and thinking Secret can definitely get themselves back into that when they switch onto the other side themselves. BDS for round 3, continuing their defensive cycle, will go down to the bottom floor. The interesting question I've got in my mind at the minute is when BDS, or if BDS win kitchen here, do they go to mining, do they go to the 4th site, or do they take us back up to the top floor and start that cycle over again? That's something for us to keep an eye on in the next round, dependent on how this one goes. Secret at the minute, it's kind of tough for them. It's one of those where I don't feel like they've been doing too much wrong. I feel like the planners, they've had the right idea. The planner's been there. Like last time, we're going to try and take Piano with Monty. It's just the execution that's letting them down a little bit at the minute. A little bit of luck. Amaru into white corridor, gets 1, finds a second. Different round, but it didn't happen that way.
It's
and Secret just need that bit of extra luck.
It's the one thing I'll always stress is, teams can have plans and put them together and execute them, and they still lose the round, and it's so easy to look at it and go, what the hell were they doing? Why are they trolling? Why are they throwing rounds away? But at least so far, the ideas from Secret have been good. It's just the response from BDS has been better. And sure, Savage going down inside a Cigar, not ideal. That's 2 rounds in a row, really, where they haven't had drones inside a Piano, and they paid the price to someone sat around the grandfather clock, getting a freebie onto a player, either as a trade or as the first kill. That's what I think Secret have got to shape up on when they're trying to push in towards that top floor. Down in the basement, though, we'll see how things shape up. And just worth noting, Tim, Kafe is a map. We've seen the most rounds played this map across the tournament. It is our most defender-leaning. So all you're saying there, a 4-2 half is very expected for defenders when you look at how things have shaped up across the tournament so far. This really needs to be that offside, though, that Secret are getting over the line if we're going to see them get that 4-2 half they're looking for.
A 4-2 half is, a very good outcome for Secret. Like I said, even a 5-1 won't really worry them too much. Don't get me wrong, they don't want to be going as far as 6-0, but as long as they can pick up this 3rd choice site once out of the twice that we would expect to see it played, they won't be overly worried, I don't think, coming into that second half. Grube, he has been a standout player so far for Team Secret, and he's going to be looking to get himself going. He's only found 1 kill in the first 2 rounds, and Secret have, I won't say been reliant on him over the last couple of days, but the more that he can contribute, the better, because he really has been leading the way so far in Montreal.
Looking towards that time, we're halfway in the round and they've been doing a lot of the vertical work, which is always the benchmark for me on this site. If by 1 minute and 30 remaining, you're starting to get things opened up vertically, you're in a good spot, and they have missed double. That's just going to be a second Electroclaw, I have a feeling, or it's dug a little bit further down the shelf. They will actually keep it electrified off. In fact, they must have just missed it at the back wall. That is such a shame.
Yeah, it's just been outside of the radius of the impact EMPs. But the problem is they don't have any other impact EMPs. They've now got to rely on getting a Twitch drone in there, and look at what's likely to happen to the Twitch drone. How? They haven't spotted it out! Adrian's got away with it! He goes in and takes out the Electroclaw. You're a couple of seconds too late, Leakapack!
Man's playing Siege on pacifist mode. No one's shooting at that. You must have heard it go on through, but although it's extended about 15 seconds of time that it's taken to get this hatch opened up, it is still open, Tim. So Secret for them, the execute is still on, just with less time to get it done.
Yep, using those verticals now. Virtue on the book, just opening things up next. plan really, next step of the plan is to drop that shield on into Freezer, but before they can do that, they've gone for it. I was going to say, before they can really do that, they need to worry about Bride in VIP, but they've skirted past him. They've just gone too quick, and Bride's impact is going to be limited at that point. Leakafak is down. However, Bride manages to find one onto Adrian, 4 versus 4, but the plant is going down, Des.
No C4s to toss in towards them here. What a great kill to come out with 3 out of nowhere. And BDS have got the shutdowns they need. Secret again, right idea, but not winning the gunfight will cost them big. BDS up 3-0 on the defense of Kafe.
I really thought Secret had got away with that then. They dropped Freezer and just sprinted past the area that Bride was going to be watching, but the problem was they didn't have anybody to lock him down from White Stairs, so he was able to come and start challenging. He was able to make a nuisance of himself, and they can't allow Bride across there. If the whole plan is to just shut him out in the cold, you got to keep him out in the cold, Des. You can't let him get into the fight like that. And we can see Twister, he's going to pull the cord on that tack time out and try and see if he can have some sort of impact on the trajectory of this one at the minute, because as much as we say Kafe is defender-sided, it's more the manner of the rounds that BDS have been winning. They've been so confident so far.
You have a tack time after a couple of rounds. It's normally because there's a car crash with communication, but here it's come after round 3. Or what you'd like to refer to as the first quarter of the game, because it played through 3 sites now. You'll see those same 3 sites played in rotation. You've had a chance to see each one as a coach here, and you can step in and be right, here's where we're losing time, here's where we're making errors, here's where things can get better. The mind games that then come into it is on BDS's side. They're really unlikely to play exactly the same strat with exactly the same lineup up again. So it's more the general things that you need to help the team figure out in between rounds when they go into games. The IGLs can step up and be like, right boys, here's the things that have got to change based on the information that we can see at the start of this round. BDS have looked dominant, not impossible to beat, but are still extremely dominant.
As you would expect with the scoreline, of course, but still an important point. BDS have got double the number of kills that Secret have got at the minute, 14-7, and they just have been more deadly in those key situations like we saw there. The push comes on in, the plant's going down. Yeah, Secret are playing the objective, they're getting the plant down, but what are BDS doing? Kill, 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 and they're just getting the numbers in their favor. The trade game has been fantastic from BDS. Rarely at the minute will you see a Secret kill that BDS don't quickly have an answer for, and that is something that Secret have got to figure out, because it is grinding them down at the minute.
It is. Well, hopefully there's something cooking here as well. Savage, fingers crossed he ain't falling down too early in this round. It's what stung them last time round as they stepped in towards Cigar. What I do like about attacking this top floor, and Tim, please don't go off about top floor, I know you're not the biggest fan. What's nice about top floor is you haven't got to worry about a full map clear. Going in towards the basement, for example, you do have to do a full map clear, or attacking in towards the second site, you've got to clear top floor and then worry about site itself. Whereas here, you get Cigar, you get Piano, you get a backstab coming up towards White, for example, someone on the cocktail window, and you actually have quite a lot of threat that you can employ. Secret were in good positions last time. It just came down to losing that 2 versus 2. The BDS played out excellently.
Shaco, of course, this time is going to remain past the first 20 seconds of the round, because Secret know they're not going to get away again with sending an Amaru in through the window. It means BDS, they won the round last time. This time they've got an Azami on top of everything else to be able to play around. Also, Solotov has dropped away. Keep an eye on him. He's in train at the minute. He's got Nitro in hand. As I'm talking about that Nitro, it's actually Leakafak who manages to find an explosive kill, taking down the Hibana of Virtue. But here comes the shield, and they've just got answer after answer. Secret completely unaware of Shaiko holding himself inside a washroom, and he gets the freest kill of the day onto the Monte.
It's again that game of restricting away information. The Mozzie on side denies so much away from Secret. They run low on drones and they don't come in with full information. I think outside of round 3, all 3 of the rounds that we've seen, they've managed to get this punish where there's a lack of information on Secret there. Getting side swipe from inside a Piano. They aren't aware about someone coming in for a trade on the Amaru back in round 1. The side swipe on towards Savage when he pushed inside a Cigar, and now a player inside a bathroom that they just were not aware of. They're being bitten, Tim, by information denial. This map can be quite bottlenecky, and they're really feeling the pain of it.
I said coming into this game so far, BDS have only felt like they've maybe been at sort of 70% here in the tournament. They've had some decent performances, they've got games won, but it feels like they've got so much more to offer. We've seen it from these players time after time. We saw it back in Manchester when they got themselves through to the final. Honestly, Des, it feels like they've started delivering a little bit of that extra today. Like I said, they're winning gunfights, they've got answers, they've got the strategical advantage. Everything is falling in their favour at the minute, and as much as we talk about Kafe being defender-sided and BDS, it's not the end of the world for Secret. If they get a bunch of rounds here, it's starting to become a problem now.
I thought about it earlier, actually, in the Virtus Pro Series, where it's like 1 or 2 rounds on the attack of this map is plenty. It gives you so much room on the other. In fact, think about the other day when SSG were up 5-1 against Virtus Pro on this map, and we thought, wow, they're absolutely flying, and then Virtus Pro come out and win 6 defenses back-to-back to get the map win regardless. It is that kind of map where it can happen. And that's why for Secret, I wouldn't be too beat up about yourself being down 4-0. You could see Savage in the cams a minute ago barking commands across the team. They get 1 round, 2 if they're lucky. That's not a bad spot to be in. That will be enough to go and have a good solid start to that defensive half. I like here how they're saying, okay, you know what, we're getting suppressed a lot in terms of information. What are they doing? Lion, Dokkaebi coming out. Dokkaebi being an operator, you'll see a lot from BDS too. They love leaning on this operator to get the job done. I actually like the Secret have doubled down on it and said, let's bring along both and really try and make this push work.
There is no better time for Secret to get one on the board than now. Leak of fact, though, it's too easy, Des! It's too easy for him! He just peeks out a white door and takes down Groovy just like that. That's the book gone as well. That's a lot of that verticality. Breed he's going to take the head off of Doom, and Secret, they're in all sorts of trouble, Des.
The information net again fails, and the most painful part being they had a drone, didn't have one here. That's the 2nd kill this round that they've got for free, and there is no response from Secret, making it 5 versus 1. Secret are absolutely crumbling here.
It just feels like they're making mistake after mistake, Des. The wheels are coming off because of the pressure that BDS have put on over the first few rounds. I've got to ask the question, you're on rappel, why are you strafing across the width? Just, you go up 2 feet, you're safe. You can get yourself across if you're wanting to switch sides. No real advantage to be found for Secret, and Savage, he's going to head up to Skylight. Maybe see if anybody will...
official timeout for them.
Exactly. You know, maybe somebody gives him the good grace of sticking their face into a little peak that he can find, and it gets something going for the team. But realistically, this is not good for Secret right now.
Yeah, if you're tuning in here and you haven't seen this kind of thing before, it's a stage where we've got about 1.5 minutes still to play. That is the length of 2 tactical timeouts that you have. Obviously, the coach can't get involved. Shaiko, who knew you had it in you? For them, it's a chance to have a conversation here about how the hell they get anything over the line going into round 6. Because this one, it's cooked, it's done. It's not worth thinking about this round too much more. What can they correct? Where do they keep getting sideswiped? And for me, Tim, it is consistently in that information gain like I keep on talking about. The drone's being blocked away by things like the Mute and the Mozzie and the Solus. The BDS, they've played it absolutely perfectly. But so far, Secret's choice to allow their permaban to go through and to play BDS here, it's backfiring pretty spectacularly on their attacking half.
Yeah, absolutely. Savage just going to be closing out the round from that hatch, I would imagine. Sometimes in those situations, you know, you maybe 1v3 or something, you'll use a bit of that time. See if somebody has a look at you. You know, see if somebody gets a little bit overzealous. You take them down. You've all, you know, all of a sudden you find yourself in a winnable situation. That wasn't the case here for Savage. He knew that nothing was going to be making that one winnable. 1v5 closed out. BDS managed to get themselves round 5, and they are absolutely storming away. Like I say, the bigger problem looking at Secret at the minute is the mistakes are starting to creep in, and I think they're really feeling the pressure of what BDS are doing right now. This isn't just about, you know, look, these rounds have been close and a couple could have gone a different way. That's not the case here. BDS are in a different league at the minute.
They are a tough team to beat. But I spoke about this the other day when teams let the results of halves like these really get into their minds, and it starts to cripple the second half of the same map or potentially even the whole series. And it's one thing I really want to Secret show that discipline to have here, is to acknowledge that sometimes things will start to fall down, but you can get it back on track still. Don't forget, I said it the other day, rounds in Siege, they don't roll into one another. Outside of the score at the top of your screen, there's no cash, there's no items, there's no power-ups that you get from winning rounds. Everything resets as soon as that clock starts again at the 3-minute 45 mark. So, let's see if they can get anything going in the second half. And now we'll have to try and close things out here. And you know what, Tim? Throw the kitchen sink at them. Let's do something a little bit crazy in this round. I'd love to see a FaZe coming along, run 2 shields, try and overpower BDS. Give it a go.
If they're going to throw the kitchen sink, it's handy that they're attacking kitchen does.
How about that?
There should be a couple of them knocking down there for them to pick up, but we are going to have the FaZe shield. We've got the Monty shield. Secret are rolling it back to that win that they had in Stage 2. It could be too little, too late, but like you say, Des, you've got to roll the dice at this point. You've got to throw something at it. You're 5-0 down. It's looking, to be honest, like it's going to be 6-0. You've just got to give it a risk, give it a go. We're going to see immediate pressure going in via that ram. It's going to just try and cover off a lot of the noise of this push coming through. Savage dips away, can't get into his ADS quick enough, and he's going to allow them to escape. Solitov, he finds a headshot. Brede with another. Groovy manages to stop the bleeding though, and Secret are back in this, Des.
Groovy and Juba, the 2 players that we were speaking about before this series that I really want to see step up and shine. They're the 2 most successful entry players for this team, and whilst it's not entries, it was kills they were starting to find. I just wish they'd slow down once they got code control. That was a great spot to have so early in the round, but they carried on trying to capitalize on a bit of chaos, and BDS recomposed themselves and got the trade. And like that, all of the good work they've done in the first 60 seconds is gone.
Virtue's pushing right on into sight here, but you just don't feel that maybe Groovy's got the cover that he needs to be able to prevent the pressure coming in. But he manages to drop his shield and find a man. All of a sudden, it's 1v1, 1v2. Brede, he's got it cut out here.
Problem is, it's Brede, man. When you want someone left in the clutch, he's one of the guys that you want. He's sat at 7-2. A quiet tournament at points, no doubt, but when you need him most, he tends to shine and stand up to the occasion. Problem is, he's got a Monty to deal with, Tim. This is one of the most horrible situations to be in. That Monty gets up in your face. There is very little you can do whilst all the information bleeds against you. Even worse when this diffuser goes down. Stepping his way forward towards Prep. Right idea, but can't win the 1v1. Groovy gets the kill, and like that, Secret have got the 1 round they arguably needed to give a little bit of breathing room on the defensive side of Kafe.
Groovy continuing to keep himself on top in terms of performance in this Team Secret team so far here in Montreal, and he stepped up then, really did. I was questioning the position. He was top red. He can kind of cut off across kitchen, and it maybe allows Virtue to think about a planting behind the bomb chassis, and I think that's what BDS were worried about. So they got aggressive, they pushed, and they gave the opportunities over to Secret, who were more than happy to take them. But we move into the second half now. Things switch around. BDS have to go on to the attack. If you're only going to win 1 round, there is no better round to win than round 6. It gets you that momentum going into the second half at least. We can see the great work that they did to get it to that 2v1. Secret, they were on the ropes again there, but that just shows that maybe it could be a turning point for their mental.
It's like I said, Tim, 1 round can be enough. Let's hope that it is for Secret and then give us a bit of a show here in this second half. When I look at BDS, they never strike me as the team that's going to play this fast, frantic style that can overwhelm a team. Yeah, you're not going to see them running around with 2 shields here, I think, and suddenly batting down on towards Secret and playing a high-risk game. They're more likely to play a slower, more structured and controlled game. It's why for Shaiko, one of his most played attackers, given the Deimos is taken away from him, is things like the Nomad. They want to make sure they've got those flanks locked down. They want to play things slow and composed. And with the Ram on side here, top floor is once again going to be the main focus. Get that vertical opened up, look for a plant with the vertical cover in place, but it does mean they've got a little bit of work to do.
Leakafact more than prepared for that.
He's the go. What can I say?
Nitro comes out of the hatch and he takes it out like Clay Pigeon shooting as it pops up into the air. Interestingly, BDS have had 5 out of 6 entries so far, Des. Playing on that defense, they're not usually heavy on their own. They're not usually the ones getting out into the map, and they haven't really done that necessarily this time, but they have been able to command those opening gunfights. If Secret could improve this, now that they're on their own defense, now that they can control where those fights come a little bit more, it'd be great for them to get that man advantage coming into these rounds.
Oh, Adrian getting pressured here on 3 sides. We never saw too much of this coming out of the other side, actually, when they were on the attack. And like that, it's been isolated and punished. And this is what BDS are so good at. 2 or 3 players isolating 1 man and punishing you for being out of position. Great start to the round and another entry in their back pocket.
Yeah, really good from BDS. Like you said, there was absolutely nowhere for Adrian to turn. He was trying to use those Kiba barricades, but they were effectively nullified by the fact that there was a BDS gun looking at him from absolutely everywhere. BDS aren't inside of the map really yet. That's the next big step for them. They need to start getting in and taking some control. They're really pressuring from the rappels. They're making it difficult for Secret to move around, but if they never get themselves on inside of the map, they're never going to get to sight, and it's going to be a tough one for them. So BDS, 1 minute 10, it's time to start moving.
Yeah, at this point you might start seeing the collapse come in really. They've got to start this move, as you say. They've got that piano control. They've got lookahead wandering his way here out towards the east, ready to help put some pressure in. Great spot to put down the Grim Beast as well as it should. In fact, yeah, it does. Just tag up Groovy here, forces him further back. So as said, it's giving them that pressure, starting to get control, top floor control. Only about 50 seconds left to play with, though, and they've really got to start thinking about more of this vertical control if they're going to pull this execute off.
Yeah, they've got Virtue on the Warden down in train. The hatch has been opened up above him now, so we'll see whether BDS are able to start pressuring him. Yes, they are. Users manages to find the kill, and that could be the one that opens it up for BDS now. The rest of Secret have been pushed away from that mine in sight, and there might be an opportunity for BDS to think about the site. Users gets himself another groupie with the train. 4v2, and it's falling apart for Secret on the defense.
They just keep on coming in for these gunfights, and BDS are ready for every single one. It's not like the reverse, where they're attacking with no information. BDS just look ready of absolutely everything that comes up against them. Savage has got to clutch out against 3. Lookahead, Brede having one hell of a map, but it's Shiko to collect the close. That's really all they need, that one attack, a second one, and this is done and cooked.
Yeah, exactly that. I love what BDS did there. They took no more than they needed to. I voiced the concern, 1 minute 10 left to go. They're not inside of the map yet. They weren't worried about it because they knew they didn't need to get very far inside. All they wanted was piano. They'd got the kill onto Adrian there, and it gave them control of the area. Once they got on in there, Virtue's playing down inside a train. They pressure him from above, open the hatch, open the floorboards, find the shots onto him. As soon as they've got that, everybody else from Secret has been forced away from mining, and they're able to think about getting in to get a plant. And really all they had was piano and mining. That's all they needed, and it's all they took. It was real efficiency of effort from BDS.
BDS in many ways remind me of how VP tend to attack maps like this as well. It's just from start to finish, they are so composed and in control of the round, and it's really frustrating. If you let BDS get with all 5 players to a point of execution, to getting the plant down, 99% of the time that diffuser is going down, there is nothing you can do about it. So you need to be trying to get up in their face early in the round. But every time Secret try and do it, as you saw just there, 3 separate players looking out for these gunfights vertically, they get punished. And sure, uses to sit 2 wicked shots to secure them. But what else can you do? You sit back and you lose, you go aggressive and you lose. Damned if you do, damned if you don't in Secret's place here. And they really are getting rocked on Kafe.
Brede 7-3, Lookahead 8-2, 15-5 between the two of them. They are absolutely running rampant at the minute, but you don't then have to look very far to find other big numbers. You've got Solotov on 6, Usus on 6. Everybody from BDS is chipping in at the minute, and this is what I spoke about coming in. You've given us 70% BDS, now you've got to give us a little bit more, and they are just playing absolutely ruthlessly against Team Secret at the minute. There is no mercy in Montreal from BDS.
It's the small things making the difference. Right? We spoke a lot about the intel game that's been really punishing Secret, whereas for BDS, they're in full control of that on the attacking side, it feels like. When it comes around to the gunfights, they're hitting their shots more often than not. And on the other, we were speaking about the kills that we saw building up for BDS on Secret. 4 players aren't even yet above 2 kills after 7 rounds. It has been such a slow and painful start. It's only Groovy that's really been winning out his ones, and I don't need to be a scientist to tell you that, Tim. It's hard to get done. Jump out comes on through. June's got 2 there. How often do you see a jump out like that, Tim? He's really given himself and the team a good way into this round. They've got a 4 versus 3.
It's honestly the sort of play that Secret at this point just have to roll the dice with. They have to take a chance. They have to try and get something going, and that has done it for them. 4 versus 3. The most important thing nowadays, of course, obviously with the scoreline 6-1, is that they go on and win this round. They've done the hard work. They've got themselves the advantage. Deal with the Monty now, make things difficult for BDS and close the round out. BDS are a structured team. We know this about them. If you can create a little bit of chaos, Secret, you might just find some joy, and that's what this round should teach you.
they're looking a little bit stuck here and unsure on how to proceed. You know, you got a smoke inside of VIP, who of course you can see is blocking things out to stop the entrance in towards Freezer. They're trying to find a way through. You've got one player looking for the backstab out towards the other side. Of course, it's none other than Shaiko, but he's really got to win that bakery fight to start putting pressure on sites itself.
A big part of the problem is that BDS have lost the Grim. So how do they challenge into VIP? They can't really restrict that player anymore. If they could have sent the Grim Bees in there, then maybe they're able to swing him. They're able to clear that position, but right now, Virtue is pretty safe and locked in inside of VIP. He can start using those toxic babes to prevent a push into Freezer. Leakafac has managed to get himself in there. Breeder's in from the opposite side. So right now, BDS building a little bit of a pinch, and they might just be able to start finding some kills, Des.
When they've done that, they've found 2 here. Shoko's down to 1 HP, which is so unfortunate. Gets Pokeball out. Savage takes him onto the belt, but 2 kills fly through from Virtue. Secret, they do hold on, but my God, for a second there, it really looked like BDS might get that one over the line.
Secret were a little bit lucky. Like I said, Leakafac he did exactly what Secret did to get inside of Freezer. He just took the sprint across and Virtue wasn't ready for it, couldn't make the challenge. So then you've got Leakafac working from Freezer, you've got Breeder on the Monty working in from Prep, and all of a sudden Secret were struggling, they were floundering inside a side, and BDS took advantage of it. But what I like from Secret, they dug deep, they managed to steady the ship, and they got themselves back into the fight, got the kills they needed, they secure their second round. Lots more work to be done though, Des.
You talk about bouncing out of bed in the morning, but you are basically bouncing on this board. I feel like I'm on a trampoline. Someone's got to bounce back on the side of Secret, still 4 more rounds to find. They want to keep this one going, and fair to say, with one going the way of BDS and that last one being dangerously close, it is still a long way to the top. Speaking of top, finding ourselves moving upwards here in towards Fireplace and Reading. Same story we spoke about so many times, Tim. Top floor control is a big one, and likely look for a plant just inside of Reading door to the north, up towards Snowside and towards Brown Stairs. But that means getting cocktail control. It means getting control of Piano. And we've seen where Secret have tried to hold off there already with the Azami before. BDS crushed it excellently. It's more about the pace and the slowdown here that you'll see Secret looking for. And hopefully this time round, not be giving away 2 or 3 players trying to challenge those reverse vertical angles.
There is absolutely a world where Secret can get themselves back into this realistically. Gruby and Virtue now starting to find their pace a little bit. Doom getting involved. They just need that next round or 2. If this gets to kind of 6-4, you start looking at it and saying that it becomes a lot more doable. But right now, it's a case of focusing on 1 round at a time. Shaiko on the Nomad, of course, with the Deimos being banned out. That's usually his next go-to operator. It's going to allow air jabs to be deployed, and they'll be able to lock down that flank. They won't need to worry about any pressure coming up the red stairs. They can take top floor, not worry about white stairs, and then start working the verticals. But before they can do any of that, they're going to have to find Gruby.
I really want to be careful here. They've got 2 players dancing on the Piano windows, and for Secret, it's so tempting then to get aggressive around Piano and be trying to deny things away, but it only takes 1 forgotten angle, 1 window that you're not watching at the wrong time, and you lose a freebie. You had Leakafac also dancing around the east side. I'd love to jump out here as well to give them a little bit of information on what's going on, but do they dare jump out here? Do they really want to step up to Leakafac? And yes, they do. I thought he hit him then, but no, it was the Claymore. Adrian falling down. You might get the intel of the player, but clearly missed the Claymore.
For a second, I really thought Leakafac had hit the shot there. I thought that is absolutely, at that point,
one more?
At that point, just switch it off. But Leakafac, he knows that there's one on the white window. Just going to take that Akiba barricade out immediately. Out goes another, and this time they will manage to find him. Savage takes down Leakafac 4v4, but again, BDS alert. They've got the answers. They take him down on his way back in. It's just trade for trade at the minute, Des, and BDS come out on top once again.
I'd love to have the number on how many trades they're finding in this game, because every single time a BDS player goes down, it feels there is a secret if a secret player goes down, there is a BDS body nearby to get the trade back on the other side. It has been wonderful to watch. BDS with the 3 versus 2, a minute still to play. It feels to him like Kafe really should be ending 7-2.
Yeah, BDS, they still don't have confident control over top floor. They've got Doom floating about on white stairs at the minute, so there's always the chance that he pushes up and gets aggressive. Now that they've forced him back, BDS are going to have a lot more freedom up there on the top floor, but I'm looking at their soft destruction options, and they're limited, Dave. They're a lot more limited now that Virtue finds users. That's the shotgun that they had taken off the board. 25 seconds left to go. This could be tough for BDS to get a plant.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of the drone that was sat on white, so Doom is still being a nuisance, finally finished off. Virtue's got to basically find a 3K here to keep Secret in on Kafe. Rounding in towards reading door. I don't think they know Tim. They've got the long angle. Sees his man! But yet again, BDS are there with the trade. They take Kafe in style. 7-2. Secret have got to find some answers, I'm afraid.
I think we've just seen a little bit more than 70% out of BDS, Des. Like I said, I wanted to see that line of users, Solotov, Leaker back, really stretching their legs and putting some numbers up. They have done exactly that. And Breede's got in on the party as well. Fantastic performance from BDS in the first map, and that has surely got to put a little bit of fear into Team Secret.
Well, we were hoping for a Skyscraper map 3 all the way to round 15, but this one, at least based on how that has gone, Tim, could be far shorter. Let's go to the desk and see what they make of that game.
Well, what I think of that game is it was quick. It wasn't as quick as the Soniqs game, but that was an utter dominant performance here and very scary for the future prospect of this best of 3, Jack.
Yeah, it's exactly what we said might happen in this map ban phase, where BDS were picking into the perma ban of Team Secret. Now, interestingly, Leo, Secret started on attack.
Yeah, and that's for me is a huge surprise. Huge surprise, why? Look at the result of this.
Yep.
They only got 1 attack in 6 rounds. And the reason for this is big desyncs. You see one getting aggressive, you see the rest of the team playing passive. All the time they've been trying to play that default playstyle that we know and still bring the Monty. And still they're getting picked one by one and 0 trading. Look at this. There was a drone there. He still gets the pick. That's consistent for me.
It started off with that very first round where Jumas and Marud into the white window, and I thought, hey, we've got a game here. We've got a game. Secret are back. They're going to play a little bit cheesy. They're going to play together. They're going to really be very disruptive to BDS's setups. And it wasn't like that. It felt like each round on their attacks, there was a couple of players getting aggressive, a couple of players playing a little bit passive, maybe a little bit nervous, and a big desync. Now, when a team chooses to start attack on a defender-sided map, the reason being is they know that they're going to weather a little bit of a storm. If Secret would got out of that with a 2-4, a 3-3 maybe, it's very much recoverable. But a 1-5 on a map that traditionally they don't play, that we've never seen them play on, with this roster, was a huge risk, and they suffered for it.
Leo, we got the answer to the question I posed at the very start, which is this a perceived insta-ban or is this an actual insta-ban? I think we figured out pretty quickly for Secret.
Yeah, that was very obvious that they were very far in terms of quality from BDS, and I think I'm really afraid about the next map because it's kind of the same story. When I look at BDS right now, I see a unit. I see them playing together. We said that was the win condition for them, starting to play together, not rely on individuals. You look at that round 3, basement on kitchen, when they rework at the same time and they retake entirety, they kill everyone on the bomb site. That's the composure and team play we expect from them, and that's what they've showed today.
Well, BDS are only 1 map away from securing their semi-final. We'll go to Lair after this.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Montreal Major. Everybody having a good time out here? Yeah, I thought so. I said, is everybody having a good time out here? Of course you are. It's a major, baby. And the best thing about it is you meet fans from all over the place. I'm getting pulled. When I come out here, it's like, hey, and who do you think's going to win? And Jerome, who's actually from Montreal, pulled me just up there to have a bit of a conversation. And you are having the time of your life. Just tell us your story about how you made it to your first ever major.
So I think I've been watching the game since around 2017, 2018, during the Penta G2 dominance era. And, you know, life's been going pretty bad a bit. And then now I finally got my life together, got a job and everything, and finally decided to come to the major. And it's a great event, really competitive. Seeing a lot of 7-5s, 8-6s, a lot of close games since Swiss. And it's been a really fun time, fun environment. Got to meet a ton of pros. It's great. I love the major.
So Jerome, you hit your first paycheck and the first thing you did was buy tickets to the major.
Of course.
Come on, guys, give it up for Jerome. I love it. So I've got to ask you, who do you think's going to win this thing and who do you want to win the thing? It can be two different things, right?
Of course. I think FaZe is going to win, but the team I really want to win is probably Secret, just because Jake's there. I love Virtue since he's been on G2. Big fan, Virtue, if you can hear me. But
he's locked in.
I know he's locked in. He's always locked in. He's always serious. But I think FaZe Clan's going to win.
All right, good stuff. The real winner here is Jerome. One more time for this wonderful human being to the right of me. Thank you very much. Go enjoy the rest of the major. You absolutely deserve it. Back to you guys on the desk.
Well, shout out Jerome and shout out Ian Chambers from the radio. Let's get underway with our second map here. This one is scary. There's a scary prospect that's kind of hidden underneath this because, Leo, what we just saw on Kafe could very easily follow suit onto Lair here.
It's the first time we'll see BDS play Lair, so that's a big question mark. But what I want to point out is just how good this team has been playing collectively. One great example, look at Savage here with a Monty going to plant here on Kitchen bomb site. And I want you to pay attention to the Warden. Look at Yuzus now and Ella on the right side. They will retake all 4 players at the same time. Triple kill in the amount of what? 2-3 seconds, and that's it. They got the round. That's 3-2-1, set play, instant composure, and instant team play from BDS.
Our biggest criticism for EUL is BDS rely on their individual talent. We've challenged them to step it up during this tournament, have that team play, have them shot calling, have those moments where you look unstoppable. That was another one of them. And if you're going to say, why are BDS going to win this event? It is clips like that that will do it. And I think the map that we're going into as well in terms of Lair, we saw BDS pick into Secret's perceived permaban, and it turned out to be a permaban. I don't think for BDS, Lair is a permaban. I think they've been saving it. So this pick from Team Secret feels quite risky right at this moment in time.
What's your thoughts on Lair?
I 100% agree with Jack. Let's be real. You know, we agree very often, but let's be real.
We like to disagree as well.
Yeah, we like to disagree. One point was, why did BDS waited so long to bring Lair? They were together. They were one of the only European teams that do not make any roster changes after EWC. They had plenty of time to bring it. They took the proper time to play, scrim it, bring it at the top level, keep it safe all the way for the major quarterfinals. Let me tell you, I'm 100% convinced they have the top layer.
When we spoke to them in EUL, we asked, it was Eagle Mees and I think it was Brude in a duo interview when they was out there at bootcamp. And we said, guys, are you going to bring Lair out? Do you play Lair? And Eagle Mees went, oh, we might bring it out at some point. He's like, actually, no, it's our permaban. And he was trying to give the teams the eyes, you know. So we feel that BDS will play Lair. Obviously, they did have the tournament in the summer that they ended up playing that maybe hindered a little bit of development on that. So they've waited to see who's the best team on Lair. They've allowed everyone else to look at it, and then they've built up their own Lair, unbeknown to us, because we've not seen them on Lair. It's the first time they'll play it. And then they bring it out, like you say, when it matters. Yep. They don't want to have to gamble on a round 15 Skyscraper to get them through this fixture. They want to get it done in 2.
Absolutely. Well, every great quarterfinal needs great casters. Unfortunately, we don't have the funding for that, so we've got Des and Ace.
I was so tempted to
Why am I taking shots?
I get it for me. I was already standing my middle fingers up saying, screw you, Rob, but hey, here we go. Onwards we march, map 2, Lair awaits. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the host of Lair, Deimos, coming through once again. I would expect it to get banned away against Shaiko, but all of you on the social side are still leaning more towards BDS. A 3% increase towards their side. Totally understandable, Tim, given how things have played out so far.
Yeah, I think given what we've seen, you know, out of that first map, you're going to be looking at it thinking this is potentially a problem. So the only question now is, can Secret fight their way back into this one, Des? It's BDS versus Team Secret. It's map 2, and we could well have another semi-finalist at the end of this one.
Lair, as you say, one of those maps that we've seen a lot across regions around the world, but I think once you get to LAN, it starts to hit a little bit different. And knowing this one is one of those permaban maps that we've not really had a chance to see coming out from BDS, hopefully Secret can capitalize on the chaos.
Let's get into those operator bans then. BDS will be banning first of all, just like they did last time. Blitz, surely, followed by Deimos, surely. We would expect to be the two. I mean, I don't know, maybe Secret bring us something a little bit different. Given the way that it went the first map, I really wouldn't want to go up against Sharkos on Deimos, if I'm honest.
No. Equally terrifying as we've seen him play many, many times, and as said, you will not be seeing the host of this map present. He's one of those players, unfortunately, just draw away this very specific ban. Legion normally follows him on the defensive side. Secret did ban that away against him in the last best of 3 that they played against BDS, at least in a couple of the maps. Here, it's going to be the smoke being taken away. Quite a spicy ban to come out.
Not one that we see too often, absolutely. Smoke, of course, you know, used primarily for area denial and time denial at the end of a round especially, trying to prevent that diffuser going down. Mirror will be the next and last ban that we will have come through as well. BDS not wanting to play into that. It's going to open up that top floor on attack a little bit potentially. We see the mirror played out towards Ops, for example, to stop the push coming in through there. We see it played sort of R6 room to stop the push from that side on that top floor side. So it might just make attacking things there a little bit easier, but BDS, of course, starting on the defense, they're going to have a plan to work around not having that utility themselves.
Do you find the smoke ban really interesting? It's, you know, you think about BDS, you think about Brede as soon as you hear smoke, and it's not really been an operator that picked up much. I think Brede's played it just 3 times across the entire major so far, and it's not like BDS have been drawing smoke bans to kind of pad that stat out. It's just not really been an operator they've had to lean on. So a couple of question marks on my side as to why that's their go-to, but when they've had the information blackout and they've had rounds slowed down for them back on Kafe, I think it's more a way to make sure things can keep on moving, because like on Kafe, there are a few bottlenecks, a few single doorways that you have to go pushing through on this map. Smoke, of course, really good at denying away 1 or 2 of those at the same time. But BDS, they start on the defense, we start on the top floor. And Secret, I hope to God they've got a better attacking half in them than what they had back on Kafe.
They've got, there's a clash. BDS have brought along the ultimate counter shield operator by bringing one of their own. Of course, up against the Monty, Clash will generally win out over any sort of protracted battle between the two, because their electricity from the shield will do damage through Monty's shield. So something that Secret need to be aware of and need to deal with. Just looking at what utility they've really got to deal with that Clash, and it's a little bit limited, Des. They don't have something like the Zephyr on side or the Carly that can initiate that shield break onto the Clash, and it could be a tough one. The Grimby, they're not really going to do it, because the Clash will just happily stand there behind the shield. It doesn't matter that you know where she is.
Well, started out with good progress on this top floor as well. Got ourselves the mask wall opened up that normally is a big sticking point for teams. You'll see it electrified away, tuber out away, but it has been opened up, if not slightly resealed here by the Azami. Thank you very much, observers, for the fly-through. The other side of it is a little bit harder to open up because you need to get meds control. That means getting the ops control, and starting to put pressure onto Shaiko and Solotov, who are currently dancing around that part of the map. So you've taken the easy part, and now it's about the hard part. Where does the next push start to coming from? It looks to be highway, actually, up towards the north. More things being opened up. Secret so far for me, doing good work. They've got open what they need, and now it's about not losing players to silly things.
Yeah, the next step is going to be dealing with that Clash, and I like this attempt of getting underneath with the book, but you're going to have to get closer to the feet of that shield operator if you want any opportunity to take them down or to force Brede back. But by at least opening up the floor, it might just prevent him being that operator that wants to push forward onto there. But as soon as he does once and realizes there's nobody underneath to shoot him, he won't mind.
Well, Savage is already on the R6 room door. door and starting to press his way forward. Now you've got to face off against this clash, but they've got to be respectful of display side, and Users has gone down to the window. That was what they needed to let this plan go through. Now 2 players are storming on through for a little bit of a retake, but on site itself, it's all gone up Secret. Plant is down, Leaky Fat one more back over, but Secret have got the numbers, Tim.
Yeah, really, really good attack from Secret. They've just gone in, taken what they've needed, got their shield into a space to plant, and right now, Leaky Fat, he's on a huge back foot here. We talk about him being potentially one of the best players in the world at the minute, but it was going to take something special to clutch that one out. Secret have come back into map 2 looking like a different team there, Des.
I think they've just played it. Hello, friends. Really good push coming in because they got control of Highway, made sure they had someone covering off the display window, and then just simply a Monty gets the shield up, walks across and goes down and plant. And everything is covered off by the rest of his team. They can't come flanking in from the display door because there's someone sat on the window. They've got players actually sat up towards Highway, making sure no one can push close to the Monty and swing him. Really simple, really to the point, but it gets the job done. And you've always got the fear, of course, of the backstab coming in through the mass wall that got opened up very early on. So not the best start for BDS there. Secret knew exactly what their game plan was, and BDS, I think, just got pulled from pillar to post by their opponents. Now we go down to the basement, mind you. This does now mean a full map clear needs to come out from Secret. And that was what they struggled with a little bit back on Kafe. There was so much intel denial. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, the bigger question really is, Des, do BDS play that full map defense? We haven't seen them play there before, and it's not something that we would normally expect too much of them. They'd, maybe send one person out there on the roam. They don't usually commit to it too heavily. So it might be that Team Secret have got a lot of time to attack here if they recognise that and potentially get themselves in quickly. At the minute, I think there's only one, like I say, from BDS that have got themselves out there. It's Users on the mute at the minute. He is going to be joined by Leakerfax, so that's 2 of them out there on the first floor. They haven't gone as far as top floor, and as I say that, Users drops himself back down, so Team Secret have got space, they've got time.
Well, think about Kafe, right? They didn't really have players up on the top floor when defending that. They had them on that second floor and then fell back down to the first. And it's a similar sort of story here, especially when you're leaning in behind something like the Pulse plus a couple of C4s to play behind. Your goal is to play denial more into the mid-round than it is to get aggressive in the early, especially when you've got a Monty bearing down on you as well. But let's think about the times when Savage fell down early back on Kafe. He needs to be staying alive through this game, and that's why I think with the Dokkaebi on side, they'll have a much easier time of things.
I like what Leakerfax doing. He's off screen at the minute, but he's just playing for the walk-in from Ops. That's what he's expecting. He's expecting this top floor push to come across, Secret clear top down. He's got Nitro in hand, he's got cardiac sensor, and he can potentially stop them if they do it. But right now, Secret, they're not leading in towards that, Des. And right now, they're just working their way around BDS quite nicely.
And that's it. You haven't got to go super crazy on this as well and try and force these early engagements. Just forcing BDS back can be enough. You've got a Monty, you'll have the vertical control. When the diffuser goes down on this site, by the way, and you've got vertical control, it is almost impossible to lose. That's the sort of position they're looking for, and I think the Monty once again will enable that step into more precarious situations to deal with the slightly dodgier sight lines that now BDS will be holding, and Leakerfat has found Groovy, and immediately you see Leakerfat back away. He's not pressing forward, trying to collect more. He's happy. They've got the Dokkaebi, one of the go-to operators they really needed in this execute.
Yeah, a little bit of a problem for Team Secret there has come because maybe they've assumed that BDS would turtle up on site, and they haven't managed to pick up on deal with Leakerfat. Monty will continue this push forward. Nitro goes out. It's not going to do the job completely, but Shaiko is there to complete it. Finding a headshot onto the Monty. Savage is gone. 5 versus 3. It's looking better for BDS, but Secret comeback fighting with Adrian.
They really can't be letting him get away with that drop behind them. Shaiko's got such a powerful position now that the entire west and southwest side is off limits to them. They've got to make it all work on this single push through, and Solotov and Brede, nasty shots that they hit, both headshots, single shots to the skull. And like that, well, June, you might be having a good tournament, buddy, but I don't know about 1v4 good.
The real question is, if you're Secret in that situation, how do you do anything about that? Adrian's watching the angle. Shaiko's going to pick up that final kill, but Adrian, before his death, is there watching the angle. And Solotov just swings across and headshots him. There's nothing that you can do about that if you're going to be beaten so quickly by these BDS players. So not a bad start for BDS. Secret with a great top floor attack. BDS come back with a great bottom floor defense. I love the way that they used lookahead to prevent that top floor walking, but then he was able to keep himself around range and just make it difficult for Secret to get confidently into that mid floor. Got a great opener, and BDS just built from there.
For me, it was Shaiko again, just getting that drop in behind them. Like, you should never be able to get in that position where you have no idea that he's there. Like, sure, you're not looking in towards things like Nomad or Gridlock to keep those flanks safe, but you've got to know that your Monty is sort of the linchpin of your defense, your attack, sorry. You've got to be protecting him, whether it's flank drones, having someone sat on them. They've been bitten a couple of times by this. Think about the free kill they got onto Groovy from bottom white back on Kafe despite a drone watching. It's not that Secret haven't got drones in the right place at the right times. It's more that no one's watching them or they're simply not communicating quickly enough, and BDS are punishing them hard for that. Now we go up to that second floor, so not as much map to cover, but you've still got to fight your way through this top floor, get the verticals opened up, and then start thinking about your execute.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work for Secret to do. They didn't really play too much of the map last time. The limit to the verticality that they opened up was inside of reception. You feel like they're going to need a little bit more, although of course this time there is a little external wall that leads into sight. There is pressure that can be applied, and straight away, no surprises, Secret are already there. They're going to be looking for the breach. It's just a great way, even if you're not actively going to play on there, just to create that phantom pressure that we talk about, to make BDS worried about standing in that side of sight, to force them back away and to start to create a little bit of space. But top floor clearance also important for Secret. They recognize that. They get the wall open outside of Mask, and they can then start walking on in and forcing BDS away from the top floor.
Yeah, that mass wall being opened up gives you so much threat itself across the center rooms on this top floor, which make it very difficult for BDS to be able to play in there, especially when a Monty can just walk up on you like this, as you'll see him often come to do. Spots out the goo mine, that's taken down to not impede him as he gets on the march through. And just to be doubly sure, opening up this as well gives you a nice angle down towards Mez itself and through in towards those sites to support a Mask entry. My main concern, though, is Secret are taking quite a bit of time here just to get some control on this top floor. And BDS, well, not exactly being moved. You've still got lookahead and Usus dancing around up here.
No, they're pretty settled at the minute, BDS, but Secret, it's all about now softening up the site, clearing out utility, recognizing where everybody is, and formulating a game plan as to how you get on in and where that diffuser is going to be going down. Until they can do that, though, they've got to get this top floor confidently under their control. We've still got the Monty moving around, not going to be caught by the Nitro, and it does help Secret out a little bit. It gives some verticals down into sight.
A nice attempt there to catch the Monty, but he double backed on himself, so gets away with that, taking a single scratch from the C4. Time again being my main fear. They've got no way also of opening up the hatch. They can't drop in through this late. They can purely use this top floor, really, for the verticals, and that's all they've got to play behind. Otherwise, it's going to be a push, as you might expect, more down towards green stairs and starting a march on forwards. I think Ruby's the one really I'm looking towards here in that position to make something happen, but Diffuser is in the back pocket as Savage. He, again, is the linchpin of this attack, and they need to get something happening.
Just going to have the nanobots called on in from the Finker just to give a little bit of a boost to the HP for the time being for their team before they go in for any of these challenges. But like you said, there's 30 seconds left to go. It's now or never, really. This has got to be the push coming forward, as it is. Savage is going to try to walk on him, but lookahead from behind manages to find the shield, and you know that it's falling apart for Secret, but it's kill after kill to keep themselves in it. It's 1v1. It's Groovy versus Users. 13 seconds left to go. Groovy does have Diffuser in hand, so he can play around here with Users, try and draw him into the fight on his terms. He's gonna stick it. Users is there, but Groovy, he's guns up, Des. He can take this challenge and he can win it with the pistol. That is the sort of performance that Secret need from each and every one of their players here if they want to continue fighting against BDS.
Extremely well played 1v1. A lot of confidence from Groovy as well. We know that the saying stands as pros don't fake. They won't come off the diffuser. I've seen so many do it so far throughout the competition, but he holds on, and winning out the 1v1 was mega. But for me, I'll come back to the same problem that I touched on Kafe. Savage, they aren't aware of lookahead. He gets a freebie on towards the Mountain. You can't be letting that happen when you're coming in towards these pushes. Fortunate to walk away with 2 versus 1, or 2 for 1 on the attack so far, but for me, small mistakes that still need to be course corrected.
They got away with
here, that shouldn't be happening.
Realistically, they've got away with one. You know, that's how we've got to look at it. Ruby 1v1, don't get me wrong, not taking anything away from him. He's done a great job, gets the diffuser down, finds the final kill, but they can't be letting it get to that 1v1 when they've got a Monty that's able to push on in. They can't be losing the shields that easily. BDS so far have stood up very well to the shield pushers. They've effectively got 3 more rounds to do that, and it could be the last 3 rounds of this match that they have to deal with the shields, because if they get the win here on Lair, of course, there will be no more rounds for Team Secret to bring them, but we will see how we go. We're going to go ahead up to the top floor once again. It's going to be BDS. Really nice attack from Secret last time around. They got themselves the mask wall open. They got themselves the R6 room side. They got into sight, got the diffuser down, and they just created a beautiful line of sight across the site that they couldn't allow BDS across. And they just completely shut them down when they tried. Diffuser went down. Secret may well look to just do more of the same.
You got the Amaro on side, and I'm the kind of person, Tim, I'm a simple man. I see Amaro getting picked up, I get a little bit excited, because it normally means something crazy is about to happen. We saw it happen last time around here, a little bit of a different story. Trying to open it at exactly the same time the wall's coming in, Candelas are out, so it's a big combo, and June, sure enough, has stepped in and brought down the Demon King, Shaiko himself.
That's a great start. The Azami gone, but the bandit trick could be important. Pride managed to take down one exothermic. The second has now detonated. Mask wall is open, but it puts a little bit more pressure on Virtue here on the ace. He's now essential if they want to push that opposite side, because he's the only hard breach option realistically left. They've got the gadgets on the Ying, but it's not going to give you a method of getting into sight, really. It's much more of a line of sight. You can go through there, but you get stuck in the animation, so they will want those Selmas breaching that wall.
What I do like from Secret here, you think back on Kafe a couple of times, they'd find the entry and keep on trying to move forward with that information and pay the price for it. Here they've got rid of Shaiko, they've got Ops, really little cute play by the way, coming out with the Amaro and the Ying in tandem, and immediately they've kind of paused. Right, back on drones, where are these last few players? They're not giving away lives needlessly, and that is a really good evolution for Z for them here on Lair, although at that point Savage almost lost his life on the push on through. Bride's inside, but very much pinned down, they know exactly where he is. 3 kills, and Secret are bowling over BDS.
Beautiful attack from Secret there. Got Virtue into the position they needed him, opened up that wall, and it was go time. The Candelas go in. Savage has a little bit of good fortune there. Almost gets caught out by Bride, but ultimately, Secret, a good 3-2-1. In they go, kill after kill. They were all on point, all on the same page. Beautiful stuff. So much so, Des, it forces the tactical timeout out of BDS, and we might, just might, have a little bit more of a game on our hands.
I think we will. That first map, as we know, was an absolute slaughter, but this one is feeling very much the reverse. Secret looking very put together, not without a couple of mistakes along the way, but I think when they say go, whether it's a small micro play or the ending round execute, they are moving as one team. And I think for BDS, you can kind of see why Lair's a permaban. They look a little bit lost as to what's going on. They don't know what to expect coming out of the other side, and they're paying the price. Being down 3-1 on the defensive side of Lair is a bit of a stinger. It's our 4th highest defensive win rate over stage 2 in the major so far. So I think they're expecting themselves to really have 2 or 3 rounds in the bank at this point. Instead, it's a reverse scoreline, and BDS have got to find an answer. Otherwise, they're in for a very rough rest of this map.
What a great response from Team Secret. Let's not take that away from them either. 7-2 on Kafe, and it wasn't even really very competitive. BDS were, you know, well on top. And
I know that guy.
Here. We do.
Hey, Alex.
And then we come in here, and all of a sudden, Secret have dug deep. Whatever has been said in that break between maps, whatever has been said by Twister between Kafe and coming in here to Lair, it's really doing the job. We questioned BDS, of course, not a map we've seen them play. It's kind of felt that maybe they'd been covering it up, maybe they'd been hiding it, wanting to bring it out. And we've got to see them on the attack yet, but right now, Secret's certainly showing that they have a better command of Lair.
You hear so many pro teams talking about the size of the map pool, saying, oh, you know, 9 is a lot of maps to be able to prep and be good at. We'd rather it come down to 7. We're like, nope, let's find a map or 2 that you struggle at, because it shows that even gods can bleed. Again, BDS, as Ian said during their intro today, best team in the world on paper. You come to a map like Lair and you show them up a little bit and show that maybe they aren't quite infallible and there's something you can prove against them. Secret are doing just that. Immediately, the thing that I clocked though with BDS has changed after that tack timeout. The Tubarão and the Kai pairing coming together here. They want to shut Secret out here, keep them slowed down, keep them guessing and run that clock closer towards 0. For me, it's keeping an eye on Savage. He's been picked off so many times on this Monty in the mid-round. They really want to make sure, as we saw back in their first top floor attack, that he can be so effective for them in the execute. So let's keep him alive into the late round and not see him falling down to the French side.
Team Secret this time looking to get themselves into warehouse pretty quickly. They've got that external wall breached, and that's the position of Savage on the Monty, looking to get aggressive. Just looking across the side of BDS as well, all down in the basement level. There are no roamers out in the map this time that Team Secret need to worry about. So again, Team Secret, they need to recognize that quickly, go in and start those verticals. They are going to have a little bit more freedom this time than they maybe did last time. Leakafac, he was able to hit them on that mid-floor. He was able to do some damage, but that's not likely to be the case this time around. They're reliant on a couple of nitros here, BDS, to be able to have any impact in the first half of this round.
Looking at things so far, it's also the build-up in confidence, I think, from Secret. They're finding 3 of our 4 entries so far. We've had a couple of 3Ks coming out from Virtue and Doom. Groovy won his 1 versus 1. It's fair to say they're online, they're hitting their shots, they're winning out these clutch situations that simply was not a thing back on Kafe. We expected it coming into the series when we saw the ban phase as well, knowing that we were going to either team's permaban. It was always going to be spicy. Solotov picked off by Groovy to start things off here. And immediately Shaiko's forced back, at least this round, Tim. They've got an idea on where Shaiko is. So I was going to say, at least they know so he can't stab him in the back. And he does a 1 versus 1 against a Monty. What on earth is that?
It doesn't always matter if you know where Shaiko is. It's whether you can do anything about it that is usually the question. And the answer there was no, they could not. 3 versus 4. And Team Secret, what was starting out to be a really great round, have allowed themselves again to be punished from that backstab. Doom does eventually now get a trade onto Shaiko. Could the damage be done? Virtue, he picks up Leakafac, 2 versus 2. And again, Team Secret have been able to fight their way back into this one.
Not buckets of time to play with, and as I mentioned, you've not got the Monty on side, you've got Goo Mines to run through, a C4 still in back pocket. I feel like BDS have got all the right tools here to get this one done, but you never know when it comes down to these 1v1 gunfights, right? Sort of idea for Doom. Off towards his right-hand side is one player. Not that right-hand side, mate. The next one across. Planet's going down here. He's got to win it, but no. Users collected out. One more back on side. Can Virtue, with all his experience, win this 1 versus 1? Why did the side of Users give it over? A C4 over the top. Finds his man. And Users wins out the 1v1. BDS on the board again.
Super cool from Users there, not going to be panicked by the fact that the plant was going down, doesn't have to take the challenge directly, just sends over the explosives to do the job, and BDS keep themselves fighting in this one. Secret, it was a great start to the round from them. Groovy opened things up with a beautiful kill from the window, and it just started creating a lot of space, especially the second. The big thing for Secret here, Des, is they have to stop those backstabs coming in. They've lost the Monty to being shot in the back twice in a row. It cannot continue.
The thing is, Shaiko was in front of his face then. That's why I was being like, at least now they know where Shaiko is. He can't possibly shoot him in the back. And what does he do? Just shoots him in his face. And I'm just like, how on earth has a Monty gone down to a player directly in front of him there? I mean, it is Shaiko, but even he shouldn't be able to make that happen. And it's another lost opportunity, I feel. And I get Secret really want to make the Monty work. I'd really like him to step away from it here because they've only really seen success with it up on that top floor.
Yeah, they, as you say, really doubling down on it. It's going to be 6 rounds in a row. Savage will bring along the Monty. Let's see whether Secret can get that final little bit of value that they need out of him or not. They're going to be wanting to take this 4-2. If they can do, looking at the defensive half, again, we don't really know what to expect too much out of BDS once they get themselves onto the attack. So it's certainly going to be a fascinating round 7 and 8. See whether they can be as effective as Team Secret have been at times here or not. But if Secret can get themselves the advantage, I'm sure they'll be pretty confident they can take Lair if they 4-2 up at the half.
Let's see if we can get to that 4-2 with BDS. To be fair, if they can crawl it back to a 3-3, it will feel like that tack timeout was worth its weight in gold. 2 rounds in a row, they would have bounced back at this point. And Lick back in this round, rocking that castle that was banned away from them back on Kafe. Always love seeing Castle being brought along on the defensive side. I think it can really transform how so many sides have played, at least until those castle barricades are taken out by these Flores Roteros, as you can see, raining on through. Opens up on maps like Border really interesting angles for defenders to be able to use, safe havens of passage to get back towards site as the round plays out. For example, here though, I think more intended to impede the side of Secret, but so far their answer to it has been pretty good.
Again, Secret just continuing to sweep through the map, try and get themselves that control that they want. Top floor is slowly turning over to them, and they can start their vertical work before too long at all. That's going to be the next step for them. And you can hear the boogie drones are going off. That work does begin, and they can start putting that little bit of pressure from ops down on into sight.
It's that classic battle of how much ground are you willing to give up as BDS versus how much do you want to contest.
Yeah.
You've given it the top floor, but you're now trying to play verticals. Okay, now the Boogie's going to deny that away from you. And just like that, Leak Effect steps forward, looking for a fight upstairs and almost loses his life for it. Again, how much ground do you want to give up here? Yet keep that HP or your lives on side versus how much do you want to contest? Still 75 seconds to play here, and every single player is still alive, Tim.
Adrian's just moving down the stairway at the minute. Secret, I'm just watching Solotov out of the corner of my eye on our top down because he's just holding himself off to one side of the map here near green stairs, and I just get a big feeling that Solotov is going to play a bit of a spoiler here again. Secret, if they're unaware, they're going to get hit with a backstab. They're going to get hit on the flank, and it is something that they definitely need to be improving. For the time being, Savage has been able to make a little bit of progress. Just trying to get a bit more aggressive now. 38 seconds left to go, going in towards site. Groupie takes down users. Solotov needs to start making a move. He will head over. How much will of an impact will he have, though? That's the question.
Well, straight into this back corner here with the plant now going down. He's got that cross, this time with the Monty and the smokes coming out, and no one to stop them. Leaking back those coming on the cross, but Adrian had been sat on rocket stairs for basically the entire round, protects his planter, and that is another well-executed round coming out from Secret. That one, Tim, reminded me a lot of round one where everything was so well put together and BDS were basically sat on their hands waiting to see what happened and did not have a response.
Yeah, that was really good. It was clinical from Secret, to be honest. They were confident that they'd just lock down. What they're doing is they're locking down the lines of sight that they need to be able to create safe spaces. Yeah, then get your diffuser in, put it down on the ground, and nobody can interfere with it. They can't get across that cover. Solotov, like I say, BDS, they tried to keep him just out by green stairs, keep him off the radar to be able to have that late flank, but really all it did was leave BDS a man short through the round because he had no impact. As he tried to come back, his rotate had been cut off, and that was that. So Secret 4-2 half, they get themselves onto defense. Round 7 is going to be super telling here, Des, because are BDS going to come in and just be absolute demons on the attack of Lair, or are Secret going to be able to just get this lockdown?
All caught by our observer, I'll give it to them. Savage here is hiding. You might wonder, well, why is he lying down behind a desk? It's hopeful that the drones coming in from the attackers wouldn't spot him out. They don't bring along something to help deal with the electrification. He can be a real bugger to try and deal with. But I think they've realized that it's a thing now on side. Nothing really in the lineup you look at and say, oh, that's there to deal with it. Unless it's micro EMPs, of which there are. You've got that in the back pocket of Bride on the Monty. Let's see how he fares on the shields compared to how we saw Savage weaponizing it back in that first half.
In reality, though, Impact TMPs versus a Bandit is a tough matchup. The Bandit should really be coming away, keeping hold of that wall. I would be looking more towards Leakafak if they wanted to get Mask Wall in underneath. Explosive damage from the Zephyr, clear out that vertical angle, clear out the floorboards beneath Savage's feet.
Oh, nice.
And make it difficult for him to stay there.
That was a real small detail, but as impacting away, the Rotero does keep a barrier up. The battle really being Shaiko's still got 3 more that he can play behind, but it's going to waste more time. It's still waiting for him to make use of all of those Roteros before they start trying to make any push forward in towards the map itself. If that fails, they've got things like the Zofia impacts on side to help clear those out. So they have still got options here. Plus, of course, you can shoot those out, but there is always a massive risk associated with shooting them out. Does he know about the player off towards his right here? I don't know if they're aware at this point, Tim.
Adrian's just going to be holding his line on this window, and I think he might just get himself a freebie here if they try to move around from bathroom. But
never mind,
he's managed to pick 2 up elsewhere. Adrian will be challenged now. Doesn't find his man, but it's not going to matter as Savage takes down Solotov, and this is looking round by round more and more a Team Secret map. They look solid on the defensive layer. There's nothing that BDS have been able to do realistically, Des. They haven't impacted site at all.
The thing is, they've tried to force 3 or 4 players up a single set of stairs, and when there's a clash on the other side holding you at bay, it's always going to sting. They've just basically danced around the shield and picked up 2 or 3 kills, Doom being the main assailant in that situation. For BDS, it's starting to look a bit ropey, Tim. They've got a 2 versus 5, and after this round, Well, that'll be the scoreline at the top of your screen. 5-2 to Secret, and it feels like map 3 then begins to become a conversation.
Well, anybody who's familiar with EUL, of course, will remember that matchup between these two. It went to round 15 of Skyscraper in the playoff final of Stage 2, and it was a hell of a game. And I think when we saw Skyscraper picked up as the decider map, any neutral anywhere would have been looking at this, hoping that they would get the chance to see it. They can't deal with the clash.
This is horrible.
And they are punished as lookahead taken down by Adrian. Very little now that users can do. He's just waiting for that challenge to come around the corner. 30 seconds left, manages to find one. But again, Secret have been timing things beautifully as a team. We've seen those 3-2-1 executes on attack, and now it's swinging together on defense. If he challenges you inside of the room, I'm gonna swing the corridor. I'm there, ready on mezzanine to challenge him. It was a no-win situation. BDS down 2-5.
I just thought that they had the Zofia to try and help deal with the clash. The clash was what terrorized them all round long. 4 of their kills came from the clash, basically walking at enemy players and then having 1 or 2 behind him, just swinging out at the right time. Really, really good stuff. And as mentioned, it was a bit of a battle to try and get anything done. Great play from Dream up towards Highway. And this is that boxing in around that top north stairs that I was on about, that then made things really start to sing for the team. That's a beautiful one-tap from Adrian as well. But really frustrating for the side of BDS. We're going to have to change things up yet again here and find a new solution. I think it's fair to say, though, Tim, we're seeing why Kafe and Lair with the permabans for both of these teams.
Yes, I think that is
They're
fair.
struggling is the best way I can describe it.
You know, you look at it and having never seen BDS play Lair, you think, you know, maybe they've been holding on to it. Maybe they just wanted the opportunity to surprise somebody with the map when it mattered most. But it doesn't look the case, and it's unusual for BDS because their map pool is, you know, so deep, generally speaking. There's not really anywhere that you want to take this team. But looking at it now, I'm sure there's teams out there looking, thinking, well, you know, maybe we take them to Lair. Let's not forget, FaZe are waiting for the winner of this game. If BDS go through, FaZe are a good Lair team.
Imagine if Secret goes for enough to face off against FaZe as well. No one had that one on their bingo card, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, FaZe and BDS are probably the 2 teams that I've heard mentioned the most about, teams that people expect to go. He's dead, mate, don't worry. Teams that they expect to go on and win the whole thing. FaZe and BDS, the 2 names that consistently, I've asked coaches of every single team, they were the 2 teams that were basically in every single answer. So that in itself could feel like a final before a final if it gets to that point, Tim.
Looking to breach directly into sight. Solotov and Groovy do manage to pick each other up in a direct trade there, leaving BDS still with the advantage after lookahead was able to pick up that opener. Still working on the external side of things a lot here are BDS. They've been able to burn away that reinforcement with the Mavericks, so that will give them at least a little bit of access directly into sight. But interestingly, BDS not really playing towards the top floor too much at the minute, so that's something that Secret could potentially take advantage of.
The numbers advantage could hopefully be enough when you've got so much time to play with, though, right? 100 seconds to get the round closed out in a number dominant situation. Certainly no complaints on my side. And you've got things like the EMPs to negate Adrian's goggles at this point, which should help deal with things like flashes that come coming in from Brede and from Shaiko, or even the smokes from the Capitale. I think as long as BDS are respectful of the Warden, this should be theirs for the taking.
Adrian and Virtue recognise right now that they are not being pressured whatsoever, and they're being allowed to play up here on the top floor. The question is, can BDS find a spot inside a site to plant should they need to do so, or are they going to have to dip away? They need to be careful that they don't need to go to that top floor. They've got to have a plan, because if they do, they're going to run out of time. But as it is, Brede has gone in under the cover of smoke. lookahead is going to be taken down. There's no opportunity for Brede to start that plant yet, but with the kill onto Savage, surely the chance will be there. He will start to put it down, but they might just root, not getting top floor control as Adrian finds a third, and it's just death from above right now.
I think he's got the C4 on the hatch as well in case he needs to drop through it later on, but users, he's probably wondering, where is safe? Where is this silent assassin from the top floor? Far too easy. I was going to say not a bad spot to be in, planted on green door, but turns out it's a terrible one. That's all the way through that middle floor. A great angle that he just found exposed ahead by the tiniest of angles, and it's a 4K for Adrian, a 1v2 to close things out, or a 1v3, sorry. What more can you ask for? We said that he came into this series as the lowest rated player, still remaining at the competition. He's putting on a show here on Lair.
Yeah, he's not going to care right now. Twister keeping the energy and the vibes up in the team there. Just that transfer of energy with the fist bumps after the round win, and it's all smiles on Team Secret. One way that you often beat BDS is to put them under pressure. We see them as a team sometimes struggle to come back in these situations and to fight their way back into it, especially on a map that they don't really look comfortable on. It was a huge mistake not taking top floor there. They've learnt a valuable lesson because Adrian, even in a 1v3, has been able to win that out because of that vertical superiority that he had. It was easy for him to prevent the plant, and then it was panic stations for BDS. What do we do now? They knew that he was up above. They had chosen not to deal with that area of the map throughout the round, and as I suggested it might, it came back to bite them.
Just for a bit of context as well, Adrian was 2-9 back on Kafe. Not the kind of showing you expect, but one that we're used to throughout this competition. Here, 13-4, and he pulls off that massive 4K to close things out too. 6-2, and it feels like we've got these mirrored results coming out. 7-2 on each of those maps, which means Skyscraper would have to await to see who moves through into tomorrow's semi-final. Do you dare to dream, Tim, of another round 15 Skyscraper end?
I think we all dare to dream of a round 15 end. Leakafac, he ends Zoom in this one, picking up the opener and giving BDS another advantage. It didn't matter in the last round. Secret were able to fight their way back into it despite losing Doom, but it is something Doom needs to be careful of. He's been that opening death in the last couple of rounds. It's 6-2, but Secret don't want to start throwing too many of these rounds away. They want to get this done quickly and move on. Keep the pressure on BDS going into Skyscraper. Don't let them build back into this game.
I like the respect from Shaiko here, because Virtuo's used that chance of him stepping in and shooting out the gadgets above the doorway as his invitation to step a little bit further forward. He really wants to take this close range engagement with that Titan killer of a shotgun, ready to go for a battle, but Shaiko is giving him absolutely nothing. Elsewhere, the rest of his team are getting focused off towards the east side of the map. Really a classic thing where Shaiko is the solo backstabber by himself while the rest are getting started. And at this point, they're starting to move forward, but I'd love to see them wait until the second phone call is up from the Dokkaebi.
And I think they probably will do. I think, like you say, just using that utility to just try and cover the approach, force everybody off cams, make it difficult for Secret to have any idea what's coming their way. As it is, back on the drones, continue softening upside. They managed to take one of the Goyo canisters, but not two. But all that's going to do, Des, right now, it kind of plays into BDS's favor. Solotov is able to find Groovy, and while that fire burns down, that Dokkaebi call is coming online.
That's it. When that call comes on through, you can keep an eye on that icon on the Dokkaebi card. As long as Usis is alive long enough to make use of it, that'll come out, and that'll be when the team starts their march on forward. They've got a 5 versus 3. In fact, here it comes now, Tim.
This is almost certainly the goal point as Shaiko manages to find one, make it 2. Adrian cuts down users elsewhere, but has now got a huge job. It was 1v3 last round. It's 1v5 effectively this one. He's brought it back to a 1v4, but surely he cannot make it happen, and he won't, as Solotov shuts him down and closes out a round for BDS.
I think the reason why so many players, praise Shaiko as the best player in the world, it really tells the story in that round. When he's being pressured on by 2 players, when he's got all this gadgetry stats on the doorway, he's still showing so much respect to his opponent. So that he's dragging in all this attention, all this time from the enemy team, which enables the rest of his team to get moving on forward, knowing 1 or 2 players are so easily distracted. And even when he's worked through all that, he still finds 2 kills for himself. He's not just a gunplay god, it's the brains and the sense that he's got about the game as well. Keeps his team in it at least a bit longer, but there's still 3 rounds in a row that BDS need to find on the attack of Lair if they're going to send this to overtime.
That's the problem. That's the problem that BDS face right now, is that Secret can effectively just rotate through any site. They can just try and get it done somewhere. They can go to top floor. If that doesn't work, they can go to mid floor. They can go back to basement. Everything is pretty much open to them over the next few rounds to be able to try and get this one done. But with the way they've been playing, I'm not sure that they're going to need that many realistically, because Secret are certainly looking the better of the 2 here on Lair. So they will take us up to the top floor for the, what could be, final round. It's going to be round 10. Looking at the side of BDS, they've got the Maverick again. I think a smart play there. They don't really need to worry potentially about any tricking. There's no denial being brought along by the defenders this time, and the Maverick will make short work of any breaching they want to do.
The clash again, this is going to be the main frustration for me, and no doubt for BDS. Really got punished by up on the top floor last time around. It was Just a bit of a nuisance to try and push around it. June really was the one doing so much work, but immediately looking at where they're all set up, there's 3 of them all gathered towards this top side of the top floor. Now pulling their way back at least slightly, but it's about wasting time on the side of BDS. Do you expect to give away this mask wall? More likely than not, teams do get it open one way or another, especially with the Maverick on side. Their solution, as you can see, with it ready in hand, is a C4 from Savage. If he gets a freebie here, this is going to sting.
Yeah, it really will. You can see that the Selma's going off. He's going to actually dip himself back away a little bit. And there we go. We see the drone following in as well. Straight away, just to try and see exactly what's going on the opposite side of there. Just try and get a pinpoint on all these defenders. But Secret, I think they're looking pretty comfortable at the minute.
They are, and Adrian's in his classic rat spot as well, dug in by display window, just daring someone to come anywhere near it. He kind of is that, the preventer of the backstab, because you've got this sort of triangle that gets set up then, the ops wall being one spot, the display window being another, and then 3 players that are free to protect up towards highway around the north. Mask then becomes kind of a threat you've got to be mindful of, but this is where things like Virtue being on that clash brings so much into the team, because you can slow things down, you can react to the moves that are coming out of BDS. I do feel like Secret are quite well composed here. BDS just over the half a round still to play with.
Yeah, the battle line's really drawn between the two. It's all ops and mask wall for BDS. There's nobody anywhere else in the map. They are all trying to push in from that side, and Secret are just kind of holding the line behind the clash, just waiting for the intel, waiting for the information. As it is, BDS may well just try and get a plant in behind that small wall that you've got on your right-hand side as you come through mezzanine, and they've got the breach, they've got the position. All they need to do is keep Secret away from the desk and to keep them away from mezzanine, and they might just be able to get this done.
Leakyfat's got the right idea, but the clash is coming down to give support here as well. Oh, he's going to give him away, and this could be a free and easy swing. Sure enough, the swing is there, and they find this man. A great bit of team play coming out from Secret, and a drop over the top of that as well. Another kill comes in. BDS at least on top, Tim, for now.
Yes, definite opportunity here to find a bit of space and put this diffuser down. That's exactly what Solotov's going to do. He's moved his way in through the breach they created from mezzanine users. Manages to find Savage. BDS on the cover, on the kills, as Shaiko finds Groovit. 4 versus 1, diffuser down. Virtue, he's got it all to do. He's taking damage, gets caught in the reload, and Shaiko closes it out. A great round, a great top floor attack from BDS. They've really woken up on Lair.
For me, a great example of why taking no more than you need is completely fine. Leakyfax, sure, he gets stung downstairs, but what I love is the immediate response from BDS. The call comes in, oh, Clash is downstairs, she's on Rocket. She ain't up there slowing you guys from getting a plant down or pushing into sight, go and take it. And again, come back to what Fresh did on the desk, where Leakyfax starts barking orders. Another case of that just there. Immediately telling the team to go for their execute, they've got site control, and there was nothing that Secret could do. So a risk to try and force onto Leakyfax, they pay the price for it. Still gonna hold on for 2 more rounds though here, BDS, for us to get to overtime. This tack timeout from Secret may well just prove to be the secret sauce that they need to hold on.
I think it is the time that you start worrying a little bit if you're Team Secret, though. You know, you were 6-2 up, you had 4 opportunities, you now got 2 left. It's not the end of the world, but BDS are coming back at you. And that's the bigger point. That jump over the top rope effectively, down into reception, just really split things open. It broke the defense of Team Secret. Had they been able to return those players up to the top floor, then maybe they hold on, maybe they prevent that plant going down. But this here, just straight over, getting involved. It was exactly what BDS needed. It was the catalyst for the round, and Solotov took his chance as soon as it was there. 2 kills have gone down, the clash isn't coming back. We're straight in for the plant, and BDS right on top of it. And Team Secret, they are, as I suggested they might, going to move on to another site.
It's great discipline to know when the clash was not going to be back in position, so they take the site. Really clever stuff. Now attack timeout's coming on through. This is where you hope to see some of these mistakes getting cleaned up a little bit. From Secret, again, it was more of a gamble than strictly a mistake, one that ultimately did not pay off for them. We'll start things off again on that second floor. Means that top floor, the 3rd floor, will be where they start themselves off. It's going to be about the vertical play again. We already saw Secret win here earlier on. Can BDS get things over the line? That's also worth remembering. You're trying to build up this win streak on the attacking side. It gives full agency to the defenders to choose where to play their defensive rounds. Secret can just keep on rotating through. It's not going to bother them too much, I think. They lose this round, though. It's panic stations.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think at that point, it starts creeping into your mind that, you know, maybe BDS are a little better on Lair than you had experienced so far. For the time being, it's going to be up to the rooftop for users, opening a couple of barricades on his way, and just softening things up for a potential top floor entry from BDS.
I always love seeing lookahead on the Nook.
So dangerous.
Don't really get it often. I mean, it's like you get it more often now than you used to, but changes that came in not too long ago, definitely bringing Nook back into the limelight somewhat. Far from our most picked operator, but in very niche situations, phenomenal. And just like that, Fenrir is gone. They've now got the risk of what's going on laterally as a player, not too far across from us, lurking around somewhere, giving us a headache. And that's without the rest of BDS starting to work their way in up on the top floor.
That's really unfortunate for Gruby. He was actually previously on mezzanine, just watching down towards reception where lookahead was going to move through. But lookahead spots the verticals that have been opened up and thinks, you know what? I've got a feeling I'm just going to sit and watch these for a second. And then Gruby goes for a look and gets taken down. So unfortunate start for Team Secret, but lookahead and BDS definitely get themselves off on the right foot. As it is, Savage is now going to be tasked with holding on to that top floor. A little bit of support from Adrian as well, as we can see the bullets just being sprayed through the wall by the Warden there. But just hitting the shield of Breeder. He's going to eat them up all day.
And that's really all he's here to do, is to communicate across where these shots are coming from, what the sight lines are showing, and hopefully get kills back the other way. But no, Yuzi's falling down here. A great headshot from Savage. Finding out to his man. And now we see the shields really coming into their own. I think Breede's realised, actually, I'm getting quite attacked here as I'm trying to go in for the execute, and ain't going to be able to get away with it. Adrian is down on the deck, so for now at least, it's kind of a 3 versus 4 breaking out. With Virtue getting one back, lookahead falling down. Things are balancing out, and by the looks of it, Tim, Secret are going to hold on.
It almost looks certain at this point that Team Secret are going to find their way into Skyscraper and into a third map decider. If anybody can do it, Des, we know that Shaiko's capable of it. 1v3, he just needs to find that first kill, that one that gets him rolling. He drops down, looking to move through the mid-floor into sight. Doesn't know, I don't think, that they're off to his left at the minute. Breeder, Adrian is going to be confirmed, but Shaiko gets spotted out on the cam, moves through. Surely the challenge will come soon. It does. They can't find him. He gets one. Surely they don't let him. 1v3. It becomes a 1v1. 10 seconds left to go.
Can they find him by this point? Surely, as Doom, you just hide yourself away. You haven't got to expose anything. Shaiko in for the drop. Going to try and get the diffuser down here. We've already seen a razor-tight 1v1 breakout before. Plants coming on through, but Shaiko peeled off. The discipline was there for Secret. Skyscraper to decide who goes up against FaZe tomorrow.
For just a moment there, I really believed that Shaiko might keep Lair going. It was so close. A 1v3 becomes a 1v1. You feel if he had more time on the clock, maybe it would have been a different outcome. But Team Secret take nothing away from them, show us a very confident Lair on top of BDS and take us to what we were all dreaming of, that map 3 Skyscraper replay.
14 and 7 from Shaiko, absolutely nuclear. However, Secret, they just had that edge when it counted. Let's go over to the desks to break down. Very exciting second map.
That is one way of putting it. An unbelievable bounce back from Secret here now. It ties us up 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think we were expecting that. We were setting it up saying that BDS, it was going to be the map that they've hit all stage. I think, you know, they put in an okay performance, but I think the big narrative around that map, Rob, is we've got our Secret back. We've seen Secret try and play defaults the whole tournament so far, and they've tried to maybe slow it down, play a little bit more properly. On the attack of Lair, they went back to what we know and love. It was shields, it was faster, it was plant focus. And the most important thing that they got right on that map that they didn't on Kafe, it was together as one unit.
It's one of the most important factors of any map. Unfortunately, we're alone right now, but we've got a big man with a big screen.
Thank you very much, Robert. Indeed, I wanted to show you guys one of the best examples of attacks on Lair from Team Secret. Now, we're on the top floor bomb site, and usually you want to attack it in multiple ways. You want to take that solo wall onto TVs, you want to breach the bridge wall, and you want to breach the Rainbow Six room. Either of the 3 options are fine. It's the first time I see a team working all 3 angles, and you will see even a 4th one. First of all, you need to remove that solo player onto TVs. You see Savage with the Ying, he sends the Candelas at the same time. You see Jum rappelling with Amaru and getting that pick. First win condition, gone. Now they go and open the breach onto breach, that's the second one. And you see Virtue at the back at 123, breaching Rainbow Six room, and Savage ready, sending Candelas for the execute. Now at this point, we are having Jum here into catwalk, breach wall is open. They've now breached the wall and are setting candelas onto our 6th room. And Adrian, 4th player, is now ready to pinch them. That's a 4-way pinch from Team Secret, ready to go in. It's just an amazing play, and let's take a look at how it pays off. That's how you get solo top 10. Yuzus, Bride, in the span of 5 seconds, the entirety of the bomb site has fell to this attack. Lookahead is stuck into a crossfire, flawless round from Team Secret. Honestly, guys, it's one of the best attacks I've seen on Lair so far. If you want to see more from this game, Skyscraper is coming after a short break.
Tell you what, we have just seen exactly what we wanted. We have now gone to a third map. It's taken us so long. We sat here before we went to this map and we pointed out one player specifically that had been lackluster. And Jack, Adrian has well and truly stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, he started today as the 99th rated player, but he got a huge 1v3 inside of that last map. And I did say, I know his personality well. I know that he has the ability to be able to get the big clutches, to have the big impact inside of the rounds for his team. What we talked about when all the way back in this pre-desk, we said Secret, the 3 successful things that they'd done through the stage. They used initiator operators, they had big clutch potential, and they had a huge individual performances. We saw Secret return back to that style that we'd seen throughout the EU League inside of this map. And it's no surprise, therefore, that Adrian has had much more success inside of this map specifically. Gets the 4K, gets the 1v3. That's exactly what we wanted to see from him.
All 3 win conditions were ticked, and most importantly, Adrian from a 0-4 in opening engagements to a 9 on the first map, comes back and drops 14 kills. That's the resilience I was looking for him. It's crazy to think this guy is a rookie and he does that kind of thing. It just tells you how much potential he has.
Yeah, he has now reached a different level, which they're going to have to bring. Secret now, this is a huge opportunity for them to not only beat BDS, this was the entire storyline coming into this best of 3. You know, they're slowly on the rise. They're getting closer. They're inching toward it. We go back to a map, Leo, that we have seen these 2 teams play already this year.
Last time they played on this map, it went all the way to 15 rounds. It was an absolute barn burner for the EU crown. This time there is a semi-final spot on the line for a major. This is huge for them. And imagine the pressure on BDS. I think that's a big, big talking point for me, because nobody expects Secret to outplace BDS here at this major. Everybody says BDS is the best chance Europe has at this major. If they get already eliminated in the quarterfinal, this is huge, Jack.
Yeah, it's a huge map, and I think if you look stylistically at how these 2 teams play, Skyscraper can be quite, I would say, set piece, quite cheesy if you want to hit the sights directly on this map, whereas BDS might play it a little bit more conventionally, but they'll feel much more familiar in terms of Skyscraper, in terms of playing together, than they did on Lair. So I would expect an increased performance from BDS, but also Secret to be at their very best as well.
Well, let's get underway. This quarterfinal has reached the distance. We're going to a third map. It's Skyscraper, BDS, and Secret take on each other, and it's Dez and Ace to run you through the action.
Thank you very much, Rob. Indeed it is. And the real fun stat about this one, when they played Skyscraper last, yes, it was 8-7, but OT, all 3 rounds were won by defenders. BDS started on defense. Today, Secret start on the defense if we get to OT. That's the big if. It's not a guarantee we get there. First, we've got to see both teams battle to that point. And with us standing out with BDS starting on the defensive side, it's going to be a rough first few rounds from Secret, I expect.
Well, social numbers have come down a little bit, Des. A bit more faith in Team Secret, but faith may not be enough. We have got a huge 3rd map coming up here between BDS and Team Secret.
Skyscraper, one of my favourite maps, Tim, so I'm certainly not complaining too much that it's the last one we get to see here in this quarterfinal. Now, as I said, we've seen both teams playing it. In fact, Secret we've seen even play it a couple of times so far at the major as well, which I think is what might give BDS a little bit of an edge here. They know what to expect. They've got recent tape on Secret. They can see what they've been planning to bring along to the major. And of course, if Secret have been saving things that are completely unknown to BDS, then fair play. They've really gone deep in the strat books. If not, I expect BDS has said we'll have a really successful first half. Fans, I imagine, are going to stick the same blitz coming out from BDS and Deimos coming out from Secrets. And there it is.
We'll see whether we get any variation. We've had a little bit more variation of the defenders from these 2 teams. Yep. See how that goes. It was a smoke ban last time around.
How far we've come as an esports scene, because back in the day, it was always 1 of 3 bans that you'd see, Mira, Maestro, Echo. That was all you'd really see, maybe a Valkyrie every now and then. Whereas, obviously, in this series, it's very much fixed to the attackers. It's the defenders that vary. Mira ban, I think, might come through at some point. For now, though, it's the Tuberau coming out from Secret.
Yeah.
We saw that once on the last map, but I think it's more about being aware that it can really slow things down for the attackers.
Yeah, particularly when you're looking to breach areas like that office wall, like Geisha wall. It's going to make those a lot easier to get into, and then I don't think anybody will be surprised with the Azami ban coming in.
Same bans coming out of BDS as the last time these 2 teams played this map, back on the 8th of October. Secret have changed things up, at least on the defensive side. That Tuberau ban taking the place of Legion, that I think we all know Shaiko is one of his go-to main defender is Legion. So we'll draw the occasional ban away. Here, though, he may be a little bit more unleashed with it. And for now, it's Yuz who's picking up Legion duties here in round one. Going to start things off in Karaoke and T. And Secret has said, I've got to pull out something special, I feel, on the attack here. We were talking a bit during the break. Savage would like to see him step away from shields a little bit, go more guns up. But at least during this first round, he's sat here hovering on none other than the Monty.
They have to get more value out of that shield and out of Savage. So far, 8 kills across both maps and a little bit quiet. They need to be, it could be a difference maker for Team Secret if they can get him into the game more. It's not to say necessarily take him off the Monty, but if you're gonna keep bringing it, you gotta get more joy with it. With so on Lair, it was so easily dealt with by BDS quite a few times, and it wasn't really creating the space that they wanted, I don't think, in those instances where they were using it. So we'll see where the Monty's going to come. Anytime that I see a Monty in an attacking lineup on Skyscraper for Karaoke T, I think we're going to have some attention towards the top of Black Stairs, try and get in there with the shield, bully your way through and create a bit of space. But the rest of the lineup, the Dokkaebi particularly, the Nomad, maybe suggest a bit of an office-sided push across, try and get into Geisha, try and work over from the opposite side.
More about just how quickly Secret can move, though. They did find themselves running out of time, more down to a lack of drones and the information being snatched away from them by BDS. The Skyscraper not the most popular map for many reasons, not just in rank, but of course in pro play as well. It's one of our least played maps, but it's definitely down there in terms of pick rate. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's very bottlenecky. I spoke about this with Kafe as well. Lots of single doorways to force your way through. A jammer or a Mozzie Pest down on those, and you're going to struggle to get yourself marching on forwards, especially when so many of those doorways find themselves not sat on soft ground. It makes it very hard to go and clear things out from below. And at least those Secret, 60 seconds in, a lot of their focus is around Geisha and really around the actual site itself. In fact, BDS have completely abandoned their extended hold out towards the other side of the map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills, 2 to his name, Virtue to a 3rd. The Secret are on top.
That's huge, taking down Breeder, opens up those Black Stairs, and immediately Savage has got on there and started pushing up and manages to get the kill from behind onto Solotov, can take the ground, Adrian gets the kill, and Team Secret, they come out quickly on Skyscraper and have just smashed BDS in round 1.
It was June getting those first entry the 2 entry kills that he found at the very start, which really blew things open, because BDS, like, you're basically losing half your team at that point. I spoke about how well set up they were on Lair on a few of their rounds there. It didn't matter.
And what Secret did fantastically off the back of that was understand that that is now go time. Doom gets Breeder, Savage is straight up those Black Stairs, manages to get Solotov in the back because he's having to challenge onto balcony. Secret just completely overwhelmed BDS and just washed over the top of him inside of 20 seconds.
Which is exactly what we heard Leo talking about during the break as well. When he got in the telestrator, he was saying, look, this 3 or 4 point push that these guys are bringing out, it's so hard to deal with. And I don't really know how Jim has got in a spot where he's on Sushi Bar getting 2 kills inside a barbecue kitchen, but that's exactly what he found. Now we go out towards the east side of the map, so the action is relocating from being out around Karaoke and T, and instead moving out towards display and office.
It's really interesting for me to see how BDS do over the next couple of rounds, Des, because I said it in the last map on Lair, and I'll say it again. Sometimes I feel BDS don't always respond fantastically well to being put under pressure like this, getting behind on score. It can get a little bit quiet in the team. They need somebody, they need a leaker fight, barking at them, bringing them back up, getting that energy into the team. Timing of a tactical timeout could be really important for BDS here if things start getting away from them.
I spoke about it back at the start of the series, but they remind me of VP a lot in that there's a very composed style of gameplay that they like to bring out and overwhelm teams with, smother them out, don't give them a chance for anything too crazy, and that's how they really overpowered Secret back on map 1. If you can't contain explosive teams, and I think that's why naturally we saw such a playstyle difference between VP and Falcons earlier. One really aggressive, one really composed and calm with how they like to play things. BDS have got to respect that. I think if you let Secret get to a point where all 5 players are in the right positions, they will overwhelm them and they'll struggle to be able to keep them at bay.
Good early play from Team Secret, going to get that VIP wall open up. That'll force BDS out of at 1 position at least. BDS were holding over to Geisha. That has now been brought back in. They're kind of limited to Shrine and Drum now. They're worrying a little bit more, I think, about a little direct push towards site. Try and get that office breach open. Force your way in with the Monty. See if they can force BDS out of sight completely. But I think we're going to have Virtue now later into the round, just looking to get inside of Geisha and take advantage of that space that's been offered up by BDS. Shaiko still in and around the area on the Valkyrie, could have an impact here. Team Secret need to be aware of his positioning.
Such a different style of play compared to the previous round. Yes, the Legion is tucked into his left, and do they know? I'm not 100% sure they do. Shaiko tries to get away, and in fact does do it, but it's uses to punish Savage yet again. The shield is being picked off too early in the round, Tim.
Yeah, it's just not really working for Team Secret at the minute. The rounds they're winning are on the back of kills that come after that point. Shaiko manages to hit a nice nitro onto Virtue. 4 versus 3. Adrian picks up Brede though, and Team Secret now are the ones that seem to have answers. But there's one question that they cannot find an answer to, Des. And in this round, it's the question of Shaiko. What do you do about a Valkyrie that's just roaming around at will, picking up kill after kill?
He served as perfect bait, really, right? Like, he ran in front of the Monty and forced him to drop his shield, and that's when Yuzu's got the kill back onto him. Has secured a second inside of Terrace to guarantee it's a safe place to be able to rotate back towards site. Has done so much with just 2 kills in the round, but it does take a team to get anything really moving here. And to be fair, Yuzu's right place, right time has taken all the bite out of this attack. And Secret, 20 seconds are on the clock here. I don't think they get this one over the line, Tim.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed for BDS to get themselves the first round on the board as well. I said they don't always respond fantastically well to finding themselves behind on score. That's not going to be the case now. They're going to level things up almost certainly. Are they? At 1-1, Solitov manages to find Grube, and that cements it as he picks up the second. And that's BDS leveling things up, and you feel like that's the sort of thing they need as a team, Des. Get that round on the board, know that they're in this game, know that Secret aren't running away with it, and now we really do have 2 teams battling for that semi-final spot.
Very rare that you get to see a player on your screen running out of ammo as well, having to switch to the pistol. Otherwise, he gets the kill onto the player coming in towards display. And I actually think Secret then can recover that in the 2 versus 1. So, unfortunate, but again, I think BDS have played it so well. Shaiko especially, wasting so much time out on the roam, and this kill here, giving his team safe access back towards site. That's the sort of thing that you're looking for. Good round, as you say, a 1-for-1. Really gives you an idea about what you can expect for the rest of this game.
Yeah, we picked up on that shield problem once again for Team Secret. It is coming along. Savage will be playing the Monty again. Keep a close eye on that. Keep watching that, because it could be a defining factor of this Secret attack, whether they can start finding any more value. Because whilst he keeps getting shot in the side, shot in the back, taken out, it means Secret are effectively playing 4v5 sometimes, because they're just not getting that output that they need from the Monty.
They get the Monty into a spot to be able to stand at sight and then cross with smokes, or even just to shield up and get into a great spot that's really difficult for BDS to deny the plank going down. They look phenomenal, but the problem is, I'd argue in 75% of cases, the Monty simply has not got there. And so again, I come back to the same ask that you and I had during the break. Are we going to see Savage getting off the Monty? I don't think we will. But at some point, I'd like to see try something a little bit different here to try and catch BDS off guard, because all they're expecting now is to see Monty every single round. So it means things like the C4s and the impacts and the lesions are always going to get brought along. And because the smoke isn't banned away on this map, of course, Brede will be weaponizing that to try and slow this shield down.
June back onto the drones, just wants to know exactly what's going on this bottom floor. They are attacking over onto the far side of things. It's going to be Kitchen. They're looking to get themselves on into, but they're going to need to still pay attention to Black Stairs. We've got Brede on the smoke in that position once again. They were able to deal with it really well last time with that early aggression from June, but they haven't had any such joy in the first minute.
I think it was Nuts that we saw her Nuts play on Black Stairs, right? Where he had Capital Firebots down on top of him, had a player inside the site itself actually supporting him through the vertical, and they collected like 3 kills from the attackers trying to push around Black. It was unbelievable. So Brede being sat here, he is kind of objective number 1. You need to force him away if you're going to make this push work.
Yeah, Team Secret just seem to be on a little bit of a pause at the minute, waiting for the first piece to fall. Doom is going to be working across that top floor. Leakifak gets into position, does get seen. They can't allow him to win this fight. Nade goes in. He manages to avoid it. Leakifak, Team Secret cannot allow him to come away with this kill.
Yeah, still Shaiko's found 1. The C4 on towards Adrian. It's a Thatcher going down rather than the Monty. And look at that, another down coming on through. And like you say, Tim, you can't be letting this happen. At least one coming back the other way. Not quite on the deck at this point, but it's a numbers advantage for BDS, a 4 versus 3. Shield still on side for Secret. 60 seconds to play, it's not bad. But now you've got to worry constantly about the threat of this sidestab from lookahead.
Yeah, they just weren't able there, Secret, to find that aggression to move on in. And I think it was because BDS had that backup. They had that further line behind them that was able to hold. And lookahead then able to make life difficult and get that job done. 3 versus 4. Secret need to be finding the next kill, that much is for sure. Gonna be looking to get a breach on to allow the view from that bathroom wall straight through into sight. Maybe open things up a little bit. Grube, he's gonna open things up by taking down Shaiko. 3 versus 3. lookahead on low health, but users finding a nitro onto the player above. Grube taken down, and BDS look like they will secure round 3. 10 seconds left to go, and Virtue is cut down by lookahead.
That sort of idea, but I think it's BDS. As soon as they realised Grube was above opening up floorboards, it was like, those are expensive floorboards, bro. Here's a C4 to the face. Him being taken down removes all that threat on the site itself, and they're then free to engage the Monty as Savage goes pushing on through. So dare I say actually an example of a time when Secret are very out of sync. Like Savage pushing in basically a 1 versus 3 because his second man was off to his left, nowhere near the site. A little bit of mistiming and maybe miscommunication there coming out from Secret. But after 3 rounds, BDS are up 2-1. You won't be beating yourself up too much, I don't think, in Secret shoes right now.
No, not at all. They've done what they need to do. Like I say, if they can get a 4-2 half for the defenders is pretty much standard. It's what we would expect. If Secret can come away at that, going on to the defense, they'll be confident that they can at least take it into overtime. Honestly, Des, since the second that we saw that Skyscraper was on the board, it felt like it was written in the stars that this one would go to overtime on Skyscraper. We're a long way from getting there yet. But you can just feel it brewing. We've watched a lot of Siege. We've seen this happen a lot of times over and over. And this one, it just feels like it's headed in only one direction.
Yeah, well, maybe. Of course, see how that second half plays out. It could be an absolute shutout, but BDS being great on the attacking side because, as I remarked earlier, Secret have played this map a couple of times at the Major. BDS have got tape they can go back and look at, whereas for BDS, they haven't played it. The last time they played it was against Secret about 5 or 6 weeks ago when they won 8-7 like we keep on referencing. So I just worry that when we get deeper into this game, BDS will have that information advantage and Secret will struggle to keep up, but my God, do I hope I'm proven wrong.
Savage on the shield once again. Let's keep a close eye on that Monty through this round and see how much of an impact it can have. For the time being, the Ying of Adrian will open up Geisha wall and try to create a little bit of space, but it's unlikely that BDS are going to be dipping away from this fight just because the wall is open. lookahead, he's going to be holding himself tight on the inside there. They really want to make sure that they've got Hatch, that they've got the vertical angles down into sight. BDS are not going to give that up without a fight. They might as well lose a couple of lives over it because they know it could be catastrophic if they don't.
Cheeky little run out from the Legion of lookahead there, I think it was, on towards Geisha balcony. At the same time, it's enabled users to find Adrian, though. That's the Ying gone to him. What an operator to lose at this point, because you really want those smokes, those candelas on Cypher when the teams say go. It not being online means the Savage now is under a lot of threat as well. Working his way through Terrace and up towards Drum. Not top black and not in through Geisha. Definitely a bit of risk. Has now got at least a Twitch coming in behind him as well for a little bit of support. But I just worry that we're going to find another situation where Savage is finding himself punished by the players that are now starting to surround him a bit. Has got to be so careful about where he steps here.
Yeah, it feels like BDS are starting to run away with things at the minute. That's 3 entries in a row for them. And
they don't know. Do they know? They don't know. No, they don't know lookahead to his right.
As soon as he pushes forward there, it's going to be getting shot in the back once again. But lookahead does have to drop away. So that's something for Secret, whether they know it or not. The Monty of Savage this time certainly not getting as aggressive as previous, not putting himself into that difficult spot. Will continue now with his push towards top floor. Knows that there's one inside of sight. He's just going to walk on in here, Des. Just trying to make sure that he can bully them away.
That's the idea. I mean, feed over information to your team. That's the play to go for. He's got to win this fight and does finally win one out. And like that, he's commandeered control of the site. But there's a little bit of a push coming in behind him. Not that it matters, because Secret have got 2 follow-up kills on the back of it. The last 2 here. 1 top black, 1 inside of sight. This is a great spot to be in. And they've said, go kill. Shaiko's in the box. And now he's underground.
Secret wake up and get themselves the second successful attack of Karaoke Tea. And that is absolutely perfectly timed for them. Savage more effective on that shield this time. Didn't overextend where lookahead would have been a serious problem for him. Instead, forced lookahead to have to drop away. The pressure was mounting, gets himself into sight, Really nice from Secret to build in behind that.
Looking back at the last time these two teams played, it was 3-3 halves, right? And guess where Secret won their first 2 attacks? It was on Karaoke and T, so all things are following. In fact, it was in round 5 that we headed over to our next site, Exhibition and Office, and Secret came out on top once again before BDS closed out the half with a defensive round win. It could have been catastrophic going down 4-2 on the defense of this map, but they managed to balance things out at 3 apiece. So don't get too nervous if you see Secret taking this next round, at least with how history repeating itself and how things have built up so far. We'll be in for those even split halves, and overtime will be upon us.
Moving on over to Office and Exhibition then. BDS just going to continue that rotation. They are not happy with Karaoke T today, and no surprise, as Secret have been able to get the job done there twice. So, last time around, what did we see from Secret on the attack? There was a lot of attention out towards the Geisha side. Karaoke T tried to take that and move across. There was never any real pressure, I don't think, that came into BDS on site. They were fairly comfortable through a lot of it, and Secret are going to have to find a way to change that. Interestingly, Des, this time, Savage comes off the Monty.
Thank God. It's taken about how many rounds now of attack? We saw it across the last map as well. It's been a while, Tim. I'm glad that he's stepping away from it and getting instead onto the book here. It does give him a lot more utility to play behind. Yes, less of a pointy threat to go stabbing forward with, but I like that they're changing things up after realizing they couldn't get the job done when they attacked into here previously. No chance it's being blocked away by the looks of it. This now should be the wall getting opened up. In fact, to say that it is re-electrified, Tim. That's going to be a bit of a stinger, because that now means VIP stays closed. Normally one of the walls that you need open before all else on the attack of this side.
I was just going to say, potentially Savage underneath could have dealt with that on the book, but despite moving off the shield, having a gun in hand, he is unable to secure himself a kill still, as Leakafact roaming underneath picks up the book, and that is a big first kill for BDS. But as they have continuously throughout the last couple of maps, Team Secret find an answer, find a trade, take down Leakafact. That's the mute gun, and that gives them now a 4v4.
That might have been the most horrific wallbang, by the way, that we just got then. That's horrid.
I think there was a potential that they were looking for Leakafact to try and play underneath potentially with a nitro, look for a little bit of vertical denial, but Secret have now removed that.
He came in spraying into Geisha, I think, and then found him on the drum door, which is a bit like, what? Sure, even he sat there screaming as to how the hell has that happened, but this is why spraying a soft wall sometimes can give you absolute magic. Down towards these last 60 seconds, though, and Secret, they've got a bit of a wiggle on at this point, Tim. They've got drum control at the very least, and they've forced BDS back in towards site itself. Usually, sorry, on the mirror, the one hanging out towards Dragon, who can do a little bit of work, but other than that, it's about holding down as the assault starts to build up.
Still 3 nitros on the board for BDS to be able to try and repel this push as it starts to mount in through terrace. Just going to be holding that position for the time being. I think Secret just looking to relocate the Capitao of Doom. And as you can see, everybody's just kind of on a pause at the minute. Just waiting for this utility to get into place to try and move this player behind the minibar.
You've got Solotov on the Warden is the problem as well, so the smoke ain't going to help you too much. The fire at least moving a couple of players away. C4 missing, and now Groovy's been found out. However, Virtue stepped in, secured the trade. Terrace is theirs now that it's gone. Doom in through display. Window's going to go big here as well. One coming on forward, and Adrian's collected his man, a 2 versus 1. 10 seconds still to play. Don't know if you can clutch this one out. 2 more still pushing on through. They're going for the kill, Tim, and they're going to find it as well. Adrian with the close, and damn, has history got a way of repeating itself.
The score just keeps bouncing back and forward. Secret find themselves in the lead once again. 3-2 now, and BDS it is on the back foot, just trying to cling on to the coattails of Secret in that last round, but they just couldn't manage it. I like the pressure from Team Secret, just coming from so many different angles there. We had a player on the breach, we had the terrace push. They just seemed to be getting in from everywhere, and no matter where BDS found a kill, there was always somebody else to shoot them in the back. Leakafact, we see there, he was just bouncing up and down those drum stairs and just got picked up through the barricade at the top. It was a tough one.
I keep on saying that history doesn't have a way of repeating itself. We're at the same scoreline that we were last time these two teams played the map. We're going back to the exact same site in round 6, and this is where BDS found success. Things ended up being a 3-3 split. Do we deviate or do we stay the same? Looks like we're going to have the Monty being brought along once again from Savage, which I don't hate. Last time attacking in towards this site, it wasn't the most successful for them. If you recall, he had to push him blind. It was just 2 versus 3 and really a little bit ahead of the rest of his team. They paid the price for it in the end, but we've also got the Ying and the Amaro on side. And Tim, think about what I said about Amaro earlier. It can lead to some spicy moments, even if not strictly for the execute itself, more for surprising BDS out on their own.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just about moving into places quickly. I always like when Amaru's used later in the round rather than at the beginning. Just wait until all that noise and chaos is raining from your attack, and then an Amaru just springs in somewhere unexpected. For the time being, BDS still setting up on that top floor. Not too unusual, but they're going to be looking to, of course, hold on to Geisha, hold on above Kitchen and Barbecue. The shield is back in action as Savage didn't have too much impact on the book, so they've decided they will get the Monte back on course. And Team Secret, pretty much as expected, straight away, Geisha wall opened up, try to mount the pressure on towards there, try and secure that hatch for their own use.
Looking towards Savage. He's always the one to watch out for because he's on the Monty and he's got the diffuser. He's all the way out towards display window, sat droning for his team right now. Literally the other side of the map and on the wrong floor. So there's still a lot of coverage for him to work his way through here. And with a couple of players, I believe it's Yuzus and Solotov holding up on the second floor, he could still be under a little bit of threat. But what are we cooking here, June? It's feeling about flying in towards site and maybe causing a little bit of bother. That might be the game plan.
There is a bit of space there for him. If he goes into bottom black stairs, I don't think there's anybody really in a position. I was going to say Breede's actually just moved in there now. And so he's going to have to be the one to deal with the Amaru here. Again, the shield is just sold for free. Shaiko takes down Adrian. Doom does manage to get Breede as he goes in on the Amaru straight up those stairs, and they're looking to sweep across this top floor now, but BDS know it's coming. Their guns up, they're ready and waiting.
They were so relying on that flash being enough, but they pay the price. Here comes the run out as well. Leakafak almost finding his man. Just narrowly missing by a matter of pixels. They've got the 4 versus 3. There's still Candela's online, but Solotov, that may well seal the deal unless we see a massive clutch out of Doom and Virtue.
Yeah, I would expect so. Moves on in, manages to get one. 2v2 as Virtue gets one elsewhere. And just when it looked like it might be going BDS's way, all of a sudden with 40 seconds they're holding on, but what a great grip they've got as Users manages to take down one. 1v1, almost at the end, but Solotov is there for the trade. And that is going to be the round for BDS. And just like it was back in the playoffs, the first half finishes 3-3.
Oh boy, it really is building towards that same story. Great ending close from BDS, mind you, though. Again, playing for those trades, playing around each other. Right idea from Virtue and Doom, just couldn't quite get it over the finish line. And in games like this, you'll see it across the rest of the weekend going into our final quarterfinal, the next 2 semis, and of course the grand final. It really does come down to very small differences that see which way rounds go. Is someone trading me out? Did they get seen on a drone? Has the Monty been caught out yet again? Yes is the answer, by the way. Savage, I think, unfortunately, relying a bit too much on the utility there to make sure he could walk in for free, and they paid the price for it. Now we get to switch over, and BDS get to show us their attacking chops here on Skyscraper. Secret moving over to the defense.
You feel like this first 2 rounds, round 7, round 8, are going to be critical to Team Secret here. They need to hold on to at least one of them. It's the big test. Can you hold on to Karaoke Tea? Can you hold on to Office Exhibition? If they can grab both of them, you start looking at it thinking, this is winnable in regulation for them. This could be a 4-2 half and a 7-5 win overall. So BDS, they need to ensure that they don't let things get away from them. Interesting use of the utility there from Secret. They've actually played a mirror window out towards Office and Exhibition, so it would suggest that there's going to be a reasonable attempt at an extended hold from them. Savage is still over that side. I think Gruby's on his way back to join him, but BDS could well see this use of utility over there and think, maybe we go direct to site and avoid it, but right now they are stacking up on that side and continuing with the push.
I think it's often because you also only really see one effective mirror window coming in towards the defense over towards Karaoke and T-side, and that normally is on towards Gold to give you the information of what's going on Highway, up towards Shrine, down towards Drum, later into the round. So the second one kind of becomes a floating mirror window that you can deploy however you want. And in this case, it's out towards that extended side. It is to try and slow things down that little bit more. The C4 finding out uses to kick things off. Virtue striking true, and certainly no complaints on that side. At this point, Secret is still spread around the map, and they've really got the run of the place. It's BDS who need to get some control here. Come in like a stern teacher and say, time to sit down, kids, come on.
Lookahead's going to make his way back up house stairs. Don't think there's anyone there to challenge him at the minute. Breede manages to pick up Doom, level things out 4 versus 4 now. That just steadies the ship a little bit for BDS and just prevents them getting too far behind here in terms of man count. 1 minute 30 left in the round, and BDS have got a little bit of freedom now. They've got a little bit of space to start working across this top floor. Lookahead has almost pushed up into Drum now. They could do with a little bit of pressure on Geisha potentially, just to try and give them that space to continue moving forward.
I'm keeping an eye on that second phone call in the back pocket of Lookahead here as well. We keep on speaking about how effective Dokkaebi is, and sure enough, here it comes. That should be the go sign for them to start moving on forward. No mute on side to suppress these as well. They'll ring out for the full duration unless cancelled or put away. BDS love Dokkaebi. 3 different players have her in the top 3 operators because it helps them take so much ground so quickly. But here in the final 60, they've now got no information left. It's about pushing in and winning those fights. A second C4 kill in the round connects.
This is it. It's kind of time to brute force this push for BDS. Just go in and try to take and win gunfights. But Savage, he manages to find Shaiko, and this is getting difficult. The last 2 left alive, Lookahead and Breede, they're stuck inside a drum. They're going to be able to open up the site wall into T, but the long angles are being held from Geisha. They may well find themselves being punished as they get cut down. It's Adrian stepping onto T-Door. 1v3. Breede manages to get one. 19 seconds and 2 kills to find. He keeps searching, seeking. He knows that they're inside a site, but there's very little that Breede can do about this.
He needs to win the 1v1 into the far kill, but won't even get that. So Savage being tucked in, you know that he's there, that's all well and good, but if you don't know where the second player is, they're going to swing as soon as you get anywhere nearby. Great round from Secret. As mentioned, 2 C4 kills, no real response from the side of BDS. They traded out the second one, but this extension around the entire map just gave BDS far too many hurdles to have to jump over. What a great first defensive round from Secret.
Yeah, it really was. BDS, they, yes, managed to clear that extension, but just it wasn't enough. They got themselves stuck across that middle line of Shrine and Drum. They didn't ever really put enough pressure onto Geisha, and it just caused them a headache. They couldn't get past that next block of getting into side. So, I said round 7 and 8 were going to be particularly important. Round 7 goes the way of Secret. If round 8 does as well, you start wondering how long it's going to be until that BDS tactical timeout will come in.
Well, it was actually it started out a similar way last time round where Secret took round 7. So 4-3, again, a scoreline that we have seen. If you're really trying to follow the script here, BDS actually go on to win the next 2 rounds, and then you can start having a conversation about how close the game really is going to be. But again, really impressive that first defensive round from Secret. I think that just shows that they've come in ready for this too. BDS, I won't quite say looked lost, but definitely didn't have the teeth that I've seen them have in previous attacks.
Into the action phase we go. Round 8, Office and Exhibition. Team Secret defending over on the opposite side to the last round, pretty much as we would expect. BDS need to be finding something here. Just the third choice sites is not going to be enough for them. 3 attacks is essential if they want to continue, not just in the game, but in the Montreal major overall. Let's remember, the winner of this map continues on through to the semi-final. The loser will be going home. Their race will be run. Adrian, he's going to be positioned out on house stairs. He's got those bandit batteries in hand, looking to keep that VIP wall closed, but there's a fear of Lookahead is going to make that very difficult, nigh on impossible for him to do.
They'll try and trick this one out. You can find yourself getting killed from below if you're not too careful, and that's what Adrian has got to be conscious of. Sure enough, EMP comes on through, and no trick, no way. I mean, he's trying to reverse, get the kill actually back onto the other side, but I think at this point you realise that wall is cut. It's most definitely open. We've seen teams do this before. The Bandit, rather than run and trick the wall, actually goes to the gunfight instead, and we've seen a couple picked up, and it's a great way to remove a player for free and say, yeah, you want a wall? We've got rid of your Zofia. It's a brilliant start to a round, but in this case, enough caution being shown by Lookahead to not give his life away for free.
Yeah, BDS are doing well here. They're covering off the basics. They've got that VIP wall open. They've now got access into site through the office breach as well. Shaiko's poised, ready to maybe have a little bit of a push on into Dragon here. I'm not sure. I think he is aware, given that the flash went in of the player in that position. Users does manage to pick up Virtue. So 5 versus 4, advantage BDS. Oh, just missed their man there. Lookahead has an opportunity as they just strafe across that terrace door, but he can't quite find it.
And now June's dug in, that's the frustration. In fact, he's crossed back over again, it's worth stressing. lookahead thinks he's inside of sight. It could be a freebie here if June plays his cards right.
BDS are just waiting for that moment where potentially they pull that 3-2-1 and in they go to try and get some kills and get the diffuser down. June once again transfers his way back in. The mirror window ahead of him has been dealt with. Nitro goes out. Not going to be able to catch anybody for the time being, likely to be taken out, I think, before they continue their push on in. Mirror window is dropped, and surely this is the moment for BDS as Solotov picks up Adrian. It's go time. Solotov with another, Brede with a third, and BDS, they arrive on the attack, and this one continues as close as it has so far. Brede is going to get the plant down, and BDS almost certain to close this out, and do in flawless fashion.
That is a textbook BDS attack. So well done. I mean, Solotov being the backstab factor and getting two is certainly one way to open things up. But even Groovy was stuck out towards Karaoke. He couldn't pull back in because we had players watching inside a terrace and one watching on Shrine window. The other two players just come forcing their way through in towards sight behind the cover of smoke. A plant goes down and there is nothing that you can do about it. So stifling, and this is why when I think about teams like BDS and Virtus.pro to come back to them again, the most success you can find against them is tripping them up early in the round before they have a chance to get all 5 players lined up for an execute. Because when they are in that position, they are so difficult to stop, as Secret have just witnessed.
Yeah, Solotov in through Swords window there was absolutely phenomenal. It just cut that Team Secret defense in half. Like I say, almost perfect attack from BDS. Getting that flawless round really sends a message to Team Secret because, like I said, the third choice sites are not enough for BDS. They need to be finding at least one of those top floor sites that they can win on, and they've now sent the message that they have done. This is going to be a round where Secret decide to go for that third choice. It's going to be Kitchen Barbecue that they look to hold on to. BDS, if they can get this win, you start looking towards the potential of overtime because it's going to make it very difficult for Secret to find them 4.
It is, and I think now we bring down the shields, and the Dokubi still on side once again with the Grim, also stacking up. A lot of tools on side here once again for BDS to make and execute work. So I come back to what I said at the end of that last round. The Secret, it's about getting up in the face of BDS, trying to take them down, but if only it were as easy as that. Time and time again, we spoke about, for example, out on piano, we had Adrian sat there back on Kafe, a solo man, and 3 players suddenly descended on him. He had no chance of getting out there alive. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, like I said earlier on. Just got to try and find a way to upset BDS. And C4s have worked pretty well, I'd say, so far. 2 of those are in back pocket here. They could pick up the shield or one of these crucial operators. They'll definitely increase Secret's chances of getting it over the finish line.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty brute force attempt to take Geisha here. Just send Brede in on the shield. Interesting to see if they can maybe get that bit of extra value, but Doom takes him straight down. Huge start for Secret as Adrian's out of the window, but BDS, they managed to find a couple themselves. Doom onto Solotov, and an absolute flurry of kills early in the round. Caesars with Secret in the driving seat, 3 versus 2.
And a lot of it going on upstairs as well. Let's not forget this extension onto the top floor gives you that vertical control. Secret has still got it at this point. Shaiko, the one working his way underneath here, I imagine, up black stairs. There we go. Working his way up and needs to find a couple of kills up here. But again, if only it was that easy. Secret have played out these round end scenarios so well to date. lookahead might find one on the cross here. He's moving his way towards main stairs too. So far, no one picked down. And let's not forget, BDS have got a lot of time to work with here. If they can sync up and start getting in a spot to take 2 versus 1s, they can still come out on top.
Chaco taking some damage there, but like you say, they managed to combine, they managed to put Virtue in a difficult position. lookahead picks him up, 2 versus 2, and an age of time left on the clock. BDS, they've got everything they need realistically to be able to turn this, except that diffuser. And that's something that they need to consider. And that right now is what Secret are playing for. But Shaiko manages to take down Doom through the smoke, and it's all up to Groovy. He gets one, but cannot find a second. lookahead cuts him down, and BDS, they get another attack and find themselves in the lead as this one continues to bounce back and forth.
I want to know who's writing the scripts, Tim. I don't think they went back in and edited the scoreline from last time. It was 5-4 last time they played on this map. We are mirroring it 1 for 1. I even said 2 rounds ago, if we followed the script, 2 rounds get won by BDS. That's what we've just found. Secret.
What happens next, Des?
What happens next? Well, Tim, I'll tell you what happens next. Secret come back and win 2 rounds in a row, and then BDS win the next one to send it to overtime.
Okay, let's see if we continue through the trend.
And the Secret tack timeout might be the key to getting those 2 rounds on the board.
Potentially. Twister having a lot of input here. Team Secret certainly still in the fight. They've got the choice of the top floor sites to go back to. I'm sure it will probably be Karaoke and T, where they were able to secure that first round. BDS's attack was not fantastic on there, it has to be said. I'd be interested to see, last time BDS tried to go in to Office and Exhibition, sweep their way across and work that way. They didn't get Geisha, they didn't pressure Black Stairs, they didn't have anybody Karaoke window, they didn't have anybody over on that side to apply pressure, and Secret were able to stand up to the attack really well. So the question for me is, this time, BDS, do you learn from that? Do you come away and do you make sure that you're pressuring directly onto site?
I just love Adrian's response. We've all been there. Playing ranks, watching games, so you just go, how? How has he done that? He's got away with it. Gave him BDS the round, I'm afraid, my friends. That means you guys are now on the back foot. Attack timeout complete, and we get to step in for, you're right, Tim, Karaoke and T. It's exactly where we went back last time around as well. Again, I really feel like someone has not stepped in and updated the previous script. It is scary how 1-for-1 is. I couldn't tell you how many kills each player had at this point, but I'm sure if I did, it would also match up as well.
Let's see who's going to be getting the kills in round 10 then. 5-4 at BDS. Can they buck the trend of copying what happened last time these 2 teams met on Skyscraper? If BDS can get this round and send themselves onto map point, onto series point, then it will be the first difference that we have had. Lookahead straight away, taking out Swords window, leads me to believe that there is going to be pressure from that Office Exhibition side, but I asked, would they challenge more directly onto site? Would they try to give Secret multiple angles of pressure to have to worry about? The fact that Brede is over near Black Stairs on the Monte suggests that yes, BDS will look to pressure more directly onto site.
They had a castle barricade in the terrace window here to let Groovy play around terrace, and now that's gone, he's going to have to be so fearful of that window. They're basically ignoring trying to play out into the extension. Similar to what we saw back in round 1, actually, when we had a BDS in the defense, they abandoned the extension out towards the east side and came straight back towards site, because Secret were applying pressure and really building up on site itself, and realized, all right, the extension game is not going to be a piece of this. Let's top that focus. No doubt the key piece, if you remember, it was Brede, who was a real headache playing on these backstairs before. Couldn't quite clear him off. We got a freebie onto the shield player of Savage. And now it's Adrian who's sat in those exact shoes, trying to play a similar role, but of course here, not on the smoke.
A little bit tentative from BDS here, not wanting to over-aggress or move in too quickly.
Haven't got to rush it.
No, they don't have to rush it, but Secret happy enough for the time being as well to just hold their angles and let this time tick by. Brede is positioned with the Monte on Black Stairs. They are ready to go in, but the first challenge comes. A Solotov onto Groovy. Manages to pick up the opener. 5 versus 4, and it starts to clear out Geisha. Lookahead onto Doom, and BDS, they're starting to find their feet on Skyscraper. They're starting to move with a little bit more purpose as Shaiko takes down Adrian. Solotov finds Savage, and it's falling apart for Secret in round 10. The diffuser is going down, and there is very little that Virtue can do.
Secures a kill in the close, which does break the scripting, but in reverse. I mentioned that it was Secret that went on to win last time they played, but it was with a flawless round. They were very narrowly away BDS there for securing one of themselves. They're writing their own fairy tale. They're up 6-4. Secret, a little forlorn, the attack timeout, not doing anything for them. Have got to hold on for 2 rounds to send us to overtime. Exhibition and Office, going to be where they take us for round 11. This shot, by the way, was nice. So lovely. Groovy had been sat on terrace the whole time, just waiting for them to come pushing on through. And for a second, I thought Lookahead had gone in blind, but no. Solotov just watching, knowing that Groovy was nearby. And they get the free punish. Even the attempted flank coming down from Shrine side got punished by BDS. They were just aware of absolutely everything happening in that round. Great stuff. And I do worry now that Secret, backs against the wall, may not be able to get this done.
We've got some
yes, it's Tom and Co. Our resident chanters at any major.
I wouldn't expect, no, we would be disappointed with any less, I think that's.
We love it. No shield in this round from BDS, mind you, Tim. Have opted not to bring it. Still got that Dokkaebi again. I'll speak about this until the cows come home. They love this operator. It's why I was kind of surprised, actually, back on our first map, we didn't see it brought along. Instead, it was Lion that was getting brought along for a few of those rounds. They just gain so much ground when they have the Dokkaebi on side and really know how to punish teams with that operator. Even post-nerf, it doesn't matter. They tended to use them later into the round anyway to gain ground when they needed them to unlock it, stop themselves from getting a little bit stuck. So with that, alongside Choco locking down ground that they take, Solotov, who's been having a great time on the Ash, continues on that operator as well. Got all the tools to get the job done.
Already got the intel on the claw. Second one will be deployed, but it's already dealt with. Well played from BDS there to get that wall open. They might find themselves, no, I was going to say it might just be in time for the second Selma detonation to be denied at least, but it wasn't. So BDS have the full walkthrough hole into VIP and will now start just peppering shots in through office wall.
The re-electrification as well is worth noting. In that case there, someone bolts in through it, they're going to get electrified zaps. The noise they make is what you get for the information. So it's not like he's going, oh, I really wish I could keep it electrified. It's there as an option. He's actually taken both claws off that wall now and said, forget about it, and he's going to redeploy them, one on towards the main breach itself, but also to protect the player that will no doubt later be in behind minibar. For now, most of Secret are actually scattered to the high winds. They're all around the map and trying to give nothing to BDS. If BDS read into this and realise 4 players are off site, they could smash site.
Yeah, the Dokkaebi call has come in, so I wondered if that was going to be the case at that point, whether it was just a little bit of an opportunity for BDS to start pushing forward and taking some ground, but they haven't really followed in behind it.
There's 1 player on site. If they get the read on a drone here and know what's going on, they could smash it and have to force Secret into a retake that, truthfully, I don't think they'll be able to get away with. They've still got the 1 phone call in the back pocket of the Dokkaebi as well if they do try and come for a retake. I don't know if BDS have really read into it yet or fancy taking that gamble. You've got players now in closer proximity as they've come down from Shrine in towards Dragon. You've got June now playing inside of Terrace. They are starting to bring that support back towards site, which is good.
Yeah, you kind of feel that the opportunity has passed them by. BDS look to move up house stairs, do get one, but Virtue and Doom, they manage to offset the damage. 4 versus 3, Users with a late trade. BDS might just be taking this away. 2v2, Secret, they keep on fighting. They keep on finding a way to keep themselves in this stairs. Doom onto Users 1v1 now.
It's all about this close here. They have to win this one out. Leakefak praises the GOAT, one of the greatest in the world at the moment. Not just as an IGL, but a gunner against Doom, who's had a wonderful tournament. The spray narrowly misses, but the time is working against Leakefak. There's 10 seconds on the clock. Relocates himself. Doom dancing around here and giving him absolutely nothing. The clock's going to work against him. He's got no idea where he is. Off towards his right-hand side. He knows and won't find it. Doom with the bailiff secures the 1v1. And Secret, that heart keeps on beating.
So close for BDS. Just 1 kill. There's 1 kill away from that semi-final, but it would not come. It was played absolutely brilliantly there by Secret, just burning that time, just making him come and find that kill, knowing that Leakefak had no option to put the diffuser down on the ground, to go and collect it, to do anything other than to try and chase that last man down. And he just couldn't get it done. He couldn't find the shots when it came down to it. BDS then still have 1 more chance. It's 6-5. Secret need to find another round to keep themselves in this.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Just honestly, just give me overtime. Just give me overtime. Between these two is going to be absolutely unreal. The tension, the passion that will get poured into the server for those final 3 will be spectacular. But in order to provide us with it, Des, Secret need 1 more. They need to cook something up in kitchen and barbecue.
Take a deep breath, because these next 4 rounds, if they get served to us, could be pretty exhausting. Not just for the players, for us as well. Last round they played out really aggressive on the extension, Secret, and BDS didn't really play into it. They did try and put a lot of focus on the site itself. Didn't hit it at the time when Virtue was the only player around. But as you saw as it came down to that closing 1v1, Terrace wasn't a part of the map they managed to get control on. Groovy is so often the player that is out deep on the roam, and he's almost really be the first getting into these initial engagements. In fact, I think pretty sure between him and Joom, 26 and 8 they've been on the entry across this competition so far. They're the ones that Secret won in the early engagement.
Shaco's just done an unreal job with that clutch drone. Gets it in there, takes out a bulletproof cam in sight, a default cam, and a Banshee as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Turning intel over to the BDS side. If Secret don't realize that's happened, or until they realize it, BDS have got eyes in sight and can start feeding that information back in. They are likely to need top floor. Solotov takes down Joom, the hero of the last round. That is a hammer blow to the hopes of Secret. And there's another one, quite literally, as Breeder takes down Savage. 5 versus 3. Can Secret hold on against the odds again?
That was such a gamble from Savage. I'm not sure why you make this play. Knowing that it's a Monty working his way in. There's a second player. The anticipation is there. Look down below, my friend. There's another kill coming on through. And Virtue and Groovy, what a tournament they've had. But this needs to be the round they go the biggest we've seen yet.
Groovy just looking to make that peek around. He knows that somebody's going to play behind the Monty, and that's who he is looking for. But right now, Virtue and Groovy, they hold the hope of the whole of Team Secret on their shoulders. Gives away his position as he sprays at the Monty, considers dropping, but won't go for it. He knows that there's one underneath. He knows it would be death. I think Secret right now, Des, they're just hoping that the vertical will be enough. Groovy gets one onto Users.
He's such a nightmare to deal with, Groovy, but the plant's going down and they haven't got enough cover up on this top floor to be able to stop it. This gets completed, and I'm pretty sure this one's done. A great second kill. BDS a single kill away, and Groovy, he's got 3 players to find in about 25 seconds, Tim. No one's managed to pull off this kind of play before, I'm pretty sure. Down he drops on towards main stairs. The Monty staring him down. BDS find all they need. They write their own fairy tale and secure a date with FaZe in the semi-finals.
What a performance from BDS when it was needed most to avoid overtime, to get that 7-5 win locked in. They were clinical, they were lethal when it came down to it, when it mattered. And BDS, as you say, continue here in Montreal.
Take a second for Secret as well. That was one hell of a series we've had. A dominant map aside and a very, very close final one. Didn't take OT. The 7-5, certainly nothing to scoff at. A great game between both, and one I will happily watch many times over in the future.
Yeah, it was another classic to add to the list. We came in saying, is this the new EU classic? BDS versus Secret, and it was an argument definitely for that fact, because they both had their moments, they both had huge plays, and they both played a part in what has been a fantastic game here. And honestly, I think will probably be one of the best knockout games that we see for a good while.
Oh, I agree. The fact that it's gone to round 12 in the final and third map tells you the story. Of course, in quite a lot of 2-0s throughout the tournament so far. But no complaints about things being a little bit closer. That in itself tomorrow, though, BDS versus FaZe.
Oh, what a game.
Oh, it starts to feel like a grand final in itself. However, over on the stage is lookahead with Ian. Let's go over to the boys now.
Desmond, thank you very much. Yes, I am indeed joined by lookahead. I can sense and almost feel the relief coming out of you right now.
Yeah, what an amazing game. Oh my god. Can't breathe. We did like slow start. Only Kafe was really good. After we feel like on Lair it was an easy game. We got karma, I guess. Losing Lair, and after starting Sky really slow and winning 4 attacks on Sky. Oh my god.
I mean, it was a phenomenal series to watch, but to be in it, it was deadly. And at times, I bet you thought that it could be over.
Yeah, but like, oh my god, I need to calm down a bit. No, Secret play really well. We expect them to play like this, and they did a really good performance. I feel like just on gunfight today, we were better.
I think a lot of fans are still expecting to see the best BDS. We haven't seen the best BDS at this major yet. What will bring that version of you to the forefront?
I think more we're going to play, more we're going to win, and more we're going to be confident. Also, people expect BDS to win 3-0, like 3-0 on best of 3. No, that's not possible, guys. The team against us want to beat us the most. Every team, if they have a team in mind, it's us. So, of course, all the matches are there.
Just finally, FaZe Clan in the semi-finals. It's almost a grand final for the spectators. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, FaZe is a really good team, always doing good performance on a major. So we again expect to have a really hard match.
All right, see you tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Before we talk through everything that just went down and look ahead to our final quarterfinal of this Friday, we've got a special message from Ubisoft.
When I enlisted, I was told what was expected of me. Be unwavering, unstoppable, unbreakable. It's about time the gear matches the operator.
Well, that is our first quarterfinal that has gone the distance, and it was exactly what we expected on Skyscraper, Leo. It was touted as one of the closest maps between these two teams, and that delivered.
Yeah, we said this was going to be close. We said we expect these two teams to be the top two in Europe. We say it's going to be always the same story. Secret versus BDS gets very, very close, and it gets tied on Skyscraper, and it goes to 7-5. But in the end, Jack, always the same story.
Yeah, always the same story is that BDS get it done. Obviously, the only time Secret got it done was in that best of one, where they caught BDS off with, you know, the double shields on border map that BDS aren't usually comfortable with. And I think we were setting ourselves up, weren't we, in this best of three, and we said both teams should win their map picks.
Yep.
They did. And then when we get to a Skyscraper, both teams absolutely love this map for different reasons. We saw Secret attack it pretty well. They got 3 attacks on Skyscraper. They played the kind of way that we thought that they would play. Behind the shields, quite fast, quite direct. And then BDS had an uphill task from there at the half. And they absolutely smashed that uphill task. You know, you saw LeakyFat talk about it. 4 attacks onto Skyscraper to get yourself through. That's nothing short of sensational.
I want to mention the fact that both of these teams had incredible gameplay, incredible team play as well. The cohesion was just crazy, and I think like LeakyFat said in the interview, it just mattered with these small mistakes from individuals, taking that last round Savage with that castle barricade. You know, it's the small stuff that will cost you heavily, especially at this level.
Well, before we continue to talk about BDS, how about we just break down Secret for a minute? This is their final showing now. Obviously, we'll have to wait until SI, but at this rate, Jack, are you happy? Are you... Like, where do you sit with their performance?
Let's do a big rewind job right to the start of March when this, you know, Secret roster was setting their goals and expectations for the year. If you'd have said to them back in March, top 4 in EUL or top 2 in EUL for the last stage, both majors, you make main stage of both majors, you comfortably make 6 Invitational, would they have snapped your hand off? Absolutely, because the expectations at that start of the year for them was, I won't say were that high, but certainly this is exceeding expectations. So yes, the disappointment will be there today because they know that they could have won it today, but the overall year so far, they've still got 6 Invitationals to play as well. Yeah. I think it's been an excellent year so far for Secret.
And it's been a consistent progress. Look at the way they've been playing in Manchester, the way they went out, and the way they went out here. I think there is a big gap in skill and in cohesion, in strategy levels between the Secret that we saw in Manchester and this Secret right now. They've shown incredible defaults, they showed incredible attacks on Lair, for example. They're going to grow from this and be incredible at SI.
It didn't feel like they were outclassed today, but when they played BDS back in Manchester, they were outclassed.
Sure.
And I think that shows progress as well, like you're trying to say as well.
And if we continue to talk about progress, we can't not talk about BDS, right? We're now at the final event. This is their last opportunity for 2024 to make a serious statement, Leo. Do you feel like they have been trending upward? Do you feel like we're going to see a peak in Montreal?
Everyone is stepping up. Everyone is stepping up. And one other thing we mentioned before, them relying on individuals, I don't think that's the case anymore. Of course, it's always going to be a shooter's game and they're always going to be great, but I saw a team today play. I saw a unit. And once again, and I want to praise lookahead for this, he drops crazy numbers. He's out-fragging everyone and he keeps leading the team and shot calling. Yeah. This guy can do it all. Like, again, huge props to this player.
And when do you want your team to finally start showing those improvements? It's nothing to do with Swiss. Maybe even it's not even to do with the quarterfinal. It's those semi-final, final games, the real big games of the tournament. That's when you want the team to be hitting their best form. And BDS, you know, they showed us improvement in Swiss. Yep. They've shown us even more improvement today, and they look like the real deal.
Well, let's start to talk about that because we've only got one more quarterfinal left. Let's have a look at how these big games are going to play out. We only have one more team looking to secure their spot. W7M and Space Station will go up over the break. However, we have our top side of the bracket confirmed, Jack.
That's almost a final in a semi-final. I thought that about the FaZe Soniqs game today, actually. A final in the quarterfinal potentially. It really flattered to deceive because Soniqs didn't show up. Tomorrow, FaZe against BDS. Arguably, I think everybody would have loved to have seen that be 5 maps, but it's happening because of the way the bracket's drawn in a semi-final. But whoever, I'll be honest, whoever wins that game tomorrow is going to go into the grand final as the favorite, no matter who comes through in the lower half of the bracket.
This is going to be a crazy matchup. We're seeing a FaZe that hasn't dropped a map entirely in the phase 2, that hasn't dropped a map in the phase 3. They're in super confidence mode. And like I would quote Carter on this, he said before, with the way BDS had been playing in EUL and the fact that every game was close, he was saying maybe this is time for FaZe to finally gain that major title. Feels like it's the new Liquid, you know, they're always there, they're always at the top level, they're never getting that title. Maybe this is the moment to prove it, because I feel if they beat BDS, they will take the grand finals and win it.
They've got that mountain that they need to climb. We've got one more quarterfinal to come, so don't go anywhere on the other side. We rerun it back with W7M and SSG.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Well, we're running it back to our second quarterfinal of the night where NA takes on Brazil. Jack, I'm going to ask you the most blanket question I can. Will the result be any different?
I hope so.
You're
for the North
hopeful?
American fans, because if another North American team lets their fans down, it might be chaos.
I think it might be. It might be a bit of carnage. This one does have a lot of storylines to go with it, though, Leo.
Yeah, we're speaking about two organizations that have been world champions before, SSG and W7M. Two organizations that have known incredible success in Siege, and most importantly, recently, two organizations that have entirely rebuilt their roster with new players. And that, to me, is the big story. Can they achieve the same things than the previous rosters? Well, I guess one of them won't be able to do it, and the other one will have a chance.
It's crazy because both of these rosters are essentially trying to escape the shadows of a previous roster that has found success for their current employers.
Yeah.
And one of them has to go home today.
Unfortunately, they do. That's the beauty of the quarterfinal stage. It gets quite brutal, but we do get to. I want to talk about SSG first. I was gonna lean toward the Brazilian roster, but let's talk about the SSG. Let's talk about more so that homegrown conversation, Leo. This roster here continue to make it close to the main stage, if not on the main stage, but then that's where they taper off. Top 8 seems to be their limit.
Yeah, if I had to argue which roster in T1 Siege right now is the most consistent, it probably would be them. That roster qualifying to every event in the past 2 years, but also consistent in terms of results, Jack, because if you look at this roster, ever since Callout came in and rebuilt that, at Copenhagen, 9th-11 finish. Atlanta, top 8 finish. SI, top 8 finish. Manchester, 16th finish. And now EWC, 8th finish. Every single time, what happens? They reach that doorstep. They're there, but they're not the top tier team in the world. They can never go in the top 4 because they always get eliminated by major winning teams or major finalists. W7M, Furia, FaZe, all of these teams are eliminating them. And every time, that score is 2-1. 2-1, it's always close, but never quite there. This time, it could be different.
I think it's consistency in results, but I don't think they have that consistency in performances that maybe leads them to that. You said they got eliminated by the big teams, and fair enough, we're seeing SSG get to a lot of main stages and go far in tournaments, but ultimately, they've never been good enough to step it up and beat a big team. I think because they very often have consistency issues in terms of inside of the server. If you go back to the Post-Astralis merge, a long issue for them was kind of, what is their playstyle? Who are they trying to be? What is their identity as a team? I think they've solved that, but I think there's still a few kind of issues that they need to work on to improve. But on their day, they are absolutely lethal.
Well, we've talked a lot about, at least in the past, about both of these rosters and the rework that has happened, the reshuffle. Benjamaster coming on to SSG, Jack.
Yeah.
What camp are you in? Are you excited for it? Do you think he's hit the mark?
Look, I absolutely love Benny. I have from, when he was on G2, the impact he made joining G2. I actually once nearly joined the team as an analyst with him that he was going to go. That's a bit of a secret there. Absolutely love him, and I think he can have big impact. I think on G2 he got hemmed into roles that really wasn't suited to him, and he's been allowed a lot more freedom on SSG, and we've seen him across this tournament have big impact, and he looks like an absolute bargain for SSG.
I was speaking to Callout about this. How did you integrate Benja? How did you make it so that he drops 21 kills in one map to qualify there to this quarterfinals? Basically, the way they play is you have a group of 4 players placed toward that team objective, and then Benja is given the freedom to just lurk around and get kills. And if I had to call it a word, I would say, he keeps Benjamming. He gets people Benjam. That's what it is, He's just Benjamming there. He's just lurking around. What would Benjam mean for me? Getting killed through wall or floor by Benjamaster lurking around. It's been happening way too much. And if you were paying attention to that player highlight before, he's first in buck usage. He's always using buck for it. It's absolutely perfect. And I just love this gift. Thanks to our production team for this, because this is amazing.
Absolutely excellent. And I think, that's what you talked, killed through the floor or the wall. When was Benjamaster last amazing when he was on G2?
With that buck.
When he was on the book, but also when you could nade through the floor, when you could cook the nades as well. He's very good at that vertical and horizontal aspects, but when he has the freedom to do so, and this team gives him that freedom to do so.
Well, it is time for us to start talking about W7M, their opponents for this one. Leo, I mean, how do you live up to the heights of what we saw back at SI? Well, you continue to build a roster that can compete at that level. Can they do that?
Well, pretty easy answer. Where's Furia at this event? They're not there, and W7M is there. And that's an easy way to say W7M keeps betting on the right horse. When the entire playstyle of Siege was about fragging well, they had the best fragging roster in the world. When ADSs were nerfed and when 1.5 scope got removed, who did they pick? The former Lost roster. Incredible at cohesion, incredible at playing together. And that's what made them so strong, and that's why this W7M is here when Furia is not here. And so far, they're in the same story as FaZe. They're 3-0 at this major. They beat BDS, by the way. They beat Liquid and Black Dragons. They're in full confidence right now, Jack.
Yeah, they absolutely are. My big concern, and I started looking at W7M and thinking, why don't we consider them a favourite? You know, when you get into the tournament beforehand and you get, who's the dark horse for the tournament? Everyone was saying they were a dark horse, but not a favourite. Why is that? I thought maybe Lobin was a little bit isolated. As good as he is, can be a little bit isolated. And I thought Volts maybe hadn't settled into this roster yet from joining it, because I thought that a lot of the times, and we saw this in EWC especially, he really tried to make the hero plays and was isolated from his team. And what we've seen at this tournament is he's settled into that team synergy. Lobin is bringing people with him when he's making the aggressive plays. And suddenly we've got this one collective unit that is just running through everybody they come up against. And it's very impressive.
So if you were to put a personality to this roster, Leo, would you say discipline? Would you say chaotic? How would you determine this?
I would go far from chaotic. I would say it's the kind of team that has the right discipline to gain that man advantage and keep it. You know, if you look at the stats so far, they've got an 80% conversion rate after getting the opening kill. That's the second best in the tournament. If you look at their trading rate on that opening engagement, they're the fourth best team in the major. And if you look at the operator they're playing, compare it to Brazilian teams. Look at the defense, for example. What are they playing? Kaid, that's wall denial. Smoke, that's execution denial. Castle, that's to slow people down and play around the bomb site. Did the previous W7M play like this? No, they were playing roamers, they were playing aggressive. This roster has a very different play style.
It's very conventional. It's sit behind the utility and use the utility. Obviously the Monty and the Dokkaebi, because both of those operators are simply broken right now. You've got to use them. But certainly on the defense, sit behind that utility, use those power positions. And if you think, you know, a lot of teams in the meta currently right now will take cheesy operators to try and circumvent using utilities to work their way through the map. So what are W7M leaning into? Really leaning into that utility, and it's paid dividends for them.
So when we go toe-to-toe here, playstyle-wise, where do you lean? Do you lean more with W7M? Do you lean into SSG with this new rework?
I feel like the biggest difference I see from these two teams, in terms of playstyles, both of these, they play as a unit very well. Where I will say there is a big difference. SSG, they do have a lot of preset plans. They rehearse really well. It's all about counter strats. But when it comes to mid-round adaptations, they're maybe not there. Whereas for W7M, I feel like they've got this in their bag, and that's what the meta really suits them.
Yeah, I would agree with that from Leo, and I would say is that I think that the utility aspect that W7M will sit into, if they can cause enough problems for SSG to solve, that's where this game will get unlocked. Can SSG solve those problems in the mid-round or not, which Leo's just identified as a weakness? I think if W7M tried to go toe-to-toe with SSG, just gunfight for gunfight, SSG have 4 incredible fraggers on their roster, and then Forest, who's incredible on a shield behind that as well. And I think it's all about whether W7M get that game plan right. Can they cause enough problems for W7M to solve, for SSG to solve or not?
Well, we're going to have to determine what map we're going to for all 3, should we need 3, who God knows. Yeah, God only knows. Leo, where do you think we're going?
Well, looking at the bans here, no big surprise. I do see one thing missing here. Usually, I see SSG ban in club, and I don't see it right now. That's maybe an opportunity for W7M. There is a pick. They will go and pick Chalet. That's a great SSG map, also a great one for W7M. I don't think they've gotten beaten on it. At the beginning of the BR stage, they lost it twice, and then they won it twice against Fluxo and other Brazilian teams. They've looked quite good on it. We move on to Clubhouse now. Okay. This is a very interesting pick. SSG has banned it the most this entire stage, and they're not picking it to W7M. Remember when I was telling you that Callout loves these counter strats? Well, that for me is a gamble thrown out of the bag.
Yeah, Clubhouse, in terms of, I know W7M play a lot of their maps, but Clubhouse is certainly a lower on the preference order, and we know SSG likes counter strats, so I think that's why they've picked them. And then Kafe is Decider, which is a reasonably high preference map for both teams. That's where we often end up in these Decider maps, where both teams have a reasonably high preference. But the strategy is a bit different, because we saw BDS Secret, both teams picked weak maps for the opponents. And what we're seeing here is W7M pick a comfortable map for themselves, and then SSG pick a weak map for the opponents. There's a difference in styles in this map ban veto.
And that Kafe is a bit weird for me.
Yeah?
Leaving it as a decider, I know it's a good SSG map, but it's like the top map for that W7M. They're amazing on it. So leaving it through as a decider might be a threat.
Keep them comfortable, though. Keep them comfortable.
Yep.
Counter-strat them.
Exactly. That's the call-out strategy. You let them into a map that they will love. You have already preset a plan. Now, what happens if that plan doesn't work? If they adapt well? No mid-round adaptation? That might be a weakness for SSG.
Hope Benja gets 4 kills.
Maybe that's one way of doing it.
Maybe he can bench him.
Then if we are leaning into a conversation of W7M, maybe this is leaning toward, I mean, is it leaning toward them, Jack? Do you think that this is a space station kind of win in the veto?
I think the veto W7M have won, but however, I do think that, you know, if SSG can really lean into that counter prep and it works out for them, I think SSG can absolutely take it in 2 maps as well.
All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's get into our quarter-final of the night.
I think SSG is a team that can be a little too aggro sometimes, so we're going to focus more on our game.
Play them in EWC, we got a pretty good taste of, you know, how they like to play and how they like to prep against us. It's just us playing our infinite game. We're here to beat ourselves. We're here not to beat the opponent.
If you let them like get the flow of the game, they're gonna make you have like a chaos, and they play really good in the chaos.
We're gonna use the crowd. That's my crowd, no one else's. You know, we're gonna build off of that, and then whatever happens in the server, happens in the server.
So SSG, last time we faced each other, I was the MVP, and I think it's gonna happen again, so I'm so sorry to send you guys home.
Onde está da show? W7M ruim.
It's been a long old day of superb siege, but I know this crowd and you watching at home are ready to go out with a bang. Am I right? Let's introduce our final 2 teams in our final quarterfinal to the stage. The last time this org was on a main stage in Montreal, they won a world championship. Welcome back, SSG! Is the only remaining man from that hammer-raising roster, now alongside a team hungry to live up to that legacy. Their opponents are chasing a 4th star on their jersey that they can truly call their own. It's W7M! As a friend of mine once said, picking up where legends left off, but make no mistake about it. This roster wants to blaze their own path in Siege history. Ashen, Lobin, if you can come and join me up on the stage here. Lobin will come up. I know he's gonna come. Come on, Lobin, come over here, as Ashen's already here. Guys, let's get serious. This is serious business. The final quarterfinal of the evening here in Montreal. There is only one last semi-final spot remaining. Look each other in the eye. I want you to tell us why you're taking that spot.
W7M, ruim.
I don't need to say anything. The last major we faced against was pretty easy, so yeah, it's gonna be the same thing again.
Pretty easy.
I mean, you know, he can live off past, you know, tournaments and stuff. We're in the present here, so.
Any final words for them?
Good luck.
Please shake hands. 2 big talkers. That was a firm handshake, I'm telling you now. 2 big talkers. Go and take your seats and get ready for this one. You're gonna hear them before you see them. They are loud, trust me on this. Let's get into our final quarterfinal. I am delighted to say Lynx and Stokes are calling the action.
Well, when we were deciding which quarterfinal to pick,
We thought it would be a dishonor if the Loud Americans didn't cast the Loud American team facing off against W7M. As Ian put it, Sam, SSG are trying to live up to that legacy of the org in Montreal, but W7M in many ways trying to live up to the legend of that previous roster.
Absolutely. There's a lot of history here, folks, for both of these rosters. A lot of history in the rafters of Rainbow Six Siege. And looking to add yet another chapter is both of these teams. What a way to have these two teams meet as well here in Montreal, the heart of Rainbow Six Siege Esports, and to even meet inside of the quarterfinals as well, Carter. That's the big thing for me. I mean, this feels like something we see in the semi, something that might be a grand final one day. You never really know, but to get this little, taste here in quarters is definitely going to be a lot of fun.
Both of them are these teams that, neither of us thought they were favorites to win the event. It's unfortunate. You'd think they would have time at least to maybe test their mettle against a stronger opponent. And to be fair, SSG have. They played ridiculous teams. FaZe in the Swiss, who are looking like favorites to win the entire tournament. W7M opening round against BDS.
Yes.
They might not have any chance for getting into the game here. It's do or die in the playoffs. But in the Swiss, both these teams had a difficult road.
It was absolutely crazy as well, given everything, especially for W7M, the fact that they come out of it 3-0. The only other team to do that was FaZe, so Brazil once again being a powerhouse when it comes to Siege. But that 2-0 up against Liquid, Carter, that's the biggest thing for me for W7M. They have constantly been playing second fiddle to a lot of the big teams in Brazil, and this has been the first event where they've been able to punch through the clouds and reach a whole different altitude amongst all of these other historic and very talented rosters.
In SSG, this roster still looking to do the same thing. The ashes of the previous Astralis core joining Space Station, and as Leo pointed out, always reaching that top 8 point consistently at Copenhagen, at Atlanta, just almost being able to punch above the clouds, and yet they've never made it farther than here. 1 year ago in Atlanta, SSG lost 1-2 to FaZe, and in their opening bout, they look to test their mettle, to hone their blades against another Brazilian giant. Montreal, I ask you, are you ready?
Well, I think they're ready, Carter.
I'd hope so. I mentioned that FaZe game towards the end. It was another last game of the night, another SSG going up against FaZe, one of the favorites to win the tournament. Can't be that interesting, right? Well, on map 2, SSG were down 0-6 on Consulate, and if you're a student of Siege history, you know that ended in an SSG 8-round comeback. You can never count this team out. You can't count either of these teams out of the matchup, but on W7M's pick of Chalet, the first map that we will play in our series, well, if you were a fan of Shields, as I know everybody nowadays is a fan of the Shield
Oh, of course.
None of them, aside from the Fuse, I suppose, will be available to pick.
Good news is both of these teams can definitely work those in and definitely flex it when it comes to Chalet. This is a map that can get a lot of traction off of those shields from the offensive side. And speaking of traction, when it comes to your side of the coin on this map, Azami, very useful, very helpful when it comes to Chalet. There's a lot of areas that you can really harden up and make life a lot easier for yourself. So W7M's going to be happy that that's off the board for Space Station.
And the two-route ban, not at all uncommon on Chalet. Not at all uncommon in general, but keep in mind that what Jack and Leo on the desk talked about, the W7M, despite having players like Dodez and Volps and Loban, but Dodez and Loban specifically on this roster, it is not a team like the old W7M that plays the heavy roams, that always just plays aggro, 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 nothing on the site. This is a team that plays a lot of utility. So getting rid of a tool like the Tuberau that can waste out 20, 40, 60 seconds holding on to those reinforcements, that is a tool for SSG, or a ban from SSG, that is meant to drive a stake into the heart of at least part of that playstyle.
Yeah, 100%. And it's something that we'll definitely be keeping track of throughout this entire first map. Chalet feeling a lot like this venue right now. It's a little chilly in here, so I hope you guys are warmed up. I hope you guys brought the parkas, brought the hoodies.
We got hand warmers up here, so.
Yeah, shout out to production for that, I'm telling you. Those hand warmers about to save my butt, man. But hey, One round, the very first one of this best of 3, and I hope you guys are awake because I know you guys just got here, but these events go very fast, so you better have that energy, especially for W7M up against SSG. There's bound to be fireworks, and we're already starting off with Ashen. Everybody just stare, just look very closely into that hollow sight. We'll see what he sees.
Well, right now I've seen a whole lot of forestry, but no W7M attackers. Everybody evading that very brief line of sight, very tight angle held by Ashen. Looking to get some of that confidence and momentum built early to foster that ego that many of us are well aware that Ashen has right now and is more than happy to let you know about. Is a basement defense, as you can see, with the hard breach denial not even present on the side of Space Station Gaming. Dots will rotate over, but an exothermic on the snowmobile wall and immediately open a big hole. Yeah, life easy. Don't even need to bring any EMPs from Dodes over there. Just immediately pop the wall, and very straightforward event there for W7M. No wall management from Space Station, given the operator lineup. They're playing a little bit aggressive, and we've seen this before on their chalets. They really like to try and abuse these windows and see if they can kill some offenders very early on. Triple roaming set up from SSG right now. Ashen and Benjamaster up top with, I believe, Force down below, ready to see if anybody repels in from Solar and hit a C4 from below. We'll spot the fuzz of the ERC very briefly, but immediately Ashen falls back. It's minute 15 seconds in. No need to push your luck. You'll leave Benjamaster up top to lurk and try to catch those W7M attackers off guard. They have moved into the map. They have started to make progress, but in the opening engagements, not so. Ashen and Benja both with the opening 2. One holding their ground, the other moving around the map, have completely caught W7M off guard, and Benja's looking for a second. SSG's third might just await them on the office balcony door.
Yeah, SSG's gonna meet him at the door with a gun in hand, Carter. Not exactly a friendly hello, but something that Space Station will definitely be happy with the result of. 3 big kills, and now they just get to rest on all this value that they've already gathered throughout the early portion of this round. You can still keep the roam game active as long as you have somebody on site to manage things and make sure that W7M doesn't go for something quick and fast hitting. It'll be Benja to take down Lobin, a triple kill for him on the round. And what can Volps do? He's stuck outside on the bathroom balcony here, and I don't think he's going to accomplish too much, Carter.
All he can do at this point is concede defeat. A flawless round or nigh flawless round for SSG is the exact kind of way any team that yearns for that confidence, that yearns for the adoration of the crowd, this is just exactly what you want to give your fans. Benja might have heard him vault into the window. Unclear, as he doesn't really need to move all that much. With only 23 seconds left. Wolves might have all 3 flashbangs. There's very little chance any of them will get anything but impactless frags. Sees him for just the briefest of seconds. Relay that information that the Hibana can be located top blue. If anybody wants to go hunting, do a little trolling, that's fine. You've got a gap, you've got a buffer, you can afford to drop a few bodies, but I think we should commend SSG's patience. They already know the round is won. They know it does not matter. They know the first round won between SSG and W7M will go the way of the Americans.
It's a flawless round for Space Station Gaming, ladies and gents. And not only that, but our hammer lifter, Benjamaster, gets a triple inside of that round. Big moments already between these two. You just got to hope that W7M, they've got that grit. They've been through so much when it comes to the Brazilian scene. So many times they've been able to eclipse themselves and what they accomplished previously. And here is another big test for them in Montreal.
A little free fire outside the trophy window. As you can see, the moment that Thatcher actually hopped into, well, take the fight with somebody around bathroom. Don't think you really know who he was taking the fight with, but wanted to start aiming that gun one way. W7M were already down to 2 drones remaining. SSG did an impeccable job denying that intel economy, denying any value to be gained from those drones beyond, well, late information that didn't really help when Ashen's pre-firing a window and Benja's lurking around a corner. The basement defense will go SSG's way. This is one of the best defensive teams in Montreal. Massive gap between their defenses and attacks, to be fair.
Yes.
But still, even on a map like Chalet that can be attacker-sided, you see SSG taking the lead, don't exactly start getting surprised.
Yeah, it's a pretty wild sight as well. I mean, the only team that surpasses them at all is FaZe Clan at a 78% defensive win rate. That's pretty crazy. But Space Station, a 66% defensive win rate. Nothing to shake a stick at. But as you said, those offenses, that's what we're going to be talking about this quite a lot, folks. They only have a 38.7% chance of winning their offenses right now. So when this side swap comes in, expect us to return to this and be really really hoping and praying that Space Station can pull something off when it gets to that side. Volts is going to be the first one to strike. It looks like a pretty fast move from Volps in through the garage, and he will go down.
And that's our other hammer lifter, getting his first kill of the map. Just catches the buck, doing a very normal buck thing on Chalet, saying, oh, they're defending first floor. I'll open up a hole in the snowmobile wall and try to open up an option to lurk later on. Colt says, nope, I'll punish you for that. 5v4 established for Space Station Gaming. J9 no tag to reduced HP, but again, nothing to worry about.
J9
challenges the fireplace door, and Dash will regret ever taking that engagement, letting the Dokkaebi calls fall silent. No phones will ring for the remaining minute and 52 seconds.
Oh!
This team likes to peek. This team does not like to leave any ground uncontested. That is W7M's first kill in 2 rounds, by the way, and it comes in another 1v5. No tactical timeout needs to be taken after this, because I imagine Dots is already doing that right now.
It's a nice shot, so be able to take down Foltz, but more than likely a lot of ideas mulling around the heads of W7M on how to try and rectify this issue that they've already been stumped by. Space Station playing perfect aggression around Chalet, constantly getting these big picks, constantly thwarting W7M's game plan. Now it's down to Dots to try and clean up this 1 versus 3.
He will at least take control of the site. It's a bit of a hollow victory in a 1v5, though turned 1v3 by his efforts. C4 will create a vertical hole, creating some uncertainty in Dots' mind. Not a lot of safe options to put this diffuser down, unfortunately, with the hatch, with the verticality being made in round in the late game by Space Station. Consider trying again, try to bait something, but Forrest has the angle. 2 in a row for Space Station, and again, 2 in a row where the only kills, or any kills for that matter, happen when the round is already lost for W7M.
Never really a world for the Bulls to try and pull that one back across. SSG constantly suffocating when it comes to these offenses, playing things perfectly to the outside of the building. Every single time W7M tries to claim a singular square foot, Carter, they are met with nothing but pure aggression and just fantastic mechanics out of Space Station Gaming. We'll see if SSG has anything else up their sleeve, but as of right now, it's all smiles as W7M still continues to try and fix this Rubik's Cube.
I'd be smiling too if so far you just completely befuddled your opponent.
Yes.
2 rounds in on Chalet attack, W7M's pick, and really nobody with a gun in their hand on that side has acquired anything that's actually contributed to the round's success throughout. I'd be feeling great if I'm Space Station on these defenses especially. They'll go to Baron Games now to try and accomplish a perfect site rotation. Will they do it? A lot of that will be incumbent on what changes W7M can make. A lot of shifts in the operator lineup as we actually move into this round. Rip drop for the Capitao. Deimos brought on the board the second time, excuse me. We will see that Deimos brought.
Yeah. A couple interesting things for Space Station as well. Jaeger actually going to be in the lineup, something that we would see every single round for multiple years. But in recent Siege history, he's definitely worked his way out of the fold. We rarely see him nowadays, but he'll be here. No Mira along for the ride on this site, something that you usually end up seeing, but Space Station feeling as though they don't necessarily need it. Have a lot of different ways to try and slow down this plant attempt, especially with the trap operators working their way in, and especially with Benja having that nitro cell in his back pocket. It'll be the first one death marked, and nothing out of that nitro.
We'll at least stave off that gunfight for the briefest of moments. Got to be careful with that revolver. Might be a bookcase right there, but it can pierce it like a hot knife through butter. Volp's looking to cut off one player, trying to support Benja on that roam in West Main, but neither losing their life for the moment. Dotas will take that bit of control, but Ashen on the reswing. And again, an opening pick going the way of Space Station. 3-0 so far. W7M might have the second best conversion rate of the event, but if you're not getting the opening picks in the first place, it doesn't really matter all that much, does it?
No, it does not. Space Station in a really good spot right now, Carter. They're making this thing like a house of mirrors. They feel like they're everywhere. You had to be worried, but oh my, Dots gets Ashen. Benjamin gets another, and Foltz with Loban.
Volps is looking to try and claw something back now. Benja will expose his back to the fireplace door, so the cutoff angle works. W7M need another 1v1 to go their way. They've got the tools to do it, in all fairness. You got 1 Dokkaebi call, 2 flashes, a Kludge drone, and even some other drones to use as well. 1 in the pocket of Volps right now. So with a minute 10 seconds left, it's not unwinnable, but you can see W7M, they are taking this time to reset.
Inside of the 2 versus 3, it's all about patience here for Space Station. You want to see where W7M is going to try to deliver. They have to try and orchestrate a game plan where they can get this plant down safely, and it more than likely means getting an extra kill. But where are they going to try and spearhead this from? That's what Space Station is concerned with.
You don't have a whole lot of options when the clear has never really gotten started in this round or any of them. But it's the closest W7M have got to a round win, so they use their last Dokkaebi call. The rest of Dash's secondary utility, and Volps will do what he does best. Play a bit slower than the rest, but maybe just find an opening. 1 bullet to destroy the EDD, but how much has it revealed? The site seems like it might be clear, and he will spot the Jaeger inside a stock. Put him down to 1 HP. He challenges again, and SSG, the confidence never goes punished by W7M. Dash will look down through that hatch and find one more, but that minute 20-second buffer they have is now all but 8 seconds left. J9 put on the floor, and all of a sudden, we're in a really difficult spot. Dash will creep on in. Force just needs to survive for 1 more.
Wow.
But patience pays off, Sam. And for Dash, a 1v2 for his troubles to get W7M there first.
Now, well done to Dash, but a very mismanaged situation there from Space Station Gaming. Lots of rotations coming in through there, trying to work their way over to these different doors, and all of it miscalculated. So they'll end up getting punished, and Dots gets away with W7M's first round when, honestly, there shouldn't have been a chance there. SSG should have shut the door. But the W7M timeout, more than likely still already procced before that moment, so it'll come through still. And they'll be happy about that. They get that nice little kindling, that nice little fire starter before they get in that timeout. Now things more than likely going to start rocking here for W7M Post.
And it's something we have always been concerned about, not only the Space Station defenses, but Space Station in general. For their defenses specifically, if you look at what happened in that 1vx right there, it's a problem that has haunted this new roster, that haunted even Astralis way back in the day, which is sometimes it is hard for these players to sit still. And especially a 1vx where they're the favorite side with 2, 3, 4 bodies on the board. They can sometimes take challenges they don't need to, move when they shouldn't, and give teams an opportunity to claw back. As you said, W7M were taking that tactical timeout anyway. The round basically felt lost at that 4v2, even when Volps got that pick. But Dash going in, getting this 1v3, that's great, that's cool. You still haven't solved the core problem for your attack. Really all SSG have done to W7M, as you said, that little sweetener, giving them just a little extra that they had no right to even get.
Yeah, 100%. And now for W7M, it's a completely different mindset post-timeout. You get that round, you know that SSG is beatable. It's just in those moments where things become chaos, as Loban talked about in that little video that we had before we got into the match. SSG is a product of chaos. They are one of the people that contribute to that kind of play the most in North America. It's just about what W7M can do in a moment like that. And honestly, all things considered, Carter, I definitely think that they're good for it. They just need to find a way to do it as, you know, more of a team-centric type of idea. A lot of punishment going towards W7M so far, especially when it just comes to the gunfights. Losing a lot of bodies early here, and hopefully they found a way to try and rectify this.
This round was a massive example of that. This basement defense from SSG. We had Ashen, Benja, and Forrest all roaming. Ashen and Benja with the guns, Forrest below with the C4. And as they slowly baited W7M into the lineup, both prongs of it, Ashen winning his gunfight and Benja. Ooh.
Dots.
Bit of a mistiming, unfortunately, but really more importantly, SSG, those electric law tricks are always difficult to time, and it's very rare for Lightning to strike twice. But to get 1 exothermic, sure, they have the Selmas, but it's the small victories that count.
Absolutely. Big difference between those Selmas and those exothermics is obviously the hole that it makes. You can get that exothermic put on that back boiler wall. It makes access to wine a heck of a lot easier, but Dots isn't going to care too much about that. He'll remove the head of Forrest after finally getting this main wall open. Life becoming a lot easier for W7M overall, as they'll have some time to work with.
Also the first time W7M have got an advantage early on. They maintain it despite Foltz's best efforts to neutralize it. Swings Dash on the breach, able to cut him down with the SMG-11. A Dokkaebi call will go out. But W7M looking to pinch him, looking to try and mount this pressure on the fireplace stairs. Shotgun ready from Foltz. He's flying blind as he swings the top of fireplace stairs, and W7M have found their way into the site. J9 creeps up, pushed onto the other. SMG-12 got quite the magazine, but J9's got quite the company. Ashen will remove the head of Dodez, and Dots, who started things off on such a good note, with only 29 HP, won't find a damn thing by the end. SSG do what W7M just did and win back around that seemed destined for doom.
Crazy moment there from J90. And that's the thing, guys. When it comes to games like this, it's always so hard to call, even in the moment. You could go freeze frame right there and go, who do you think's gonna win? Oh, well, it's clearly gonna be W7M. Look at all the advantage that they've been able to gather. But instead, J90, with some of the cleanest SMG 12 play we've seen this entire tournament, whisks that away, and they take the round because of it. Beautiful stuff from Space Station. These defenses are going swimmingly right now.
And imagine if they had not dropped that 1v2 in the previous round, it'd be up 4-0.
Yeah.
We'd be up 4-0, and you would still have the reality you have right now, which is W7M's tactical timeout not bearing anything. To be fair to W7M, they did get that 4v2, and I think they did react perfectly fine. They say, hey, there's a guy on Fireplace Stairs. We've got the breach open. He can't fall back. We'll push through the top. They're not roaming anymore. Pinch him, 4v2, should be the done round. It was that individual play from J90, that rotation slipping through the net into connector, that did turn that round to SSG's way. But as when it came to Sam actually progressing with a plan, executing a clear and a strategy, that was the best W7M have looked so far.
Definitely have to agree with you there. W7M seemed to follow through on what their entire game plan was for the basement setup. But sometimes, Carter, there's things that you can't account for. And that moment is definitely one of them. W7M will go back to the drawing board here for round 5 as they're looking to gather some semblance of control over their offensive side. They desperately need it. It's Chalet. Usually you're trending towards an offensive victory when it comes to this map, but Space Station, they've completely flipped the script on them. That defensive prowess is really showing its face right now. Oh! Like a nuke. Dots is blown off the side of the building. Volps will get one, though.
Volps will get one. Volps will actually get two. Forrest and Fultz both falling to the R4C. It's cost a lot of HP for W7M. Dodez and Volps, 46 and 30, respectively. But Dodez with the important control, and the Ram as well, both working their way in, bottom solar and west main just outside the site. It's not completely free though. SSG are playing a pretty heavy vertical setup. A lot of holes made at the beginning of the round to stop Volps from putting that diffuser down. Actually dislodging these players, or at least going in and winning the fight on the vertical. That is something W7M will need to do. One flashbang will go in as a position taken on these bedroom rappel. Volps finding his 3rd kill of the round, and quickly W7M beginning to tighten the grip around SSG. J90 tries to go for the retake, but he's found out by Dash, waiting for SSG to make a move, whether they think it's right or wrong. The moment they take these fights, the Bulls are waiting to stampede into the site. W7M are just now 1 round away from tying the half.
Cool, calm, calculated from W7M. Even though SSG tried for some more aggressive antics, you see that Nitro cell over on the Solarium side. It's still the story of the Ash with the R4C getting that big triple kill. Space Station are finally punished for a lot of these aggressive swings, and it goes the way of W7M because of that. All of that map control, Carter, becomes so very important in moments like that, especially with the man count that W7M had. That's how you have players sitting inside a Fireplace Hall that can just simply hold the cutoffs to get back to site and still find somebody like J90 trying to roll around and make a play.
With how this started, it seemed like the roam from Ashen was gonna be a lot stronger. But look at that right there. Volps is hopping in the window, finding not 1, not 2, but 3 kills on 2 different floors. SSG are certainly a group of talented gunners, but I think it would be wrong for us to say that in the case of Volps, Loben, and Dodez especially, that they do not have their equals on the opposite side amongst the Brazilian squad. 3-2 now, 1 round away from actually having a ball game on our hands. We will go upstairs to master bedroom and office. Try and hold this out. Ashen has gone for these spawn peaks every time, Sam. And like him, the gun does a whole lot of yapping, and there's very little follow. I'm just kidding.
Oh, man. You're not, because that's exactly what happened. But, to your credit, Chalet, definitely one of those maps you have to be very cognizant of the windows when you end up spawning in. And it's at a moment's notice, too. I mean, you spawn on that front cliff side or something like that, you hop up on a rock, somebody can peek you from Ego Balcony. Like, there's so many different ways you can end up going down. Even stuff like what we saw at Ashen. If you know where these people are spawning at, and you know the way that they traverse across the map, you can just spam through the trees and probably end up tagging somebody.
Not a whole lot of tagging in the first minute of the round. Just a little bit of utility clear from Volps. Very, very slow start. A lot of these opening engagements have been happening well before the 2-minute mark. So if somebody's able to keep a member alive past at least half the round, it'll be the slowest one we've seen so far to close out W7M's attacks. Utility going in, J9O. Getting active inside of round 6. We'll find Dash, the first pick. Sophia gone. Not a whole lot of utility I think you're necessarily missing. Maybe the util burn for the Wamai to clear the way for the Magnets, but Lobin is deciding the utility is not how he wants to deal with this player on Solar Stairs. But Volts, a little too low. The ammo in the SMG-11 will get him 1. But W7M with that kill do not get an advantage. They might get control of Solar Stairs, but the advantage is still Space Station.
That's a big issue. SSG now knows where everything's centralized around. They know that you wanted that space. Why else are you putting 2 bodies over there if you're just going to abandon it after you went through all of this hard work? So SSG are going to point their guns towards the Solarium side and hope to deliver once W7M take up these angles.
Volps has already taken up 1. The master bedroom window, such an important position to cut the sights in half. Not only take a gunfight on anybody close inside a bedroom, but just make sure that nobody can cross from bathroom to piano, from bedroom to office. Make sure the attack still carries some control, carries some weight, but he's fallen off of it. It's a full-blown rotation from W7M.
For W7M, it looks like they want to get a wrap over here towards the fireplace side, towards this library hallway. Probably going to try and deal with things on more of a crunch type of method. See if there's some distraction that they can put into this round, Carter, to make things confusing.
But this piano player is going to cause a lot of issues. No more firebolts. He swings close on the window, but it gives Volps the time to swing from the backside and all of a sudden forced in the 1v2. They need to make their way in, but 18 seconds, that's plenty of time in a moment like this. Look where he is. On the half wall, this wrap has allowed W7M to have a bit of a lapse in intel. As they progress forward, Dot's clearly wary of anybody in office, so they'll move to put the diffuser in bedroom, holding the long angle. Forrest still able to move closer, but I don't think there's anything that'll reveal the position of the planter. So W7M will move us into the post entirely uncontested. 1 head gone. Can Forrest find another skull? It won't be as W7M find their 3rd attack, tie the game 3-3.
Carter, that is the best round that we've seen out of W7M throughout this game so far. So very well done from them. They get it down to the 3 versus 4 there, and instead of panicking, instead of immediately lunging with that Solarium control that we saw them gather, they go back to the drawing board. They get info going once again, and they decide, okay, we're gonna try and go for a crunch here, hold this cross, and we'll try and see if we can get a play going on. And they pass that with flying colors. Here's the replay for you guys once again to see how W7M are able to re-centralize around that piano office area and make some magic happen.
Ooh, if you look at that right there, you see that ultimately what ended up going wrong for Space Station was J9O takes the fight close on the piano window, but Ashen is still worried about the player actually jumping in, so is playing J9O's trade to see if he either needs to swing the double door or get that kill. But by taking that position just a little bit before J9O even takes the fight, it allows the Kafe Tower to get an angle into the building, and also J9O missing those shots. Maybe results in that very, very slim margin separating Ashen keep staying alive and falling into the grave as we just saw. For SSG, that half, it's a lot of meat left on the table. You had 5 opening picks. Could have been a 4v2 or 4-2 if you don't, unfortunately, lose that 3v1. So you could have won the half, but based on the opening kills, you could have got a whole hell of a lot more than that.
Yeah, really, honestly, with all things considered, it feels like SSG had a 5-1 half there, just had to reach out and take it. But as you and I would most definitely know, when it comes to Space Station Gaming, I don't think that they are capable of having an insanely dominant game against anybody. It's always going to be close. That's just the style of Siege that they play. Now, that's the thing. They could beat practically anybody in the entire world playing this way, but sometimes they definitely go punished.
Yeah, they can beat anybody. They can also lose to anybody every now and then. As they move to the attacking side, what kind of face will they show? W7M, first sight will be basement. We'll open up the snowmobile wall very early on. With no tuberow, sure you could bandit trick, but there is a thatcher up, so you got to be careful if you decide to go that way. Only a mute jammer for hard breach denial on the side of W7M. Instead, we've got the Valkyrie to aid that roam, the Mira to bolster the site presence, the Malusi Banshees and the Goo Mines to close any gaps on the staircases actually down to the bomb site itself. A very all-around setup for W7M with not really anything I could complain about one way or the other. And of course, there'll be a roam on basement, as there always is. And SSG are looking towards that to exercise their first bit of control over their own fate in round 7. Forrest taking that fight against Loban on the solar stairs. 0-6 for Loban so far. W7M still at a tie scoreline, but not a player you necessarily want to be dropping that like kind of scoreline.
Yeah, not a great start for Loban, but I'm sure that he'll try and get back into things on this next round. For now, he's been discounted to cam duty, using those comms to their fullest potential. For W7M, they want to try and draw out this round, Carter. You want to get to a sub-minute. You want to keep this man count that you currently have. Although not an advantage up against Space Station, it's definitely an advantage when you still have availability for those angles and for all these different decisions. What a hop through, but it's Volps to deliver.
Volps to deliver, swings the secondary. How has this happened? A 3K out of nowhere from Volps, 11-4 in control of the diffuser. Forrest cut off from his own attacking objective. Somebody close with a shotgun. How the hell has this round collapsed for SSG? Janet out for a brief moment. We'll see the laser sight on the fireplace stairs. We'll take the 1v1 with the blue guy. We'll get that C4, but it's a consolation prize at the moment. The Space Station seemed to have it all, but Ashen overcooks a bit, walks into a Banshee, and W7M take 3 freebies as a result.
I feel for that Space Station guy in the crowd right now. It's okay. Just keep breathing. We're going to get through this together, all right? We're going to make it. Space Station go down yet another round here. Very first time that we've seen W7M be able to put together a lead. We still haven't seen Loban show up yet either, so this could get somehow worse if things go down the line the way that they're usually supposed to, the way that things are trending at least right now. But what a moment there from Volps. Here we got it again. A nice little flank moment and a big kill against Benja to back it up with the secondary shotgun. There's some things you just can't teach, Carter.
I love that from Volps, by the way. He's like, yeah, I know we have a Banshee on the door to stop anybody from walking in, but these guys are such lunatics. I'm just going to sit in the corner and wait for them to do it anyway. Just in case, you know.
Oh, man.
Boy, I'm glad he made that decision. 11-4 for Volps at the moment. Somebody who is the highest rated player in Brazil at, well, basically both stages, it feels like at this point.
Yep.
One of the best players in the league, and had a bit more of a quiet tournament this go around, but a bit more quiet only by his standards. In this matchup, leading the charge for W7M. SSG dropping an attack right to start. Not necessarily a defender-sided game at the moment, but W7M could start breaking away from it if SSG keep leaving openings like we saw in round 7.
It's been a pretty solid last handful of months for W7M, especially for Dodez, Loban, and Volps. Dash and Dots have been there in certain capacities, but doing a lot of the heavy lifting and all the things that people don't want to do. But as for our remaining 3 that we were discussing, W7M has definitely been pretty happy with them and the results that they've been able to pick up because of that. Top EPS over the last handful of months has been Dodez, but obviously in this game, it has been Volps all the time. We'll look to see if that changes up here inside of round 8. A hot moment here, J90 not able to reciprocate what's happened to him. He's going to lose about half HP.
Now it's Loban looking to challenge the player. The sledge outside of Ivy window will deal some damage, but remember, W7M aren't exactly trying to get too antsy. They want to draw SSG into this map. Win a war of attrition against the North American squad, force them to burn utility, time, manpower, every resource they might try to spend, and squeeze at the very end to get the round over the line. Volps creeping around down below. There is a Deimos, as you can see, Ashen moving around on the wine side. And Volps will push a little bit further. Is he spotted on those Deathmark trackers? No, it's just the frost in the castle, but Ashen then gives up the position. Moving down to the middle floor, as it is a second floor defense. Him and Benja will try to work the vertical control in the second half.
And this is the most exploitable side for W7M when it comes to SSG. We talked about their offenses earlier, and so far, not so good. Hoping that round 8 could potentially be a change of fate for them, but I mean, when you're looking at, down the barrel of a 38.7% offensive win rate, I mean, you're down in the neighborhood of Alpha as well as Black Dragons, 2 teams that were not really performing up to snuff inside of our groups. But now, SSG have some potential with this start.
Have some potential. Dodez down by Foltz. W7M still have a bit of fight left in them, and Dash might be the difference maker here. As his team holds out onto the site, he's worked his way outside of the dining position where Benjamaster still remains. Ashen has also worked his way into the site, by the way. Not completely silently, but he will go very, very quietly out of this round. Forrest now trying to push up above as the flank works, the anchor holds, and SSG struggles on the attack, only seem to continue. Really wishing right about now you clutched or convert it, that 3v1 on the defense, because W7M are starting to run away with it.
Yeah, Carter, they have way less of a buffer because of that situation. That's when things start to come back to bite you. A 3-3 half is honestly not all that good for anybody when it comes down to it. Even keeled, anything can happen from that moment on. We've only had 2 rounds go on so far, and W7M, they feel as though they're right on the cusp of already taking this map. SSG's timeout's going to come through, call out with some things to say to the squad.
It's been a problem consistently throughout this game so far, but especially on the attacking side, as you can see. Despite the early 5v4s gathered by Space Station, actually pushing it to a victory by the end has been very, very difficult. 7 opening picks so far this game, yet they've only got 3 of the rounds overall. That early game is so good, but that late game is where they are struggling so much.
Yeah, both of these teams, Carter, have been so good at exploiting Chalet in the best way possible, which is using that roam game, using those players to extend out your map presence, especially in the early round where you can keep that pressure on those offenders, keep them outside the building, keep them guessing. And that's what we've seen both of these teams be able to accomplish. SSG make it a little bit farther inside of this round. They're able to at least claim a little bit of land, but at the end of the day, it was all just W7M being able to consistently reclaim that. Not only that, but take the bodies away from Space Station 2, which complicates things even further.
Another 2 kills for Volps in that round, pushing him to 13-4 now. The key anchor to hold out on the site to make that a 3v3 and propel W7M to a victory by the end. Barn Games defense as W7M, similarly to Space Station at this point in their half, are looking to go for a flawless rotation, win 3 in a row, and if they do, it'll push them to match point and neutralize any effect gained from that SSG tactical timeout.
I do have one question though, folks. Just one. Is Space Station Gaming coming back in this one? Oh, come on, come on, come on. I know you can do better than that. Is Space Station coming back on Chalet? All right, well, I think we have their answer, Carter. Let's see what is said inside of the server as Space Station is already out and about for round 9.
See if they can hear the chants of the crowd as SSG chants begin filling the arena. Down 3-5 in their opponent's pick, still winning this in many ways in a best of 3. A little bit extra credit. You're more than happy to take this if you're able, especially in regulation, win 4 rounds in a row. C4 will go out very early from W7M. Dodesh throwing that onto the library single, and it'll go up and mean nothing. Another one pushed forward. All this secondary utility from W7M, not getting any lick of damage on SSG.
I respect it, though, from W7M, especially after a timeout from Space Station, Carter. You're thinking, what are they cooking over there? Are they going to go for something more aggressive? Are they going to try and double down in certain ways? So W7M trying to deliver on what they think SSG is trying to do, but so far it's not working out.
So far it's not working. For SSG, that's their 9th opening pick now, but, or sorry, 8th opening pick. And yet, they are still struggling to find that ground, that complete sureness. You can close things out. They've been stuck outside of this library position for half the round now, doing a lot of damage, applying a lot of pressure, but actually getting progress into Chalet has been very, very difficult. Forrest tangling with this Malusi, moving back and forth from Ivy to Piano, and yet he can't find that final shot that'll matter most.
Chalet has been a offender-sided map for a very long time, Carter, but at this event, actually, it is a defender-sided map by almost a 10% margin, which is pretty astounding, honestly, at the end of the day. But it's because teams have gotten so good at consistently finding ways to not only get these opening picks, but take map control away from the offense. The biggest thing about offense on Chalet is there's so many angles that work their way into the map that the offense gets to abuse, but all of these defenses have looked so very comfortable for both of these teams.
You can look at SSG right now. They've been struggling for control for 2 minutes and 20 seconds now.
There you go, Dash.
They've been trying to find a way in, and it is just simply not there. Dash will find Ashen, and now again, an early advantage acquired by Space Station is beginning to slip through their fingers. Benjamaster will neutralize 3v3. A player we need to see a lot from that can win games by himself for Space Station will at least make this round a little more competitive, but the time is getting low. Forrest's final Candela will not be capitalized upon. He'll instead drop down to Mudroom, and there it is again. SSG with the lead, but do Dots and Dash, can this duo hold out with only 3 seconds remaining? Do they have the information? Yes! Yes, they do.
It's a scary prospect, folks, but let me tell you, SSG, they're good for it. It comes down to the absolute wire. I think there was a second left on the clock when Fultz starts shooting at that guy in bar, Carter. I mean, very, very close here. The margins, the rounds, everything inside of this game so far. SSG, they're going to be able to stay in it. They'll be able to stave off that penultimate round that W7M was working so very hard for. And they more than likely thought that they had when it came down to how that defense started to look. But Space Station and this crowd in Montreal, they are not going to give up.
Looking to try and fight back. SSG getting their first round on the attack so far. They'll look to basement now to try and build upon this momentum gained in round 9. You mentioned the roam game being so important on Chalet, but the roam in particular on this site is of the utmost importance and is where we often see it played to its fullest extent. We got frost mats placed below windows 2 floors above the site. And even if we don't see Dodez hold on to library like it's the most important position of the map, we'll still likely see Mute, Frost, whoever, try and contest that control early on to force SSG to, I don't know, have to win a fight with 1 second remaining.
Yep, that's what you're looking for. The more of that clock you can soak up as a defender, the better. Used to be, if you were on roam, you wasted a minute and a half and you died, you didn't get anybody, Carter, nobody on the team cared. You wasted a minute and a half. That clock, it means so very much. They're going to be able to quickly thwart W7M's game plan inside of library as Dash goes down and crawls on the floor inside of games as he bleeds out.
Bit of a tricky situation for W7M now. Do you want to try to pick this player up? Well, they will. As the EMP hard breach minigame happens down below, it's actually Volts with W7M's second opening duel victory this entire map so far. Ashen on the Nook trying to lurk around, find a gap, has found a whole lot of nothing in the beginning of round 10, and Chain I know. Hit from a vertical angle by Dodez, who, wow, ironically, is in fact trying to hold on to library like it's the most important bit of control.
That's the thing. Complicate the beginning. Make it difficult for him, man. That's all you gotta do. It's up to Benja now. Does he even know that this man's to his right still? A lot of discovery inside of this moment, and not too much to be had. A triple kill for Dodez.
Triple kill for Dodez. Diffuser inside a library. Chalet seemed to start off quite strong for Space Station, but W7M have gotten comfortable, slowly begun to work their way into this game, work their way onto their own pick. So what can you really do if you're Fultz right now? Your kid was meant to open the wall. You don't have flashbangs, you don't have nades or smokes. You're just trying to think, what can we do? We'll hear one moving down below into fireplace. They immediately just walk back down to the site. W7M aren't trying to throw this away, though, right as I say that. Volps will get a little cocky. Looking for lucky number 16 is Volps at the moment in the kill count. W7M begin to swarm around, and he will find it. 16 kills for Volps at this point, and map point for W7M. 2 rounds needed by SSG to come back.
The more difficult side of Chalet right now, at least for this event. Not only that, but their offensive win rate in the dirt in comparison to a lot of their peers that we have at this portion of the event. For Space Station, they're gonna have to beat all of those odds in order to force us into overtime on their opponent's map. That's that moment that we didn't get to see with our own eyes earlier, but Carter called it perfectly. Nook trying to lurk in through Big Garage, gets punished from the West Main stairs. And I mean, just look at this out of W7M. It is a masterclass on how you defend Chalet, and it just shows you how important these portions of the map are. The offense wants to try and enter there. Good, fine, you know that. Cool, we're gonna make a strategy where they're not allowed to. It's beautiful.
It's very good, and if you compare the W7M that we're seeing towards the end of this map to what we saw at the beginning, the big difference is plays like Ashen tried to do were catching W7M off guard. They were getting surprised by somebody, retaking a very small but important position on the defense. But as W7M moved through that side, but are now on the defense themselves, being aware of where SSG can push, what they might be gunning for on this attack, think of Volps playing on that wine doorway. Think right there, Ashen dying as the opening pick. W7M are clearly ready for the kinds of plays SSG are trying to do, and Rounds 1 through 4 might have been rough, but everything after that has been all W7M.
There's a huge mental chess game going on right now, Carter. In W7M, they've studied the positions of Space Station. They know what they like to go for, and there's constantly somebody in the way of Space Station to try and stop that from happening. That last round, it was Volps. They knew if they were able to slow down Space Station around Library, there was going to be something new coming into the fold, and that time around, it was going to be the Nook on the back end. Gets completely shut down from Volps. SSG have to try and go for what the original game plan was, and it just doesn't work out.
One Candela will go out. I haven't seen a whole lot of success from Forrest with this utility, throwing it out at various points on the previous attack onto this section of the map, and it just wasn't really working out, even though they were just trying to clear upstairs, just trying to clear that control. The Candelas weren't necessarily what made that round, what got them that only victory that SSG have so far. So how will they try to approach it here? It's important to execute utility. You'd like to keep it for the very, very end. J90 with a nice little drone right there. Will spot somebody deep inside of the structure itself. Again, half the round gone, and SSG might have information.
No way.
But J90 getting a little bit crazy with that spray right there. Will only just get the trade as Volt's still able to hop out and take down Benjamaster on the rappel.
Unfortunate stuff. Nice little angle here picked up from Foltz. Looking to see if he can potentially shut down any rotations on this Master side, but there's more to this. We have this whole basement set up as well, and the kills are starting to come through.
The kills are starting to come through, and a 3v2 might just be in Loben's grasp here. J90 starting to eviscerate the W7M defense. The Lurker playing in Dining falls prey to the guns of SSG, and Dodez will get one, then immediately fall right back. He still has control of the site. That much we know. There's still that drone inside of stock right behind Dodez on this mirror window. It will spot him. Anybody watching from SSG will know the Wamai's current position, and the best thing for SSG right now is they can work around that. They've got 32 seconds. They've got a Candela to throw into the site, smoke grenades as well to block off any angles. Dodez will creep forward to the bottom of Fireplace Stairs. He will look to try and win this 1v2 to close out Chalet 7-4 or secondary utility. More time that SSG have spent not moving into the site, not finding Dodez, letting the Wamai get into a position that the round could hinge upon, but SSG holding on Library Stairs will be able to win it out with 10 seconds left. One round away from OT.
And that's what you want to see. This is going to be a scrappy game. I don't care if we were playing this in a damn parking lot, Carter. It's going to be scrappy. And that's where you need to take these advantages, and you need to follow through on your promise, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot squander moments like this. It's of the utmost importance, and it almost slipped through right there. That would have been one of those big moments right there. J90 not capable of saving Benjamaster on that hop out from Volps. But at a bare minimum, at least Space Station was able to pull it across the line.
Able to pull it across the line in an important moment. SSG still on their final life on Chalet. But again, just like that previous attack, below 10 seconds remaining, deep into the red is where SSG close it out. The attacks have still been very, very slow from Space Station, but they are at least starting to work. They are starting to get this figured out. And just to win one more will push them to OT on their opponent's pick. They still have Clubhouse coming up next. A map they don't play all that much, but have likely tried to counter-strat a favorite of W7M's. So as we look to Master Bedroom and Office, how will SSG try to stay alive?
This could be the last round of Chalet, folks. It's the last round of regulation. It's either a 7-5 or a 6-6, and the Astronauts are looking to push us to new heights. Will we have overtime here on Chalet? If you ask me, I'm gonna say hell yeah. That's what I'm gonna say. Dudes will look at this, Carter. They'll say hell yeah. That's what they'll say. And for Space Station, more of the same. They're looking, they're feeling it right now, especially after that last round. But what does W7M have to say? This team has been on a huge, huge run, constantly improving their results and looking to take this big win here in regulation on Chalet.
Now looking to win one of the many maps they have already won in Montreal. SSG will just do the standard util clear to start. Get your lineup with the Rotero drones, move in, destroy into that utility in sight. Bathroom window shot open to destroy the barbed wire beneath it, the frost mat likely presence as well. My big curiosity is where is Volps currently playing on this Scopos? We saw him spawn in earlier, but he's got one inside a bathroom, not only to give intel for the hop-in, also now to rotate into to see if SSG are truly paying attention and aware of the map they might try to control.
Just gonna get tagged up from the terrace. Now knows that that player's around that space, and he'll more than likely just be occupying the balcony for an extended period of time. You can watch for that fireplace rotation. You can try and hold things for the top level around library. All good things for SSG as they start building up around the bomb site.
Building up around Piano especially. It's been a very quiet minute, 50 seconds so far, 5v5, but now Volps breaks the silence. The Benjimaster keeps the tension. W7M coming out of those opening engagements, the better at 4-3 right now, and Forrest very alone in library at the moment. He's got that important utility, but the case is all the way by fireplace. This is a second floor attack, and right now that important objective is cold outside. Worried about crossing. Still very, very uncertain of where W7M could be playing. They'll try to push forward and look to rotate.
Gotta make sure that you have a space to cover. Gotta make sure that all these players are in position as they're gonna try and spam through the floor. J9 will pick one up with the Claymore. And Carter, it comes down to this. A plant has to happen, kills have to happen too.
3v3, 3v2. Now all of a sudden with one player on low HP, SSG, the closest they've come to victory so far on Chalet. Again, 10 seconds left. How close these rounds have been! They've let W7M get far too comfortable. Pick or not. W7M have found their way on Chalet. All 12 needed, but 7 for them.
Terrifying at certain moments for W7M, but they'll take it. 7-5 after a few scary moments. SSG just not able to follow through. And that big 1 versus 3 that we saw earlier, Carter, in their defenses, it comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. Could have been close right there, but instead it's W7M getting their own pick of Chalet. We've got the desk to break down that close match, but still nonetheless one that went to W7M.
Very close indeed, but unfortunately they cannot push it to overtime. Heartbreak in North America. However, it does feel like this is the fitting end to what was a pretty close affair, Leo.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the strategy so far, I feel like SSG have been on the upper hand. I know it looks weird, but look at the opening engagements. 8 on the side of SSG, 4 on the side of W7M. They should have closed way more rounds, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think SSG managed to do a great job of getting W7M caught up in the chaos. And I think that's where SSG really can expose W7M. That's where they can win this game. However, if you're an SSG fan, if you're an SSG player or support staff, you're kicking them yourselves. So many rounds lost that was, 5v3, or obviously they lost a 3v1 clutch. We see it here, Volps jumping out, making a huge play from a corner not droned. These small mistakes have just cost SSG one map in a best of 3 on their opponent's map pick that, for the most part, strategically, they won.
I was praising so far. I was praising the discipline, the unit on the side of SSG. That discipline, I did not see it. I did not see the intel gathering. They were consistently getting punished. There were many examples of that. I think one of those is a round where Volps is actually in basement. He was roaming upstairs in that dining room, and he will drop the hatch and get that triple kill. That for me was a big thing.
Jack, what do they have to do to turn this around? Out of 8 opening kills, only 3 of those were converted into round wins, which if you look historically at the Montreal Major so far, the conversion rate is a lot higher than that.
Yeah, I think so. I think for SSG turning it around, I think it's just closing out those rounds. Not letting it slip in that late round. The information, like you say, we saw 2 5v3s lost, a 3v1 clutch. Even in the very final round there, that was a 3v2 where they had information of the player office. It's just about that late round holding that composure, because everybody on W7M, it was Volps, we just saw Scorpod, it was Volps inside of this map, but it could be anybody that pops up with these big plays that are punishing SSG.
You've seen so far, what, 3 multi-kills, 3 kills or more? You saw 2 clutches, that's already 5 rounds that SSG should have closed. If you look at the round I mentioned with Volps in that basement defense, There was a way for Forest to drone him. He has dropped already, but that player was in dining, and it was Forest's duty to know that that player had dropped from the hatch. He didn't drone that player. That was a roamer that came back to the side through that hatch, and that's how he managed to be in that corner position. Otherwise, he would never have been able to cross before the breach. So that's the flank watch duty to get that information on the player. Volp's doing that is a huge gamble, but again, he's that type of player. And him waiting patiently and getting that triple pick is an entire round gone of that one intel gathering that that roamer has dropped onto the bomb site.
We talked about W7M causing SSG problems. We speculated it might be a little bit more utility in forcing them to break it down. But Volps has caused SSG a problem there by just hiding. Come and drone me. If you drone me, I'm an absolute freebie, but I'm betting that you're not going to drone me, and it's won them the round. I honestly can't say this enough. SSG are going to be kicking themselves so hard, because for the most part, they were really, really good that whole game.
I mean, like, you kind of look back at Volps' performance. 20-6. That is an unbelievable performance to come out of a player that is on such a big stage, Leo. The SSG are no small team. They've pushed this team to their limits, and Volp stood up time and time again.
Each round felt like a frag movie. Like dropping 20 kills on the first map, that's a statement. And like, there was a reason why this guy was one of the biggest prospects. Remember when he was in W7M, before they went on this crazy run and winning majors? He was the guy that got picked up as the best player by Liquid. Yeah. That didn't work out. He's back and he's still fragging. He's that big gamble player. I would say it's an on-off switch. It's not always successful, but when he is, and he's really there.
Well, one thing is for damn sure. W7M are up 1-0 in the series. SSG are going to have to dig deep as we go to Clubhouse.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
When I enlisted, I was told what was expected of me. Be unwavering, unstoppable, unbreakable. It's about time the gear matches the operator.
Had been rumoured, but now, of course, we get to see Blackbeard in all of his glory in the new season reveal that will be on Sunday. For those of you that are keen for that one, Leo, what are your thoughts on bringing yet another shield to the game?
You know what, from my experience, the old times when I was a player, I did not like to face the old Blackbeard, let's just say that. Maybe Pengu can then retire and play that one, who knows?
I was literally just thinking that. He's about to become the MVP of Rainbow Six Esports again.
Yeah, well, we love it. Look, quick prediction. Jack, what are we thinking? Are we going to a third here?
I think we go to a third. I think SSG, the structure of Clubhouse, the way that map provides the structure, there's not a lot that W7M can do to be too disruptive. I think SSG can go through their processes. As long as they don't allow the late round to get away from them, I think they can take this to a third map.
Leo?
Clubhouse gives you a frame. It will prevent them from getting punished too often. In fact, they will maybe be able to punish that aggression more easily. So I would say SSG takes that one and we go to a third map.
Well, let's pray we go to a third. So we've got yet another close series. It's time to get underway with Lynx and Stokes.
Well, I can tell you, I think everybody here, the exact thing they're thinking of is, yeah, I'd like to stay up just a little later.
Of course.
I would like to have a little bit of a longer night if it means that SSG, our final North American team remaining, just can survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, you really got to be feeling for our Europeans out there right now, let alone APAC and everybody else across the globe. It's been a long day of Rainbow Six Siege, but we got more to come.
We have more to come. We have Clubhouse at least, but let's see if Kafe is coming up next. SSG look to fight back on Clubhouse.
Well, as we get into things, Carter, W7M will obviously be picking defense. It is Clubhouse. Although things have changed a lot over the years in the 9-year history of Rainbow Six Siege, this is one of those things that has stayed the same. Clubhouse defense is a hallmark of this game. Alfama knows it, we know it, everybody knows it. W7M are going to follow suit. SSG will now be in the banning hot seat. What are we not going to see during this game? Well, we won't see Thatcher and we won't see Monty. What are they feeling for defense?
Yes, Thatcher Monty bans. Welcome back, 2019. I missed you so much.
A lot of 2019 things happening at this event. I mean, we got, Empire, Virtus Pro in the semis. We got so many things, man, that are a good callback.
Yeah, Azami still much more recent operator, but still one commonly taken off the board, and the mirror ban to round things out. Everything pretty standard, I would think, overall, save for that Thatcher ban, of course, creeping back in, will mean that Blitz is available, and I imagine that is something that Forrest in particular will be very, very happy about if he decides to actually run that shield. We didn't see him any last map, of course, because Blitz and Monty are both banned, and not a lot of teams are necessarily so desperate to run that shield that Fuse is a mainstay.
Yeah, fun fact, actually, this will be the 3rd time that Thatcher has been banned this event, and that puts him in a very, very small percentile. He's only been banned in 3% of our games so far, which is just absolutely absurd. If you went back and you told 2019 Stokes that, I'd probably have like an aneurysm or something. It'd be absolutely absurd. But for now, they're going to end up removing that, making it to where you have to lean into those impact EMPs. You have to lean into things like Maverick. We'll see if SSG can try and fit this bill, but we'll have to know once we get closer to the round. Still a lot of swaps to be had. Maverick will actually end up making his way in, speaking of which, for Fultz. So more than likely going to be some hatch work that goes into this one.
Montreal, before we got into this game, Ashen said that, and I quote, "They are my crowd." Would you agree with that assessment? Are you Ashen's crowd? Scratch that. Are you SSG's crowd? Well, your support will go a long way to push this to a map 3, as SSG left a lot on the table, and unfortunately, you all have cursed the opening duel.
Carter.
And, well, I'm sorry I opened my mouth, and I think I'm regretting everything I have done in the past 30 seconds.
Clip it, ship it. We'll see you on Twitter later.
That's my bad, everybody.
There it is. But folks, he does have one very good point. This is potentially the last map of the day, so if you still have some vocal cords left, what the hell are you doing? I need to hear some yelling in between these games, folks. All right, you got to match that energy. Space Station's going to need it if they're going to take it to the Bulls.
Especially in that early game. W7M coming in with a lot more energy than I think SSG might have been expecting. 1 minute in just now, and those bodies have already been cold on the floor. The engagements are long in the rearview mirror, and SSG are just trying to go about with the rest of their clear. They still had to work through castle barricades on the top floor. After losing the Ram for the vertical and the Grim for the side execute, you've still got this buck, and Ashen's just looking to speed up the pace. He's got a drone looking beneath that barricade right there, but remember, Ashen tried to make similar plays on Chalet, and W7M were ready for it.
4 players seen downstairs for W7M as of right now. I don't know where their last player's lurking around at. Could still have somebody roaming, but at this moment in time, I kind of doubt it. Should have everybody centralized downstairs, should have everybody focused on these entry points from Space Station, especially given the circumstances of the man count.
Ashen just holding that tight angle on blue. We'll see one cross, but Goyo able to make it. DeForest will try to mitigate that early mistake, clean up the mess left, and still Dodez gets out alive. Might be lower HP, you'll have to rotate because of the grenade, but W7M have all coalesced around the site. Talon Shield being placed will be immediately destroyed. Neither the Shield nor Forest long for this world, and Ashen has been in moto for most of the round at this point. That'll be exactly where he dies. The crowd's faith not rewarded, as SSG cannot even turn the keys in this series, it seems like.
No, they cannot. But apparently the Bulls have grown hands. They most definitely can. They're the holder of the keys right now, folks, looking like a janitor at any school. So many of those things on the ring. W7M, speaking of rings, trying to add another one to their hand, trying to add a new star to that journey, or rather jersey. And this is just another step on the journey for them up against Space Station Gaming. What a perfect round to start off with here, Carter. Let's roll through these replays. We have a nice little peek here from Dodez. Another shot coming through from Volps. And that's really all you want at the end of the day, Carter. I mean, the big thing about Clubhouse is it's very defender-sided, but there's ways to tip the scales even more in your favor. And if you can play decent aggression, find those angles in those opening moments where you're capable of catching your opponent off guard, well, it makes matters even worse. And we got to see that on full display.
Yeah, looking like the W7M of old that round. What a way to try and earn that 4th star and begin the journey to earn the 3 from a roster that came before by peeking everything in the first 20 seconds and having a roam that simply cannot be stopped.
Somewhere right now, JV92 is shedding a tear.
JV92 is like, stole my line. Stole my whole flow. CCTV defense from W7M as they are coming off the heels of a flawless round. Both these teams starting off their respective maps, or at least, I guess, the 2 maps we've seen so far, because W7M was their pick on Chalet, and you wouldn't know that based on how that game began for Space Station. Maybe SSG will have the same fortune here and just need time to get settled into things.
It cannot be understated. The offensive side of Clubhouse, for lack of a better term, it sucks. It's not fun. You never really have fun when it comes to Clubhouse offense because there's a lot of different ways that things can just fall and just not have an effect. What the hell was that? The Oryx stays alive with the dash. I've never seen that before in my life. In Space Station, they're more than likely going to fall down in round 2 because of this. The Bulls are on parade. Oh my, W7M. They're making the server red with SSG bodies.
That prediction from the desk, by the way, that W7M will win these defenses by slowing things down with the utility, creating a labyrinth that SSG will spend a lot of time. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We are just going to shoot them in the face because we're better than them. That has been W7M's game plan these past 2 rounds. Sure, they've had utility. Sure, they had castle barricades in round 1 to create an extension that SSG still had to clear. I get all of that. But you can't tell me that what you're about to see, with Loben holding the con single, immediately winning that fight, and then completely shutting down the SSG rush, the Blitz getting domed as the second pick. Yeah, that's not utility that won the round. W7M with the confidence to win and take all of these engagements are demolishing Space Station through rounds 1 and 2.
Carter, I have this feeling, and I kind of started having this feeling about midway through Chalet. W7M, they know that Space Station wants to take them to the trenches, so what are they doing? They're matching it. They're matching that energy. They're meeting them in those trenches, and they are beating them at their own game in a lot of different ways. Being able to fight fire with fire, finding these big picks, not losing their man, not getting traded, and being able to keep that huge, huge value going into the later portions of the round. It's all green lights for W7M right now. And Space Station Gaming, if this offense goes the same way that we've been seeing these previous two, you can see a timeout being called from call-out at a moment's notice.
With only 1 kill.
Oh, wow.
Now 2, in all fairness. Now 2, SSG need a whole lot more to start going right. W7M, with the first 2 opening picks, remember that 82% conversion rate that they have. If they start gaining ground early on, getting those 5v4s, they're one of the best, not only of the 8 remaining teams, but best of all the teams we saw at the tournament of closing out those kinds of advantages. So Forrest taking it there. We saw in Chalet not a guarantee of anything from Space Station, unfortunately, but it's at least denying something strong from W7M. C4 tried to go through the wall, will not find anything as Fultz backs up from that Maverick trick. He'll just continue on his merry way to try to slowly open up the Jacuzzi wall.
Yep, you can tell when a Maverick player has suffered that fate time before. We'll definitely see that from Fultz's body language there. As soon as he gets close to breaking that wall, he ends up getting around that Nitro cell. Ashen will take down Volps, and this is the very first solid round that we see out of Space Station, and the crowd is feeling it too.
Not even sure what's going on right now. We just got W7M taking solo 1v1s on the roam, and SSG in stark contrast to rounds 1 and 2, coming away the victors. 5v2 with plenty of time to reset, plenty of drones as well, 6 remaining. They can find the remaining utility, the Banshees, and of course the remaining positions for these W7M defenders.
And that's really what you want to do in a situation like this. 5-2, it is still winnable for both of these teams. Although obviously very favored to the Space Station side, so you do not want to just get overzealous. You don't want to do anything aggressive, get these drones in, find these players, and at the end of the day, remove them from play. That's the big moment here for Space Station, be able to get these kills.
Still one option for W7M to get a kill without taking a fight. Dots with that C4 might look to try to rotate down below later on, deny the plant vertically. Dash looking outside the Jacuzzi wall. We'll realize that nobody's out there for the moment.
Oh.
Ashen clearly concerned about that, might try to take that swing. Meanwhile, the rest of SSG have just flooded into the site. Ashen wins that important duel, and as the flashbang goes off, not a whole lot Dots can do to stop SSG from moving into the 5v1 post. We've had 2 flawless rounds so far, and yet only 3 played. What a way for SSG to storm back on a Clubhouse.
There we go, Montreal. I know it's been a long day. We started these best of 3s at what, 10 in the morning?
Something like that.
It's 8 p.m. right now, Eastern. Never thought I'd be competing with a time slot with Mike Tyson, but yet here we are. I'm glad you guys like that one, thank you. But hey, Space Station, they're looking to get gritty, man. They're looking to get in here. They're looking to try and take it to W7M. It's all about who has the best backbone. Can you stay mentally in it? That's one of the hardest things when it comes to esports, folks. At the end of the day, I know, hey, we're just people playing video games in a chair, but the mental battles that you go through in moments like this, it cannot be undernotated. For Space Station, they'll be happy with that flawless round, Carter. It brings a lot back to you mentally. There's a lot of energy that is imbued into your play after a moment like that.
And more importantly, as W7M have won the round off gunplay 2 times in a row, you simply outshot them. They try to get in your face, they try to get aggressive, and you either won the fight outright, or when they tried to take a new position, Benjamaster, for example, sitting on the rafters, was sat there waiting for him. Once Volps actually tried to take that fight, actually tried to move into CCTV, SSG reacting to the aggression we saw from W7M in the first 2 rounds. So how will this game continue? We're going back down to the bottom floor. The first site we saw W7M defend. We didn't really get to see a whole lot of what this defense could do because they immediately got a 5v3 in the first 15 seconds. So how are SSG really going to react to not only the castle barricades or the EDDs or what have you, how are they going to deal with the players behind them? Ashen looking to cut off one very important player inside a lounge. Volp's a little too cautious, or a little too relaxed, as it's Ashen who's so cautious watching that angle. Gives SSG a much-needed advantage, 2 in a row.
And this is the beauty of the SSG crank, folks. They don't always have to keep things on 10. They can turn that down and try and get something going with the early game. But when W7M is playing like this, when they're constantly able to find a gap in SSG's offensive matrix, it makes life so hard. Down to the 3 versus 4. Don't exactly have great positioning when it comes down to it. There's still so many W7M bodies lurking around. And one right here, too.
Got one right here with Fultz just around the corner. Lobin still firing enough shots to start rotating away, but he challenges again. Fultz, as the Capcan goes for the re-swing, will come away the victor there. And a big pick for SSG in the 3v4. They were starting to lose out on time, starting to lose a lot of that control. But now in the 3v3, they don't exactly have a lot. With still that hard breaching on board, there's a lot more they can do.
And now that SSG's been able to dislodge W7M from these top floors, you'd think, oh, well, they know this for the most part. We're just going to try and work ourselves directly towards site? No. They still have to go through this entire info game, make sure that they have these flank drones set up, make sure that W7M cannot deliver a kind of, cloak and dagger moment here up against Space Station's offense. They've been able to gather that, and now it's down to trying to get these hatches open, which seems to be a problem of its own.
Does seem to be a problem as Dot still has one in pocket as well. They got a Valcam inside of Kitchen 2. Will destroy that Electroclaw initially with the first bout of X-Kairos, so looks to put it on again. I believe, no, the electricity's still on.
Yep.
They're spending so much time on this. You might have to reach the point where you just completely give up. Only one shot left to destroy this hatch. You gotta go. You only got 28 seconds. Fultz has brought you back to the 3v3.
Oh no!
Still even moving to Moto. They will get that EMP down, but Jesus Christ, we're still opening hatches with 16 seconds left. That's just around the corner, but that's a great spot check by Forrest. The advantage, but again, below 10 seconds.
Oh!
Dropped into the Moto door. Far too low time to claw that one back. W7M do not miss a beat after round 4.
SSG trying to crawl out of their grave with that round. And Dots quickly just executes the entirety of this lineup with one Nitro cell. It's down to one lone soul. Dota is able to pick that one up too. And Space Station, it's just going so very wrong for them right now, Carter. These early portions of these rounds have reigned supreme for W7M. SSG has not been able to get into it the way that they would want to. And now it's coming to bear inside of the late portions. We see SSG flounder when it comes to hatch control. We see them flounder when it comes to the info game. Only that one kill coming through with Forrest, a very well-placed stun working in through Moto. And now W7M, more than in the driver's seat, they're feeling themselves right now as that lead grows ever larger, moving into round 5.
It's looming large over Space Station, certainly. Chalet seemed like it might as well have been your pick after the first 4 to 5 rounds. You were gaining momentum. You were converting advantages, constantly dominating W7M, especially through the first 2. And not only did we see that start to slip away as the map went on, we've not even seen it present here. The one map they won might have been flawless, but W7M have been controlling the pace in every other round. We need to see an argument from Space Station, a statement made that round 3 was not just a biased sample, but that this is going to be a competitive half that they, like W7M, can tie that half 3-3 even after a poor start.
Of the utmost importance. And just from the operator lineup that W7M are going with, Carter, you can see how they felt about these previous 4 rounds. They know that they can take these gunfights up against Space Station. They're feeling confident. They feel like they're in their bag. And right now, this is where it's going to matter most. Space Station doing their due diligence, going through the steps of Clubhouse the way that you would want. We'll have the Mav torch here for the wall. We have the extra player and the likes of Ashen to try and hold these angles. All smart things, but it doesn't mean that it still goes SSG's way.
Oh, but that wall shot up like Swiss cheese. It's very difficult to open it. It's very difficult to get that angle and then to pinch the player actually holding rafters. And just worked his way into kitchen. Lobin creeping around this area the entire time. There's no chance in hell he knows Benjamaster is here. But Volps, even then, look at the layers we've got for W7M. Volps holding this back line. If Benjamaster pushes out, he'll walk right into the crosshairs of the Fenrir. Nobody knows where the other is right now. But the second that he crosses that line of sight, W7M with that redundancy can get the pick, and SSG again taking so long to even get just a little bit accomplished.
For Space Station, they're trying to slow things down, Carter. They're trying to keep that play active on the other side for when the play does go off, but it's already going so very wrong.
Yeah, it's starting to go wrong, but SSG at least with the 4v3, one player close on the garage stairs, pinched between both Ashen and the rest of the secret players. A nade cook to force him out into the line of sight of J90, but instead he swings forth, tries to play his life, and he pays for it. Any advantage gain is immediately neutralized, but now Dodez getting involved. Never cleared out a garage, hops down and takes the fight directly to the attack onslaught. An important bit of control that will remain in the hands of the defense. 3 stim shots as well to heal it back up, but he catches a boat! No! 2! Any security, any comfort is false against W7M. They'll swing the breach, they'll take the fight. They'll take their 4th round on Club.
Oh my goodness, folks. You can see it on the faces of Space Station. Discombobulated. They have nothing to reach for. Everything that you could potentially think of, W7M has a plan. And if they don't, they still have firepower to try and brute force it across the line. And we get that again. Doc from the rafters, he flies down to be the saving grace of the Bulls, let alone that fact, but Dot's dashing the hopes of that 2 versus 2 and anything building up for Space Station. They were trying to play that so safely, Carter, but he just sees that one shoulder. Look, watch, he sees the one shoulder of that player, and he sees both as soon as he creeps out. What a moment for W7M, and this is looking more like a 2-0 by the second.
SSG might be a great game on defense. They might have great strats. They might have great play, but a 5-1 is so daunting. If W7M get this final one, it'd have to be 6 in a row from Space Station to close that out, to close out their map in regulation, to give a parallel to W7M's 7-5 victory on Chalet. Both teams would win their pick, but SSG's would have to be in far more dramatic fashion for it to work out. Benjamaster moving in to take quick control of Bar. It's a gym bedroom defense, and nobody will deny that this is important for Benja to get early. The C4 from below, especially with 2 on the side of W7M, is a massive threat. But he turns his attention elsewhere. Look towards red stairs, where W7M are playing a mean extension. 1 in Con, 1 in Cash, 1 on red stairs itself. So we might see Fultz on the opposite side right now. SSG might look to take control over by CCTV and Cash in the mid-game.
Best idea when it comes to this top floor, you really want to make sure that there's no world where W7M is able to work their way over towards that CCTV space, because you really want to occupy this balcony, Carter. It's of the utmost importance for the crosses that you have access to those windows, let alone that fact, but SSG have the first pick and they've got it scot-free.
Got a 5-4, giving the crowd something to hope for in round 6. 2-4 might not be that much different from a 1-5, but it feels like a world apart if you can convert this advantage you've gained. The red stairs extension is almost entirely vacated by W7M at this point, even in the 4v5. They've left CCTV, they've left Cash. They're forcing the attack to drone through those mute jammers to try to find the intel and clear out a position that's long been abandoned.
Such a good job from W7M. They have a good understanding of the way that SSG has to go about things, how this offense ticks. They're responding accordingly. This timer is really going to be of the essence for Space Station. You have that pick, but you have to do things on good timing. W7M still have plenty of bodies to try and solve the problem.
Plenty of bodies to solve the problem, but SSG have yet to check any of these boxes off. Construction still in the control of the defense. Jacuzzi wall still solid. SSG, how many times we found them in this late round position where they just don't have a damn thing going their way? Advantages have not mattered. 5v4s, 5v3s have not been good enough for SSG to close out these games. They've needed dominance, and all we've got are equivocations.
No way.
All we've got are W7M feeling like they deserve a 4th star on that jersey, like they are worthy of the legacy that Furia left behind. SSG are not playing like champions. They are running scared on Clubhouse, shaking to even enter the bomb site. A flashbang will go in as W7M hold. Jay and I know a big pick, a very brief gap, a very narrow hope, and it's all dashed by dots. Yet can he hold in the 1v2? We all know the answer to that. SSG have not been holding out, and on their attacks, they're not holding out for us at all. It's W7M's game through and through.
Carter, the analyst desk said, when we saw this map pool, yes, it does favor W7M, but SSG love their counter strats. They love to try and get deep in those books and find a way to exploit their opponent. I hate to say it, but I don't think it's happening. They have not found a convincing way to constantly be at the throats of W7M. In fact, it's been W7M pulling off a W7M. It's the most W7M stuff that we have seen. They are constantly in the faces of Space Station at the most paramount moment inside of the entire round, able to take bodies away, able to complicate things, able to make it to where Space Station does not have the same confidence going in for their executes, and that has gifted them a 5-1 half from their efforts.
Not to tempt fate, but I will anyway. Not to tempt fate, but to be fair, in Atlanta just a little over a year ago, SSG were in a very similar position. They had just gone down a brutal half against one of the favorites out of Brazil. It was a map that some thought might go their way, but everyone thought was going to go the way of the Brazilians, and they won 6 in a row to push it to OT and won 2 more to close out the map 8-6. Here we find ourselves in a very familiar position. 1 round is all they got in that first half. But if they can do the same, if they can find that magic, if they can call down lightning and make it strike twice, 6 in a row will give them a 7-5 on their pick to push us to Kafe. Look to this first defense to deny W7M match point, but most importantly, see what we can expect from SSG to try to make this game as competitive as it can be.
Well, SSG is going to be on a roam on Clubhouse. I know we're all shocked.
Can't believe it.
Almost like there was something named after them on this map or something. I can't remember at this point. But for Space Station, they're going to be relying on that fact. Their success when it comes to this roam, and their success when it comes to these openers. Dodez, he flies through the window and goes the way of the dodo, down for the round. But SSG, they deliver in this opener nevertheless.
You can tell the Americans have rubbed off on Benjo, looking to crank on the CC window, yet he's punished for it. W7 still on the disadvantage, but a very quick pre-fire removes a very low HP Fultz. Ashen praying that maybe somebody will hop through that gym window, but it's nothing to be found. W7 have been battered and bruised on this clear, but as Ashen sits patiently, he's just a sitting duck for Lobin. Shot through the barricade and dusted inside a pool. What are they to do now in a 2v3?
We've talked about it time and time again throughout this event. SSG is one of those teams, Carter, where sometimes they just don't know when to step away from the casino table. They gamble yet again, and it's a 1 versus 3 after they already gathered the man advantage in the earlier portion of the round. In this 1 versus 3, it's gonna be Forrest down low here. He's the last remaining player on site. They still have Maverick to get access to these hatches, although that job's already done. They're beating SSG in kills. They're beating SSG in time management. W7M, all green lights when it comes to trying to stick the landing.
They'll drop the Moto hatch. Force will get the first. The second 1v1, not good enough. 6-1 right now. The Brazilians ecstatic over this scoreline. As it seems, any hope SSG had, any hope we had of a competitive game is not going to be there. This game has felt long out of SSG's control, and yet it is now at 6-1. 5 rounds between the North American underdogs and their Brazilian counterparts. Now is when Callout has decided to take that tactical timeout. Clearly faithful in his squad. Was his faith rewarded in round wins? Not necessarily. Now is where we need to see the recovery. Now is where, whatever is discussed between those two teams, to give North America some meager hope at staying in a major on North American soil, some small chance to try and make this 5-round mountain climbable.
And that's the thing about TAC timeouts, folks. It also gives a moment of reprieve for your opposing squad. W7M get to talk about things. And the one thing you don't have to worry about, you're not putting this team on ice. W7M have been consistent. They've been concise, Carter, throughout these last 2 months of play, throughout the stage, throughout what we'd seen when it came to their game up against Furia. Multiple times across the entirety of that stage, looking so very good. No LCQ for them. Didn't have to worry about all that much. It's just been a consistency throughout the year that they have constantly been able to improve upon themselves. And right now it's coming to full fruition up against Space Station. That last second timeout, Norris as well as Call Out getting to talk to their teams. I mean, I don't think that there's a chance for Space Station to pull this back, but you have to leave them open to opportunity. That's the thing, you always got to respect it. Space Station have been in very similar situations before and have been able to pull it back across the line, but you can say the same thing for W7M. They've been in the driver's seat like this before, and they know the proper buttons to push in a scenario like this.
SSG have made miracles happen before, but a 5-round comeback, it always seems so difficult. It always seems so daunting. They'll try it out on Gym Bedroom, try to take that step right here on the second floor. Skobos brought by Benjamaster, will leave one shield inside of the Logi position. Benja himself roaming around in Garage, as we see. Can take a fight here, play aggressive, then immediately recall back to the inner workings of the site. As SSG, broadly speaking, are not actually holding CCTV and cash all that much. Look at this angle held by Lobin.
When do you ever see somebody use the 12-time zoom on
This
Kali?
man is leaving a trail of sweat on the ventilation balcony right now. He's holding a hole of a barricade as Kali.
I'm telling you, Carter, not to be a biased caster or anything, but if we go out this way, I mean, hey, come on, man. I will say, though, W7M has been playing a hell of a game. If it was going to be to one team, I hope it'd be up against them.
Everybody playing quite good. Dot's 12-1 right now. We've not even spoken about it because the dominance of W7M has seemed so holistic. Well, that's 2 times. I should have just shut my damn mouth and moved on from talking about a certain player. Fultz will get that opening pick, find somebody moving around where they do not belong. And just still alive inside of Garage at the moment. Fultz now creeping closer onto Gym. W7M spent a lot of time setting up.
Yep. Want to make sure that they're aware of where Space Station can be aggressive, although that didn't really help out Dots, did it? Space Station looking to try and occupy all of these windows, make life difficult for W7M. And this is the first time that we've seen them get away with this in a very convincing way. Not even a single body from Space Station going down. Fully in control of round 8, rather 7.
Wolf sprinting in, trying to destroy the F-Not. He'll have to fall back out. It's very unclear if he actually shot it or not. Just briefly running in and then pausing the action. Notice again looking, will again trigger it, but W7M, if they want to push this Jacuzzi position, they'll have to do a little bit more work. So Candela goes out for a brief bait.
Now they have the Kali. The Kali's going to be stuck on angle work here more than likely. But as soon as I say that, Lobin's actually working his way in through a garage. Volps is the man on the balcony. They have to try and get some picks here, folks. There's no way that a plant's going down like this.
No way indeed. Benja's still alive on that extension. Will be the one to take down Volps. Volps now fighting back too. Still a little fire in that SSG engine. They'll need a long way to go to give us anything even resembling hope. But every journey begins with a single step, and they've just taken step 1 of 5.
A timeout may potentially be a big deal for Space Station if this road continues. As for W7M, not exactly looking like themselves on that offense. Very slow to the punch, not really capable of finding those players that are out and about across the map, away from their teammates. Some potential ISO plays you could see there from W7M, but nothing really coming to be. And now, a little bit less of a buffer, but good news for them. A very dominant half has gifted them a lot of moments to try and close things out here on Clubhouse.
See the confidence still there from Space Station, swinging those exterior angles. Every kill seeming like happening outside of the building, save for Lobin falling inside of construction right there. The often loud and trash-talking Ashen, I think very quiet and somber given the circumstances, but still putting in the work nonetheless to try to make this comeback real. CCTV and Cash will be our next defense from SSG. Now, if they've done their prep, they'll know this is one that W7M has run in Brazil. We've seen the Sens rush through Platwall. They ran it in their E1 game. They ran it in their Furia game. It's not something they always do, but this is something that if Callout truly has counter-strat this map, that they could be ready for.
We'll be paying attention to Dash a lot inside of this round. He's on that sense. This is something that Warden more than likely will be very happy with as long as Fultz is still alive. For W7M, it's gonna require a little heavy lifting first. Got to get these walls out open, go through your task list. More than likely try and get some plays going around in that garage space, try and dislodge those SSG members. It all starts right here. So Claymore's down to watch the flank too, just in case somebody wants to get aggressive out of secret.
That Warden likely going to be the important pick. The former hammer lifter Fultz be the one with those glasses, with those MPX. Flashbang will go out, but still need to destroy that actual soft wall. You still need to create an entry into the site itself. ROU projector in hand from the Sens. We'll throw the initial one in, but it's a bit of a feint right now. Nobody actually on that flat wall at the moment, as W7M are spread all across the map right now. Some by CCTV, some by Jacuzzi, but most on the roof, still trying to find information.
Difficult for W7M, Carter. You can see the level of respect that they're giving to Space Station. They know that they have SSG cornered, but they also know that if they go about this lackadaisically, they will be punished. And every single round that SSG gets, things get more antsy.
Look at that. There's one player, Jim. One player still sitting off-site, and W7M did not drone him right there. W7M slipped that shock drone into the building, but now on the re-clear again. Do they see him? But it's Dots with that first pick. Sitting on the mute jammer, Deathmark will fail. Benja dueling with the Deimos outside, whether they know it or not. He'll spray inside, but now the jig is up. Now, Benja Master will try to get himself out of a jam, but SSG, through the flurry of kills, have got to hold on. They've got to hold fast and forced this 1v1 right here. The cutoff on the roam. Volps plays patiently. He's got 35 seconds to work with. Not a lot of time. If you get this kill, it's a 2v1. You can convert. The ROU projectors will put that Warden in a difficult spot, but Fenrir pushing back in. He'll win the fight, and he gets back scot-free. No! Volps comes back, he swoops in. And now Fultz, the last member, holding that legacy from the old SSG, trying to reclaim that glory. He's got to win it here. The faithful will be rewarded just for one more round. But in one gunfight, SSG have changed their fortunes, and their luck needs to continue for 3 more.
I'd say count your lucky stars. Well, there's only one star to talk about, and it's Fultz. He's been that player, he has been that member for Space Station for so unbelievably long. I've been talking about this guy for practically my entire career, folks. And yet again, we're at the same doorstep. Fultz to pull it back across the line for Space Station and bring it one step closer to an overtime. But how close was that round, Carter? I mean, a lot of scary moments in that, constantly trading back and forth, especially with that moment that we saw at a Forest. He gets that big kill and then immediately traded from Logi.
Every gunfight there felt like a must-win from SSG. Forced to get that trade to make it a 3v3. Forced to get that kill on the con window player to actually get just a little bit closer to the site, but really to set up Fultz for that 1v1. 21 HP he had in that engagement. Did he have the more favorable position? Head glitching behind green box? Yeah, probably. Let's be honest. The other guy was prone on the floor of construction. But still, the odds were not necessarily going SSG's way in any dominant fashion, but they're still able to close out and win the one they needed to. But back down to church now. Back down to church where shockingly SSG dropped it right off the bat, right out of the gate. It was the primary side on Clubhouse that went W7M's way.
Oh, man.
Dots going to that shield. Just want to say, by the way, barely even seen him on him because of the ban so far. Dots is the main shield player for this team, and only now, when W7M need the closer, do they put him on this operator.
It's the 11th hour, Carter. It's prime time. W7M, they just need one, and they're breaking out the pocket strats now. We have the blitz, we have the fuse, and Fultz has to deal with it.
Fultz has got to deal with it. Not one, but two shields going his way. Fultz with one gun will able to put an end to Fultz upstairs, and the roamer's starting to run scared. Creeping back into CCTV, but Benjamaster will hold on. This player sitting around CCTV at the moment, has two shields on his heels, so he drops down. He's got to win a fight, just like Forrest previously, on a player cutting off his position, sees the player, sees the Predator hunting him inside a garage, but he'll make it back. Breathless, maybe even a little afraid, Benja will make it back.
Oh.
But one vestige remains.
Ashen, you've been in a lot of rounds with Space Station in your entire career, but this might be the most important one based off your positioning. You've done so much for this team. You're the endless energy for this roster, but now you need to be the Slayer that we know you can be. He'll get forced back towards Strip. There seems to be a player awaiting his arrival. A drone in, and Ashen hits his shots.
He hits his shots, but now he's got to hit his life. Play and survive in this position with only 12 HP. A Blintz hunting him down. Just every second is a victory at this point. He is not going to make it out. But he just needed to waste as much time as SSG retreat.
He's bought some time for Space Station. It's down to a minute. The hatches are soft. W7M is going to have immediate access, but what Space Station has been able to gather is a solid group of men downstairs to be able to defend this bomb site. Throughout the history of Rainbow Six, one of the most important things about your defense is, do you have some backbone? Do you have some players that can sit here and truly be the last bastion of hope? Space Station is hoping that this will work out for them.
Hoping the Vulcan packs, the EDDs, can do just a little bit of damage as W7M move into sight. Maybe finish off Volps or Dash, make the job easier for them. 1 of 4 cluster charges will do a lot of damage to Benjamaster. They only have a lot of time to use that utility, though, because W7M have a job to do. They've got a game to close out. A semifinal tomorrow against Virtus Pro. They can see it right in front of them. One player falls. Only 2 remaining. Another clutch needs to happen. Another faith needs to be rewarded. Benja with that EDD. Benja with the flank. Another 1v1. But it's done.
In the face of adversity, Benjamaster, he pushes the fuse cluster charge. He jumps through the wall, and he saves Space Station Gaming from utter defeat. One of the moments of this tournament. That's one of the things you're not supposed to do, Carter. You're not supposed to run at the cluster charge, and he lives. He bets it all, and he comes away with a round victory. W7M, they now have to stop this train. They have to stop this rocket ship from launching. The timeout comes through. Some words must be said.
I think SSG very much aware at how much effort, how much has been expected of them, of course, but how much has been needed just to win these 2 rounds in a 1v1. Benja, undeniably the MVP of that round, but only just then, only with that multi-frag is he now positive. Before that, he was well in the negative on the KD. SSG have been so rough individually throughout this game so far, and it has required everything of them just to push these rounds to a 1vx, and then they needed to squeeze a little more just to stay alive. Hitting shots they have no business winning, and yet still they're finding a way to win the game in front of them.
Let's see this here again. Look at that, folks. He's dashing past the cluster charge and gets 2 there. Let alone that fact, if we did not have the earlier delay out of Ashen, if Ashen does not try to play his life out, Carter, and doesn't motion over towards Strip, that round does not go down that way in the slightest. There's a lot of time left in that tank. Benja more than likely has to take the 1 versus 1 in a scenario like that, and there is some air where SSG ends up losing because of that. A hallmark round for Space Station Gaming, and if they end up forcing this OT at a bare minimum, it's a round that we'll be talking about for a very long time.
A round that Benjamaster can add to the highlight reel, certainly. SSG have got their 3 in a row. But this is where W7M could be at their strongest. Norris hitting the pause button, taking that tactical timeout, and we'll see what kind of fruit that re-strategizing will bear as W7M look to push forward. Wait, holy shit, are we on bar and stage?
You better stop it right now. No, Carter. Carter, we're on bar and stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the worst site in the whole map. I swear to God, I swear. Space Station Gaming are going to bar and game on match point up against W7M, and the crowd's loving it. This is something else. This is unprecedented. Holy shit, man. This is something wild. I would have never have guessed in a million years. But here we are. W7M, do you have the offensive tools for this? The thing that makes bar gaming so difficult for the defense is the amount of verticality that layers over the top of it, let alone the fact of the immediate access from a lot of doors and windows around this central part of Clubhouse. Usually the thing about Clubhouse that makes it so good is that the offense is forced into a lot of funnels. They're forced into a lot of close range engagements. This completely throws that out the window.
Completely throws it out the window, and SSG throwing out conventional wisdom will bet it all their survival on what they've always done best: showmanship and not giving a damn. Minute 15 seconds remaining. SSG, this defense still unpierced on the top floor, spots Dots. The Grim Reaper himself on the upside down rappel, but W7 have been waiting at these windows the entire time so far. And now they punished Ashen for his rotation. Dash looks to another. This gamble looks like it's not paying off. How will SSG try to work their way out of this position? They pulled the rabbit out of the hat so many times. And that risk, that hubris, it is a sin. And God has decided to punish them for it. The agent of His Majesty, the agent of His change, looks to be W7M. Fultz has already clutched a 1vx, but a 1v5 might just be beyond his or any player's skill set. There's a conga line coming down main stairs. Theirs is one, but there is no way out. Only one way through. Only one way out of this game.
Oh my God!
Shut up! The script cannot go this way. He'll C4 open the wall, force the rotation. Dodez again going for this diffuser. He spots it, but it's nothing! Punished for their greed, W7M have 3 series in Montreal. The first one has gone their way to earn their own star, to chart their own course.
W7M as an organization has been one of the most important orgs in Brazilian Siege history, and they're looking to add yet another chapter with another roster. Space Station Gaming, unfortunately, will fall to the Bulls, but a hell of a game, a hell of a showing from both of these squads, respectively. But W7M, over these last handful of months especially, they have looked to be at a higher caliber than the majority of their opponents. They now springboard in to our semifinals in a very convincing way.
And you know what? I just got to appreciate it from SSG, at least. Trying out the bar stage defense, saying if we can get any bit of an advantage, any bit of something just to try and catch them off guard, we'll do it. But that means not only is SSG out, but NA is out of Montreal, and we have Ian on stage with Loban to talk about that victory.
Thank you very much, Loban. You have just crushed NA's dreams, but you've done it by continuing to level up alongside your roster. How good is W7M right now?
If not the best team in the world, is one of the best, and we are here to show it.
Are you feeling the crowd at the moment? Because last time you were on a main stage in NA, it was in Atlanta, different org, and you made it into the grand final where you lost out. Up against, you actually won over the crowd that time round. Do you think here, once again, do you want to make some noise for your boy? Do you think you can win over the crowd again?
I hope so. I hope so. Like I say every time, I love the people here in NA because they always cheering and have some good energy for me and my team. So it's always good to be here, and I hope, yes, to have the crowd for us.
Do you feel the pressure to live up to what was accomplished by the roster that came before you at W7M?
No, I think our manager, Eudinho, he was always really clear about this topic. Like, guys, I don't care about what the other roster did. You guys are now a real roster. You guys do your history, So let's do our thing and just play and have our fun.
Write your own chapter. Thank you very much, Lobin. Best of luck against VP tomorrow. It's all EU next time, so good luck. And go and get ready, I guess. Go and join the rest of your team. Thank you very much, Lobin. That's it from us here on the stage, but the desk will be talking through everything that has went down throughout the entire day and reflecting on that final quarter-final, and we'll be back with you on the main stage right here for the semis tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Unfortunately, NA's last hope vanishes.
Yeah, Space Station are out, Rob, and I've got to say I was a little bit disappointed. I thought Clubhouse as a map might favor their style a little bit. It might allow them to, stop in those late rounds, those late round clutches, but unfortunately they were pouring their attacks. I think W7M saw, really saw that if you make Space Station attack, you can exploit their weaknesses there, really give them the problems, really give them the utility, and they got such a good lead in that first half. SSG did the best they possibly could to bring it back, but it just wasn't enough.
It's heartbreak. Well, there's only DOS here. We do have our third musketeer to break down some of the defense.
Yeah, just like that Jack said, I think the defenses were the real victory here for W7M, leading 5-1. And if we look at the first round, it's a great example of how they abuse that Thatcher ban. You look at the basement setup, they have Kaid for the hatches, they have the Bandit for the church wall, and the side is strong with Goyos to burn time, with the castle to extend, and with the Warden. If you look at the setup here, you see Volps playing castle here in kitchen and bar aggressively, and at the same time that double setup with the Warden and Goyo playing aggressive towards blue stairs. They are looking for early picks, being aggressive and full of confidence towards SSG. Look at that crazy shot. First kill. Not only that, Volps in castle right now in kitchen hallway will get a similar crazy shot. At that point, it's a 5v3, and they can now start playing around the utility around blue. You see them popping those Goyo canisters, buying time by having the fire. And at the same time, you see Dodes, he's just dancing around the fire, dancing around the bullets. He will go back slowly after being droned, and he's now waiting to buy more time with the fire canisters. If we look at the free cam here, you see all of blue is fired up. Same thing for Moto Hatch. At this point, they've completely stuck SSG. SSG is frozen, and W7M can go and hit the aggression on that blue player, on that Moto Hatch, and the round is absolutely flawless. That's W7M for you in defense, and that was the biggest win condition here in this matchup. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Leo. And to close out the night, unfortunately, that is how quick this goes. Ian said something to me as I rocked up today. I didn't quite believe him. He said, take a moment, take a breath, because 4 games will go very quickly, and that it has. Let's have a look at the bracket and break down how this has played out and what to expect for tomorrow, Jack.
Yeah, so if we go through quarterfinal, top to bottom, FaZe Clan 2-0, Soniqs, I think everybody expected a lot more out of the Soniqs. Bad day for them, and a bad team to come up against on a bad day, I think is what they said. BDS and Secret played out an EUL classic, by the way, getting it all 12 rounds in Skyscraper, but BDS, of course, took the win. Yep. That sets us up for FaZe Clan against BDS tomorrow, which I think in many people's eyes is the final. Before the final, what a game that's going to be. We've just seen W7M beat Space Station 2-0, meaning North America now has 0 teams left in a competition on North American soil. And of course, to start us off this morning, it feels like an absolute age ago.
I know.
We saw Virtus.pro 2-0 Falcons after Falcons was 6-4 up twice.
Yeah, it was heartbreak, not just for the MENA region, but for anyone that is an underdog fan. So pretty much the entirety of Australia, it was heartbreak.
I think what's crazy about these semi-finals as well is obviously they are both EU against Brazil.
Yes.
There's a very fair chance that we get a different region final tomorrow being EU against Brazil.
Yep.
But we could also get a EU versus EU or Brazil versus Brazil. These games are a lot closer than they might seem on paper.
Well, let's talk about the games. Tomorrow, of course, we've got 2 semi-finals to determine who will be heading to the grand final on Sunday. We kickstart with BDS and FaZe. Potential for game of the year, Jack. Is that too crazy to say? If we forget about SI, if we wipe SI off the board, could that potentially be the international game of the year?
Yeah, Rob, if we forget about the best game that's ever happened in Rainbow Six Siege, yes, this could be. I think the only thing that would say it's not is the fact it's a best of 3, but yes, 2 pre-tournament favorites going head-to-head to make the grand final in BDS and FaZe. Absolutely sensational. And then 2 teams that maybe you wouldn't have expected to be in the top 4 of the major in terms of W7M and VP. VP, of course, had a pretty bad EUL stage and scraped into the playoffs to make this major. And then W7M, who never seemed to be, I suppose, in expectations, established top team in Brazil. Yet here they are again, going deep in the tournament.
It's incredible. It's storylines galore here in Montreal. This is one you do not want to miss. That is going to do it here for tonight for the quarterfinals. Thank you very much for joining us. Proceedings will kick off at 12:15 tomorrow, so make sure you set those alarms. But until then, please take care, stay safe, and good night.